Cough, cough the crumbled skyscrapers, the charred remnants of greenery, and the toppled vehicles and billboards painted a scene of utter devastation. A man, his arms severed, lay on the ground, gasping for breath, struggling to open his eyes to this hellish reality. Suddenly, a sharp pang surged through his brain, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Ugh! He couldn't suppress a low groan, hastily clutching his wound, summoning every ounce of strength to rise to his feet. Though his body remained weak and feeble, he did not succumb to unconsciousness as before. He understood his identity was Son Gohan. Indeed, he was Son Gohan. Yet, he was not the Gohan who fulfilled the aspirations of scholars. Rather, he was the solitary Gohan, scarred and one-armed, bearing the weight of a desolate future. He had nearly perished, but in the throes of death, a strange soul seemed to merge with his own, restoring a fragment of his vitality and allowing him to cling to life. Cough. Cough. His lungs were engulfed in discomfort as he coughed violently. This was dire during his battle with the androids. His internal organs had suffered significant trauma. Without prompt medical attention, death would likely ensue. Gohan pressed on, determined to reach Bulma and seek treatment. Regrettably, his condition was dire, and he could hardly endure much longer. The clarity of his mind began to wane once more. I cannot die like this. Gritting his teeth, Gohan persevered. I must survive. His resolve was unwavering as he trudged forward, fervently encouraging himself not to relinquish the will to live, battling against his own frail body. In that moment, the two souls intertwined, indistinguishable from one another, and in an instant, they surged forth like a dying candle reigniting with a brilliant flame erupting into a radiant glow. The gravely injured body was thus rejuvenated with renewed vigor. Gohan released a final burst of energy, employing the instant transmission technique to soar into the air. Before long, he beheld a familiar door ahead, a wave of hope swelling within him. His heart raced, his hands trembled. His once-tense legs seemed to lose control, quivering as his knees bent toward the entrance. At that moment, Gohan felt as though his very essence had been drained, collapsing helplessly to the ground, his mind blank. But just then, he sensed a shadow darting before him, followed by a soft impact, and he succumbed to darkness, uncertain of how long he had slept. Gohan awoke to find himself lying in a bed. Beside him sat a blue-haired girl. Her tear-streaked face and slightly swollen eyes lifted at the sound of his voice, responding hoarsely, "Gohan, brother." The girl's soft form collapsed into Gohan's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Gohan's heart softened immeasurably as he held Bra close. They remained in silence, wrapped in each other's arms for several minutes until Bra's tears gradually subsided and she slowly released him. Wiping her cheeks, she turned to Gohan and asked, "Gohan, how are you? Does anything hurt?" Bra's concern deeply touched Gohan. "I feel no pain at all. See?" He smiled, extending his right arm with a slight flex, revealing well-defined muscles that gleamed under the light. Upon closer inspection, faint scars adorned his skin, remnants of numerous battles fought. Such a robust physique would undoubtedly elicit gasps from any girl. Bra was no exception. Their shared days had fostered within her a unique affection for Gohan, who was both brother and father figure, mentor and friend. The tender feelings of youth often conjure poetic sentiments, giving rise to an ethereal beauty. This lens of first love positioned Gohan in an extraordinarily significant place within her heart. Noticing Bra's captivated gaze upon his form, Gohan couldn't help but smile, asking, "What's wrong, Bra?" Nothing at all." Bra's face flushed as she hurriedly moved away from the bedside. Gohan was taken aback by her sudden retreat, uncertain if he had offended her. "Gohan, are you awake?" A mature voice called from outside the room. Turning, Gohan beheld Aunt Bulma, clad in a white lace-trimmed camisole that accentuated her alluring figure. Normally accustomed to Bulma's casual attire, Gohan found himself feeling strangely affected by her appearance. Especially after the merging of souls, it was an unusual sensation, no longer merely respectful towards an elder. Her fair skin ignited a rush of warmth within him. Despite the faint lines around her eyes, they only spoke of the grace and allure that time had bestowed upon her. Gohan's heart raced, and his breath quickened. "Gohan, what's wrong? Your face is as red as a monkey's backside." Bulma noted his discomfort with a puzzled expression. Embarrassment washed over Gohan, wishing he could vanish into thin air. Nothing at all. By the way, I'm quite hungry. Aunt Bulma. He rubbed his stomach with an awkward smile, attempting to deflect. Are you really okay? Bulma leaned closer, her forehead nearly touching his, checking his temperature with a hint of concern, feeling her warm breath and the allure of her lips. Gohan found himself swallowing hard. I think my body feels quite hot. This is strange. Is this a side effect of merging with another soul? This phenomenon resembled the fusion of Namekians. While the merged soul wouldn't alter his primary identity, aspects of his character were likely affected. Clearly, the unfamiliar soul intertwined with Gohan seemed to harbor feelings of attraction toward Bulma. This, in turn, influenced Gohan's emotions toward her, and if left unchecked, it could lead to a significant transformation in his feelings for Aunt Bulma in the foreseeable future. As he contemplated his Boda's peculiar changes, the fragrant aroma of Bulma's shampoo wafted into his nostrils, intensifying the heat within him. In a fit of agitation, Gohan abruptly pushed Bulma away. Startled by his sudden action, Bulma gasped. I'm sorry, Aunt Bulma. I am feeling a bit unwell. I need to use the restroom. Gohan told a blatant lie. He leapt from the bed, his cheeks aflame, and exited the room, mirroring Bra's earlier haste. What a peculiar day. What's up with Gohan? He seems a bit off. Bulma tilted her head thoughtfully, murmuring, why does it feel like he's afraid of me? Could it be shyness? That's unlikely. Never mind. They'll just prepare some food for Gohan. Bulma dismissed her thoughts, slipping into the kitchen. An hour later, having finished a hearty meal and rested a while, Gohan felt his energy returning and resolved to train, readying himself to confront the androids. At that moment, Bra, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Gohan, can I train with you after dinner? Of course, let's go. Son Gohan felt no sense of unease as he nodded and rose to his feet. Bra donned a fluffy white shawl and bid farewell to her mother. Bulma. I am off, Mom. Yes, do not disturb Gohan's training, Mom. I'm not a child anymore. Bra pouted. Indeed. Our Bra has grown up, Bulma said with a fond smile, gently stroking Bra's silky hair, her gaze lingering on the face that increasingly resembled her own youthful visage. Lost in a reverie, noticing her mother in a daze, Bra stuck out her tongue in exasperation and followed Gohan outside. Bulma waved at Bra, watching her depart, as she glanced at her daughter's figure gradually fading into the distance. For a moment, Bulma seemed to relive her own youth, reminiscing about the days spent with Goku in search of the Dragon Balls. Time truly is relentless. Leaning against the doorframe, Bulma let out a long sigh, laden with untold stories. Who could perhaps articulate them? If one were to insist, it would be described as a period of bittersweet happiness and an extraordinary adventure. Gravity chamber and hyperbolic time chamber. Far from the city, nestled within desolate mountains, Son Gohan was engaged in limbering exercises. Bulma, emulating his actions, also stretched her body. Subsequently, they commenced their training. Gohan, while instructing Bulma, pondered how to accelerate his progress. This method of training felt somewhat sluggish. According to his recollections, gravity training could expedite the enhancement of his power. Vegeta, it seemed, had commissioned Bulma to modify a spaceship into a gravity training chamber. Unaware of this previously, Gohan had been aimlessly honing his skills in the wilderness, resulting in minimal improvement. Now enlightened, he intended to capitalize on this resource. Prior to departing home, he inquired with Bulma, confirming his suspicions. The gravity chamber was still in existence, albeit damaged. However, Bulma assured him that it could be repaired within 3 days. This revelation alleviated Gohan's anxieties. All hope was not lost. There was still time. Gohan, what's the matter? Bulma inquired. Gohan snapped out of his reverie, noticing Bulma pouting and stamping her foot in frustration. Gohan, don't underestimate me just because I'm a girl. I apologize, my mind wandered. Let's continue. I assure you, I don't look down on you. Bulma. Gohan earnestly apologized, clarifying that his distraction was unintentional. Bulma, realizing her misjudgment, promptly apologized. I'm sorry, Gohan. I didn't mean it that way. I simply desire to become stronger and avenge everyone. I want to alleviate some of your burden. Gohan chuckled, affectionately stroking Bulma's head. Of course, I don't blame you. Let's proceed. I have faith that your strength will soon surpass mine. Bulma, elated by his words, beamed and resumed her training with renewed vigor. The 3 days elapsed swiftly. Bulma presented Gohan with a capsule. It's repaired, the gravity chamber. Wow, You're truly remarkable, Bulma. A prodigious inventor, Gohan exclaimed, accepting the capsule. With the gravity chamber in his possession, an unprecedented sense of security enveloped him. Utilizing this, he could swiftly surpass androids 17 and 18. With this, can you truly defeat the androids? Bulma inquired, a hint of yearning in her voice. Gohan clutched the capsule containing the gravity chamber, his tone resolute. I will, I assure you. I believe in you, Gohan, Bulma responded. Huh? Gohan was taken aback, as this was the first time Bulma had addressed him in such a manner. It's nothing, she replied. To think that the crybaby from back then is now so mature and dependable. It makes me realize how time flies. Bulma's tone shifted to lightheartedness as she teased Gohan. However, Gohan, perceptive as ever, noticed the faint redness in Bulma's eyes. He then made a bold move, embracing her and gently stroking her hair. Bulma stiffened momentarily, unaccustomed to such intimacy. Yet, the solid chest against her brought a sense of reassurance. Her cheeks flushed as she inhaled Gohan's masculine scent. I must depart now, Bulma. With the aid of the gravity chamber, I am confident that I can defeat the androids and avenge Vegeta and the others. Gohan released Bulma, turning to leave. Bulma responded with an endearing hum. She gazed at Gohan's departing figure, her expression complex. Since Vegeta's demise, this was the first time she had been touched by a man, especially one whom she had watched grow up. It stirred conflicting emotions within her. Bulma inhaled deeply, composing herself before returning indoors. Gohan soared into the sky, heading towards Korin Tower. Indeed, his destination was the lookout. For reasons unknown, despite his supposed death, he had been resurrected with the merging of another soul, granting him knowledge of many events within the Dragon Ball universe. Regardless, leveraging this information was crucial for victory. Bulma, let's go. Gohan arrived at their usual training grounds, taking Bulma with him towards Korin Tower. This was a decision he had contemplated extensively. While he was confident in surpassing the androids, he had to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Someone else needed to be capable of protecting Earth, and Bulma was the only human with the potential to contend with the androids. Nurturing the next generation was paramount. They soon arrived at Korin Tower, greeted by a towering pillar piercing the heavens. Is this it, Gohan? Bulma inquired. Indeed, this is the martial arts sanctuary, Korin Tower. Let's ascend. Gohan explained before flying directly into the clouds with Bulma close behind. Despite his expectations, the disarray he witnessed upon arrival caused his heart to sink. As he had feared, Korin was no longer alive. Bulma, observing the devastation, pointed to a jar on the ground, curiously asking, "What is this place? What were these empty jars used for?" Gohan patiently explained, this was Korin's abode. These jars were used to cultivate Senzu beans. Senzu beans? Those beans that restore all injuries when consumed? Indeed. Gohan was surprised that Bulma knew of Senzu beans, but considering her mother was Bulma, it wasn't entirely unexpected. Let's proceed. Our destination lies further above. As they ascended, they soon pierced through the murky clouds, arriving at the lookout, situated at the highest point on Earth. Gohan and Bulma gazed upon the magnificent structure from above, awestruck. Is this the lookout? Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Gohan, having not seen the lookout in quite some time, was momentarily speechless. However, Bulma's exclamation snapped him back to reality. Indeed, this is the palace of Earth's guardian. Guardian? Are there truly deities in this world? Indeed, beyond this. There are King Yama, King Kai, Supreme Kai. Gohan explained to Bulma, drawing upon his memories. I see. Then why didn't the guardian intervene to defeat the androids? Bulma pondered, still puzzled. If he was indeed a deity, he should be powerful. Why didn't Earth's guardian emerge to defeat the androids when they were wreaking havoc? Gohan clenched his fist, gritting his teeth, his expression one of fury. Bulma, witnessing Gohan's anger for the first time, was startled and anxiously inquired, "What's wrong, Gohan?" Gohan inhaled deeply before descending to the lookout's surface, slowly uttering, "I was merely reminded of unpleasant memories." Bulma, remember this. Yes, rely on yourself rather than seeking divine intervention. The prerequisite to protecting others is possessing formidable strength. Understood. Bulma obediently nodded. This was the first time she had witnessed Gohan so enraged, his expression so stern, instilling fear within her. Your turn, Gohan. When Bulma mentioned the Guardian, Gohan became unusually incensed. It wasn't that he disliked the Guardian, but that he found his own actions pathetic, having been previously unaware and in a state of blissful ignorance. I find myself now intertwined with another soul, observing my space-time from a divine perspective. Though daunting, it is not insurmountable. Perhaps I could implore Fortune Teller Baba to retrieve my father from the afterlife for a single day? In any event, numerous avenues exist. Since his father's demise from a heart ailment at the age of 9, his life has seemed to stagnate, perpetually reliving unwelcome conflicts. Subsequently, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Kaioshin also succumbed to the androids. Is it truly the case that the deceased cannot meddle in the affairs of the living? Absurd. Had King Kai merely disclosed the location of Namek, I could have journeyed via spaceship to procure the Dragon Balls. Alas, this did not transpire. Or, at the onset of the cataclysm, Kami could have imparted knowledge of the hyperbolic time chamber, enabling training within. Furthermore, Vegeta possessed his gravity chamber. Opportunities abounded, yet all were squandered. To burden a mere 9-year-old with the salvation of the world is unconscionable. At this thought, Son Gohan's eyes welled with tears, as potent resentment swirled within his mind. His deceased father and comrades, why did none offer assistance? Considering their meritorious deeds on Earth, all but Vegeta could have undergone corporeal training in the afterlife. No? In essence, they would simply bear halos, indistinguishable from the living. No aid, no guidance. As if those dwelling in the mortal realm were inconsequential. Son Gohan's fury peaked, causing his ki to surge uncontrollably. Golden auras emanated from him, inadvertently striking Bulma and sending her reeling. Cracks fissured the ground beneath his feet as golden flames ascended. With a flash of energy, his hair and eyebrows transformed to gold, his hair standing erect save for his bangs, as he ascended into a Super Saiyan. Yet, further transformation ensued, his muscles inflating like balloons, veins bulging as if centipedes attempting to breach his skin. A primal scream erupted as he launched skyward like a missile, his potent aura causing tremors throughout the lookout. With a single punch, he cleaved a hole in the heavens. Sunlight bathed Son Gohan's bronze skin, his musculature akin to that of a deity. "Gohan!" Bulma exclaimed, discarding her hairband, her cerulean locks rising. Instantly, she transformed into a Super Saiyan. As one of the last remaining Saiyans, she possessed the latent ability to ascend. However, due to her gender, Bulma and Son Gohan were reluctant to expose her to the dangers of the androids, resulting in a dearth of combat experience. Nevertheless, she had diligently trained, mastering the Super Saiyan transformation under Son Gohan's tutelage, with Bulma's tacit approval. As a mother, she naturally wished to shield her daughter. Yet a Saiyant's blood would not be denied. In the skies above the lookout, Son Gohan unleashed his rage, his overwhelming ki enveloping the earth. Fortunately, the android siblings lacked the ability to sense ki, thus Son Gohan's power, akin to a bonfire in the night, went unnoticed. However, Bulma, trained by Son Gohan's system, recognized the immensity of his power. It was incomprehensibly vast, so overwhelming that the androids would likely prove no match. Bulma was astounded, even in her Super Saiyan form. She perceived Gohan's ki as unfathomable. Had Gohan transcended Super Saiyan? Bulma's mind raced, a testament to her intellect as Bulma's daughter. "Gohan, what's wrong? Snap out of it." Though astonished, she feared for Gohan's well-being more than defeating the androids. "I'm fine, Bulma. I just feel unwell. Allow me a moment of solitude. Forgive me." Son Gohan, having vented his emotions, regained composure, reverting from Super Saiyan to his base state. His once vibrant hair now drooped, obscuring his brow, as if in contemplation. His reddened nose was the only visible feature, his eyes conveying profound sorrow, resembling an abandoned puppy. Is this truly Gohan? His aura was as fragile as a damsel. A warrior must not be weak, emotional, wavering, or compassionate. These were Son Gohan's teachings to Bulma. In her eyes, Gohan was a paternal figure, a dependable warrior. Yet, she now realized that the seemingly invincible Gohan was merely a pitiable soul, burdened with the weight of the world after losing his father. His vulnerability had been concealed for so long, only to erupt now. Bulma retrieved her hairband, allowing Son Gohan a moment of respite. After a time, Son Gohan rallied. He realized he had been mired in self-pity, bordering on moral blackmail. It was understandable that King Yima and King Kai would be unwilling to intervene. As the universe was vast, and Earth was merely a marginal planet, neither special nor memorable, the androids did not pose a threat to the galaxy, unlike Bu. As for his father and comrades, perhaps they were indeed constrained by the rules of the afterlife. Son Gohan consoled himself, rationalizing their inaction. Though he sought excuses, it was natural for the last Earthling warrior to harbor resentment after being forgotten for over a decade and facing the androids alone. However, as he had taught Bulma, self-reliance was paramount. Son Gohan had truly broken free from his father's influence and limitations. Previously, he constantly invoked his father's name, longing for his presence, even after battling the androids for years. Consequently, he blindly adhered to the belief that his father's Super Saiyan form was the ultimate transformation, stagnating in his progress. According to the memories of the other soul, the prime timeline version of himself had achieved Super Saiyan 2 at the age of 10. Son Gohan admired his counterpart while feeling encouraged. If his younger self could achieve it, why couldn't he? With newfound clarity, Son Gohan felt as if an invisible barrier had been lifted, revealing a new path. He abandoned his despondent demeanor and approached Bulma. He would no longer invoke his father's name, his tears carried away by the wind, as the robot had taught him with his dying breath, rely on yourself. Or, as a small story from the memories of another soul went, a university professor, swayed by his father's words, returned to the battlefield, fighting his most glorious battle, only to witness his father's death. What were the words that spurred him to action? He said that he felt his blood boil upon hearing them. It's your turn, Gohan. 4. After Gohan's epiphany, his previously fierce aura dissipated, and he reverted to the gentle and amiable demeanor of the boy next door. Ahem, are you all right, Bulma? Yes, I'm fine. Bulma shook her head, indicating that she was unharmed, and playfully drew out the end of her sentence. I used to think Gohan was an invincible super warrior. I didn't realize he was just a crybaby. Gohan's expression turned slightly awkward, and he subconsciously scratched his head. However, Bulma grasped his remaining right arm, pressing it against her cheek. The warmth and comforting temperature of the girl's skin caused Gohan's body to tremble slightly, as if electrified. But I don't dislike this version of you, Gohan. I adore this unreserved side of you, the one who lets down his guard and reveals his true vulnerability. Bulma, what are you saying? The girl stood on tiptoe, raising her flawless neck, each word she spoke seemingly crystallizing into pink quartz in the air. I'm saying I absolutely, positively love this crybaby version of you, Gohan. The sunlight illuminated the red hairband on the girl's head, making it gleam brilliantly. Through her crystal-clear, sea-blue eyes, Gohan could clearly see his disheveled appearance, and his ears flushed crimson. Bulma, please, stop teasing me. Gohan's voice seemed rusty, and the back of his martial arts uniform was soaked with clammy sweat. He was truly inept at handling matters of the heart. Previously, he had been an unrefined simpleton, brushing such things off with a head scratch. But now, with the memories of the transmigrator, he couldn't possibly be oblivious to Bulma's affections for him in this intensely romantic atmosphere. Just as Gohan was racking his brain, attempting to change the subject, a thunderous explosion erupted from behind the lookout. What's going on? Gohan instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, adopting a fighting stance, ready for battle. Bulma, slightly frustrated, glanced at the source of the explosion. Damn it, I was so close to confessing. Despite her annoyance, Bulma, being a warrior from a desolate timeline, quickly assumed a battle-ready posture, putting aside any romantic feelings. Is that Gohan? A familiar yet foreign voice echoed from the epicenter of the explosion. As the smoke cleared, Mr. Popo emerged, his turban singed, clutching Den's staff. Upon seeing the golden-haired warrior, a look of joyous surprise spread across his ebony face. Oh, it's you, Gohan. It's been so long. I'd forgotten your key and thought it was the androids attacking. Mr. Popo, you're alive? Gohan exclaimed, overjoyed. Mr. Popo's survival meant that he could still access the hyperbolic time chamber. Bringing Bulma to the lookout had been a shot in the dark, and he had lost hope of entering the chamber after seeing the empty can of Korin's cat food. But fate had smiled upon him. Gohan's gaze softened as he looked at Mr. Popo, even finding his coal-black, chubby face somewhat endearing. Yes, I'm alive. Mr. Popo wiped sweat from his brow. But you startled me when you suddenly barged into the lookout. Sorry about that. Mr. Popo, I was hoping to use the hyperbolic time chamber. Oh, the hyperbolic time chamber? How peculiar. I don't believe I've ever mentioned it to you. That's not important, Mr. Popo. Please. Open the hyperbolic time chamber immediately so that we can train and defeat the android siblings. Mr. Popo paused, interpreting Gohan's words as meaning that entering the hyperbolic time chamber would guarantee victory over the androids. Really, Gohan? Yes, so please don't dawdle. The sooner we get out, the fewer people will be slaughtered. Oh, all right. Although Mr. Popo appeared simple-minded, he was far from foolish. Having served countless Earth Kami, he possessed great wisdom. Well, I don't know where you heard about it, Gohan, but the hyperbolic time chamber is extremely harsh, and each person can only enter it for a total of 2 days in their lifetime, or they'll never escape. I understand, I know. Now please hurry, Mr. Popo. Gohan was growing increasingly impatient. It was like watching a movie at the most crucial moment and suddenly being interrupted by a commercial break. Very well, Mr. Popo led Gohan and Bulma to his small room and opened the door. All right, go on in. Thank you, Mr. Popo. Gohan and Bulma stepped into what was considered the most prestigious training ground in the Dragon Ball series. Is there really such a magical place? Gohan had explained the hyperbolic time chamber to Bulma on their way here, but the idea of one day inside equating to 1 year outside seemed too fantastical. Does such a place truly exist? Bulma leaned in curiously, only to see a vast, white, unknown world. As the two of them entered, the door slammed shut behind them. Let's focus and train together, Bulma. Okay, even though training is monotonous, being alone with you isn't so bad, Gohan. Bulma's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Achoo. Bulma sneezed at her workstation. Did I catch a cold from not wearing enough clothes? Bulma brewed a cup of hot coffee and muttered to herself. Now that I think about it, who did Bulma inherit her personality from? 5. Aiming for Super Saiyan 2 standing in the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan gazed at the vast white emptiness and couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Staying in this kind of place for too long could really mess with your mind, he muttered to himself. Ah! A sharp scream pierced the air, and Gohan's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively braced for an accident. However, when he turned around, he saw Bulma kneeling on the ground, unable to stand. It's so heavy, she gasped, her voice trembling. Realization dawned on Gohan. The gravity inside the hyperbolic time chamber was 10 times that of the outside world. He could stand here as if nothing were wrong because he was accustomed to intense training and combat. Bulma, however, was different. She was just a young girl, and her training had been limited to basic physical fitness and ki control. Now that she was in the hyperbolic time chamber, her lack of foundation was immediately apparent. Gohan chose not to help Bulma up. When Bulma had declared her intention to become a warrior, she had ceased to be the little girl who needed protection. If he intervened rashly, he might hurt her pride. As he had anticipated, despite her heavy body and labored breathing, Bulma proudly raised her head, gritted her teeth, and struggled to stand. She swayed as she rose to her feet. That fierce pride reminded Gohan of a certain Saiyan prince. Indeed, like father, like daughter. Witnessing this, Son Gohan's lips curved into a subtle smile, a silent cheer for Bulma blossoming within him. He then immersed himself back into his rigorous training. His and Bulma's latent power differed vastly. Bulma needed to acclimate to 10 times Earth's gravity, a rudimentary exercise for him. The hyperbolic time chamber, beyond its crushing gravity, subjected one to erratic and extreme temperature fluctuations, scalding heat one moment, bone-chilling cold the next, a relentless assault on the senses. Only sheer, unyielding willpower could conquer it. Such an unforgiving environment, however, was the crucible in which rapid combat prowess was forged. Thus, Son Gohan meticulously crafted a 6-month training regimen for them. In the Dragon Ball universe, intrinsic power was paramount, transformations merely embellishments. Therefore, physical conditioning took precedence. He mandated that for every 10,000 squats completed, 5,000 push-ups on the scorching ground would follow. Under the oppressive heat, perspiration evaporated, leaving saline vestiges on his attire, while the sudden onset of frigid air would crystallize into delicate shards of ice, clinging to his sinewy forearms. Concurrently, Bulma battled the amplified gravity. Her cerulean hair, drenched in sweat, clung to her neck. Having just become accustomed to the oppressive weight of 10 times Earth's gravity, she now trembled as she performed sit-ups. 998, 999, 1,000. Upon completing the 1,000th repetition, she abruptly relented, abandoning all semblance of decorum as she gasped for air, her tongue lolling. The subsequent week, Bulma embarked on 10-kilometer shuttle runs. The intensified gravity forced her into a stooped posture, her ankles burdened by weighted implements designed by Bulma at Son Gohan's behest, each step carving winding furrows into the ground. Meanwhile, Son Gohan endured impact training nearby. Days bled into nights, weeks into months. Soon, the 6-month foundation-building phase concluded. Both individuals experienced a quantum leap in their base power levels, particularly Son Gohan. He not only trained under 10 times Earth's gravity, but also utilized the gravity chamber within the hyperbolic time chamber, enduring conditions ranging from 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, all the way up to 100 times Earth's gravity for over 3 months. Presently, his base power far surpassed his pre-chamber self. He could even vanquish his former Super Saiyan state without transforming. His combat strength had increased more than 50-fold. Yet, for him, it remained insufficient. Bereft of his loved ones, he had long forsaken his scholarly aspirations. While his academic aptitude was remarkable, it only stood out amongst ordinary individuals. Compared to geniuses like Aunt Bulma, he was simply not in the same league. After all, Aunt Bulma was a prodigy capable of crafting time machines with her bare hands. However, in terms of martial arts talent, Son Gohan firmly believed he was unparalleled in the Dragon Ball saga. Not Frieza, not Broly. Yar, he mused, bolstering his spirits with the author's own words. Gohan is actually stronger than anyone. With that, Son Gohan ceased concealing his ki, his immense energy instantly saturating the entire space. Even Bulma felt a tremor in her core, an overwhelming sense of oppression washing over her. So powerful. Big Brother Gohan's ki is on a completely different plane. She thought to herself. Golden energy began to emanate, illuminating the hyperbolic time chamber like a miniature sun. As Son Gohan channeled his full power, elevating his ki to its zenith, it paradoxically began to diminish. What? Bulma exclaimed, incredulous at the spectacle unfolding before her. She distinctly sensed the formidable energy that had nearly suffocated her abruptly cease at its peak, as if suppressed by some unseen force. Big Brother Gohan, what are you? Bulma began to inquire, only to be met with Son Gohan's stern countenance, his eyes reflecting a hint of gravity. I'm attempting to make the Super Saiyan transformation a constant state, he murmured, a trace of weariness in his voice. I don't want the energy to leak out. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? Once the power of a Super Saiyan is unleashed, it erupts uncontrollably, impossible to contain. I know, but I refuse to be shackled by this untamed power, Son Gohan retorted, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. While the Super Saiyan form is formidable, transforming places an immense burden on the body, and once engaged in battle, it becomes difficult to regulate the power output. If I can internalize this power, I can maintain a high level of combat readiness without expending excessive energy. He inhaled deeply, the golden aura flaring anew, yet this time, he endeavored to compress the power within, preventing it from spreading uncontrollably. His body trembled subtly, as if wrestling against some immense pressure. I must succeed, he gritted out, his voice barely audible. If I can make the Super Saiyan power a constant state, I can remain in peak condition at all times, unshackled by transformation time limits, and attain a realm beyond Super Saiyan. Is such a thing truly attainable? A realm beyond Super Saiyan? Bulma's mind reeled. The power of a Super Saiyan was so immense that, once unleashed, it was akin to a wild horse, impossible to tame. Yet, Big Brother Gohan sought to completely master this power, even transcend it, a feat demanding unparalleled tenacity and determination. Moments stretched into an eternity. The hyperbolic time chamber filled only with Son Gohan's labored breathing. His body became increasingly saturated with sweat, the golden aura flickering erratically, as if on the verge of extinguishing. Big Brother Gohan. Bulma began, only to be cut short. I'm almost there, he replied, his voice laced with fatigue, yet his eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Finally, after an arduous struggle, the golden aura slowly receded, ultimately vanishing entirely within Son Gohan. His body ceased trembling, his breathing gradually normalizing. I did it, he whispered, a hint of elation in his voice. Bulma approached him, her eyes filled with admiration. Big Brother Gohan, you're incredible. Son Gohan offered a faint smile, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. This is merely the first step. Next, I must continue to augment my power, to surpass the limits of Super Saiyan. He lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting a newfound resolve. To safeguard Earth's peace, to protect everyone on Earth, I must become stronger. Bulma pouted slightly, a mischievous glint in her eyes, a playful smile gracing her lips. She leaned closer to Son Gohan's ear and whispered, Big Brother Gohan, you looked so cool just now. I was almost smitten. Her breath gently caressed Son Gohan's ear, carrying a subtle, ambiguous allure. Gohan, caught off guard by her sudden action, momentarily faltered, his stoic faade crumbling. His resolute, handsome face flushed slightly, instinctively recoiling, but Bulma deftly seized his arm, her fingers gently caressing his skin in a tender, ambiguous manner, as if soothing a startled creature. Don't move, Big Brother Gohan. Let me get a good look at you, Bulma purred, her eyes sparkling like distant stars. She tiptoed, gently brushing her nose against his cheek, as if inhaling his scent, her voice as soft as cotton candy. You have a unique fragrance about you that makes me want to get closer. Bulla's playful antics caused Gohan's heart to race, his cheeks burning. He lowered his gaze, somewhat flustered, and murmured, "Bulla, please, stop teasing me. I'm covered in sweat. There's nothing special about my scent." Bra, seemingly impervious, remained nestled against him, her arms encircling his waist. With a playful puff of air near his ear, she whispered, "I'm not teasing. Gohan's aspirations are noble, to safeguard Earth and its inhabitants. Which includes me, doesn't it?" She emphasized protect me, her tone imbued with a coquettish charm, while her body pressed intimately against Gohan, allowing him to perceive her warmth and form. Gohan, flushed crimson, found himself unable to gently disengage, stammering, "Well, of course, absolutely." Bra beamed, a glint of triumph in her eyes as she released him. Taking a step back, she rested her chin on her interlocked fingers, gazing at Gohan with amusement. "Hee, I knew you were the best, Gohan. When I become stronger, I'll certainly protect you too." Gohan, stroking his lustrous, golden hair, mused inwardly, "Why have I become so peculiar? A mere proximity to a girl and I blush." A sudden realization struck him. "I recall now, the individual whose soul merged with mine was that rascal Valen." Gohan, enduring an exorbitant gravitational force, executed sit-ups. Verdant eyes and radiant golden hair proclaimed his Super Saiyan status. "Humph, confound it, where does the impediment lie?" Gohan persisted, despite the lactic acid coursing through his muscles and sweat drenching his form. "Super Saiyan 2, how does one transcend?" For days, he had maintained the Super Saiyan transformation during training and daily life, yet something remained elusive. Let me recapitulate the conditions for Super Saiyan 2 transformation. In the original narrative, each character attained Super Saiyan 2 via disparate means. Gohan himself was galvanized by the destruction of Android 16 by Cell, an apotheosis of rage. Vegeta, unwilling to be surpassed, trained ferociously, propelled by an indomitable ego. His father, Goku, though unmentioned, ostensibly trained in the netherworld, an environment unlikely to elicit the requisite emotional turmoil. Thus, Super Saiyan 2 and ire were not inextricably linked, or at least, not entirely. According to Dragon Ball Super, a tranquil environment coupled with a surfeit of S cells sufficed for transformation. In essence, he need not suffer a profound loss or provocation to achieve Super Saiyan 2. Yet, emulating Vegeta's approach, he toiled relentlessly in the gravity chamber, only to find himself perpetually on the cusp of the breakthrough. Alas, perhaps it was imprudent to emulate Vegeta's gym regimen of cultivating brute strength, Gohan murmured, ceasing his training. His gaze shifted toward Bra. Her cerulean irises now resembled viridescent emeralds, imbued with the verdant hue of life. Azure strands transmuted to gold. Indeed, Bra had attained Super Saiyan full power. Their current prowess was sufficient to vanquish androids 17 and 18. Gohan's impasse was purely psychological. Why could his younger self achieve Super Saiyan 2? Yet he found it so arduous now. His base power far surpassed that of his younger self, yet Super Saiyan 2 eluded him, much to his vexation. Perspiration cascaded from Gohan's brow, striking the gravity chamber floor. He listened to Bra humming an obscure melody taught by Bulma, her expression serene, like a carefree child. Gohan seized a towel to wipe his sweat, concealing his frustration behind the gesture. Inexplicably, Bra's song evoked memories of his childhood. "Gohan, what are you gaping at?" A verdant figure materialized. "Piccolo, have I not instructed you? Do not be distracted during training." "I am not distracted. Behold my sweat. I am diligent." The youthful Gohan retorted. "Humph, I deem you distracted. Therefore, you are. Your mind is in disarray," Piccolo scoffed, turning his back. "Cease training today. It is futile." With a wave, a transparent barrier enveloped Gohan. "Why do you impede my training? Release me. I want my mother." Gohan, tears streaming, pounded the barrier. "Humph, conserve your strength. Whelp, I shall not release you until you grasp the essence of focus. I regret accepting the task of training you. Frankly, a child who weeps and fails to contemplate will never aid your father in defeating the Saiyan invaders." Piccolo's lips twitched as Gohan's wails intensified. "Silence, child, or I shall slay you." Piccolo, losing patience, dispelled the barrier and seized Gohan by the scruff, feigning lethal intent. Gohan ceased weeping, but his trousers betrayed him. "You. Never mind." Piccolo sighed, magically replacing Gohan's attire. "I dislike this garb. As my protege, the mightiest demon warrior, you shall don demonic attire. It is hideous." "What did you say?" "And nothing. Foolish child, I shall offer a hint. Focus entails inner tranquility, which eludes you. Such distractions impede progress. The more you train, the further you regress. Focus, Piccolo, perched on a rock like a sage, expounded his interpretation. Focus, in my estimation, is a tranquil mind, serene as the heavens. But these concepts are beyond you. Remember, child, the path of a warrior demands much learning. The reverie concluded. Gohan, seated cross-legged, resonated with Piccolo's words, serene as the heavens. Imperceptibly, his aura intensified, emanating golden flames. Vacuum vortices formed, tearing the ground into levitating fragments. Crackle. An ear-splitting sound echoed. What is this? Bra wondered, surmising that Gohan was on the verge of a breakthrough. To avoid disruption, she levitated to a safe distance. Gohan's seated form was lifted by the surging golden aura, causing the gravity chamber floor to fissure into a web-like pattern. His once-tame golden hair stood on end, crackling with silver arcs. Snap! As the energy crested, the golden aura erupted in a jet-like burst. The gravity chamber's instruments imploded, the gravity readings fluctuating wildly before the system crashed, displaying an error message. The gravity chamber exploded. Fortunately, Bra had anticipated the event and evaded injury. Gohan clenched his right fist, exhilarated by the surge of power coursing through his cells. Ah, a familiar sensation. Experiencing a refreshing tranquility akin to childhood days spent angling by the springs of Mount Paozu, Son Gohan exuded a confident and relaxed smile. Having transcended the limitations of a Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2 had finally been achieved. 7. Defeating the androids and returning home, a skyscraper in the town center crumbled under the force of an energy blast, its glass facade cascading like a waterfall. Android 18, perched gracefully atop a shattered billboard, surveyed the fleeing populace with icy detachment. With a delicate gesture, she launched miniature energy spheres into the crowd, instantly obliterating several individuals into crimson mist. The macabre spectacle barely registered on her face as she tilted her head with a faint smile, remarking on the quality of the fireworks. Meanwhile, Android 17, leaning casually against a burning gas station, focused his gaze on a mother clutching her infant. Malevolently, he severed the woman's arm with an energy blast, relishing her anguished cries. He then sauntered over and snatched the wailing child. Musing over the amusing fear response of human offspring, he tossed the infant skyward, feigning release amidst the mother's desperate pleas, only to pierce the child with a swift strike just before impact, marveling at the resemblance to a bursting candy. Using the bloodied hand, he caressed the mother's face before callously snapping her neck. "I'll make you pay, you fiends," roared an elderly man, charging at Android 17 with an axe. Android 17 remained impassive, greeting the axe's impact with a sardonic, impressive strength for an old-timer. He then seized the man's head, and with a sickening crack, silenced him permanently. "Hey, 18, doesn't their frantic escape resemble a swarm of rats?" Android 18 obliterated a nearby building, her laughter echoing through the settling dust. Indeed, especially their expressions in the face of oblivion. Before she could finish, a radiant aura descended like a meteor, scattering debris as Son Gohan made his dramatic entrance. Having just emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, he immediately sensed the nearby carnage. Since the android siblings had begun their reign of terror, the remaining humans had retreated to remote mountain hamlets, maintaining a near-silent existence to avoid detection. The cacophony emanating from this location could only signify one thing. The androids were indulging in their macabre pastime. His suspicions were confirmed. Witnessing the android's depravity, Gohan's rage ignited. "What exactly do you find so amusing?" The golden aura of Super Saiyan 2 erupted, arcs of lightning tearing through the air. "What exactly is so funny?" Gohan's dark pupils transformed into emerald, his golden hair standing on end. Android 17, initially taken aback, quickly reverted to mocking derision. "Didn't we finish you off last time?" Android 18 also expressed surprise, though she clearly did not consider Gohan a threat. Android 17 scrutinized Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 transformation, sneering, "What new tricks have you conjured up? What value do you place on life, you monsters?" Gohan retorted, launching a swift punch at Android 17. The android was instantly sent hurtling backward. Not satisfied, Gohan seized his neck, dragging his face across the ground, gouging a kilometer-long furrow. He then unleashed a focused energy blast, obliterating Android 17 entirely. The swiftness of the attack left Android 18 stunned. Realizing she was no match for Gohan, she attempted to flee. However, in an instant, Gohan materialized before her, his powerful hand gripping her shoulder. "Where do you think you're going? Weren't you enjoying your little cat and mouse game, 18?" Gohan's smile was devoid of warmth. He vividly remembered being killed by one of 18's energy blasts. Had he not merged with the soul of a time traveler? He would now be reunited with Piccolo and the others in the afterlife. Android 18's composure finally crumbled, replaced by a look of terror. It seemed that despite their lack of pain receptors, the androids retained a human fear of death. Now it's my turn to provide the fireworks. Gohan seized 18's collar and hurled her skyward. This technique is particularly fitting for you. Focusing his energy, Gohan intoned, "Special beam cannon." A violet beam erupted from his fingertips. Android 18 was vaporized in a brilliant explosion. It's finally over. Gohan lingered in the air. The surviving residents, witnessing the demise of their tormentors, erupted in tears of joy, hailing him as a savior. Without a word, Gohan departed. Soaring through the sky, he savored the long-awaited peace. He had a crucial destination in mind, Mount Pozu, his home. He had been away for far too long, knowing that his mother would confine him to the mountain if he returned. It was this fear that had led to his first argument with her, resulting in a 3-year absence. Even with the androids defeated, he hesitated to return. Gohan descended, his boots nearly grazing the mountain slopes. The familiar silhouette of his home emerged from the mist, though the chimney remained silent, and the tomato vines in the garden lay withered. He recalled his mother's radiant hair as she handed him his newly sewn martial arts uniform on the day of his departure. Now, the woman tending to vegetables on the porch was adorned with hair as white as snow. "Mom." Chi-Chi rubbed her eyes, her faded apron stained with ash. When her weary gaze fell upon her son, she trembled violently. Gohan was aghast. How did her hair turn so white? His brow furrowed, his nails digging into his palm, drawing blood. The pain was more profound than when Android 18 had ended his life. "Gohan, my Gohan." Chi-Chi flung aside her vegetables and rushed toward him. Seeing his missing arm, her eyes welled with tears. 8. Chi-Chi, a remarkable woman. Gohan embraced his mother. He had intended to share news of his victory over the androids, his plan to resurrect his father and Piccolo. However, seeing his mother's tears, he decided to postpone the announcement, not wanting to spoil their reunion. Chi-Chi led Gohan inside, eager to hear about his years away and the story behind his missing arm. Gohan recounted his experiences, offering explanations for everything. Upon learning of the android's demise at the hands of her son, Chi-Chi beamed, patting Gohan's shoulder. "Gohan, my dear, you've truly grown into a man as dependable as your father." She reminisced, caressing his face, so reminiscent of her late husband. "Mother," Gohan interjected, unable to bear her sorrow any longer. "I believe I possess the means to restore father and Piccolo." He then divulged the information he had gleaned. "Really?" Chi-Chi exclaimed, her face alight with fervor. The prospect of her husband's return ignited a spark of hope within her. She grasped Gohan's hand, her eyes brimming with tears as her voice trembled. "Gohan, is it true? Can you truly bring Goku back?" Gohan nodded resolutely. "Indeed, mother, it is true." Overwhelmed with elation, Chi-Chi envisioned a reunion with her beloved Goku. A complete family once more. Tears streamed down her face as she embraced Gohan, her voice choked with emotion. "Gohan, my Gohan." Gohan gently stroked her back, offering solace. Possessing the memories of a transmigrator, Gohan was aware of the less than flattering opinions some held of his mother, Chi-Chi. Accusations of forcing him to pursue academia, squandering his martial arts prowess, and ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of the androids. He found such criticisms unfair. His scholarly pursuits were his own aspiration, not a maternal imposition. Furthermore, what sane mother would willingly send her 4-year-old son to battle Saiyans or cosmic overlords? Any mother who would thrust her kindergarten-age child into mortal combat would earn his utmost disapproval. The disparagement of his parents' love also grated on him. To label it a fraudulent marriage was unduly harsh. Through thick and thin, Chi-Chi remained steadfastly devoted to Goku, a feat few women in the three-dimensional world could achieve after enduring a near-widowed existence. In Gohan's eyes, Chi-Chi was the most remarkable mother and his father, the strongest man and savior of Earth. Yet, he couldn't help but acknowledge that his father, while devoted to others, had fallen short in his duties to his family and Chi-Chi. Her occasional outbursts were entirely justified. While some may glorify world-saving heroics, Chi-Chi saw only a series of trials that threatened to rob her of her husband and son. Her desire was simple, a blissful life for her family of 3. Gohan understood this deeply. As a budding scholar, he possessed the keen insight necessary to discern the truth. The meticulously polished wedding photograph served as irrefutable evidence. After all, children are the embodiment of a couple's love. How could one despise a child born of genuine affection? Gohan and Chi-Chi spent the entire evening conversing. Their reunion marked by an outpouring of words. The following morning, as dawn broke, Gohan roused himself from sleep, intending to wash up, only to be startled by the sight of a woman in their bathroom. Bulma. Gohan rubbed his eyes, incredulous. It was indeed Bulma. What's wrong, Gohan? Bulma mumbled through a mouthful of toothpaste. Aunt Bulma, what are you doing here? Bulma rinsed her mouth, patted her face dry, and tossed her head, dislodging a few droplets from her temples. Leaning against the sink, she propped herself up with her hands on the marble countertop, tilted her head slightly, and flashed a knowing smile. What? Am I not welcome? She teased. That's not it, it's just. Gohan found himself tongue-tied in Bulma's presence, like a scholar confronted by a soldier. Haha, silly boy, my daughter practically dragged me here. I don't know what spell you cast on her, but she insisted on coming. Oh, I see. Gohan scratched his head, relieved by the explanation. He had mentioned his desire to reunite with his mother Tabula after defeating the android siblings, promising to contact her the next day. He hadn't anticipated Bulla bringing Bulma along. Don't forget, silly, your mother and I are old friends. Even though you two haven't been in contact much these past 3 years, we've maintained regular contact. So, what do you think of the milky gray hair color I gave your mom? Oh, you dyed it. Well, of course. It's the latest trend. Gohan was speechless. No wonder Chi-Chi had been evasive when he inquired about her graying hair the previous night. I see. Hey, this family is so clean. It's spotless even without hiring a cleaning service. Huh. Aunt, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Oh, nothing. It's just a trendy greeting among young people these days. Oh, young people have such peculiar trends these days? Bulma was taken aback, realizing she was losing touch with the times. I never thought the day would come when Bulma, couldn't keep up with the trends. I'm going to go grab breakfast. I rushed to Mount Pozu without washing my face or brushing my teeth just to taste your mother's cooking. Bulma moved aside to allow Gohan to wash up. However, an unexpected incident occurred. At that moment, a sound of water sloshing on the bathroom floor echoed through the air. Bulma's foot slipped, and she lost her balance, her body tilting backward. Ah! She exclaimed, instinctively reaching out to grab something. Standing behind her, Gohan reacted swiftly, instinctively reaching out to steady her. However, they were too close. And as he reached out, Bulma's body collided with his. Whoa! Their bodies pressed together, Bulma instinctively wrapping her arms around Gohan's waist, while his right arm firmly supported her back. Their position was incredibly intimate, close enough to feel each other's breath. Bulma's face flushed slightly, her gaze darting around before regaining her composure. She playfully teased. Oh, Gohan, you've got some impressive muscles. She casually pinched Gohan's shoulder muscles, like a lecherous old man taking advantage, before sauntering off, leaving Gohan dumbfounded in his wake. 9. Journey to Namek. When Gohan emerged from the bathroom, Chi-Chi had already prepared a lavish breakfast. Gohan, come sit down and eat. It's all your favorite dishes. Gohan's mouth watered at the sight of the spread. How could any Saiyan resist? Steamed buns, barbecued pork buns, mapo tofu, teriyaki chicken, and various meats. Gohan, your drool is practically dripping, Bulla giggled, cupping her face as she sat at the table. Where there are Saiyans involved, it's hardly mere gluttony. It's more like, Gohan, I didn't raise you to be so unrefined. Chi-Chi interjected, her tone laced with gentle reproach, yet her eyes shone with affection. Hey, Mom, I'm just hungry. You make breakfast so tempting. Gohan sheepishly grinned, scratching his head before eagerly settling down, chopsticks in hand, ready to devour his meal. Eat slowly. No one is going to take it from you. Chi-Chi chuckled, shaking her head at Gohan's ravenous appetite. Haha, Gohan, your eating habits are truly amusing. Bra teased, observing Gohan's enthusiastic consumption. But in all seriousness, Auntie's breakfast is exceptionally delicious. Of course, my mom's culinary skills are unparalleled. Gohan mumbled through a mouthful of teriyaki chicken. Otherwise, why would I be so eager? I concur. Even I must concede that your Aunt Chi-Chi's skills are unmatched. Bulma chimed in, gracefully approaching from her parked aircraft with a bottle of red wine. Come, sample my vintage collection. To celebrate our Gohan, the valiant savior of Earth. She playfully flashed a peace sign, her face radiant with rare ease and joy. Since the annihilation of the android siblings, Bulma's spirits seemed to rejuvenate. The once perpetually mature and composed woman now exhibited a playful nature, even endearingly calling Gohan Gohan-chan. However, Gohan didn't mind, he rather enjoyed it. Perhaps it was the subtle charm of his junior classmate, Wataru, at play. After all, those who engage with Wataru often require a bit of guidance. The long-awaited family gathering eased the tension from Gohan's nerves. As the wine flowed, the atmosphere grew lively. Gohan seized the opportunity to inquire about the spaceship from Bulma. Aunt Bulma, about the request I made 3 days ago, is the spaceship repaired? Gohan asked. Oh, you mean Vegeta's spaceship? Rest assured, I finished repairing it last night. Bulma replied with a confident smile. Really? That's wonderful. Gohan exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. However, the two women nearby exchanged puzzled glances. Spaceship? Chi-Chi asked, her tone laced with curiosity and slight displeasure. Yes, Vegeta's spaceship. Didn't I mention before? I have a way to revive Father and Uncle Piccolo. Gohan patiently explained. But what does that have to do with Vegeta's spaceship? Chi-Chi frowned, her impression of Vegeta seemingly stuck on the self-centered, arrogant Saiyan prince. In this timeline, Vegeta hadn't yet displayed his gentler side, and his reputation remained rooted in the past. Chi-Chi's slightly disgruntled tone caught Bra's attention. She keenly sensed that Aunt Chi-Chi harbored some resentment towards her father. But before Bra could delve deeper, Gohan continued, I plan to journey to Namek. Although Earth's Dragon Balls can no longer be used due to Uncle Piccolo's passing, Namek's Dragon Balls can still grant wishes. If we travel to New Namek via spaceship, we can fulfill our desires. Bulma, having personally visited Namek years ago, furrowed her brow. Gohan, you mentioned New Namek. We don't know its current coordinates. Gohan, looking prepared, smiled. Don't forget, we still have Mr. Popo. Popo, the attendant of Kami? Bulma asked, puzzled. Exactly. With Mr. Popo's help, we can communicate with King Kai. As the supreme deity overseeing the North Galaxy, he should be able to find New Namek's coordinates. Gohan explained. Wow, Gohan, you're a genius. Bulma exclaimed, her slightly tipsy face breaking into a joyful grin. She then embraced Gohan and planted a firm kiss on his cheek. Bra instantly flushed and let out a sharp shriek before swiftly pushing Bulma away from Gohan. He jealous? Bulma teased, sticking her tongue out at Bra. Hey, you old woman, don't forget about me. Chi-Chi said with a sardonic smile, a hint of anger in her voice. She stretched her shoulders and wrists, her tone slightly threatening. Come here. I need to have a word with you. Before she could finish, Chi-Chi dragged Bulma into the bedroom, leaving Gohan and Bra staring at each other at the table. Ahem, Gohan, it seems it's just us now, Bra said awkwardly. Indeed, Gohan nodded. Gohan, could you tell me about my father? Bra asked tentatively, her eyes filled with anticipation and unease. Why the sudden interest in Vegeta? Gohan asked, surprised. Because judging from Aunt Chi-Chi's tone, she seems to dislike my father, Bra said softly, her eyes reflecting a hint of hurt, like a startled fawn, evoking pity. Gohan instinctively stroked Bra's head, contemplating his memories of Vegeta. The Vegeta he had personally encountered was hardly a good person, let alone a good husband or father. But in the memories of the transmigrator from Dragon Ball Super, he had changed, becoming more affectionate and family-oriented. The proud Saiyan Prince Vegeta had never compromised his dignity. When the god of destruction arrived, panic and fear simultaneously appeared on the prince's face for the first time. For the survival of his wife and children, he displayed unprecedented humility. That laughable behavior ruthlessly rubbed his pride into the ground. But when a red mark appeared on Aunt Bulma's face, the ultimate final flash, the strongest ever, carried his dignity toward the extreme fear that was originally engraved in his bones. This was the Vegeta of the later stages, with flesh and blood, whose popularity even surpassed his father's. Even Gohan had to admit, Hajime, you're truly a pure love warrior. But in this alternate timeline, Gohan found it difficult to judge, unable to praise him or speak ill of him in front of Bra. So, in the end, Gohan decided to tell a small lie. Your father, Vegeta, is a. Additional note. Time flies, it's been a year. Yesterday, Akira Toriyama's final work, Daima, concluded. Goku protected the Earth. And Dragon Ball protected our childhood. Thank you for the final gift to Dragon Ball fans worldwide. He has done many bad things and is a complete villain. Likely in hell now. Is that so? I've sensed it too, as Mom rarely mentions anything about father. Bra's eyes betrayed a hint of melancholy, clearly disappointed by the fact that Vegeta was a villain. He's a man with immense pride, perhaps due to his status as a prince, and he doesn't easily show his true feelings. But I believe that given some time, Vegeta could become a good husband and father. Gohan couldn't bring himself to falsely claim that the Vegeta of this timeline was a good person, as his actions were indeed difficult to forgive. Nevertheless, he endeavored to console Bra, hoping she wouldn't lose faith in her father entirely. Bra, still somewhat perplexed, pursed her lips before inquiring, frankly, what did Mom ever see in such a disingenuous man? Well, who knows? Perhaps love is simply an irrational phenomenon. Son Gohan offered no definitive answer, as matters of the heart were beyond his comprehension, a sentiment echoed by the transmigrated soul residing within him. Bra nodded, ceasing her contemplation. Indeed, love is an inscrutable enigma, much like her own affection for Gohan. Chi-Chi and Bulma then emerged from the room, their jovial demeanor suggesting nothing amiss. Observing them, Son Gohan felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that such light-hearted, quotidian existence was perhaps the very purpose of his arduous training. He silently vowed to safeguard this serenity from any disruption. Thus, it was time to eliminate the looming threat. Humph, Cell, I hope you're well concealed, lest I find you. Meanwhile, deep beneath a frigid expanse of ice, countless advanced instruments were arrayed, their intricate network of conduits and blinking indicators emitting a faint hum, suggestive of a sinister undercurrent. A colossal artificial intelligence computer stood at the center, its screen flickering with light, indicative of its ongoing operation. Myriad data streams and scrolling icons testified to its tireless efforts in monitoring a critical experiment. Before the computer, a massive culture vessel teemed with a verdant, luminescent nutrient fluid, emanating an eerie glow. Within this viscous medium, a grotesque embryo writhed slowly. Cell. A B-shaped drone then docked beside the AI computer, depositing newly acquired combat data and cellular samples. Suddenly, boom, the drone exploded. A familiar voice echoed, revealing Son Gohan's presence. This is Cell? Disgusting. Son Gohan nearly retched, repulsed by the creature's bizarre appearance. He launched a key blast, obliterating Cell. Retrieving a USB-like device, he plugged it into the AI computer, swiftly copying all data pertaining to Cell's creation. Indeed, a testament to scientific genius, Bulma, the first to craft a time machine. Her intellect is unparalleled. Before entering the hyperbolic time chamber, he had casually inquired about countermeasures against reconnaissance drones, and Bulma had promptly provided him with a device. Thus, upon eliminating androids 17 and 18, he detected the B-shaped drones recording his combat data and collecting his biological traces. Had he not been privy to the script, aware of Cell lurking underground, he would not have sought Bulma's assistance in creating a counter-reconnaissance device, enabling him to trace the drone's origins to Cell's base beneath the northern polar ice cap. Phew. This is a resounding success, both eliminating Cell, the source of all evil, and acquiring the data for his creation. I'm certain Bulma will soon unravel the mysteries of android technology. Before departing, Son Gohan employed a barrage of energy blasts, utterly annihilating the ominous facility. He then soared away, intending to discuss the androids with Bulma. Gohan, you're back. Bulma greeted him, pausing her work. Yes, Bulma. I've copied data from Dr. Gero's supercomputer. Take a look. Bulma's eyes gleamed as she accepted the USB drive. Rapidly perusing its contents, she exclaimed, Infinite energy reactor, biomechanical lifeform modification, bioengineering, genetic modification, artificial intelligence systems. Remarkable. These ideas are audacious, yet demonstrably viable. If applied for the betterment of humanity, our technological progress could leap forward an era. Bulma's face flushed with excitement, like a zealous scientist ravenously absorbing knowledge. Bulma, are you all right? Son Gohan asked, concerned, having never witnessed her in such a state. It's like a pervert spotting a schoolgirl. Regaining her composure, Bulma sheepishly scratched her head, admitting, I'm just a bit overexcited. Carried away, perhaps. Do you need anything else, Gohan? No, nothing. Then go play with Bra. I have some things to figure out here. I'm heading to the lab. With a playful wink, she turned and entered her laboratory, leaving Son Gohan amused and bewildered. Instead of playing with Bra, Son Gohan took her to Kami's lookout, requesting Mr. Popo to contact King Kai and inquire about the coordinates of New Namek. Mr. Popo initially hesitated, mindful of the divine prohibition against interfering in mortal affairs, but quickly relented when Son Gohan offered, Popo, want a new Kami? Upon hearing this, Mr. Popo immediately agreed. King Kai, upon seeing Popo, grumbled impatiently, Popo, what is it? Mr. Popo respectfully replied, King Kai, this is Son Goku's son, Son Gohan. He has an urgent matter to discuss with you. Goku's son? Eh? I've seen his performance. Excellent work defeating the androids. Son Gohan, though somewhat annoyed, swallowed his pride and politely inquired, King Kai, I seek the coordinates of New Namek. We have important business there and would greatly appreciate your guidance. New Namek? King Kai paused, seemingly recollecting something. Ah, yes. After Frisia's invasion, Namek was destroyed. The Namekians who relocated to Earth used Porunga's power to locate a habitable planet. New Namek. Precisely. Son Gohan confirmed. I understand, King Kai replied knowingly. You seek the Namekian Dragon Balls to revive your father and his companions, correct? You are as astute as ever. King Kai, Son Gohan flattered, hoping to obtain the coordinates. The compliment caused King Kai's antennae to quiver slightly, seemingly pleased. Let me see. King Kai wiggled his antennae, searching for New Namek's location. After a few minutes, he announced, found it. The coordinates of New Namek are. Author's note. The author does not know the coordinates. Thank you, King Kai, Son Gohan said, memorizing the location. Anything else? Yes. I was wondering what my father is currently doing. Ah, Goku. He's training with the Grand Kai. I see. That's all, King Kai. All right. Here's the refined version of the text you provided, focusing on improved language and removing extraneous elements. Good fortune to you, Gohan. A peculiar chuckle escaped King Kai, prompting a bemused expression from Gohan. I've just recalled an amusing jest. Allow me to recount it. King Kai, in his characteristic whimsical manner, cleared his throat and embarked on an elaborate, albeit stale, anecdote. After a protracted narration, King Kai, with a hint of reluctance, concluded the call, severing his connection with Gohan. This prompted a collective sigh of relief from Popo and Gohan within Kami's lookout, the joke's aridity having been almost unbearable. Exchanging glances, they mutually acknowledged the ordeal. With preparations finalized, their destination set for New Namek, they initiated their voyage. Gohan felt a surge of exhilaration, captivated by the allure of the cosmos. The prospect of an enthralling interstellar journey was indeed stimulating. Following a succinct briefing, Gohan and Bulma embarked on their expedition to Namek. The rationale behind Bulma's accompaniment, rather than a solo venture or with Bulma, was simple. Gohan lacked the expertise to pilot a spacecraft, a skill Bulma possessed. As for Bulma, she surprisingly relinquished her usual insistence on joining Gohan, opting instead to remain with Chi-Chi, expressing a desire to spend time with her aunt. At their current velocity, the estimated time of arrival at New Namek was 3 weeks. Bulma, deftly maneuvering the spacecraft through an asteroid field, apprised Gohan of the projected duration. Very well. I shall commence my training. I entrust the navigation to you, Aunt Bulma. Indeed, despite your formidable strength, Bulma mentioned your discovery of a transformation surpassing Super Saiyan. With such prowess, is further training truly necessary? Bulma inquired, struggling to comprehend the need for Gohan's relentless training, especially considering his aspiration to become a scholar. Gohan, seemingly perceptive to Bulma's thoughts, gently touched his head and replied with feigned nonchalance, while I do harbor a fondness for erudition, I am more inclined to safeguard everyone with my strength. Continued academic pursuits would undoubtedly lead to the neglect of my martial arts training. Gohan mused, his exceptional intellect suggesting that insurmountable problems could be resolved through extraordinary power. Is that so? I had assumed that Saiyans, upon reaching adolescence, devolved into belligerent, muscle-bound brutes. Bulma jested, a playful glint in her eyes. Gohan chuckled in response, nearly choking on his beverage. He hastily covered his mouth, suppressing his mirth, and retorted, Aunt Bulma, your words are rather scathing. Thus, their interstellar journey continued in its monotonous rhythm. 3 weeks elapsed. Following a protracted yet fleeting voyage, they finally reached their destination, New Namek. Preparing for landing, Bulma announced with palpable excitement, her eyes gleaming with childlike curiosity and a hint of nostalgia. With a series of fluid maneuvers on the control panel, Bulma executed a flawless landing. Have we arrived at Namek? Gohan and Bulma emerged from the spacecraft, their gazes drawn to the familiar yet foreign verdant flora, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Standing before a shimmering pool, Bulma contemplated her slightly aged reflection, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. Despite the novelty of New Namek, the landscape evoked a sense of temporal displacement, mirroring the scenery of 20 years prior, both familiar and endearing. However, time's passage had taken its toll. The Bulma from a timeline of despair had been preoccupied and exhausted, with no time to care for her appearance. In contrast to her youthful radiance 2 decades ago, her visage now bore the etchings of time, with subtle lines around her eyes. While blossoms may rebloom, youth is ephemeral. This realization tempered her initial elation upon revisiting the site. Nonetheless, she recalled the words of a certain superhero, women are akin to fine wine, improving with age. Although time had left its mark, it had also imparted a sense of mature allure. Perhaps, to some, this mature charm was more captivating. Despite her personal reservations, Bulma gestured toward her face and playfully inquired of Gohan. Gohan, how do you assess my skincare regimen? The unsuspecting Gohan, oblivious to the potential pitfalls of the question, remained unaware of the underlying complexities. At the tender age of 24, he was in the prime of his youth, naturally lacking the wistful contemplations of someone like Bulma. Without hesitation, he responded with the guileless enthusiasm of a simpleton. Your skin looks fantastic. Aunt Bulma, you have fewer wrinkles than my mother, and you certainly don't appear to be a woman of 48. I have not yet reached my 48th year, Gohan. Bulma's lips twitched imperceptibly, a sinister smile creeping across her face, her eyes betraying a hint of menace. My apologies. Never mind. Let us proceed with locating the Dragon Balls. Bulma retrieved the Dragon Radar and produced a capsule from her pocket. Boom. A cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing a hover car. Gohan employed his levitation technique, following Bulma. Curiously, Bulma remained taciturn throughout their journey. 12. The enigmatic Gohan. Extensive chapter, guided by the Dragon Radar. They swiftly located a Namekian village harboring the Dragon Balls. The two descended to the ground, intending to engage in negotiations with the inhabitants. Namekians tilling the soil sensed an obstruction of sunlight, prompting them to look up and discover two yellow-skinned extraterrestrials. Instinctively, they brandished pitchforks and hoes, their gazes fixed on Gohan and Bulma with suspicion. Greetings. We apologize for the intrusion. My name is Bulma, and this is Gohan. We are from Earth. Bulma initiated the introduction, offering a friendly smile in an attempt to allay their fears. Observing their lack of response, she continued, Have you forgotten us? We met 20 years ago, when Frieza destroyed old Namek. You resided in our courtyard for several days. Do you not recall? Frieza, what is your affiliation with that fiend? The Namekian farmers reacted with agitation upon hearing Frieza's name, brandishing their tools as if poised to strike at the slightest provocation. No, that is not the case. You misunderstand. Bulma frantically waved her hands, vehemently denying any connection to Frieza. However, the Namekians remained wary, their eyes fixed on Bulma and Gohan. Just as Gohan anticipated an unnecessary altercation, a familiar voice resonated. Lower your implements. They are not our adversaries. Elder. Indeed, the individual was the successor to the position of Elder on New Namek. Though his name remained elusive, Bulma is a longtime friend. She aided us in our resistance against the Frieza force. Our very survival, our ability to cultivate our new home, is owed to her and her companions. Return to your duties. The diligent Namekian farmers sheathed their weapons and resumed their tasks. I trust you weren't alarmed? The new Grand Elder inquired with a benevolent smile, addressing Bulma and Gohan. They both shook their heads, reassuring him they were fine. Please forgive their impoliteness. These children were born after our relocation to New Namek, and are thus unfamiliar with the historical ties between Earth and Namek. My most gifted student sensed your presence days ago, prompting us to greet you at this opportune moment, the Grand Elder explained. Sensed us days ago? Bulma asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Indeed, and he has been eager to meet you, the Grand Elder replied, guiding them towards a small dwelling. A shared curiosity filled Bulma and Gohan as a familiar, yet distant figure emerged, resolving the mystery. Bulma, Gohan, it has been a long time. Do you remember me? I am Dend, a tall Namekian with youthful features greeted them. Gohan, reacting swiftly, embraced Dend warmly, who blushed at the gesture. Bulma, observing the scene, remarked, time truly flies. You've grown so much, I hardly recognized you. Dend, stepping back from the embrace, smiled at Bulma, saying, speaking of which, time has also etched its passage upon you. Bulma's face flushed with indignation. Aren't Namekians supposed to be polite? What is the meaning of this? She retorted, putting Dend on the spot. I apologize. Dend stammered. Here, we believe age signifies wisdom, so complimenting someone's age is considered a polite gesture. Bulma, now embarrassed, scratched the back of her head and chuckled sheepishly. Oh, is that so? I thought. You thought what, Aunt Bulma? Gohan interjected inquisitively. I thought. Never mind, you little rascal. Bulma playfully swatted Gohan on the head. Ouch. Aunt Bulma, what was that for? Gohan whined, rubbing his head. Well, I can't hit a Namekian, but I can certainly hit an Earthling, Bulma declared, feeling much better. Gohan's antics eased the tension, bridging the gap of 2 decades and dissolving the initial awkwardness. Dend and the Grand Elder then inquired about the purpose of their visit to New Namek. Are you facing some difficulty? They asked. Bulma and Gohan exchanged serious glances. Allow me to explain, Gohan began, recounting the catastrophic events that had befallen Earth. After a lengthy discussion, Din and the Grand Elder learned of Earth's plight. That is why we have come to Namek, Gohan concluded, taking a sip of water. Heavens, that is dreadful. No wonder I noticed Gohan's missing arm, Din exclaimed, clutching his robes in dismay. I can scarcely believe such events have transpired on Earth. Rest assured, I will dispatch individuals to gather the Dragon Balls, the Grand Elder declared, promptly sending aides to collect them from various tribes. Before long, the Dragon Balls were assembled, their luminous glow filling the space. Bulma's eyes welled up with tears, and Gohan sighed in relief. With the Dragon Balls, everything can be restored, he said. Indeed, in the Dragon Ball universe. The Dragon Balls and Goku's indomitable spirit are synonymous with security. Let us not delay. Let us begin, Din urged. Arranging the Dragon Balls on the ground and chanting the incantation to summon the dragon. The sky darkened, and a colossal, verdant dragon materialized. State your desires. I shall grant 3 wishes, anything you desire, the dragon boomed, exuding an aura of omnipotence. Gohan, Bulma, you may speak in your native tongue. Porunga now comprehends Earth's language. Din informed them, explaining that Porunga had been updated with Earth's linguistic capabilities. Gohan and Bulma exchanged knowing glances, having already deliberated on their wishes. First, they would resurrect those innocents who perished during the android's reign of terror. Second, they would restore Gohan's missing arm. Third, Gohan would learn instant transmission, enabling them to return to Earth swiftly. However, unlike the original narrative in the Buu saga, the Namekian Dragon Balls, despite their enhancements, still retained the limitation of resurrecting only one individual at a time. Thus, Gohan resolved to utilize the final wish to augment his own power. Gohan stepped forward and declared, my first wish is to restore my body to its optimal condition. An easy task, Porunga responded, his eyes flashing crimson as he focused on Gohan. A surge of warmth and energy coursed through Gohan's body, triggering an extraordinary transformation. The scar on his face vanished, leaving his skin smooth. A tingling sensation emanated from his left shoulder as a new arm regenerated with remarkable speed, muscle, bone, and sinew seamlessly coalescing. Overwhelmed with elation, Gohan flexed his new arm, the joints cracking like firecrackers. He could feel the raw power surging through his limb, as if it had always been there. Moreover, the lingering injuries from countless battles were instantly healed, leaving him feeling revitalized. I have never felt so invigorated. It is as if I have been reborn, Gohan exclaimed dramatically. But the transformation was not yet complete. A throbbing sensation near his tailbone heralded the emergence of a furry tail, which pierced through his trousers and swayed rhythmically. A tail? Gohan exclaimed in surprise, but before he could examine it, Porunga's booming voice echoed from above. Hurry, mortal, state your second wish. Gohan nodded and said, my second wish is to acquire the Kaioshin's ability to teleport instantaneously, regardless of rules. That wish, I cannot grant, Porunga replied, shaking his head. The Kaioshin's instant transmission is a divine technique, beyond my capabilities. Very well, then, please unlock my latent potential, Gohan requested. That wish, alas, I cannot fulfill either. Perhaps we should reconsider the instant transmission, Porunga suggested, displaying a hint of embarrassment. What? It seems the Namekian dragon, like the Earth dragon, has its limitations. How disappointing, Gohan said. Bulma shrugged, indicating the fat dragon was truly embarrassing. Be honest, Porunga, after loading the Earth language pack, seemed to lean more towards the Earth Dragon Balls. Exhibiting a sense of humanity. Provoked by Bulma, he became thoroughly incensed. Foolish mortals, your perception is truly limited. Porunga frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure in his tone, but quickly regained his composure. While I cannot grant abilities that delve into the divine realm, my power is not as limited as you imagine. Reconsider a reasonable wish, and I will do my utmost to fulfill it. Seeing Porunga's displeasure, Bulma quickly waved her hands, saying, Oh, don't be angry, great Porunga. I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. We had already thought of the second wish, but Gohan wanted to see if he could wish for something even more powerful. Then tell me quickly, Porunga's tone softened somewhat, but still carried a hint of seriousness. Bulma cleared her throat, stepped forward, and said, Our second wish is for Gohan to obtain instant transmission, but one that is stronger than Goku's. This wish is exceedingly simple. Without another word, Porunga unleashed his divine power, determined to regain the face he had lost earlier. A red light flashed again, shining on Son Gohan. In an instant, Son Gohan successfully mastered the instant transmission technique. The Goku you mentioned refers to Son Goku, correct? His instant transmission originates from the Yardrat search technique. Not only does it require time to focus and concentrate, but it also only allows him to sense someone's energy before instantly teleporting to their side. This technique itself is not a particularly powerful combat move and is not very useful in a fight. The instant transmission I have bestowed upon you has been enhanced. Firstly, it does not require you to focus. You can activate it whenever you desire. Secondly, you can continuously change your target location during the transmission. And the energy consumption is only half of that of the Yardrat's instant transmission. Porunga rattled off the enhanced version of instant transmission to everyone. Well, not bad, Bulma nodded, feeling that this instant transmission was indeed more useful in combat. For the third wish, I implore you to unlock potential beyond my current power limit. Son Gohan thought for a moment. Although he couldn't ask for a cheat, he figured that the Namekian dragon could perform a partial potential unlock. Similar to what Guru and Old Kai had done, this wish is still exceedingly simple. Red light flashed in Porunga's eyes again. But this time the red light lasted an unusually long time, shining on Son Gohan for about 2 minutes. Very well, your wish has been granted. Porunga's tone remained arrogant, but he seemed somewhat short of breath. Porunga's figure completely dissipated, and the Namekian dragon balls turned to stone, crashing heavily to the ground. The dark clouds that had enveloped the sky now scattered at an astonishing speed. The Namekian sky returned to its usual tranquility and clarity in a few breaths. Sunlight pierced through the gaps in the clouds, shining on the earth. Son Gohan clenched his fists. He could feel new changes within his body. He was eager to try, and began to mobilize the energy throughout his body. Soon, an astonishing aura erupted from Son Gohan, a powerful aura that was almost suffocating. His body seemed to be surrounded by an invisible force field, and golden light began to flicker, his hair instantly turning golden, and his eyes becoming sharp. A powerful energy wave surged from his body, even causing the surrounding air to distort slightly. This is Super Saiyan. Bulma covered her mouth in surprise, looking at Son Gohan in disbelief. No, it's more than just Super Saiyan, Din said with a hint of amazement in his voice. This is power beyond Super Saiyan, a brand new potential granted to him by the Dragon Balls. Subsequently, the golden light dissipated and the golden aura turned pure white. The flamboyant golden hair returned to a simple black. Thus, Mystic Gohan was achieved. New Kami, Din Mystic Gohan, also known as Ultimate Gohan, unlike the traditional Super Saiyan transformations, is a state achieved by unlocking one's potential through the Old Kai's ritual, allowing one to unleash their power through their base form. It can be said to be a transformation branch unique to Son Gohan in Dragon Ball. It follows the path of the ultimate state. As long as Son Gohan continues to develop his potential, the ultimate state can evolve. In Dragon Ball Super, Superhero, he developed a new transformation beyond Mystic Gohan, beast form. Now, Son Gohan did not have his potential unlocked through the Old Kai's ritual, but rather through the Namekian dragon Porunga. In terms of dimensional level, Porunga is no match for Old Kai, so the effect of unlocking potential is naturally not as good as Old Kai's. In the original work, Mystic Gohan's power is described as surpassing Super Saiyan 3 with longer endurance. However, judging from the current rate of energy consumption, this new form awakened by Son Gohan is not sustainable. To make an analogy, it feels like a half-finished transformation that amplifies power beyond Super Saiyan 3 but leaks energy just as quickly. As expected, the Namekian dragon is still not as effective as the Old Kai's ritual in unlocking potential. The awakened new transformation is also half-baked. But Son Gohan had a premonition that this half-finished transformation could be perfected, just like Super Saiyan 1 full power, which was developed from Super Saiyan 1. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Now that the foundation has been laid, all that remains is for Gohan to build upon it step by step, eventually becoming a perfect transformation. Son Gohan quietly felt the vast and surging energy within his body, then slowly exited the transformation. Wow, Gohan, your entire expression changed just now, becoming more handsome and manly. Bulma was neither a martial artist nor a Namekian with strong sensing abilities. She only knew that Son Gohan suddenly erupted with a white aura, and then his expression became firm and handsome. Gohan, your aura just now was truly astonishing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I simply wouldn't have believed that humans could reach such a realm. It was unbelievably powerful. Din was so excited that he was incoherent. Although he was not a combat-type Namekian, he was an extremely talented member of the Dragon Clan. He could naturally sense this vast aura, and the boundless pressure was terrifying to the extreme. Son Gohan smiled slightly, with a hint of excitement in his tone. I didn't expect that there would be a new transformation. This trip to Namek can almost be said to be a complete success. Almost. Dend caught the implication. Yes. We actually came to Namek hoping that you, Dend, could become the Kami of Earth. Kami me? That's right, you Dend. You possess extremely high Dragon Clan talent and have a deep understanding of the Dragon Balls. If you become the Kami of Earth, I think we can use the Earth Dragon Balls to revive the humans who died due to the android siblings. Dend did not hesitate after hearing this. His friendship with Gohan and his inner sense of justice were driving him to go to Earth. Okay, I promise you, Gohan. I will go to Earth with you. Great. A huge success. Bulma revealed a joyful smile. Dend looked at Gohan and Bulma's smiling faces, and he also smiled. Go, Dend. You must do well on Earth and help the Earthlings. The Great Elder did not shed tears or act sentimental. Instead, he was very happy that Dend had such a destination. He was acutely aware of Dandy's exceptional talent. Compared to New Namek, Earth was far more suited for him to showcase his abilities. Well then, until we meet again, everyone, Son Gohan, Bulma, and Dandy waved farewell to the crowd. Soon after, Son Gohan took the hands of both companions, sensing Mr. Popo's energy. In the blink of an eye, the trio appeared in the sacred world of the Kais. Mr. Popo, who was sipping afternoon tea, was startled by their sudden arrival. However, upon realizing it was Son Gohan and his friends, especially upon noticing Dandy, whose green visage closely resembled that of the former Kai, he exclaimed, Gohan, you have returned from Namek. Is this the Dandy you mentioned? Mr. Popo, this is Dandy. He has agreed to take on the role of the new Kai on Earth, so I kindly request you to look after him. Son Gohan smiled gently. Rest assured, Gohan. Dandy appears to be a very polite young man. I am confident he will excel in this position, Mr. Popo encouraged, patting Dandy's shoulder. Welcome, new Kai, Dandy. Dandy smiled subtly, determination gleaming in his eyes. Mr. Popo, I will do my utmost. I intend to maximize the potential of the Dragon Balls to assist as many people as possible. Dragon Balls. Mr. Popo seemed unclear on how Dandy could wield the Dragon Balls like the former Kai. Indeed, Dragon Balls. As long as I have the model of Shenron, I can resurrect the Dragon Balls, Dandy explained. Really? Mr. Popo hurriedly dashed toward a room inside the sacred world, filled with various clutter. He began rummaging through boxes, searching for the model of Shenron left by the former Kai. At last, he unearthed a dusty model of Shenron. It was remarkably well preserved and required minimal adjustments. Is this the shape of Earth's Shenron? Dandy marveled at the Eastern Dragon model in Mr. Popo's hands. Yes, this design was created by the previous Kai, Mr. Popo elucidated. In that case, I won't need to waste time sculpting a new model. I can directly enhance it. Wait, Dandy. Did you just say you can enhance Shenron? Mr. Popo's eyes widened in disbelief. Dandy nodded with a slight smile. Yes, Mr. Popo. On New Namek, I learned some unique techniques from the Elder that can amplify Shenron's power. This will increase the number of wishes and maintain the characteristic of bringing back more people at once. Mr. Popo's expression was one of incredulity. This is simply astonishing. Son Gohan and Bulma exchanged glances, clearly believing that bringing Dandy to Earth as the new Kai was an exceedingly wise decision. However, Dandy explained that this process would require time, approximately 6 months. No worries, we have managed through tougher times. 6 months is insignificant, Bulma reassured. Subsequently, Bulma and Gohan departed the sacred world. Mr. Popo handed Dandy the staff of the Kai and guided him around the sacred world, teaching him the responsibilities and powers that accompany the role of Kai. Although the Kai is the most basic form of deity, it is still a position of great significance, necessitating a thorough understanding of its duties. From the moment Dandy accepted the staff from the former Kai, Mr. Popo began addressing him as Lord Kai. Once again, 2 figures, one green and one black, appeared in the sacred world, just as before. During the days leading up to Gohan's departure for Namek, a significant event unfolded on Earth, one that would rewrite history. The notorious android siblings were quietly eliminated by a mysterious hero. This news rippled through human society like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up waves of excitement. The human order, previously on the brink of collapse under the android's rampage, seemed to revive with renewed vigor, especially upon the return of Bulma and Son Gohan. Under Bulma's leadership, the resources and technology of Capsule Corporation were swiftly mobilized, and the reconstruction efforts progressed at an astonishing pace. Buildings that had been destroyed rose anew from the ruins, and the streets buzzed with life and vitality once more. In just 3 months, West City had nearly restored the order that existed before the androids' onslaught, transforming the urban landscape entirely. New skyscrapers emerged from the remnants of destruction. The streets thrummed with activity, and smiles returned to the faces of the citizens. It was as if the city had never experienced that calamity and had reclaimed its former glory. The residents of West City were, without exception, deeply grateful to the nameless hero and Capsule Corporation. Meanwhile, at the Brief's household in the study, Gohan, let's go to the amusement park, Bulma excitedly proposed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The amusement park? Son Gohan, seated at his desk, gently set down a book on biology and looked at Bulma in exasperation. But I finally have the chance to focus on my studies. Oh, you love reading, don't you? Bulma deliberately raised her voice, calling out toward the doorway, Gohan, you are such a studious person. It seems that rather than playing with someone like me, who lacks physique and looks, your true delight lies in intellectual pursuits. Oh no. Just as Son Gohan attempted to cover Bulma's mouth, it was too late. With a loud bang, the door swung open, and their mother, Chi-Chi, stood at the threshold. Her voice laced with a tone of frustration. Gohan, stop reading and go play with Bulma. Chi-Chi's commanding voice swept through the study, dispelling its tranquility in an instant. Son Gohan covered his face in resignation, glancing at Bulma's gleeful expression, pondering, who truly is the child of my mother? The family had successfully orchestrated their plan. Bulma felt a surge of joy within. She had intentionally avoided going to Namek, all to win over Gohan's mother, Chi-Chi, before entering the room of spirit and time. Bulma had discovered a book in her mother's study about how girls should pursue boys, and upon reading it, she realized there were many tactics involved. The book suggested that the best way to capture a man's heart is to first win over his mother, as good men tend to listen to their mothers. Upon first reading this book, Bulma was captivated, and during her 2 years of training in the room of spirit and time, she often referred to it for guidance. Following the defeat of the androids, she decided to put the strategies from the book into action. It seemed to be working splendidly. Seeing Gohan hesitate, Chi-Chi stepped forward, firmly grasping his arm, her tone leaving no room for disagreement. Stop dawdling and change your clothes. Bulma has asked you to play, as her brother. You simply cannot let her down. Gohan sighed in resignation, knowing that once his mother made a decision, it was difficult to alter her mind. He reluctantly stood up, tidying his clothes while muttering, all right, I'll go. But you must promise me that I can finish my book when I return. Son Gohan had a penchant for little white lies. Just moments ago, he swore he would stop reading and become a scholar. Yet now he found himself picking up a book again. This was not due to a desire to abandon his studies, but rather a natural inclination to unwind after 2 years of rigorous training in the room of spirit and time. Having just triumphed over the android siblings, he was eager to take a break and relax, which was only human. In Gohan's eyes, nothing brought him more solace and entertainment than reading. He hereby declares that it is not a matter of not cultivating, but of cultivating with flexibility and strategy. One cannot simply emulate Vegeta by senselessly building muscle in a gym. Bra, standing by, couldn't help but find Gohan's pathetic appearance amusing yet also somewhat pitiable. She approached him and gently tugged at his sleeve, saying, Gohan, I know you're tired and want to relax with a book. But please, do this for me. When we get back, I'll read with you, okay? Please, please. Son Gohan, looking at Bra with her hands clasped together, earnestly imploring him, felt his heart melt. The helplessness within him gradually supplanted by warmth. He ruffled Bra's hair, smiling, and said, all right, I'll go with you for a day. But you must remember to read with me when we return. Yes, definitely. Bra nodded happily, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Chi-Chi, observing their interaction, wore a fond, matronly smile. I'll go change first, Gohan said, turning towards his room. Bra, watching Gohan's retreating figure, secretly resolved to ensure Gohan had a delightful day. She turned to Chi-Chi and said, Aunt Chi-Chi, don't worry, I'll take good care of Gohan. I know. Chi-Chi nodded, a loving smile gracing her face. Go have fun. And if you get tired or hungry, come home, and I'll cook for you. Okay, Bra replied sweetly, holding Chi-Chi's hand. Soon, Gohan emerged, dressed in casual sportswear and carrying a simple backpack. He saw Bra waiting at the door, holding 2 amusement park tickets. Let's go, Gohan. Today, we're going to have a blast. Bra exclaimed excitedly, pulling Gohan towards the sky. Chi-Chi stood at the door, watching them depart. Goku, our son has grown up. Arriving at the amusement park, Bra's eyes lit up instantly. She grabbed Gohan's hand and dashed towards the rides like a whirlwind. From roller coasters to Ferris wheels. From carousels to bumper cars, they experienced nearly every attraction. On the Ferris wheel, Bra gazed at the cityscape below, deeply moved. Gohan, she said, do you know? I'm actually terrified of fighting. I'm a coward. But when I'm with you, I feel exceptionally brave, unafraid of battle. Gohan smiled gently and stroked her head. Bra, you've always been brave. On the contrary, I'm the one who needs you by my side. Bra looked up at Gohan's tender eyes, a warm current flowing through her heart. She knew she was becoming increasingly attached to this gentle Gohan. He was so powerful, yet so kind. That day, they reveled in the amusement park, their laughter echoing throughout the grounds. As night fell, they returned home, weary, where Chi-Chi was already waiting at the door. Did you have fun? Chi-Chi asked, smiling at their flushed faces. Very much, Bra replied excitedly, while Gohan nodded, his eyes filled with contentment. That's good, Chi-Chi said with relief. Go take a bath, and then have dinner. Your mother, Bulma, will be here soon, and we can all enjoy ourselves together. Okay, thank you, Aunt Chi-Chi. Bra responded obediently. Gohan nodded as well, thinking how heartwarming it all was, almost like a dream. 15. Time Machine, Future Bra? Gohan, are you wearing Piccolo-esque attire again? Son Gohan, gazing at his purple martial arts uniform in the mirror, smiled faintly. It's nothing, I just feel this outfit suits me better. Bulma, arms crossed and head tilted, mused to herself, indeed, purple has a certain charm. She continued, speaking of which, Gohan, you seem to admire Piccolo quite a bit. Yes, Uncle Piccolo is very important to me, as important as my father. I see. Bulma nodded, not at all surprised by Gohan's response. I'll go train now, Gohan said, waving to Bulma before entering the gravity chamber she had built for him. 1,000 times gravity. I wonder if I can handle it. He muttered to himself before beginning his training. He had previously scoffed at Vegeta for pointlessly building muscle in the gravity chamber. But now he had to admit that the gravity chamber was remarkably effective at enhancing his base combat power. In just 2 months, his basic combat strength had improved significantly. With only a month remaining until the half-year agreement, he had finally mastered the mystic form, resolving the issue of insufficient stamina. He could now transform into this form with ease. Furthermore, he had consistently prioritized enhancing his base combat power, which was now considerably greater than his base power in the Buu saga of the original story. In this world where gods had yet to appear, Gohan felt a strong sense of confidence. He was certain he was the strongest being. Perhaps that's not entirely accurate, he thought. After all, who knew if his father, Goku, had developed Super Saiyan 4 in the afterlife? According to what he remembered from Dragon Ball AF, his father had secretly developed Super Saiyan 4 within a year of defeating Buu. Unlike the Dragon Ball GT version, which required a tail, transformation into a Great Ape, then a Golden Great Ape, and finally compressing the power into human form. The AF Super Saiyan 4 seemed to be an enhanced version of Super Saiyan 3 that could be achieved without a tail. Although Gohan was confident in his unique talent, his father was simply too adept at transformations, always being one level ahead of the current meta. Who knew if he had developed Super Saiyan 4? Therefore, he felt it was safer to develop Super Saiyan 4 himself. It would be a shame to waste his tail. While Super Saiyan 4 didn't offer as much amplification as Super Saiyan God, and certainly not as much as Beast form, its transformation conditions seemed to be the easiest for Son Gohan to meet. He simply needed a sufficiently high base combat power and to maintain his sanity while transforming into a Golden Great Ape. Currently, Son Gohan's base combat power was still lacking, which was why he had chosen to train in the gravity chamber. Gohan, Gohan. Bulma called out loudly at the entrance of the gravity chamber where Son Gohan was diligently training. What is it, Aunt Bulma? Son Gohan asked, panting as he pressed the button to open the door, and the red light emanating from the gravity chamber gradually disappeared. You'll see when you come over, Bulma said mysteriously. Son Gohan followed Bulma to a workshop. She pressed a switch, and a uniquely shaped aircraft slowly rose from a hidden compartment, appearing before them. This is... Son Gohan looked at the machine, finding it increasingly familiar, before suddenly exclaiming, a time machine. How did you know? Bulma looked at him in surprise, her eyes filled with curiosity. Son Gohan realized he had misspoke, a look of panic spreading across his face. He wanted to make amends, but wasn't good at lying, so he appeared flustered. His eyes darted around, and he stammered, unable to articulate a coherent explanation. Bulma, on the other hand, looked amused, deliberately moving closer to Gohan, her eyes teasing. Looks like Gohan has his little secrets, doesn't he? What a naughty boy. Bulma drawled, as if deliberately teasing Son Gohan. Due to their close proximity, Bulma's warm breath caressed Gohan's ear, causing him to shudder. Amused by his flustered state, Bulma chuckled and gently poked his cheek. The warmth and softness of her fingertip against his skin stirred a certain disquiet within him. Damn this transmigrated soul. Gohan mentally blamed his reaction on the influence of the other soul. All right, no more teasing, Bulma said, releasing him. Her expression turned serious as she gestured towards the time machine before them. This time machine is the culmination of my research. Though not yet perfect, it's capable of short-range temporal displacement. My original intention was to deliver a cure for Goku's heart condition to the past, thereby altering history. Bulma's eyes glistened with unshed tears, which she quickly brushed away, forcing a smile. But it seems that's no longer necessary. Gohan's expression hardened upon hearing this. He was struck by a sudden realization. The existence of the time machine had created two alternate timelines during the Cell Saga. One was a desolate future where he, with a missing arm, perished at the hands of the android siblings, prompting Trunks to travel back in time with the antidote for his father, thus setting the Cell Saga in motion. In the other timeline, Trunks single-handedly defeated the android siblings, delivered the antidote, and returned to his own time, only to be ambushed and killed by Cell, who then regressed into an egg and used the time machine to travel to the past in pursuit of absorbing the android siblings and achieving his perfect form. While our timeline doesn't have Trunks, we do have Bulma. Following this line of reasoning, he concluded that the existence of a time machine inevitably meant that a Bulma from some timeline would fall victim to Cell's treachery. Gohan clenched his fists, silently praying, "Please, let this not come to pass." As if in answer to his prayer, a rift tore open beside Gohan and Bulma, as if space-time itself had been rent asunder. Danger! Gohan swiftly pulled Bulma into his arms, instinctively shielding her. A deafening crash echoed as a dilapidated time machine plummeted before them. Despite its decrepit state, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the newly developed machine beside it. Murphy's Law, whatever can go wrong, will go wrong. Gohan frowned, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He cautiously approached the wreckage and peered inside, discovering a young woman with blue hair, around 25 years of age, lying still within. Her appearance sent a jolt of recognition through Gohan. It was Bulma. His eyes fell upon the red hairband adorning her head, a gift he had given her, leaving no room for doubt. Without hesitation, Gohan shattered the time machine's cockpit with a single blow. Bulma's demise. Bulma, go now? Bulma, clad in a lab coat, completed the task of filling the time machine with the final canister of fuel, urgently pushing Bulma inside. I won't leave. Bulma protested, tears streaming down her face. That monster has murdered so many, even Aunt Chi-Chi. I will never forgive him. Clenching her fists, she stubbornly refused to enter the time machine. There's no time for stubbornness. Bulma pleaded, knowing that their hideout would soon be discovered. The urgency of the situation left no room for sentimentality. I won't go. I'm going to avenge Aunt Chi-Chi. I'll go out there and kill him. Bulma slung her sheathed sword over her shoulder, ready to rush out and confront the enemy. Enough, Bulma cried out, stepping forward and delivering a sharp slap across Bulma's face. The resounding crack echoed through the air. The blow seemed to snap Bulma out of her daze, leaving her slumped on the ground, her eyes devoid of emotion. Outside the base, the relentless roar of energy blasts echoed as they indiscriminately bombarded the earth. The cries and screams of humanity grew louder, closer. There's no time left. Bulma, witnessing her daughter's shattered resolve, gritted her teeth and dragged Bulma's limp body into the time machine. She then swiftly manipulated the controls, setting the destination to the past. A thunderous crash reverberated as the base's ceiling caved in, a cascade of debris striking Bulma's back as she worked on the time machine. She collapsed to the ground, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. So, this is where you've been hiding? The last Saiyan. A sinister voice echoed from the gaping hole in the ceiling. A mysterious figure descended from above, clad in a black martial arts uniform and adorned with an earring. His appearance mirrored that of the long-deceased Earth's strongest warrior, Goku, yet his aura of malevolent arrogance and contempt was utterly different. Black-clothed man, Bulma exclaimed, her heart pounding. She mustered her strength and struggled to her feet, reaching for the activation button. Witnessing her mother's injury, Bulma burst from the time machine, drawing her sword and lunging at the black-clothed man. However, her attack was effortlessly intercepted with a single finger, as if he were a cat toying with a mouse. Is this the extent of the last Saiyan's power? How disappointing. You don't even excite this body of mine. Black Goku muttered to himself, shaking his head. A hint of unfulfilled anticipation on his face. Bulla's brow furrowed in fury. She unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, only to be sent crashing to the ground by a casual energy blast, a cloud of dust obscuring her fate. Mortals are better suited to the ground. Black Goku declared haughtily. He extended his hand, palm facing the prone Bulla, and began to gather a swirling vortex of rose-colored energy, poised to obliterate her. Bayu, Bayu, Bayu. 3 laser shots pierced the air, Bulma's desperate attempt to strike Black Goku with her laser pistol. Futile tricks. Black Goku scoffed, touching his left chest where the laser had grazed his skin. His expression shifted to one of annoyance. In Black Goku's eyes, humanity was a festering blight upon the universe, destined for destruction, weak, foolish, and selfish, willing to kill their own kind for the slightest gain, aggressive, and utterly depraved. He believed that only by eradicating all mortals could universal peace be achieved, a plan he named the Human Extermination Project. And yet, he had been wounded by a human with no fighting ability, albeit a mere scratch. How dare a low-life creature inflict harm upon him? Insolent insect. How dare she? Black Goku teleported to the ground, seizing Bulma by the throat. His powerful grip choked the air from her lungs. Mom. The dust settled, revealing Bulla, unharmed within the time machine, calling out to Bulma. It turned out that Bulma, taking advantage of the dust cloud, had secretly dragged Bulla into the time machine. Don't worry about me, just go. Bulma choked out her final words, her face turning crimson. Silence. Black Goku tightened his grip, intent on crushing her windpipe and suffocating her. Deprived of oxygen, Bulma's face turned purple. As her vision blurred, she stared at the face that so resembled Goku, and slipped into a state of delirium. Goku, is that you? It's been so long. You haven't changed a bit. Memories flooded Bulma's mind. The story began with a young girl embarking on a quest to find the legendary Dragon Balls, in search of her Prince Charming. When the azure-haired maiden roared into Mount Pozu on her motorcycle and encountered the feral child with a luxuriant tail, lugging a massive fish. The gears of destiny commenced their intricate dance. The initial rendezvous at Mount Pozu, the Pilaf Gang, the Red Ribbon Army, King Piccolo, the Saiyan invasion, the Namekian saga. These ephemeral yet dazzling recollections lingered only for a fleeting moment. She meticulously gathered the vestiges of their shared memories, even though she invariably succumbed to tears during these moments. Mother. Bra pounded futilely on the glass encasement of the time machine, but it had already been activated. Any intervention now would invalidate her mother's painstaking efforts. TCH, how tedious, Black Goku muttered, sensing an inexplicable surge of emotion within his borrowed vessel. This ambiguous sensation had also manifested upon the demise of Goku's wife. Deities have no need for such perplexing sentiments to suppress this unsettling feeling. Black Goku instantaneously channeled his ki, intending to obliterate the cerulean-haired woman. Bulma was gone. Tears streamed down Bra's face, despair engulfing her like a dense, impenetrable fog. She felt herself plummeting into an abyssal chasm, her surroundings swirling, contorting, and blurring into oblivion. A single thought consumed her. Her mother was dead, never to return. Oh, so she's not dead yet. Black Goku, noticing Bra within the time machine, opened his stance, his hands converging in the shape of a calyx, and unleashed a Kamehameha wave. The rose-tinted energy beam grazed the time machine, merely scratching its exterior before it initiated its temporal displacement, whisking Bra away to the past. Escaped, have you? No matter where you flee, I shall find you. A cruel smile stretched across Black Goku's face as he instinctively stroked the ring encircling the index finger of his right hand. As for Bra, the trauma of witnessing her mother's demise before her very eyes had inflicted a profound psychic wound, prompting her brain to initiate a self-preservation mechanism, plunging her into a state of unconsciousness. That is indeed the case. Bra, are you all right? A familiar yet alien voice echoed in her ears. Whose voice was that? It exuded warmth and evoked a sense of nostalgia. Bra strained to open her eyes, her gaze falling upon a young man clad in a violet martial arts gi. His eyes were brimming with concern and affection. Gohan. Bra's voice was feeble and trembling, tears cascading down her cheeks. I'm here, Bra. Gohan gently clasped Bra's hand. These hands were not delicate. Rather, they were coarse, like a man's, calloused and weathered. Gohan was profoundly moved, realizing that Bra had undoubtedly endured considerable hardship. Mother. She's dead, and Aunt Chi-Chi was also murdered. Bra's voice was barely audible, her tears soaking the back of Gohan's hand. Upon hearing this, Gohan's eyes betrayed an uncontrollable rage, a network of veins throbbing on his forehead. However, to console Bra, he gently enfolded her in his embrace, shielding her from his wrathful countenance. There, Bra, don't cry. Tell Gohan who did this, and I'll make them pay, Gohan said, his tone gentle as he comforted the weeping Bra, yet his words were laced with deadly intent. Soon, Bra ceased her sobbing. Composing herself, she gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar Gohan and began recounting the events that had transpired in her timeline. In her timeline, Gohan had perished at the hands of the android siblings. Bra had traveled back in time aboard a time machine, carrying a cardiac medication developed by her mother, Bulma, in an attempt to alter history and successfully rescue Goku. They had then entered the hyperbolic time chamber, trained alongside Vegeta, and jointly vanquished Cell. Subsequently, they returned to the future, eliminating the android's siblings and obliterating the larval cell still incubating within its capsule. Finally, she, along with Chi-Chi and Bulma, lived together in peace. However, this tranquility was shattered a few years later when a mysterious figure resembling Goku emerged, initiating an indiscriminate massacre on Earth, resulting in casualties surpassing even those of the android's reign of terror. Moreover, he was immensely powerful. Even Bra, having attained the form of Super Saiyan 2, was no match for him. Her comrade Mai, along with the human resistance forces, had also fallen in battle against the black-clad figure. In the end, she was haunted by the image of her mother's death at the hands of the black-clad figure. If she could have been stronger, Mai, her mother, and everyone else would not have perished. Bra's voice was filled with self-reproach, tears welling up in her eyes, yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. No, this isn't your fault. You've done remarkably well, Bra. Bulma's voice echoed from nearby, her tone gentle yet resolute. She stood in the doorway, her eyes filled with compassion, as if she could perceive the profound sorrow within Bra's heart. Hearing this familiar voice, Bra, who had been lying in bed, was momentarily stunned before abruptly sitting up and stumbling toward Bulma. She looked up at the face that was a decade younger than her mother's. And although she knew that this was not her mother from her own timeline, the familiar sensation overwhelmed her. She tentatively reached out and gently embraced Bulma, tears finally streaming down her face once more. In that moment, she greedily savored the familiar scent and warmth emanating from her mother, as if transported back to her childhood. Mother, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I couldn't save you. I'm a coward. I witnessed everything, but I couldn't do anything. I could only watch you being murdered. Bra's voice trembled, her body convulsing as if consumed by endless remorse and anguish. She clung tightly to Bulma, her tears soaking the other woman's clothes. Bulma remained silent, gently patting Bra's back, just as she had done when comforting her as a child, using her warm touch to dispel her fear and self-blame. No, Bra, you're not a coward. A composed and steady voice resonated from behind. I believe I know who you encountered. That individual is Zamasu, the Supreme Kai apprentice from Universe 10. He used the Super Dragon Balls to steal my father's body. Gohan, unable to contain himself any longer, exclaimed, that despicable Zamasu. He is not worthy to be a god. He suddenly became agitated, but quickly regained his composure and continued. That's why the black-clad figure resembles my father, because it is, in fact, my father, Goku's body. Bra looked up, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. She stared at Gohan, as if struggling to process everything he had said. Zamasu, Supreme Kai, Super Dragon Balls, stealing Goku's body. These fragments of information swirled within her mind, preventing her from finding peace. Zamasu. Bra repeated the name in a low voice, a hint of trembling in her tone. Why would he do this? Why would he steal Goku's body and commit genocide on Earth? A flicker of anger flashed in Gohan's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Zamasu is a twisted monster. Despite being a Supreme Kai apprentice, he despises mortals, believing them to be the scourge of the universe. He seeks to eradicate humanity and make the universe pure. And my father's body is arguably one of the most powerful vessels in the entire universe, allowing him to easily execute his inhumane plan. Despair flickered in Bra's eyes then. What should I do? He's so powerful, I can't even touch him. Can I really defeat him? She had witnessed Goku's mastery during the Cell Games. His power was overwhelming. He had even managed to develop Super Saiyan full power and help the young Gohan achieve Super Saiyan 2. Zamasu, a figure of martial prowess, posed an insurmountable challenge. Gohan, however, his eyes gleaming with determination, channeled his inner power and transcended into Mystic Gohan. Fear not, he declared. I shall vanquish him and avenge my mother and Bulma from that timeline. Bulma exclaimed, astonished, such immense power. Is this truly the Gohan I know? Gohan responded, I am indeed the Gohan you know, albeit perhaps transformed. Bulma, who had perceived Gohan as remaining at the Super Saiyan 1 level, now realized the depths of his power. A renewed sense of hope ignited within her. Please, Gohan, save me, save our timeline. Gohan, without immediate response, placed the red hairband upon Bulma's head. With unwavering confidence, he asserted, but of course, Black Goku could be dealt with swiftly, eliminated before he could fully adapt to his father's form. The true challenge lay in fused Zamasu. Despite his inferior combat acumen compared to Goku and Vegeta, his immortality had overwhelmed Super Saiyan Blue. To defeat him, Gohan needed to attain at least Super Saiyan Blue power and discover a means to negate immortality. These were formidable conditions. Super Saiyan Blue was the fusion of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan. Gohan, not even a Super Saiyan God, faced a daunting task. The simplest method to achieve Super Saiyan God was through the energy infusion of 5 righteous Saiyans into a 6th. Yet, observing the 2 Bulmas in the room, Gohan sighed. They lacked the necessary numbers. Even with his father from King Kai's planet and Vegeta from Hell, they were still 1 Saiyan short. However, where there's a will, there's a way. Gohan resolved to cultivate Super Saiyan God himself, reasoning that if Vegeta could achieve it independently, so could he, the prodigy. He decided to journey to King Kai's planet, believing that King Kai, a deity, might hold the key to converting mortal energy into divine energy. Traveling to King Kai's planet, once a difficult task, was now effortless with Gohan's enhanced instant transmission. He informed the 2 Bulmas and Bulma of his departure and focused on sensing familiar energy. After a moment, he detected a powerful, familiar presence, Piccolo. In a flash, he vanished, arriving on King Kai's planet. On King Kai's planet, the Z fighters who had fallen in the battle against the androids, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Kaioshin, Krillin, and Piccolo, were training. They noticed the sudden appearance of a stranger and instinctively adopted combat stances. Who are you? Yamcha demanded. Just a passing Kamen Rider, Gohan blurted out. His transmigrator's soul influencing him. Remember that. What? Are you mocking us? Yamcha scowled, assuming the Wolf Fong Fist stance. I apologize. I misspoke. I am Gohan. Gohan quickly corrected. Goku's son? Gohan? Has he grown so much? Krillin interjected, stepping between Yamcha and Gohan. Despite the years, Krillin recognized Gohan from their shared experiences on Namek. Moreover, he was Goku's son, his dearest friend, so he naturally intervened as a peacemaker. Gohan. Yamcha's expression was bewildered. He scrutinized Gohan, unable to reconcile the man before him with the child he remembered. His vigilance remained. Enough, Yamcha, a deep voice resonated from behind them. A green figure stood with arms crossed. That young man is indeed Gohan. Piccolo ended the dispute. While the others pondered Gohan's identity, Piccolo, as a father figure, immediately recognized his long-lost son. Piccolo, Gohan exclaimed, overcome with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes. He had always regretted not being able to bid Piccolo farewell. Gohan rushed forward, embracing Piccolo tightly. Piccolo stiffened slightly, then gently placed a hand on Gohan's shoulder, pushing him back a step. His tone was stern, yet laced with concern. Have you wallowed in sentimentality enough? This is not how the strongest demon warrior I trained should behave. Gohan wiped away his tears, choking back his sobs. I'm sorry, Piccolo. During the android's attack, I failed to. Gohan swallowed hard, his voice faltering, his words hanging in the air. He clenched his fists, knuckles white, suppressing his guilt and self-reproach. Enough. You were but a child then. Even if you had gone, it would have been a futile death. Do not dwell on such trivial matters, Gohan, Piccolo admonished. He then noticed Gohan's demon-style purple martial arts uniform. A subtle smile played on Piccolo's lips. With a flick of his finger, a faint green aura enveloped Gohan. The ordinary fabric of Gohan's uniform transformed, gaining a luxurious texture and conforming perfectly to his physique. As if custom-made, the simple purple deepened into a mysterious luster, becoming more resistant to damage. Most importantly, the back of the uniform now bore a large, Gohan, character, while the left chest displayed a small, demon, character. The overall style and practicality of the outfit were significantly enhanced. Furthermore, Piccolo, the master of capes, added a matching cape to Gohan's shoulders. The previous attire was tasteless and impractical. This new outfit is not only dust-proof and durable, but also a symbol of a demon warrior, Piccolo explained, pleased with his design. Thank you, Piccolo, Gohan said, admiring his new attire. He found it incredibly stylish, praising Piccolo's impeccable taste. Enough with the pleasantries, Piccolo declared, his tone turning serious. I heard you defeated the android siblings? Yes. Intriguing. Then, allow me to test your current strength. Piccolo tossed his cape to the ground, preparing for battle. Heh, I wouldn't have it any other way, Gohan replied, surprised but familiar with Piccolo's character. He also wished to gauge Piccolo's progress from his training on King Kai's planet. And so, the battle was imminent. Krillin nudged Tien Shinhan, whispering, are they more like father and son? This relationship dynamic of striking is affection, scolding is love prompts Yamcha to comment. It's rare to see Piccolo smirking like that. 19. The overwhelming power of the mysterious Gohan. Gohan's lips curled into a smile as he casually discarded his cape onto the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, his figure vanished in an instant. Piccolo felt a jolt of surprise and swiftly crossed his arms to block Gohan's punch. However, Gohan did not relent. He utilized the force of Piccolo's block to propel himself backward, following up with a powerful kick that struck Piccolo's neck with great force. Cough. Piccolo was evidently caught off guard by the blow, spitting out bile. Not bad, Gohan. He wiped his mouth, his face reflecting satisfaction. But if that's all you've got, it's still insufficient. As he spoke, Piccolo vanished like a specter. Is that instant transmission? Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Moments later, a green figure appeared behind him, delivering a heavy punch to his back. Gohan was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Humph, my training on King Kai's planet was not in vain. I have fully mastered Goku's instant transmission, Piccolo explained. As Gohan was hurled through the air, he adjusted his posture mid-flight and pushed off the ground, kicking up a cloud of dirt as he shot back like a cannonball. He executed an elbow strike with the force of a mountain axe aimed at Piccolo's head, creating a whistling sound as the air rushed past. Your base combat power is at this level. You truly have not slacked off in your martial arts training over the years, Gohan. Piccolo's gaze sharpened as he vanished again, leaving only Gohan's elbow to create a large crater in the ground, dirt flying everywhere. In an instant, Piccolo reappeared behind Gohan. His hands clawed as he gripped Gohan's shoulders and pressed down, forcing Gohan into the earth, splattering mud everywhere. Gohan let out a muffled grunt, bracing himself against the ground while his legs coiled around Piccolo's neck like a serpent. With a swift motion, he rolled backward, bringing Piccolo down to the ground. Then used the momentum to spring up, his right foot tapping the ground before launching a lightning-fast kick toward Piccolo's chin. Yet, this strike was evidently anticipated by Piccolo. He seized Gohan's leg with force, lifting him over his shoulder before slamming him down onto the ground. Is it truly strange that Uncle Piccolo is this formidable? Gohan, aware of his normal combat power's inadequacy against Piccolo, could only unleash his rage and transform into a Super Saiyan, breaking free from Piccolo's grasp. Super Saiyan 1. Finally getting serious, huh? Special beam cannon. Piccolo shouted, raising his hands before him to gather energy, transforming it into a dazzling golden light that surged toward Gohan. Feeling the oppressive force of the energy, Gohan was startled but quickly steadied himself, crossing his arms in front of him to withstand the blow. The powerful energy impact caused him to lean back slightly, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Gohan, let me be honest, I have fused with the Kaioshin. What? Indeed, I am not sure what that guy's intentions were, but he found me. Now, if one were to describe my current state in your Saiyan terms, I would be a Super Namekian, so don't hold back, Gohan. You must have another transformation yet to be unleashed. Piccolo beckoned Gohan to ascend further. Very well, Uncle Piccolo. This is Super Saiyan 2. Gohan shouted, as a more brilliant golden light erupted around him, bolts of electricity dancing in the air, crackling with explosive sounds. Super Saiyan 2 represents a 100-fold increase. Even Piccolo would no longer underestimate him. Kaioken times 10. A deep red aura erupted around Piccolo. Piccolo has even mastered the Kaioken technique. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaioshin, the Z warriors, watched from the sidelines, sensing that things had escalated dangerously. The Kaioken? Gohan was once again astonished, yet he steadied his mind. It seems you are aware of my prowess. Piccolo sneered, clenching his fists, his muscles tensed, exuding a formidable presence. The deep red aura enveloped him like flames, distorting the surrounding air. Gohan, do not disappoint me, Piccolo shouted, vanishing once again. activating instant transmission to appear directly before Gohan, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his face. Gohan's lips curled upward as golden lightning flashed around him. He did not retreat, but instead advanced, throwing a punch of his own. The two fists collided fiercely in midair, producing a deafening sound, and the immense shockwave rippled outward, uprooting the surrounding earth and enveloping everything in dust. Hey, stop it, my King Kai's planet. The North Kai, having just returned from the Grand Kai, found his planet in utter disarray, his heart filled with fury. Neither Piccolo nor Gohan ceased their battle despite the North Kai's presence. Both were entirely absorbed in their fight, their focus unwavering. Kaioken times 20. Piccolo roared, the fiery aura igniting once more, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly straining under the burden of the Kaioken times 20. Let us determine the victor with this move, Gohan. Piccolo brought his index and middle fingers together at his forehead, gathering energy, then extended his fingers forward to unleash a spiraling energy beam, shouting, "Special beam cannon." How fast? Gohan thought as he witnessed the instant release of the special beam cannon, realizing that Uncle Piccolo had become somewhat monstrous. Faced with Piccolo's Kaioken-boosted special beam cannon, Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 form was pushed to its limits, the air electrified with a blinding blue light. Hey, Piccolo, are you trying to kill Gohan? Krillin exclaimed, sweating profusely. This was his best friend's son. If Piccolo were to defeat him, wouldn't he be failing in his duty as an uncle? He had never seen such a fierce determination in Piccolo during their training. Could he still be the ruthless Demon King from before? Hurry up, Gohan, show me. I believe you are capable of much more. I can sense the immense energy within you. Do not hold back any longer. Piccolo's gaze was fixed intently on Gohan, urging him to unleash his full potential, as no one understood Gohan better than he did. In the moment just before the special beam cannon could pierce his chest, Gohan let out a mighty roar, and the golden aura transformed into a pure, silvery glow. This was the hallmark transformation of his latent abilities. Mysterious Gohan, transformation complete. His hair reverted from the golden hue of Super Saiyan to a deep, rich black. At that moment, the beam of the special beam cannon was abruptly halted 10 meters before Gohan, its spiraling energy twisting violently as if it had collided with an invisible barrier. Incredible. Uncle Piccolo, your years of training are truly astounding. As he spoke, Gohan slowly raised his hand, fingers splayed toward the incoming beam. In the astonished gazes of those around him, he nonchalantly clenched his fist, causing the beam to compress into a tiny point of light, which then dissipated with a crisp snap. The surrounding air seemed to tremble with a vanishing force, yet Gohan remained utterly still, as if he were the sovereign of this realm, rendering all other powers trivial before him. This is mysterious Gohan, a force that overwhelms all. 20. The father and son faced off, and Son Gohan's defiant smile left everyone present in a state of daze. Could this truly be the same little boy who used to cry so easily? That was the instantaneous energy blast enhanced by a 20-fold Kaioken. While it is well known that the Saiyan race possesses extraordinary abilities, the sheer, almost surreal strength displayed here was something everyone was experiencing for the first time. After all, Goku had not trained with them for quite some time. They were only aware that he had unlocked Super Saiyan 3, and beyond that, his current power level was a mystery. So powerful, it felt as if they resided in entirely different dimensions. Krillin stood agape, utterly stunned. Was it possible that the Saiyan race truly had no limits? Tien's 3 eyes widened in shock as he recalled the moment Gohan effortlessly crushed Piccolo's signature move with his bare hands. Gohan was astonishingly strong. Kaioshin gazed at him with admiration, realizing how much Gohan had matured. Honestly, even if I were to step into the arena, I might not have performed better than Piccolo did just now. The god of tea stood with his arms crossed, appearing resigned to the fact that the current situation was beyond his ability to mediate. On the field, Piccolo was out of breath, gasping for air, clearly exhausted from the strain of the 20-fold Kaioken. Was this truly the Gohan he once knew? His demeanor had changed, the essence of his power was different, and that innocent expression had vanished. As Piccolo, who had just fought Gohan, understood better than anyone else the true might of his own special beam cannon. He had anticipated Gohan dodging, blocking, or countering, but never thought Gohan could crush it barehanded. It was a source of pride for him. This attack had once allowed him to defeat Raditz, who possessed a battle power of 1500, with his own power level of 408. Particularly after years of refinement, he had drastically reduced the charge time, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Yet, in the end, It had been shattered effortlessly. Haha. Good, good, good. Piccolo collapsed onto the ground, yet he burst into laughter. Uncle Piccolo? Gohan looked in astonishment at the laughing Piccolo. You have truly exceeded my expectations. Piccolo's laughter carried a sense of relief and pride. I had thought I could still have a proper match with you, but now it seems there is a considerable gap. Hearing Piccolo's words, Gohan's smile faded as he transformed back, wishing to help Piccolo up. Piccolo grasped Gohan's hand for support, rising to his feet and brushing off the dust. His eyes, instead of reflecting disappointment, sparkled with determination. However, don't let your guard down. I will surpass you in our upcoming training. Gohan nodded, affirming that he too would not slacken in his martial arts practice. Suddenly, a familiar energy signature appeared behind them, followed by a hearty and vibrant voice. Hey, Gohan. It seems you've been putting in quite a bit of effort lately. Everyone turned to see a familiar figure waving his right hand in greeting. It was Son Goku, clad in his iconic orange GI, his face adorned with a trademark broad smile, though his eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. Dad. Gohan's face lit up with surprise and a hint of reproach. Aren't you supposed to be training in the other world? Why are you back so suddenly? Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief. Haha, Krillin, it's because I sensed an incredible power emerging from North Chaos planet. Honestly, it startled me. With such a tremendous energy, I thought a villain had appeared. Goku explained to Krillin before approaching Gohan, patting him on the shoulder with pride. But Gohan, your move just now was incredible. I can't help but want to spar with you. By the way, what was that astonishing technique of yours? Goku inquired with curiosity. Oh, Dad, you mean full power? Gohan began to describe his ultimate Gohan transformation. That's it. It's so powerful. Goku responded with the enthusiasm of a child encountering a new toy. Dad, do you want to compete with me? Gohan looked up, a flicker of nervousness and irritation in his eyes. Naturally, Gohan harbored many grievances against Goku and the Z fighters as a whole, but he understood that those who had passed could not interfere with the affairs of the living. Yet, Goku's first words upon their reunion were about fighting, rather than inquiring about family matters, igniting a flame of unspoken frustration within Gohan. Of course, I witnessed you effortlessly shatter Piccolo's special beam cannon. That's remarkable. I want to see just how strong you've become, Goku declared, squatting slightly and assuming a combat stance. Goku, are you sure about this? Piccolo frowned, concern etched on his face. Gohan had already used all his strength. Wouldn't it be unfair for Goku to engage him now? Moreover, what kind of father challenges his son to a fight after a long separation? Hey, didn't you just do that? Goku scratched his head, pointing at Piccolo in confusion. Piccolo trembled with indignation, his green face deepening in hue. Had he not maintained his composure, he might have retorted sharply at Goku. Haha, Piccolo, don't worry. Goku laughed, noticing Piccolo's distress. I just want to spar with Gohan to gauge how much he has improved. Besides, I won't be using my full power, so rest assured. Yeah, right. You're always so confident, Piccolo scoffed. Just be careful not to get knocked down by Gohan. Goku merely chuckled, his expression lighthearted. The Z fighters present felt that Goku was being somewhat excessive, yet they were filled with anticipation. Although they wanted to lecture Goku about the responsibilities of parenthood, they were equally eager to witness the father-son showdown. This was indeed a rare battle. Goku's gaze returned to Gohan. All right, Gohan, are you ready? Gohan took a deep breath, his eyes resolute as he assumed a combat stance, a powerful aura emanating from him, seemingly elevated beyond his previous battle. Just what I wanted, Dad. Gohan's voice resonated with confidence and determination. All right, I won't hold back either. Goku shouted, his body vanishing from sight as he charged towards Gohan. Boom. The two figures collided midair, a tremendous shockwave distorting the surrounding air. Krillin, Kaioshin, Tien, and Piccolo retreated, their gazes fixed intently on the aerial duel. Wow, this energy. This intensity. Krillin marveled. The clash between Goku and Gohan was unlike anything ordinary individuals could comprehend. Indeed, their prowess is simply beyond our reach. Tien echoed in admiration. Only North Ko lamented. Can't you all consider my feelings? I am in despair here. Boom. Two forces collided in the air, erupting into a brilliant radiance that engulfed their figures. As the radiance dissipated, Goku and Gohan stood apart, suspended in the air, their eyes gleaming with the fervor of battle. Good heavens, this is truly remarkable, Krillin exclaimed, utterly astonished by the display. Indeed, their power is immense. Their velocity surpasses comprehension. I can scarcely discern their movements. Tien Shinhan added, marveling at the spectacle. A conflict of this magnitude is beyond our capacity to influence. A gentle breeze stirred as Son Gohan's lips curved into a subtle smile, his desire to thoroughly trounce his adoptive father reaching its zenith. Oh, that scoundrel Kakarot. Prepare to taste the wrath of a son's filial piety. Gohan exclaimed with a mischievous grin, an aura of unshakable confidence enveloping him. Gohan eschewed any pretense, having no patience for the Saiyan proclivity to feign weakness before undergoing a transformative metamorphosis. I shall not trifle. Brace yourself, father, Gohan announced, taking a deliberate, fortifying breath. Instantly, an argent aura engulfed Gohan, refining his features, accentuating the sharp lines of his nose, and highlighting the self-assured, almost impish smile playing on his lips. Spare me the charade of your base form, Gohan urged. Unleash your true power from the outset. I have no desire for a tepid dance of Super Saiyan 1. Only to witness the predictable escalation to Super Saiyan 2 after a perfunctory drubbing. Such audacious energy, Goku mused, scratching his head. If you insist, I shall reciprocate in earnest. He then commenced the familiar ritual, initiating his transformation with Super Saiyan 1. A golden nimbus enveloped Goku as he completed his Super Saiyan 1 transformation, his hair taking on a resplendent gold hue and his eyes shifting to a piercing emerald. Aya! Goku bellowed, the golden aura intensifying, crackling with palpable energy. This is Super Saiyan 2, and then Super Saiyan 3. A vision of a colossal ape flickered within Goku's pupils. He clenched his fists, his guttural roars escalating in intensity as golden energy erupted from his core, causing the ground to tremble and fragments of rock to levitate in the solidified air. His hair cascaded down his back, reaching his waist, the fringe separating into 3 sharp, distinct points. His eyebrows vanished entirely, the brow ridge becoming more pronounced. The hair, though still golden, possessed the texture of molten gold, radiating an incandescent brilliance. Super Saiyan 3, is it? Intriguing, Gohan remarked, overflowing with self-assurance. However, if that is the extent of your power, father, I must confess, you are destined to fall by my hand. Gohan, brimming with confidence, gestured dismissively with his thumb, feigning disappointment. Oh, I wouldn't be so certain, Gohan, Goku countered, cracking his knuckles and stretching his neck, maintaining an air of calm composure. Before the echoes of Goku's words could dissipate, Gohan launched his assault. He materialized as a silver streak, appearing instantaneously before Goku, his right fist aimed squarely at Goku's face. Imbued with formidable force, with lightning reflexes, Goku crossed his arms, bracing himself against the blow. Yet, the sheer power of Gohan's strike surpassed his calculations. The cataclysmic impact caused Goku to stagger, narrowly avoiding being hurled backward. Gohan's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. My dearest father, accept this token of affection, he taunted. Without pause, he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, each blow generating a sonic boom, hammering against Goku like a tempestuous drum solo. Though Goku managed to parry Gohan's onslaught, a look of grave concern etched itself upon his face. He had underestimated Gohan's prowess. Each strike bore immense pressure. Had his base form not been superior to Gohan's, he might have already succumbed. Gohan, the amplification of your transformation is truly astonishing, Goku admitted. I believed Super Saiyan 3 to be the pinnacle. Yet you have transcended it with this remarkable transformation. Gohan remained silent, his attacks unrelenting. He had become a relentless combat automaton, his movements imbued with cold precision and unwavering resolve. The argent aura swirled around him, engulfing everything in its path like a furious storm. Despite Goku's valiant defense, his movements grew increasingly labored, and the golden aura surrounding him began to wane. Finally, a devastating knee strike from Gohan sent Goku hurtling through the air, crashing into a distant mountainside in a cloud of dust and debris. Gohan landed gracefully, a subtle smile playing on his lips, his eyes burning with unyielding resolve. He advanced toward the fallen Goku, his voice laced with provocation. It appears your Super Saiyan 3 is not as formidable as you believed, father. Goku slowly rose from the rubble, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, which he nonchalantly dismissed. He looked up, his expression conveying a sense of paternal pride. Gohan, I must concede, you have surpassed me, he admitted. It seems Piccolo was correct. I am destined to be defeated by your hand. Gohan shook his head, his gaze fixed upon his father. Father, you have yet to unleash your full power, have you not? What? The revelation reverberated through the assembled onlookers, eliciting shock and disbelief. Now that I think of it, it has been 2 years since Goku mastered Super Saiyan 3, hasn't it? Yamcha mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, Piccolo affirmed, arms crossed. Goku achieved the Super Saiyan 3 transformation 2 years ago. Could it be? Krillin stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Goku. His eyes wide with astonishment. There can be no other explanation, Tien Shinhan declared. Goku is not one for empty boasts. Did you not observe the earlier exchange between him and Piccolo? That air of composure speaks of a hidden ace up his sleeve. Tien Shinhan recalled the conversation between Goku and Piccolo, concluding that Goku possessed a newly acquired technique, the only plausible explanation for his unwavering confidence. Heh. I had intended to unveil this as a surprise, but it appears I am on the verge of defeat, Goku chuckled, wiping the blood from his mouth. He then proceeded to remove his martial arts gi and the blue sash from his waist, discarding them on the ground. Prepare yourself, Gohan. I shall unleash this transformation, which I have only recently mastered. You are the first to witness its power. I anticipate this with great fervor, Gohan responded, his Saiyan blood coursing through his veins. Ignited with excitement, the stronger his father, the more invigorated he became. As he had foreseen, Goku was far from his limit. Behold, Super Saiyan 4, Gohan. The roar, imbued with the primal fury of a great ape, reverberated across the other world. The golden locks of Super Saiyan 3 danced in the wind, the aura crackling with lightning, tearing at the very fabric of the atmosphere. Goku's hair instantly transitioned to a fiery red, and his body became enveloped in a crimson fur. His musculature expanded dramatically, his height increasing from 175 centimeters to 195 centimeters, his physique becoming more robust and imposing. A crimson, furry tail erupted from his tailbone, swaying rhythmically in the wind. His pupils shifted from the azure of Super Saiyan 3 to a crimson red. The previously absent eyebrows reappeared, the protruding brow receding, becoming more uniform. Red eyebrows, red irises, red eyeshadow, red hair, red fur. Goku was now entirely enveloped in the color red, an image that delivered maximum visual impact. He clenched his fists, their dimensions now far exceeding those of an ordinary man, resembling those of a colossal ape. The absence of red fur on his hands accentuated their size and conveyed a sense of raw, untamed power. The sight of Goku's transformation triggered a response in Gohan, causing his own tail to emerge from his martial arts pants, becoming visible to all. A tail. When did Gohan's tail regenerate? The onlookers voiced their collective bewilderment. Super Saiyan 4, is it? It seems to be the demonic version, Gohan mused. In that case, I shall have to unleash GT Super Saiyan 4, otherwise, my newly grown tail would be for naught. GT Super 4, Golden Great Ape, resilient, invincible, pulverizing everything. Its colossal, fiery red form exuded primal, untamed power. Gohan, though taken aback, remained composed. He gestured for a pause, addressing his father, Goku, suggesting a brief respite, hinting at his own potential to undergo a unique Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Gohan's pronouncement stunned everyone present, especially the Z fighters. Krillin, incredulous, asked Kaioshin to pinch him, confirming he wasn't dreaming. Yamcha corroborated Gohan's statement, emphasizing the distinction from Goku's transformation. The North Kai, awestruck and intimidated, chose silence, mindful of self-preservation. Goku's ape-like appearance unnerved him, fearing potential repercussions from Saiyans in a frenzied state. Even the stoic Piccolo was taken aback, marveling at the Saiyans' seemingly endless transformations. The Z fighters on North Kai's planet collectively lamented the Saiyans' inherent advantages, considering their transformations akin to blatant cheating. Goku, intrigued, expressed his anticipation for Gohan's unique Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Gohan requested a moment for preparation, acknowledging the experimental nature of his transformation and requesting his father's intervention should he lose control to prevent any destruction to North Kai's planet. The North Kai was deeply moved by Gohan's consideration. Goku agreed without reservation. Gohan retrieved a capsule, revealing a device developed by Bulma, a miniature Blutz wave emitter, designed to replicate the effects of a full moon, essential for triggering the Great Ape transformation. A prerequisite for Super Saiyan 4. Gohan cautioned Goku to distance himself from the device, wary of potential interactions between the emitter and his own transformed state. Activating the device, Gohan exposed himself to the Blutz waves, inducing the elongation and thickening of his tail. Subsequently, his mind went blank, replaced by the primal rhythm of his heartbeat. A surge of intense energy coursed through his veins, a double-edged sword of exhilaration and agony. His body underwent violent contortions, bones cracking, muscles expanding. With a thunderous roar, Gohan morphed into a 30-meter-tall great ape, its crimson eyes reflecting a savage, unbridled instinct. Yet, this was merely the prelude. With another resounding bellow, Gohan initiated the Super Saiyan transformation, enveloping his dark fur in a radiant golden aura. The Golden Great Ape had arrived. Refined text: the Golden Great Ape towered over the land, pounding its chest and roaring, its crimson eyes turbid, filled with chaos and murderous intent. This was a Super Saiyan transformation on top of the regular Great Ape form. In this state, Gohan's aura had already surpassed that of his mystic form. To transform into a Super Saiyan after becoming a Great Ape? A stroke of genius, resulting in even greater power and defense. However, such a massive body also leads to a significant decrease in agility. Against enemies of comparable strength, it's practically a walking target, Goku muttered. Gazing up at Gohan's Golden Great Ape form, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamchu, Kaiotsu, and King Kai watched the scene in astonishment. Their understanding of the Saiyan race constantly being redefined. Gohan, you actually thought of transforming into a Super Saiyan while in the Great Ape form? You're really stealing the show. Meanwhile, Gohan felt his rationality slipping away, the desire for carnage rooted in his Saiyan bloodline, threatening to turn him into a mindless beast. But when Gohan thought of Bulma, his mother Chi-Chi, and Piccolo, his mind cleared. After all, he isn't a pure-blooded Saiyan. The Saiyan blood is a tool to make him stronger, not chains to bind him. If he only sought strength, but lost his mind, becoming a beast that revels in destruction, what difference would that make between him and the android siblings? Indeed, bestial instincts surged relentlessly, yet affection acted as an invisible restraint. He had many things to protect. So how could he fall here? Super Saiyan 4 was just the beginning. Would this level really cause him to lose his mind? Feeble, feeble, feeble. Hull! Gohan roared again, his crimson eyes clearing. His pupils suddenly contracted to pinpoints, and a red lightning bolt flashed in his mind. His heartbeat accelerated, and his body temperature rose. Ayayoa! The 30-meter Great Ape body emitted a sound akin to a human roar. The tail thrashed, whipping the ground, sending dirt flying. That was the source of the primal power hidden within the Saiyan bloodline. At that moment, the crimson eyes erupted with brilliant golden light, and the 30-meter Great Ape body began to shrink rapidly before their eyes. Every muscle contracted under the surge of energy, and the golden fur stood on end as if burned by flames, transforming from a dazzling gold to a restrained but fiery red. On King Kai's planet, a gale arose, whipping up sand and stones, yet it could not touch the space within 3 meters of Gohan, which was isolated by golden energy. When the wind subsided, a 2-meter-tall youth stood firmly in place. The others could now see Gohan's current appearance. Thick black hair, as if imbued with life, moved without wind, like a lion's mane, full of wild beauty, with a thick strand of hair hanging down his forehead. His torso and limbs were covered in red fur, accentuating his solid chest muscles and arm circumference, and a furry tail swayed constantly. Red eyeshadow paired with golden eyes gave him an air of divinity. But the slight upturn of his lips, full of confidence and dominance, made his aura seem almost demonic. This is my Super Saiyan 4. Gohan's voice was deep and magnetic, each word echoing like a resounding bell in everyone's ears. Everyone present was stunned. What transformation is this? Is the Saiyan race really this flamboyant? Even within the same stage, there are 2 forms of Super Saiyan 4. Honestly, I didn't expect to become this strong in this state. Gohan felt the power surging within his body, almost becoming intoxicated by it. Indeed, whether in terms of appearance or strength, GT Super Saiyan 4 was truly the most fitting transformation for a Saiyan. Retaining the characteristics of the Great Ape, and its amplification factor far exceeded that of Super Saiyan 3. Stamina, strength, defense, speed, and endurance had no shortcomings. In particular, its ability to absorb other people's energy greatly elevated the upper limit of this transformation. Later, there would be opportunities to strengthen it into Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4. Wow, Gohan, this transformation of yours isn't based on Super Saiyan 3, but the appearance after transforming is similar to mine. It's really amazing. Goku pointed at Gohan, his face full of surprise. Gohan nodded, adopting a fighting stance, and said, even so, which of these similar yet different transformations is stronger? I really want to know, Dad. I understand, Gohan. I won't hold back this time. I'll go all out. Haha, that's what I want. As expected. I need to fight to familiarize myself with this new power. That's right. Then come on. Goku looked at Gohan in Super Saiyan 4 form, his fighting spirit soaring, his blood boiling. Goku swung his giant ape arm, slamming it down on Gohan, but Gohan easily caught it. Hiss, this power is quite something. It seems there's a reason for the hands to be so big, Gohan said, but his relaxed expression showed that Goku's punch wasn't strong enough. Dad, your punches aren't fast enough, aren't ruthless enough. Gohan twisted his neck, then punched Goku's face hard. Gohan wouldn't hold back. On one hand, he wanted to familiarize himself with the new transformation, and on the other hand, he had long wanted to beat up the scumbag Kakarot to vent his anger. Goku tilted his head back slightly, dodging the swift punch with extreme difficulty. He grinned. Dangerous, dangerous, I almost got hit. Speaking of which, Gohan, you hit really hard. Dad, this is sparring, not playing house. If I really held back, you wouldn't be happy. That's true. Goku stomped his feet hard, his body shooting towards Gohan like a cannonball. In the air, Goku moved nimbly, kicking out several times in succession, his attacks like a tidal wave. Gohan reacted quickly, sidestepping and dodging rapidly, while his arms blocked like iron plates in front of him, barely managing to block a few kicks. The two exchanged blows in an instant, their fists and feet connecting, making it difficult to determine the winner. Only the sound of whistling wind and dull thuds of colliding limbs could be heard. As the battle continued, Goku and Gohan's exchanges became more intense. Their figures darted across King Kai's planet, each collision stirring up dust and dirt, as if the earth itself was trembling in response to their battle. It seems we can't determine a victor with physical strength alone. Goku quickly distanced himself after an exchange, panting slightly. His eyes gleamed with excitement, clearly looking forward to this battle. That's right, Dad. Then let's try key attacks. Gohan also lowered his stance, his hands forming a cupped shape, and blue energy gathered in his palms, forming a dazzling orb of light. Kamehameha, he shouted, firing the blue energy wave at Goku. Goku smiled slightly, gathering energy in his hands as well, forming an even brighter blue orb. With a soft shout, he fired his Kamehameha to meet Gohan's. The two beams collided in midair, unleashing a deafening roar, and the shockwaves scattered, instantly turning the surrounding rocks into dust. Humph, Gohan, your Kamehameha is indeed strong. But don't forget, I also have the Kaioken. Goku clenched his teeth, his muscles bulged instantaneously, and his aura amplified manifold. This was the Kaioken, a technique he had mastered under King Kai's tutelage, capable of augmenting his combat prowess tenfold in a fleeting moment. Kaioken times 10 Kamehameha. Goku channeled his energy once more, and the azure beam swelled to immense proportions, seemingly imbued with the power to obliterate all in its path. Gohan, witnessing this, felt a twinge of apprehension. He was acutely aware of the Kaioken's formidable nature, yet retreat was no longer an option. Again, he mustered his energy, pouring every ounce of his being into his Kamehameha. However, even with his utmost exertion, he could not hope to contend with Goku's instantaneous tenfold Kaioken amplification. Boom. The two energy waves collided once more, the colossal shockwave sending both warriors hurtling backward. Gohan's body spun uncontrollably through the air before slamming heavily into the earth, raising a cloud of dust. Goku, though also forced back by the impact, managed to regain his footing swiftly, owing to his superior physical resilience. Cough, cough. Gohan slowly rose from the dust, a trickle of crimson blood staining the corner of his mouth. He lifted his gaze, fixing it upon Goku in the distance, his eyes reflecting a sense of frustration. This marked his first defeat since his soul had merged with that of the transmigrator. Gohan, you've done exceptionally well, Goku said as he approached slowly, his tone laced with a hint of gratification and pride. Your Super Saiyan 4 form is indeed formidable, but the Kaioken's instantaneous burst, coupled with my higher base power level, makes your defeat inevitable. While the logic was sound, these unintentionally blunt words from an airhead were infuriating. Gohan now intimately understood Vegeta's frustration and helplessness. However, he did not succumb to despondency, as his purpose in visiting King Kai's planet was not to engage in combat, but to inquire about divine ki. Once he transformed into a Super Saiyan God, he would simply obliterate all opposition with a single punch. The North Kai, with a stern demeanor, chastised Gohan and Goku for their reckless sparring, which had left the North Kai's planet in disarray. He now had to labor tirelessly to restore it. Lord Kai, are you familiar with the concept of divine energy? Gohan inquired, somewhat sheepishly, as he presented the North Kai with a capsule containing an anthology of cold jokes from Earth, murmuring, "This is a compilation of amusing puns from the last century. I hope you find it entertaining." The triviality of his gesture elicited quiet amusement from the other Z fighters, with one teasingly remarking on Gohan's newfound knack for bribery. Observing the bemusement on their faces, Gohan began to explain his inquiry regarding divine energy. Upon hearing Gohan speak of a parallel universe where a malevolent entity had utilized Goku's body to eliminate Bulma, the Z fighters were filled with indignation. Were it not for Gohan's warning about this dark Goku possessing powers far surpassing Super Saiyan 4, they might have hastily embarked on a journey through time to confront him. After all, the deceased were not permitted to intervene in the affairs of the living, yet there were no restrictions against meddling in alternate realities. The North Kai, who had just accepted the capsule filled with jokes with a smile, was struck by genuine anger upon learning of the misdeeds committed by Zamasu, the Kai candidate from Universe 10. This marked the first time his amiable visage was overshadowed by a strict expression of rage. It is crucial to understand that both the Kai and the Supreme Kai are divine guardians responsible for creation and order. The emergence of a disruptor like Zamasu was an affront to their principles, a dereliction of duty far more grievous than mere betrayal. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the North Kai understood that he, as a mere Kai, could not handle it alone. Thus, he gathered the Z fighters and Gohan to seek an audience with the Grand Kai, the only one with the authority and capability to reach the Supreme Kai. The Grand Kai listened attentively to the North Kai's account, refraining from his usual antics, and promptly informed the Supreme Kai. Subsequently, the only surviving Supreme Kai, Shin, made his grand entrance, squinting in a manner that exuded an air of pretentiousness. Had Gohan not been cognizant of the original narrative, he might have been easily swayed by this comedic deity. Universe 10? What is that? Shin began with a rather dismissive remark, causing both the Grand Kai and North Kai to feel awkward. This was understandable, as Shin was thrust into his role without adequate knowledge, having been appointed during a crisis when the Grand Supreme Kai sealed away the previous Supreme Kai. His experience was regrettably shallow, as frequently noted in the original tale. A prime example is during the Buu saga, when he was tasked with retrieving the Supreme Kai's sword, believing that merely pulling it from its sheath would grant him immense power, while also underestimating the significance of the Patera earrings. To illustrate, it is akin to a senior student at university landing an internship at a Fortune 500 company without ever stepping outside the campus, lacking any understanding of interpersonal dynamics or corporate operations, only to find themselves inexplicably elevated to the position of chairman after all those more qualified have left. The managers of the subsidiaries, the Kais, view him as an exceptional young talent, while he is acutely aware that he is merely an intern, thrust into a position of authority without a clue as to what he is doing. Nevertheless, Gohan did not wish to overstep his bounds, but the Supreme Kai was woefully uninformed. Thus, he took it upon himself to enlighten Shin on all he knew, sharing this knowledge with the assembled Z fighters. After a lengthy discussion, Shin finally underwent a long overdue orientation. No longer squinting, he regarded this knowledgeable mortal with growing curiosity. In summary, you are suggesting that the Kai candidate Zamasu from Universe 10 murdered his master and seized the Supreme Kai's time ring solely to inhabit a mortal body to annihilate humanity? How could this be? Although I may look down upon this Zamasu you speak of, he is, after all, a candidate for Supreme Kai, a celestial being. How could he possibly seek out the so-called Super Dragon Balls to make such wishes? Here we go again. The arrogant Kai begins to flaunt his ignorance. Gohan loathed such deities who referred to mortals in such a derisive manner. Father, you should transform into Super Saiyan 4. Your stamina should suffice, he suggested to Goku, winking to encourage his father to intimidate the haughty god. Ah, transformation? Very well, transitioning to Super Saiyan 4 does not deplete much energy. Goku unleashed a torrent of energy, enveloping himself in a golden aura that shook the cosmos. Is this strength truly attainable by mortals? The former puppet could scarcely match this. The rustic Kai began his whimsical comparisons once more. Humph, your puppet is likely inferior to my full potential, not to mention my father's Super Saiyan 4, Gohan retorted. Flaring his own energy, transforming into Ultimate Gohan, his silver aura radiating power that nearly caused Shin to lose control of himself. The Supreme Kai, drenched in cold sweat and displaying a comical expression, began to exhibit his true nature as a diligent, yet somewhat pretentious young deity. This newfound dynamic prompted him to address Goku and Gohan with a newfound respect, appending the honorific Mr. to their names. 25. The old Kaioshin, I intend to venture to the Kaioshin realm and extract the Kaioshin sword, Gohan declared solemnly to Kaioshin Shin. His objective was unequivocal and resolute. The quest for the Kaioshin realm to draw forth the divine sword that sealed the old Kaioshin. In his view, only by liberating the imprisoned old Kaioshin could he possibly acquire the sacred techniques for cultivating divine energy, thereby transforming into a Super Saiyan god, ultimately achieving the breakthrough to Super Saiyan Blue. However, Kaioshin Shin wore a perplexed expression. Although he had heard tales of the Kaioshin sword, those were mere legends, and even he could not ascertain their authenticity. Observing Shin's bewilderment, Gohan realized that this individual was utterly uninformed about the matter. He patted his head, patiently elucidating. Have I not mentioned before? The universe typically harbors two supreme deities, the Kaioshin, who governs creation, and the god of destruction, responsible for annihilation. These two deities share a singular life force. If one perishes, so too does the other. Within the cosmos, there are few beings capable of threatening the god of destruction. Yet the Kaioshin are different. Their combat prowess is generally inferior to that of the god of destruction. Thus, malevolent entities like Zamasu would endeavor to eliminate the Kaioshin first. In doing so, the corresponding god of destruction would also vanish, rendering them incapable of thwarting his atrocities. Our universe's god of destruction, Beerus, is particularly fond of sloth and slumber. To prevent anyone from slaying the Kaioshin while he sleeps and erasing his existence, Beerus sealed one Kaioshin within the Kaioshin sword. Consequently, even if all other Kaioshin were to perish, there would still remain one sealed within the sword as a safeguard against plunder. Ah, I see. Kaioshin Shin scratched his head, feigning enlightenment. Nevertheless, this god of destruction named Beerus possesses quite a vile temperament. Not only does he shirk his duties, but he also fears for his life to the extent of sealing his ancestor within a sword. What a despicable being. Witnessing Kaioshin Shin's indignant demeanor, Gohan could only offer a few soothing words. After all, in this world, strength reigns supreme. Later, in Dragon Ball Super, when Kaioshin Shin encountered the god of destruction Beerus, he addressed him as Lord Beerus. Although both were supreme deities, their statuses were not equal. The god of destruction consistently overshadowed the Kaioshin, often mocking them, seemingly elevated by half a tier. It must be said that the divine hierarchy within the Dragon Ball series is indeed somewhat fragile, with many aspects failing to withstand scrutiny. However, such matters were of no concern to Gohan. His singular desire was to grow stronger and protect his loved ones, friends, and the earth. The intrigues among the deities held no significance for him. Very well, let us proceed to the Kaioshin realm, Gohan stated. All right, Father and Uncle Piccolo. You should return to North Kaioshin's planet for now. I shall return shortly. Gohan bid farewell to his companions and approached Kaioshin Shin. With a nod, Kaioshin Shin signaled Gohan to prepare himself. Subsequently, he utilized his unique Kaioshin ability to teleport. In the blink of an eye, Gohan found himself in the Kaioshin realm. There stood a middle-aged man, resembling Kaioshin Shin, who served as his attendant, named Jebbet. Upon noticing Gohan, Jebbet bellowed, "Who are you to dare intrude upon the Kaioshin realm?" He behaved as if he were oblivious to Kaioshin Shin's presence, exuding an arrogant demeanor that was thoroughly irksome. His sharp tongue mirrored that of the earlier Kaioshin Shin. Gohan couldn't help but think, how can the Kaioshin of Universe 7 engage in such trifling matters, constantly belittling others? They are supposed to be deities of creation. At the very least, they ought to refrain from despising humanity. It is truly exasperating. Sensing Gohan's displeasure, Kaioshin Shin hastily admonished Jebbet to treat Gohan with respect, especially given the overwhelming potential Gohan had previously displayed, which had nearly frightened him. Upon hearing his master's reprimand, Jebbet tempered his arrogance, realizing he was merely a subordinate and protector of Kaioshin Shin. Kaioshin Shin led Gohan to the location of the Kaioshin sword. Jebbet, arms crossed, scoffed. This sword is something even the esteemed Kaioshin could not draw. What can a mere human accomplish? Before he could finish his sentence, a brilliant golden aura erupted from Gohan, and the overwhelming energy of a Super Saiyan sent Jebbet tumbling. The entire Kaioshin realm began to tremble violently, and with the sound of cracking ground, Gohan effortlessly withdrew the sword's hilt, subsequently crushing it with his bare hands, the shattered blade rippling with energy. "Oh, this is the mightiest sword. How could this be?" Jebbet exclaimed, his worldview shattered, before he fainted on the spot. "Jebbet, hey, are you all right?" Kaioshin Shin, observing his attendant's collapse, quickly checked on him and breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering that Jebet was merely unconscious. Suddenly, an elderly yawn echoed from behind Gohan. The youth of today are indeed remarkable. You are a Saiyan, are you not? A short, purple-skinned elder appeared before Gohan, hunched over. Indeed, Gohan replied, finding no surprise in the elder's recognition, as even the most seasoned deities would easily identify his race by the furry tail at his waist. Truly impressive. You harbor immense energy, young one, the old Kaioshin remarked, stroking Gohan's muscles in admiration. Yet I have been sealed in this wretched sword for so long. And not a single Kaioshin has discovered me. These successors are nothing but a bunch of incompetent fools. The old Kaioshin squinted at Kaioshin Shin, who stood nearby. His head bowed in shame. The old Kaioshin uttered no further words, instead beginning to stretch and move his body, for he had been confined for many years. And his muscles had grown stiff. Well, it matters not, he waved his hand dismissively, as I am free now. Young man, what brings you to me? Though sealed within the sword, he was aware of the circumstances outside, naturally. He understood that Gohan's arrival at the Kaioshin realm was to extract the Kaioshin's sword and liberate him. There must be some ulterior motive behind it. Gohan, unreserved, recounted how Zamasu had seized his father Goku's body, traversing parallel timelines to wreak havoc and implement his misguided plans against humanity. The divine energy, break for me. This is indeed a challenging predicament. The old Kaioshin furrowed his brow, hands clasped behind his back as he paced back and forth, clearly grappling with a rather complex issue. Son Gohan feigned nonchalance, yet his inquiry was pointed. There is a way. I have heard that by mastering divine energy, we Saiyans can transform into Super Saiyan gods, attaining the realm of divinity. The old Kaioshin paused, taken aback, then gazed at Gohan incredulously. Divine energy? Is it truly that extraordinary? In the old Kaioshin's extensive experience, there had once been mortals in the seventh universe who commanded divine energy, yet it was hardly remarkable. After all, even the lowest-tier deities, akin to Earth's kami, possessed powers far surpassing divine energy. However, it was evident that the combat prowess of the kami was not formidable, which explained the old Kaioshin's astonishment. Can you impart the techniques for cultivating divine energy to me? Gohan asked earnestly. You summon me for this. Any Kaioshin candidate could elucidate the principles involved. You could simply inquire with him. He is, after all, the current Kaioshin. The old Kaioshin pointed at Kaioshin Kai. Ancestor, I must confess I know nothing. Whether it pertains to the god of destruction or the divisions of the universe, it was Mr. Gohan who informed me. I, as the Kaioshin, was also caught off guard by Buu's attack. The other three candidates perished, and the previous Kaioshin hastily passed the mantle to me. Aminos, you little rascals. Why can't you seek out Beerus? We are Kaioshins, clerical figures, not warriors. Matters of combat should be left to the god of destruction. The old Kaioshin scolded Kaioshin Kai. Exasperated. Enough, I'll reprimand you later. The old Kaioshin composed himself, preparing to impart the methods of cultivating divine energy to Gohan. There are various forms of energy, such as courage, vitality, righteousness, and malevolence. These are manifestations of spiritual power. Regardless of training, be it divine or human, the physical form inevitably reaches its limits. Even the mightiest god of destruction cannot obliterate the universe's hardest metals. To transcend these boundaries, one requires energy. The old Kaioshin cleared his throat, his expression turning grave as he delineated the distinctions between divine energy and ordinary energy. The energy cultivated by humans emanates outward, while divine energy must be nurtured internally. Imperceptible to external senses, which explains why mortals cannot perceive divine energy. Cultivating divine energy is straightforward. First, one must severely injure oneself, bringing oneself to the brink of death. Then, engage in battle with a deity to sense the divine energy emanating from their power, integrating this essence into oneself, and following the body's instincts. What? Is it truly that brutal? Gohan gasped, taken aback by the notion of bringing himself to the brink of death and relying on instinct to sense a deity's power. He recalled the movie Dragon Ball, God and God, where his father, Goku, momentarily withdrew from his Super Saiyan God transformation during battle, but erupted with power at the brink of death. It now seemed he had become attuned to Beerus's divine energy during their confrontation. Thus, the seemingly absurd training method proposed by the old Kaioshin appeared to hold merit. No matter. Let us proceed. Gohan swallowed hard, taking a deep breath and requesting Kaioshin Kai to spar with him. Me? Kaioshin Kai exclaimed, bewildered, pointing at himself. Am I to strike Mr. Gohan? Is this for real? If you want to do it, Shall I? The old Kaioshin, unceremoniously, delivered a sharp tap to Kaioshin Kai's head. Very well, if I must. With no other choice, Kaioshin Kai covered his head and stepped forward. At that moment, Jebet, lying on the ground, slowly regained consciousness. He rubbed his eyes and, spotting the purple-skinned elder in Kaioshin attire, queried in confusion, "Who is this old man? Why is he dressed as a Kaioshin?" The old Kaioshin cast a fleeting glance at Jebet, his brow furrowing slightly with impatience. "Humph, you little rascal, you finally awakened. A mere broken sword has rendered you unconscious. How utterly useless. What? You old man, who are you to speak to me like that?" Jebet, with a temperament as fiery as his red skin, flared up at the unexpected rebuke. "I am the old Kaioshin from 15 generations ago, sealed within that sword by a villain. Were it not for this lad shattering the Kaioshin sword, I would have remained unaware of how incompetent you successors have become. Particularly you, Jebet, is it? You seem to have difficulty distinguishing the hierarchy." As he spoke, the old Kaioshin's demeanor shifted to one of grave intensity. He slowly raised his hands and waved them gently, an invisible pressure cascading around him. An ancient and potent aura began to emanate from his being, reminiscent of the majesty that had settled from eons past, instilling a deep sense of trepidation. This divine power surged like a tidal wave, imbued with an overwhelming sense of authority. It was not a ferocious force, but rather akin to an insurmountable divine mountain, imposing and daunting. Such power could only be sensed by those within the divine hierarchy, reflecting an absolute disparity in rank. Jebet's countenance paled instantly. He felt acutely the oppressive weight of this divine energy, as if he were but a minuscule ant, while the old Kaioshin loomed like an unshakable divine mountain. Instinctively, he took several steps back, his eyes wide with shock and reverence. Jebet immediately knelt, a flicker of awe and fear crossing his eyes as he humbly replied, "I see. Esteemed ancestor, I was disrespectful earlier." The old Kaioshin waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Jebet to remain silent, before refocusing on Kaioshin Kai and Gohan. Kaioshin Kai stood hesitantly before Gohan, his hands trembling slightly, evidently anxious about the impending confrontation. "Quit hesitating and strike," the old Kaioshin urged from the sidelines. Gohan needed to cultivate divine energy, and any leniency would render their efforts futile. Taking a deep breath, Kaioshin Kai summoned his courage, slowly raising his hand to lightly tap Gohan's shoulder. However, the impact felt more akin to a playful poke, causing Gohan to sway slightly without sustaining any significant injury. "This won't do. You're far too gentle. How can Gohan possibly approach the brink of death?" The old Kaioshin bellowed in displeasure. "Hit harder." Startled by the old Kaioshin's reprimand, Kaioshin Kai's eyes widened. Gritting his teeth, he raised his hand again, this time with considerably more force. Yet, Gohan's resilience appeared greater than anticipated. He merely staggered back a few steps, sustaining minimal damage. "Goodness, this is ridiculous," the old Kaioshin exclaimed, exasperated. "Kai, you are the current Kaioshin, regardless of how you came to this divine position. As the supreme deity of the universe, how can you falter at such a critical moment?" "Ancestor, I don't wish to do this," Kaioshin Kai protested, feeling conflicted. "Mr. Gohan is our friend, and I truly cannot bring myself to strike him." "Friend?" The old Kaioshin scoffed. "Do not forget, cultivating divine energy is no trivial matter. If Gohan cannot reach the brink of death, he may never become a Super Saiyan God." Upon hearing this, Gohan's eyes glimmered with determination. He understood the old Kaioshin's words held truth. To transcend one's limits, one must inevitably pay a price. He inhaled deeply, raised his head, and offered Kaioshin Shin a smile. "Kaioshin, it's quite all right. Please, proceed without reservation. I trust in my capacity to endure it." Kaioshin Shin, observing Gohan's gaze, felt a tremor in his heart. He realized he could no longer waver. To do so would betray not only Gohan's expectations, but also old Kaioshin's hopes. Thus, he gritted his teeth, raised his hand once more, and with every ounce of strength, delivered a forceful blow to Gohan's chest. A muffled thud echoed as Gohan's body was propelled backward, akin to a kite severed from its string. A searing pain emanated from his chest, swiftly engulfing his entire being. His vision began to blur, and his breathing grew shallow. He knew he was nearing the brink of mortality. "Mr. Gohan," Kaioshin Shin, witnessing Gohan's flight, was seized by panic. He hastily moved to assess Gohan's condition. But old Kaioshin restrained him. "Stay back. Now is not the time for concern," old Kaioshin stated gravely. Gohan has reached a near-death state. Whether his instinct can seize the divine energy remains to be seen. He urged, do not cease the assault. Quickly marshal all your divine power, employ the divine technique, and strike Gohan. Hasten. Concurrently, Gohan lay prostrate, the agony threatening to overwhelm his consciousness. Yet, he did not yield. His mind was consumed by a singular determination to cultivate divine energy, to ascend as a Super Saiyan God, and to safeguard all he held dear. Black Goku of the parallel timeline was still wreaking havoc, and he could not fall here. The birth of Super Saiyan God. The seventh attack. The old Kaioshin sat cross-legged on a rock, his gnarled fingers gently tapping a rhythm on his knee. Jebet, he called. Yes, Jebet replied, quickly kneeling beside Gohan, his hands glowing with a luminescent green light as he began to restore the unconscious warrior. This oscillation between life and death had persisted for a full 7 times. The Saiyan race had been tested 7 times, and Gohan's normal battle power had surged, rendering him a completely different entity from before. At this moment, Jebet, who had always been proud and looked down upon mortals, found himself genuinely admiring this young man named Gohan. This admiration did not stem from Gohan's formidable strength, but from a more primal awe. When the green healing light enveloped Gohan, Jebet could distinctly sense the shattered ribs within him and the nearly motionless heart. Yet, after each restoration, Gohan stood resolute, his eyes devoid of fear and brimming with courage. This was the first time Jebet truly regarded humanity. They were not as fragile and insignificant as he had once thought. This tenacity even surpassed that of the countless deities he had encountered. Kaioshin, how much longer can he endure? Jebet raised his gaze, a hint of concern in his eyes. Despite possessing formidable healing abilities, each treatment felt like a race against death. And he sensed that Gohan's injuries were more severe than ever before. I do not know, Jebet, the old Kaioshin replied, his gaze fixed intently on the unconscious Gohan. But I know his will is stronger than his body. As long as his heart remains steadfast, he will continue to strive until he truly masters the divine essence. Kaioshin, observing Gohan in his state of unconsciousness, felt a pang of compassion. He was not a sadist. Witnessing Gohan brought to the brink of death 7 times stirred his empathy. Perhaps we should reconsider, ancestor. Mr. Gohan is in such a state. Surely there must be a simpler and easier way to grasp the divine essence? Fool. Do you think divine essence is as common as cabbage? This is the best method I can conceive. Remember, he is a Saiyan, a born warrior. Nothing suits him better than this approach. But I cannot bear to do this any longer. Kaioshin, being a relatively young deity, found it difficult to accept. He felt as though he were a villain, repeatedly pushing Gohan to the brink of death. At that moment, Gohan, still unconscious, suddenly emitted a low groan, his body quivering as if struggling to awaken unconsciously. Jebet immediately refocused on the healing, the green light glowing once more, gently enveloping Gohan's form. I can still go on. Let us proceed. I feel, this time, it must succeed. Gohan staggered to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His body swaying precariously, yet he remained standing. He wiped the blood from his lips and lifted his head, offering a grim yet resolute smile to Kaioshin. Kaioshin, one more time. I will surely succeed. Mr. Gohan, I concede defeat. Kaioshin looked at the battered yet indomitable mortal before him. A torrent of complex emotions surged within him. To be honest, before meeting Gohan, his thoughts were not dissimilar to those of Zamasu. He believed humanity to be a blight upon the universe, insignificant. But now he had changed. He perceived humanity as, in some ways, more magnificent than the deities themselves. The song of humanity was a song of courage, and their greatness was defined by their bravery. This is the last time, Gohan. No matter what happens, I will not come again. I understand, Kaioshin. Gohan took a deep breath, striving to steady himself. He felt his body had reached its limit. Each breath felt like it was tearing at his lungs, yet his will remained extraordinarily clear. He knew he was but a step away from success. If he could endure this final trial, he would truly master the divine essence and transform into a Super Saiyan God. Honestly, it is difficult for me to imagine what sustains you. Unwillingness, Gohan replied, a sense of despair washing over him. I cannot continue to be at the mercy of fate, to watch the universe descend into darkness, to fail to become a true God, and to be unable to protect everything I cherish. I will not yield. Gohan shouted. At that moment, the energy of Kaioshin's ki blast, infused with divine power, miraculously merged into Gohan's body, resonating with his own ki. Like Prometheus stealing fire from the heavens, Gohan's ordinary ki began to transform into divine essence, gradually evolving from human ki to divine ki. The energy that had previously overflowed was now contained within him, swelling larger and larger. Then, it erupted. In that instant, it felt as if the entire universe celebrated his birth. At last, the Super Saiyan God emerged before all. Gohan's physique became leaner and taller, his muscle definition more fluid, his skin fairer, and his overall appearance youthful, resembling that of a young man. His eyes grew significantly larger, his pupils clear, with red irises. His hair transformed into a vibrant crimson, surrounded by a golden aura akin to the flames of the sun. Simultaneously, in the distant cosmos, the angel Whis of Universe 7 was leisurely sipping afternoon tea. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, sensing something, and set down his teacup with a slight smile. It seems an intriguing individual has emerged in Universe 7. 28. The slaughter of Black Goku as the wind rises and leaves fall. It is merely a hint of frost. The exhaustion and injuries within Gohan are healed by divine energy, elevating both his spirit and body to unprecedented heights. Is this what the universe looks like in the eyes of the divine? Gohan opens his palm, feeling the divine aura within him. A golden red flame coalesces instantly in his hand, which he then closes into a fist and strikes. In an instant, a rift tears through space, and the surrounding air rushes frantically into the gap, whipping up a tempest throughout the realm of the Kais. At the center of this storm stands Gohan. The old Kai quickly employs divine power to mend the space that Gohan has disrupted. How formidable! Gohan himself can hardly believe the strength he possesses now. It appears you have transformed into a Super Saiyan God. The elder Kai, hunched over, speaks with astonishment, not expecting that merely comprehending divine energy could lead to such power. At this moment, Gohan's strength is leagues apart from what it once was. Meanwhile, in a parallel universe, the future world is in disarray. Black Goku and Zamasu toast, gazing at the ravaged earth they have laid waste to. Well done, my other self. Zamasu raises a glass of fine wine in gratitude to Black Goku. Oh, there's no need for such formality. I am you. After all, Black Goku replies, lifting his glass in return. It seems our plan is on the verge of success, Zamasu states, taking a sip of his wine with satisfaction. Indeed, once we capture that bra who escaped through time, the scions of this universe will vanish without a trace. Black Goku reveals a sinister grin. Haha, she can't escape. He adds, how about this? After we finish our drinks, I'll accompany you to the timeline where that female scion fled. Zamasu proposes, suggesting a post-meal excursion to hunt bra across time. Sounds good. Black Goku nods in agreement. As the two dine and converse, they dream of the true peace that will come once they have eradicated the filthy humans. Before long, the two finish their meal and prepare to pursue Bra's escape into another timeline. Simultaneously, in the present timeline, in West City at Capsule Corporation, Bulma is engrossed in researching Dr. Gero's android technology, having had the materials for some time. The journey to Namek not only brought back fond memories, but also sparked anxiety about her own appearance. After all, she is an ordinary earthling, lacking the scion advantage of anti-aging. Despite her efforts in cosmetic procedures and daily maintenance, she cannot halt the passage of time that leaves its mark upon her. Thus, she turns her gaze toward Dr. Gero's android technology. She is aware that the android siblings have been wreaking havoc on Earth for over a decade, yet maintain the appearance of teenagers due to their artificial nature. Eternal youth, boundless stamina, and formidable combat prowess. Bulma's ambition is merely a transformation into an android away. While the primary goal is to enhance her beauty, gaining strength is also a pursuit for Bulma. Lacking the scion bloodline like Gohan and Bra, she cannot bring herself to endure the trials of martial training. Hence, she resolves to arm herself with the power of technology. Bulma, renowned as the genius of the Dragon Ball series, is indeed capable of crafting a time machine. Even though biological modification is not her primary field of study, after studying the materials left by Dr. Gero, she believes she can transform herself into an android. Moreover, as it is a self-modification, she will not need to erase her emotions, resulting in her combat power surpassing that of the android siblings. However, this undertaking is immense and will require nearly a week to complete the procedure to perfection. Ding dong. The doorbell of the laboratory rings, its clear chime echoing in the quiet space. Bulma halts her research, gently sets down her tools, and walks toward the camera at the entrance. On the screen, a familiar figure appears. It is a girl with short blue hair, standing at the laboratory door, her eyes filled with urgency. It is her daughter, Bra. Bulma smiles slightly, preparing to press the button to open the door, but suddenly notices another figure standing behind Bra, similar in appearance but older, radiating the mature charm of a woman in her 20s. Her hair cascades down to her waist, contrasting sharply with Bra's short locks. She stands slightly bowed behind Bra, her gaze revealing a hint of shyness and unease. This is also her daughter, Bra, but from another timeline. What brings you here, my dear Bra? Bulma opens the laboratory door, jesting. Well, I'll speak. The older Bra raises her hand. I wanted to see you, Mom, but was too shy to say it. I have no such. The older Bra's cheeks flush as she covers the younger Bra's mouth, preventing her from continuing. Bulma watches the playful exchange between the two, smiling. All right, enough of that. You're both grown now, yet still act like children. She gently pats the older Bra's shoulder. Let's go grab a bite and then shop a bit. We can have a good chat. The two Bras glance at each other, a spark of surprise flashing in their eyes. The younger Bra cheers, wonderful. Shopping is my favorite. The older Bra, surprised that her mother is willing to accompany her other timeline daughter, feels a warmth within. The pain of losing her mother eases slightly. Although she knows this woman is not her mother, the identical face and the same loving gaze draw her in. Bulma leads her two daughters out of the laboratory, sunlight bathing them in warmth and brightness. They arrive at a nearby shopping center, where the younger Bra bounds excitedly into a clothing store, while the older Bra follows behind somewhat more reservedly. The three stroll through the mall, with the younger Bra occasionally selecting various fashionable outfits, eagerly seeking Bulma's and the older Bra's opinions. The older Bra, more composed, opts for styles that are mature and sophisticated. Watching her two daughters, Bulma's heart swells with happiness. She thinks, despite the differences in timelines, the bond between mother and daughters remains unchanged. Just as they immerse themselves in this warm atmosphere, a sudden chill pervades the air. The atmosphere seems to freeze, and panic begins to ripple through the crowd in the mall. Suddenly, a shadow descends from the sky, landing before them. It is a man clad in black, bearing a striking resemblance to Goku. His eyes are cold and malevolent, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Black Goku. Bulma gasps, realizing the gravity of the situation. Black Goku slowly raises his head, revealing a sinister grin. Bulma, I never expected to encounter you here. You mere mortal who toys with time. I shall. You will die? The older Bra, seeing the murderer of her mother, ignites with the flames of vengeance. Her body fueled by rage, radiating a formidable aura. She charges towards Black Goku and delivers a powerful punch. However, Black Goku merely snorts dismissively, extending a hand to effortlessly seize the older Bra's fist. His strength grips her like a vice, binding her in place with overwhelming force. Foolish Saiyan. Do you think your current power poses any threat to me? Black Goku sneers, his gaze laced with contempt. His voice was cold and piercing, as if mocking the overconfidence of Bra. Bra's complexion turned pale as an unprecedented sense of helplessness engulfed her. She recognized that she was no match for Black Goku. Yet retreat was not an option. She could not allow the mother of this timeline to be endangered again. Let her go? Bulma shouted, her voice resonating with fury. Swiftly, she retrieved a small device from her pocket, her latest invention, a laser gun. Though she understood that this weapon might prove futile against Black Goku, she felt compelled to attempt it, if only to cling to a glimmer of hope. Black Goku cast a disdainful glance at the laser gun in Bulma's hand, scoffing. Another futile trick. Do you truly believe such a toy could pose a threat to me? No sooner had he spoken than Bulma pressed the device's button. A brilliant beam of light surged forth, hurtling towards Black Goku. This was her last hope. She prayed that this radiant beam could halt Black Goku, even for a fleeting moment. However, Black Goku merely frowned slightly and waved his hand dismissively, effortlessly dissipating the light. With a derisive laugh, he remarked, "How laughable." He then hurled Bra away with great force and advanced menacingly towards Bulma. Each of his steps felt like a crushing weight on Bulma's heart, enveloping her in despair. "Mom, be careful," short-haired Bra cried out in terror. Witnessing Black Goku approach her mother filled her with rage. In an instant, she transformed into Super Saiyan 2, golden light enveloping her as she charged at Black Goku with a clenched fist. Yet, Black Goku merely unleashed a ki blast, sending short-haired Bra tumbling away. Her body crashed against the wall like a broken kite, emitting a dull thud. Bra. Bulma gripped the laser gun tightly, her body trembling involuntarily. Concern for her daughter flooded her heart, tears welling in her eyes. She realized that they were trapped in a dire situation, and she felt utterly powerless. Gohan, where are you? Please, come out and save us. Bulma desperately prayed within her heart, her eyes brimming with helplessness. Black Goku stood before Bulma, a cruel smile on his face, as he coalesced a pink-hued key blade in his hand, poised to strike her down. In that critical moment, a golden red light pierced the sky, appearing before Bulma in an instant. It was Gohan, who had sensed Bulma's peril from the Supreme Kai's realm and had hastily teleported to the scene without hesitation. Stop! Gohan bellowed, gripping Black Goku's wrist with immense force, causing it to turn purple. Black Goku winced in pain as the key blade dissipated, staring incredulously at Gohan. You, who are you? He spat, astonished at being interrupted. You harm my family, and I will not let you go unpunished. Gohan replied coldly, his gaze ablaze with fury, with no time for idle chatter. Gohan, in his Super Saiyan God form, offered Black Goku no respite. Aware that Zamasu was unfamiliar with his father's body, he opted to transform into Super Saiyan 1. Knowing that if given a moment to breathe, Black Goku could exploit the Saiyans' near-death power boost to quickly master the transformation into Super Saiyan Rose. Therefore, Gohan struck with the swiftness of lightning, his fist impacting Black Goku's abdomen. Taste my lion's roar. The overwhelming force sent Black Goku reeling, blood spewing from his mouth. His body shattered and unable to retaliate. Stop! Zamasu, hidden nearby, rushed over, intent on preventing Gohan from continuing the fight and facilitating Black Goku's escape to merge. Dream on! Gohan roared, a piercing glint flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he formed his hands in a blossom-like stance and thrust them forward, shouting, Kamehameha! A powerful golden red energy wave erupted from his palms, striking Black Goku squarely in the chest. In an instant, Black Goku disintegrated into fragments, vanishing into the wind. No, another me. Zamasu seethed with rage. Next, it will be you. Gohan teleported directly in front of Zamasu and unleashed a flurry of Wolf Fang fist strikes, inflicting excruciating pain. Damn you, just wait. Zamasu spat, activating the time ring to escape this timeline. Though he possessed immortality, the disparity in combat strength was too vast, necessitating a strategic retreat. Gohan understood that Zamasu had the Super Dragon Balls to wish for immortality, so he chose not to pursue. After all, he was not the Omni King, unable to erase everything from existence and eliminate Zamasu completely. He descended to the ground, assessing the injuries of both bras. Fortunately, they were merely gravely wounded, not dead. With a little recovery, they would be fine. 29. Aunt Bulma, please. Son Gohan first transferred divine energy to the two blas, stabilizing their injuries. He then exclaimed, Aunt Bulma, I implore you to lend a hand. I intend to use instant transmission to take them to the Supreme Kai's realm for treatment. Bulma nodded, quickly wiping the tears from her eyes, and approached Gohan, embracing one of the blas. Gohan held the other one, and sensing the aura of the Supreme Kai, the four of them instantly transported to the Supreme Kai's realm. Thank you for your help, Jebet. Gohan gently placed the two girls on the ground, joining his hands in prayer to Jebet. No problem at all. Jebet half knelt, a shimmering green energy wave emanating from his hands as he began to heal the two blas. Afterward, Gohan moved to Aunt Bulma's side. Aunt Bulma, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Bulma did not respond, her expression dark and somber. Aunt Bulma, I'm sorry. Gohan felt a wave of guilt, believing that Bulma was upset with him for not arriving in time, resulting in the injuries of the two blas. Bowing his head, he spoke hoarsely to Bulma, his demeanor becoming increasingly despondent. Before he could finish, Bulma suddenly collided with his chest. The scent of citrus shampoo mingling with the fragrance of a mature woman enveloping his senses, momentarily taking him aback. Instinctively, he reached out to steady her trembling shoulders, wishing to comfort her. Gohan, Bulma cried, her eyes swollen, tears spilling from her eyes. I'm so scared. I'm really, really scared. Gohan stared at the tearful Aunt Bulma, slightly taken aback. It was the first time he had seen her cry. He had always perceived her as a strong woman, unafraid of anything, eternally optimistic. Bulma wept against Gohan's chest for quite some time before slowly lifting her head, wiping her tears. Gohan, thank you. It's nothing. Gohan's gaze was complex. This version of Aunt Bulma felt foreign to him. He did not dislike this side of her, but rather felt a bittersweet pang in his heart. He had always regarded Aunt Bulma as an elder, confiding his sorrows to her, completely overlooking the fact that she was merely a single mother who also needed support. I say, Aunt Bulma, if you ever feel unhappy or troubled in the future, please do share with me. Huh? Gohan, what are you talking about? Bulma's ears flushed red. Her gaze evasive. She was bewildered by Gohan's sudden declaration that resembled a confession. What I mean is, I want to be your support, Aunt Bulma. Son Gohan took her hands in his eyes resolute. Ah, gee Gohan. Bulma's face turned crimson, unsure of how to respond. Her fingers slightly curling, but not pulling away from his grasp. Observing Bulma's reaction, Gohan's expression softened considerably. He gently held her hands, earnestly declaring, Aunt Bulma, I've grown up. I hope to be your support, just as you have always taken care of me. MHM. Bulma's voice was barely above a whisper, almost inaudible. Yet she nodded gently, her fingers moving slightly to grip Gohan's hand tightly. That is wonderful. Gohan smiled, releasing Bulma's hands, sealing their pact. Let us make a pinky promise. He extended his pinky. Huh, isn't that a bit childish? Bulma's face was as red as a ripe apple, her eyes filled with shyness. Gohan gazed into her eyes with sincerity and determination. I simply wish to convey my seriousness in the simplest manner. Pinky promise, 100 years unchanging. Bulma hesitantly extended her pinky, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Gazing into Gohan's clear and steadfast eyes, she felt an inexplicable thrill. In that moment, she was enveloped by a peculiar emotion, a blend of shyness and sweetness. You child, what am I to do with you? Bulma murmured softly, her pinky gently intertwining with Gohan's. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder, whose straightforward nature does this child resemble? Bulma's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. She had always believed herself to be an independent and strong woman, able to face anything with composure. However, when Gohan expressed his feelings so simply and directly, she realized she too had vulnerabilities and a desire for support and care. Pinky promise, 100 years unchanging. Gohan reiterated earnestly. Gohan, you child. With such a serious demeanor, it's truly unfair. Bulma thought to herself, a smile of warmth creeping onto her lips. She gently held Gohan's hand, a flicker of tenderness in her gaze. All right, pinky promise, a lifetime unchanging. Yay. Gohan beamed, his face radiant with innocent joy. Now, you take a little rest, and I'll check on the boss. Gohan decisively left, leaving Bulma alone. As she watched Gohan's departing figure, her eyes reflected both gratitude and an indescribable warmth. She gently bit her lip, her fingers unconsciously caressing the spot where Gohan had held her, the gentle warmth lingering at her fingertips. This child, Bulma whispered, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. She had never anticipated that Gohan's words would evoke such a stirring in her heart. For so long, she had played the role of the strong Aunt Bulma, shouldering all burdens alone, as if she were truly invincible. However, everything that had just transpired shattered that fate. Gohan's every smile and frown filled her mind, and she suddenly realized that this child, who had grown up under her care, had perhaps unconsciously been shaped into her ideal type. Oh dear, isn't this a classic case of nurturing? Bulma's heart raced. Meanwhile, in another realm, Supreme Kai witnessed his ancestor gazing intently at a crystal ball, chuckling to himself, and curiously inquired, Ancestor, what are you watching? Hee, Gohan, this kid even manages to charm a married woman. He has quite the catch. The old Supreme Kai chuckled with a mischievous grin, provoking a desire in the Supreme Kai to deliver a punch. 30. I shall protect Earth. The injuries of the two Bloss were thoroughly healed by Jebbet. Bringing a sigh of relief from Gohan, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Jebbet, who merely waved a hand dismissively, downplaying the act. After all, Gohan was a distinguished guest of the Supreme Kai, a warrior to be admired. Receiving such praise, Gohan felt bashful, scratching his head and humbly responding, I'm not that impressive. Gohan, how's Mom doing? The two Bloss, upon awakening, simultaneously inquired anxiously about Aunt Bulma's condition. Rest assured, Aunt Bulma is unhurt. She is currently resting within the Supreme Kai's temple, Gohan patiently explained. Upon hearing this, the two Bloss finally relaxed, as long as Mom is safe. However, Gohan found himself in a new predicament. He looked at the two Bloss, one taller and the other shorter, both strikingly identical, pondering how to distinguish between them. Although they were of different ages, their appearances were nearly identical. How could he tell them apart? Should he refer to them by hair length? No, that might upset them. Tentatively, Gohan finally spoke. You both are named Bloss, and I find it quite difficult to address you. You may simply call me Bulla, the elder Bulla graciously declared, indicating that addressing her as such was perfectly acceptable. In response, the younger Bulla modestly suggested, Then I shall be referred to as Xiao Bulla. Gohan hesitated, uncertain if such a form of address might appear disrespectful to them. It's quite all right, Gohan, they both assured him, alleviating his concerns. He had initially believed this matter would be as convoluted as the chaotic scenarios from the memories of the traveler whose soul intertwined with his, which often led to intricate and distorted relationships, even suggesting that women were inherently irrational beings. This left him apprehensive about addressing the two Bullas, fearing it might lead to an inexplicable quarrel. However, Gohan soon recognized that he was overthinking the memories of the traveler's soul, adhering too rigidly to them. That settles it then. I have some matters to attend to on North Kaioshin's planet. Would you care to join me? He explained to the two Bullas. North Kaioshin's planet? The Bulla seemed familiar with the place. This was hardly surprising, as this Bulla had not only triumphed over Cell alongside the Z warriors in the past, but had also formed bonds with Kaioshin and Jebbet upon returning to the future, effectively eliminating Majin Buu before he could emerge. She boasted the highest kill count in the entire Dragon Ball series, having defeated Frieza and his father, the android siblings, a younger Cell, Dubra, and even the unborn Majin Buu. She was indeed the only Saiyan in the entire narrative who remained grounded. Gohan informed the Bulla of his intent to seek out Uncle Piccolo to learn the Mafuba technique, as Zamasu had wished for immortality from the Super Dragon Balls. Besides sealing him away, the only other option would be to locate another set of Super Dragon Balls. Regrettably, the 7th universe possessed only 2, while the remaining 5 resided in the 6th universe, and aside from the angels, no one could traverse the cosmic barriers. Noticing the puzzled expressions on the faces of both Bullas, Gohan succinctly elaborated on the concept of universes, gods of destruction, angels, and the Omni King. Ah, I see. So we can only seal him away with the Mafuba? The Bulla bit her lip, clearly unsettled that this method would not permanently eliminate Zamasu. It's all right. We can seal him for now, and I will seek out the angel Whis to ask for assistance in dealing with Zamasu. After all, the chaos Zamasu has caused extends beyond a single universe and spans time and space. Even a neutral deity like an angel must intervene. Gohan reassured Bulla, urging her not to overly fret, for death awaited Zamasu in the end. Even if the angels did not assist, he had confidence in his ability to eradicate Zamasu completely. After all, he was the son of Goku, a Saiyan warrior, imbued with the blood of a battle-hungry race, yet also possessing the Earthling's desire for peace. With these two attributes, he was certain that, with continued training, surpassing the gods of destruction, angels, and even the dragon god Zalama was merely a matter of time. Without a resolve to reach the pinnacle, how can one ever achieve greatness? Gohan's determination was unshakable, having resolved to embark on the martial path. He aimed to be the best and would never concede defeat. His words radiated absolute confidence. To be the best means to compete for the top position, never yielding. Gohan's unwavering self-assurance momentarily stunned Bulla. Has the Gohan I know always possessed such confidence? A wave of complex emotions surged within her. In her memories, Gohan was always the gentle, reserved, and somewhat shy youth. Though powerful, he never flaunted his strength, quietly protecting those around him. Yet the Gohan before her emanated an unprecedented firmness and confidence. If the Gohan from her timeline leaned towards the Earthling temperament, this one resembled a pure-blooded Saiyan. His fervor for combat and his audacious self-assurance were truly astonishing. Gohan, you seem different. Bulla murmured softly. People inevitably change, but not in essence, rather. They evolve to better safeguard peace. He paused before continuing. Like me, although my personality may have shifted somewhat, my goal remains unchanged, to protect those I love and to uphold the peace of Earth. I once thought that in the face of formidable foes, my thoughts should not have been about defeating them, but wishing, if only my father were here. I previously lamented why my father and others did not come to my aid. But now I understand. What have you come to realize? Bulla's eyes sparkled with urgency. She was eager to learn what had transpired with this Gohan that had transformed him into such a powerful and confident individual. Earth, I shall protect, Gohan replied, flashing a radiant smile that revealed his white teeth. Bulla was momentarily taken aback, as his declaration struck her like a bolt of lightning, resonating deeply within her heart. She had never anticipated Gohan would speak such resolutely and confidently, with a rationale so simple. I shall protect Earth. Gohan, you truly are. His words seemed to possess a magical quality, instilling into Bulla an unprecedented sense of reassurance. Gohan visited the Kaioshin temple to inquire if Bulma would accompany him to North Kaioshin's planet, but she declined, stating, North Kaishin's planet? I refuse to go. They all look eternally youthful, while I am full of wrinkles. Seeing them only irks me. Thus, Gohan had no choice but to use instant transmission to send Bulma back to Earth before taking both Bullas to North Kaishin's planet. Upon arriving, Gohan recounted the events that had transpired to the Z warriors and his father, Goku. He requested Piccolo to teach him the Mafuba technique to seal Zamasu, to which Piccolo readily agreed, having watched Gohan grow up, treating him as his own son. Meanwhile, Goku seethed with rage at Zamasu's actions. Yet his attention was quickly diverted by Gohan's mention of the Super Saiyan God transformation. What is this transformation like? Gohan, can you show me? Goku inquired eagerly, hoping to witness it firsthand. Gohan felt a sense of reluctance, but could not refuse his father. Thus, he concentrated all his energy, and in an instant, a golden red aura enveloped him, akin to a rebirth through fire. His hair and irises transformed into a vibrant red, and he appeared to regain youthful vigor, his muscles becoming harmoniously defined. Is this the Super Saiyan God? Incredible. Gohan, I can't sense your energy at all, Goku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with wonder as he beheld Gohan's Super Saiyan God form. Of course not, old man, Piccolo remarked dismissively. This is a divine level. Mere mortals cannot possibly perceive it. Divine? Has Gohan become a deity? Krillin stammered, overwhelmed by the revelation. Is this what divinity looks like? It doesn't seem that impressive. Hardly more astonishing than Super Saiyan 1, Kaioshin commented, adopting a critical tone. Yamcha, don't just rely on your eyes. Do you not sense that Gohan is on an entirely different plane from us? Tien rolled his eyes, directing a glare at Kaioshin. Exactly. Yamcha is a fool. Kaioshin joined Tien in retorting against Yamcha. Ah, Tianjin rice and dumplings. You all. Yamcha was left speechless and could only manage an awkward smile. However, returning to the topic, Gohan, who are those two girls beside you? They bear a striking resemblance to younger versions of Bulma, Piccolo pointed out, indicating the two bra. Oh, this is Bulma's daughter, bra, Gohan explained. What? Bulma's daughter? All the Z fighters widened their eyes in astonishment, especially Yamcha, whose eyes were as large as saucers. Is she the one born with Vegeta? I thought there was only one, Yamcha asked, pointing at the two bras in confusion. Well, the thing is, Gohan had no choice but to reveal the origins of the elder bra to everyone. Only then did they realize the situation. To be honest, having the script in hand is quite exhilarating, as it provides a godlike perspective. However, having to explain everything to others each time does become a bit overwhelming for Gohan. He couldn't help but lament that in the Dragon Ball Cell saga, it was mentioned that Bra lived happily in the future alongside Aunt Bulma. But for the sake of this popular character, Dragon Ball Super had to bring her out for ridicule. In the end, not only was Aunt Bulma killed by Goku, but that entire universe was erased by the Omni King, leaving no trace. It was truly a tragic sight, akin to the misuse of waste. And it was unfortunate for the elder Bra, who was originally living a blissful life. Thus, Gohan resolved to reverse this fate so that everyone in that timeline could enjoy a brighter tomorrow. He clenched his fists and silently vowed that sealing Zamasu was a must. Without further ado, they delved into the main topic. Piccolo demonstrated the usage of the Demon Seal Wave publicly and taught Gohan how to draw the sealing paper. The container was inconsequential, even a rice cooker would suffice, but it was imperative to have the sealing paper to suppress the energy. Gohan studied diligently. Perhaps due to the merging of two souls, he was exceptionally intelligent. After just 2 observations, he felt he had grasped the methods for creating talismans and utilizing the Demon Seal Wave. It was truly a divine skill. Gohan couldn't help but marvel at the genius who invented this technique, the martial arts master, who was akin to a deity. It was astonishing that such a martial artist existed on this small planet, a mere mortal rivaling divine beings. This sealing technique, which even the highest gods could not master, was created by a mere human and was remarkably simple, requiring only a sealed container. The original purpose of this technique was merely to seal the first generation of Demon King Piccolo, who possessed a combat power in the 3-digit range. Yet it remained effective in the era of power inflation seen in Dragon Ball Super. This was indeed a conceptual technique. The more Gohan pondered, the more he found it remarkable. His eyes lit up as he recalled the near-instantaneous demon light cannon he had witnessed during his battle with Uncle Piccolo. It was evident that this was the result of 15 years of training in the other world. Surely, aside from Uncle Piccolo, the other Z fighters must have upgraded their own martial arts as well? Without hesitation, Gohan voiced his curiosity to the group. Oh, indeed. Aside from the demon light cannon, we've all delved deeper into our martial arts. Krillin said with a confident smile, I upgraded my energy sphere slash into a Iato energy sphere slash. And now it can be unleashed instantaneously. With that, Krillin summoned his energy, forming a long blade of energy in his hand, resembling Vegeto's soul blade, looking incredibly cool. However, the buzzing sound, akin to a chainsaw slicing through, was undoubtedly a demonstration of energy compressed to its limits. In awe, Gohan stared at Krillin, completely taken aback that after training in the other world for over a decade, Krillin had managed to upgrade the first conceptual skill of Dragon Ball, the energy sphere slash, into an instantaneous energy sword. It was truly terrifying. Among all the enemies in the original Dragon Ball, the energy sphere slash had achieved effective attacks. The scenario of Cell ignoring this move belongs to the Dragon Ball Z anime original content in the manga. Krillin never used this move against Cell. In practical combat, only Majin Buu dared to withstand this move. That was merely because the lethality of the energy sphere slash couldn't obliterate all of his cells. And Majin Buu could restore himself due to his unique ability of cell immortality after being hit by the energy sphere slash. It could be described as an extraordinarily powerful skill, with the only drawback being the time required for preparation, similar to the previous Demon Light Cannon. Yet now, Krillin had developed it into an Iato energy sphere slash that could be unleashed without any preparation time. This was nothing short of invincible. Anyone who was displeased could simply be met with an Iato energy sphere slash. Even a cat would kneel before it. Gohan was utterly captivated. Akin to Master Roshi seeing a beautiful maiden, unable to move, his eyes fixed in astonishment. Haha, Gohan, your expression is so exaggerated. It's just an upgraded version of the energy sphere slash. Krillin chuckled at Gohan's shocked demeanor, but it was clear he understood the power of the skill he had developed. The other Z fighters also offered high praise. Krillin is simply a genius at developing martial arts. The Iato energy sphere slash is likely a move that even gods would hesitate to face. Tianjin Fan couldn't help but exclaim, his three eyes sparkling with admiration. Humph. Tianjin Fan, didn't he your new Ki Blast upgrade as well? Its power has increased several times over. Yamcha retorted defiantly, unwilling to let Krillin steal the spotlight despite having just been embarrassed by Tianjin Fan and the dumplings. Of course, my new Ki cannon is astonishing. Unlike some people who can only boast, Tianjin Fan scoffed, a slight smirk appearing on his lips, clearly re-engaging in a verbal spar with Yamcha. All right. You two stop squabbling. Piccolo interrupted their argument and turned to Gohan, asking, Gohan, how are you progressing? Have you grasped the essentials of the Demon Seal Wave? I have mastered it, Uncle Piccolo. Although Gohan was eager to learn the Iato energy sphere slash from Krillin, sealing Zamasu was the primary objective. And this technique wouldn't be effective against Zamasu, who was immortal. Really? Then show it to me, Piccolo urged Gohan to demonstrate the Demon Seal Wave. Sure, no problem. Gohan patted his chest confidently and began to gesture the movements of the Demon Seal Wave in front of Piccolo. Due to the lack of materials for drawing the sealing paper, Gohan's demonstration could only remain in the realm of posture. He certainly couldn't just seal anyone at random. Not bad. Piccolo nodded slightly, acknowledging Gohan's training results with the Demon Seal Wave. It seemed he had nearly mastered it. Gohan's gaze then eagerly shifted towards Krillin. Naturally, Krillin understood his intention and enthusiastically imparted the essence of the Iato energy sphere slash to Gohan. In Krillin's view, the training of martial artists required mutual learning and borrowing from one another to progress, making the passing of knowledge a matter of course. Especially since this was Goku's son. Furthermore, being deceased, he relied on Gohan to protect the peace of Earth. Having an additional life-saving skill would provide Gohan with more confidence against future foes. It could be said that during his 15 years of training in the Otherworld, Krillin underwent the most significant transformation. Previously, he was one of the least serious Z fighters regarding martial arts training, aside from the God of Tea, only wishing to live a stable life, marry, and lead an ordinary existence. Yet now, being deceased and unable to intervene in the affairs of the living world, training in the other world without worldly desires had become quite fulfilling and joyous for him, especially as he trained alongside Goku and the other Z fighters daily. Much like the words imparted by Master Wutian during my childhood training in martial arts. He once said, the pursuit of martial arts is not for the sake of combat and victory, but rather for the cultivation of both body and mind. enabling one to lead a meaningful life. Now, the tale of Krillin has reached its conclusion, while Gohan's journey is just beginning. Krillin, embodying the demeanor of a martial arts master, begins to contemplate the future for the next generation. He succinctly conveys the essence of the Iato energy slash to Gohan. This technique, characterized by explosive power, emphasizes the instantaneous concentration of one's energy, releasing it with astonishing speed and force at the moment of drawing the sword, creating a swirling blade of energy capable of effortlessly cleaving through any obstruction. In essence, it transforms the ordinary circular energy slash into a more focused and penetrating rotating blade, which can be extended tens of meters through a sudden release of energy. Gohan understands that the key lies in the instant explosion of power. Krillin earnestly stresses the need to concentrate all of one's energy into the forearm, envisioning a blade, then compressing that energy to its utmost limit before unleashing it. This demands an extraordinary degree of focus and precise control over one's energy. Gohan nods, inhaling deeply as he attempts to replicate Krillin's movements. He closes his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of energy within, then suddenly opens his eyes and swings forward with vigor. However, his initial attempt ultimately falls short. Although he successfully gathers energy, it fails to form a rotating blade and instead erupts as a chaotic burst of energy in his palm. Fortunately, Gohan reacts swiftly, casting it aside. Repeatedly, Gohan endeavors to replicate the technique, but as time passes, he finds himself without progress. Do not despair, Gohan, Krillin reassures him. This technique requires time and practice to master. I too faced countless failures before achieving success. Thank you, Uncle Krillin, for your guidance, Gohan replies earnestly, bowing in respect. It's nothing, Gohan. Let us try again. Krillin encourages with a smile. Gohan nods, adjusting his breath to refocus his mind. He closes his eyes, seemingly isolating himself from the world, concentrating solely on the energy flowing within. This time, he meticulously senses the direction of the energy, striving to converge it into one point. As Krillin instructed, instantly condensing and compressing it before release. Imagine you are holding a sharp blade, waiting to unleash that immense power, Krillin softly advises from the side. Gohan acknowledges with a nod. Though he does not physically hold a sword, he feels the latent power surging within him. Slowly, he opens his eyes, this time refraining from hasty action, allowing the energy to circulate within, ensuring every corner is precisely controlled. Now is the moment. Krillin's voice serves as the final command. Gohan thrusts forward. The energy instantly condenses into his right forearm, a tremendous force erupting from within him. Unlike before, the energy is no longer chaotic. Instead, it forms a clear rotating blade, cutting through the air with formidable penetration, producing a sharp whoosh. Success! Krillin exclaims, his face beaming with delight. Gohan, having experienced the technique firsthand, recognizes its extraordinary strength. He watches as the swirling blade carves a perfect arc through the air, as if slicing through the very fabric of space. Wherever the blade passes, the air emits a piercing whistle, and the surrounding vegetation is neatly severed into fragments. Even distant rocks are effortlessly cleaved, leaving deep scars. Yet, the true might of this technique extends beyond mere cutting. Krillin approaches, patting Gohan on the shoulder with an approving gaze. The true marvel of the Iato energy slash lies not only in its penetrating power but also in its speed and precision. It can release immense energy in an instant, while allowing for control over the blade's direction and length, even adapting to the opponent's position and movements. Krillin continues, moreover, the essence of this technique is the continual compression of rotating energy, enabling not just linear cuts, but also creating powerful air currents that can draw nearby foes toward the blade. Gohan feels a surge of excitement as he realizes the terrifying potential of the Iato energy slash in his hands. This could be described as a divine technique, Uncle Krillin. Divine technique? What does that mean? Are you suggesting it is a technique used by deities? Indeed. Haha, am I truly that impressive? Krillin chuckles, a hint of modesty in his demeanor, yet his eyes shimmer with undeniable pride. Haha, Gohan, do not elevate me too high. He gestures dismissively, attempting to downplay his own accomplishments. I merely had the fortune of establishing a solid foundation in martial arts under Master Wu Tian, coupled with my own explorations, leading to this technique. In truth, the core of this move is still the energy slash. I merely made slight modifications. The energy slash, a technique learned by Frieza with a mere glance, is nothing extraordinary in Krillin's view. However, Gohan perceives Krillin as a true martial genius for being the first to conceive the idea of compressing energy into a nearly two-dimensional thin disc and subsequently evolving it into an instant-release blade with an adhesive effect. Yet, if you genuinely find this technique impressive, it brings me great joy. Krillin's tone carries a hint of jest, yet his eyes are earnest, indicating that his teachings have proven somewhat effective, at least not in vain. If you can master it to perfection, perhaps you may even create even more formidable techniques in the future. Listening to Krillin's words, Gohan is filled with admiration and gratitude. Krillin's instruction transcends mere technique. It embodies a spirit of martial arts. This spirit instills within him an unprecedented sense of purpose, the legacy of those who came before, allowing future generations to thrive. May indeed be the reason why the martial arts of Earth and the Dragon Ball universe stand uniquely apart in the cosmos. In a future timeline, Zamasu, with rage in his eyes, tears apart the banner that was originally prepared for the celebration of the demise of the last Saiyan, discarding it to the ground. His eyes aflame with fury, he bellows, "How infuriating! When did such a powerful human, surpassing even Son Goku, appear?" Having witnessed the demise of Black Goku, utterly helpless against the onslaught, an overwhelming slaughter, Zamasu feels a disquieting kinship, as Black Goku is but a reflection of himself from another timeline. More chilling is the realization that this unexpected adversary seems aware of his plans, with the enemy concealed and himself exposed. This asymmetry in intelligence sends Zamasu into a state of panic for the first time. My plan should not have encountered any issues. Where did I go wrong? Zamasu's impotent rage manifests as he clutches his hair, questioning himself in a frenzy. At this moment, bereft of Black Goku, he recognizes that his own combat prowess is insufficient to realize the plan of human annihilation. He has crossed the threshold of no return, having slain his master and taken the ring, and now he can only tread a path of darkness. No, I cannot yield like this. A spark of defiance ignites within Zamasu. He takes a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Now is not the time for self-pity, but rather to seek an opportunity for counterattack. He slowly approached the tattered banner, picking up a fragment and clutching it tightly in his hand. Once inscribed with the word victory, it was now reduced to shreds. Zama's gaze flickered with a cold glimmer as he contemplated the remnants. In that case, let me start anew, he murmured, discarding the torn piece. He observed the faint glow emanating from the time ring on his finger. I shall not be defeated. I shall not be defeated. Zama's voice resonated with a near-obsessive conviction. He gradually raised his hand, the radiance of the time ring intensifying until it became blinding, as the space around him began to warp and he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in the primary timeline, Gohan had enlisted Bulma's help to gather the necessary materials for the sealing wave talisman and commenced his intricate drawing. After a week of diligent effort, he finally succeeded. This task proved far more challenging than martial training. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Gohan exhaled deeply and placed the talisman carefully on the table, scrutinizing every detail before storing it in a universal capsule to avoid misplacement. He pocketed the capsule containing the talisman, bid farewell to his mother Chi-Chi, and set off towards Bulma's house. A week prior, Bulma had mysteriously summoned him, hinting at a surprise and a personal celebration. Though the nature of the surprise eluded him, he was content as long as there was food. Before long, he arrived at Bulma's residence. After ringing the doorbell, the door swung open to reveal two bras, one large and one small. Gohan, you finally made it. Both bras beamed with smiles, warmly inviting him inside. As he entered, Gohan took in the surroundings, discovering the living room adorned with balloons, streamers, cakes, and an array of delectable dishes laid out on the long table. Wow, this is quite a feast. But I'm curious, what exactly is this celebration for? Gohan inquired, scratching his head, realizing that they had already celebrated his triumph over the android siblings and the salvation of Earth. It's Mom's birthday, the small bra informed him. Gohan suddenly remembered. Today marked Bulma's 48th birthday. Ahem. Gohan, you might want to avoid mentioning that number in front of Mom, the large bra interjected, gesturing towards the birthday cake adorned with the numeral 28. What? 28? How did that happen? Gohan exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. The large bra chuckled resignedly, explaining, Mom has been particularly sensitive about her age lately, so she insisted on having the cake say 28. Gohan was about to remark on the absurdity of it, but, catching the expressions on both bras' faces, he quickly amended, what a splendid idea. Auntie looks youthful, and age is merely a number, after all. Haha, Gohan. You sure know how to flatter, the large bra laughed, patting him on the shoulder. But Mom has indeed been a bit touchy about this. We wouldn't want to upset her. Indeed, if Mom gets angry, there's no peace at home, the small bra chimed in. So where's Bulma? Gohan asked. Noticing her absence. She is probably still busy in the lab, the large bra replied. A week ago, she locked herself in there. We have no idea what she has been researching. She only instructed us to prepare for the birthday party, promising us a big surprise. Right. She specifically told us to stay away from the lab, the small bra added. She said she would make a grand entrance. A grand entrance? Gohan's curiosity piqued. But before he could ponder further, familiar footsteps echoed from the lab. Mom is here. Both bras exclaimed excitedly. As Bulma emerged from the lab, Gohan and the bras were taken aback by her appearance. She seemed to have regressed in age by more than 20 years, appearing like a young woman in her 20s. Her skin was smooth and delicate, her figure more slender, and her long blue hair was styled in a high ponytail, radiating youthful energy. Wow, Mom, you look so young, the small bra exclaimed, rushing to embrace Bulma. Haha, my darlings, what do you think? Isn't this surprise delightful? Bulma replied with a proud smile before turning to Gohan. Gohan, don't you think I look youthful too? Yes, Auntie Bulma. Gohan stammered, still astonished by her transformation. Haha, this is the result of my recent research, Bulma declared proudly. I performed a minor alteration to rejuvenate my cells, allowing me to maintain my youth. Now, I need not worry about aging. Alteration? You mean you transformed yourself into an android? Gohan inquired. Oh, Gohan, you are such a clever child. Bulma replied with a subtle glimmer in her eyes. She gently patted his shoulder, saying, Indeed, I have modified myself to become an android. Why would you do that? Well, I certainly didn't want to be a powerless support figure, watching you kids rush ahead to protect me. I felt the need to make a change. Bulma explained her reasoning for the transformation. But Mom, are you still human? The small bra asked, her brow furrowed with concern. Silly, androids are still humans. They aren't robots, Bulma reassured her, affectionately ruffling her hair. I've merely enhanced my body's capabilities while rejuvenating my cells. Rest assured, I am still your mother, just a bit stronger. The small bra sighed in relief, a smile returning to her face. That's a relief. Now enough of that. Let us kick off the party. I'm starving, Bulma declared, rubbing her stomach. Let us begin. Happy birthday, Auntie Bulma, Gohan said, presenting the cake adorned with candles before her. Meanwhile, in another realm, have the god of destruction, Kampa, and Beerus not been located yet? I'm famished, Kampa complained, clutching his grumbling belly, a look of impatience etched on his face. To him, nothing mattered more than satisfying his hunger. He felt he could perish from starvation. Lord Kampa, do be cautious. Your temper may elevate your blood pressure, Beerus replied, focusing intently on the angelic staff to locate the Super Dragon Balls, only half-heartedly responding to Kampa's complaints. I don't care. I'm hungry and need to eat. Forget the Super Dragon Balls for now, Kampa insisted, adopting a petulant demeanor, declaring he would be utterly devoid of energy if not fed first. All right, you're impossible, Beerus sighed in resignation, redirecting his focus from the Dragon Balls to finding a suitable planet to satiate the insatiable appetite of his gluttonous companion. With a subtle wave of his hand, he adjusted the staff's settings to locate a habitable planet, facilitating their search for sustenance for Lord Kampa. The green planet 877 of 4032 is the nearest habitable world to this place. A glimmer of joy flashed in Bardas's eyes. Wonderful. Let us hasten thither, shall we? How long will it take, Bardas? Upon hearing the prospect of a meal, Kampa's mouth watered instantly. He licked his lips, eagerly urging Bardas to set off without delay. Perhaps the duration of an animated episode, Bardas replied as she retrieved her staff. Since we have made our decision, let us embark swiftly, Lord Kampa. Huh. You seem rather impatient, Bardas. Your stomach must be grumbling as well, Kampa teased. That is not the case, Lord Kampa, Bardas promptly denied. You are deceiving yourself. You must be hungry too, Kampa pressed on relentlessly. I have already stated that there is nothing of the sort, Lord Kampa. Bardas's tone adopted a firmer edge, as if to warn Kampa that further commentary would not be well received. Very well, I shall remain silent. Let us depart. Like a mouse confronted by a cat, Kampa closed his mouth, placing his hand gently on Bardas's back, refraining from further jest. Soon after, a silvery arc streaked across the cosmos, traversing the vastness of the starry sea like a shooting star. Powerful waves of energy left distorted trails in the void, as if even time and space were subtly shaken by this force. The green planet 877 of 4032, in fact, referred to Earth. Gohan had just celebrated Aunt Bulma's 48th birthday. Oh no, it was her 28th. With a full belly, he was engaging in physical exercises on the lawn, diligently practicing martial arts. In recent days, he had been contemplating how to merge the forms of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan, essentially transforming into the so-called Super Saiyan Blue. However, he had yet to find the key to this transformation, for whenever he transformed into Super Saiyan God, attempting to ascend to Super Saiyan from that state caused his energy to overflow uncontrollably, resulting in a chaotic aura. Gohan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to concentrate for a new attempt. His hair gradually turned red, enveloped by a golden red aura, successfully transforming into Super Saiyan God. As he tried to layer the Super Saiyan transformation, he felt a tumult of energy within him. No, the aura is still overflowing. Gohan sensed a powerful energy bursting forth, destabilizing his transformation. He hurriedly adjusted his breathing, attempting to rein in his energy, but the effect was negligible. With a resigned shake of his head, Gohan reverted to his original form, sitting back on the lawn, racking his brain to resolve this overflow issue. At that moment, a dazzling light suddenly flashed across the sky, followed by a powerful wave of energy approaching from afar, causing the entire courtyard to tremble slightly. What is happening? Gohan raised his gaze warily, only to see a silvery arc slicing through the heavens, hurtling towards him. He immediately sensed that the aura encased within this silvery arc was immense. Could it be Beerus? Having mastered the form of Super Saiyan God, he had attained a divine state. Even without transforming, he could sense the presence of deities, and this aura was certainly not one that mere mortals could emit. Thus, Gohan instinctively concluded that Beerus had come to Earth. As he pondered this, the silvery arc descended onto the lawn. Before Gohan appeared a plump purple cat and a blue-skinned, white-haired woman. What? Gohan's heart raced, recognizing their attire. He identified them as Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, and the angel Bardos. What brings you to Earth? Oh, is this where we have arrived? The scenery is rather pleasant. I hope there is good food. Kampa surveyed his surroundings with a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. His stomach growled audibly, clearly anticipating the forthcoming feast. Who are you? Why are you here? Gohan's gaze hardened. Unable to discern whether they were friend or foe, he opted for caution. Was that divine energy emanating from you? Boy. How curious. A mere mortal, Kampa expressed surprise, having sensed an astounding divine aura only to find a common human before him. It was me. That was my transformation, Gohan replied, neither submissive nor arrogant. Transformation? What is that? Whatever, it matters not. Hey, kid, I'm famished. Hurry and fetch me something to eat, Kampa demanded with an air of entitlement. Lord Kampa, this is not Universe 6. Throwing a tantrum on another's territory is quite unbecoming. Bardos gently tugged at Kampa's sleeve, offering a quiet reminder. I'm hungry. Who cares about manners? Kampa grumbled, but tempered his arrogance slightly, not wishing to stir up trouble. As a god of destruction, trespassing into another universe would be a grave offense. His gaze fell upon a nearby kitchen window, seemingly entranced by the enticing aroma wafting from within. Bardos, there appears to be food over there. Kampa pointed toward the kitchen, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. With a resigned sigh, Bardos turned to Gohan and said, Sir, we mean no intrusion. It is merely that my companion here is quite hungry. Might you be so kind as to prepare us some food? We shall depart post-haste and cause you no inconvenience. So it is merely hunger that brings them here. Gohan had not expected such a simple reason for their arrival, not wishing to cause trouble. He relayed the situation regarding the god of destruction Kampa seeking food to Aunt Bulma and Bra. Wealthy Aunt Bulma waved her hand generously, summoning a battalion of chefs to prepare a feast on the spot. After all, it was her 28th birthday, and having a deity as a guest was auspicious indeed. In Bulma's courtyard, the air was suffused with an intoxicating aroma. The dining table was laden with a dazzling array of delicacies, overwhelming the senses. This is simply exquisite. Bardos gently caressed her cheek as she savored the octopus balls, her face radiating satisfaction as though she were enveloped in endless bliss. The golden, crispy exterior paired with the tender, juicy octopus within offered an unforgettable experience with each bite. I never imagined such delectable dishes existed in this world, she murmured in awe. Meanwhile, the meat sizzling on the grill crackled enticingly, as fat dripped and released its mouth-watering scent. Rich aromas permeated the air, making it impossible to resist salivating. Humph, Bardoss. No matter how many of those little dumplings you consume, they will not satiate your hunger. This grilled meat is the true delicacy. Kampa devoured the meat hungrily, juices trickling down his chin as he gorged himself, seemingly intent on proving his point through sheer consumption. Indeed, Lord Kampa, your manner of eating lacks refinement. You know nothing of appreciating the essence of fine cuisine. Bardoss cast a scornful glance at Kampa, a smirk of disdain gracing her lips. The octopus balls, with their delicate flavors, caressed the palate with every mouthful. Your brutish approach to food is nothing short of sacrilege. She elegantly lifted a napkin, daintily wiping the sauce from the corner of her mouth, her gaze filled with contempt for Kampa. Xiangpa's face flushed crimson, ignited by Bardoss's words. He bit into a piece of roast meat with fervor, letting out a muffled grunt. Humph, I am nothing like you, chewing slowly as if lacking vigor. Roast meat should be devoured heartily to truly savor its richness and warmth. Bardoss let out a cold laugh, her eyes glinting with a hint of provocation. Oh? Richness and warmth? Pray tell, what flavor does that piece of roast meat in your mouth possess? Is it the smoky essence of the charcoal, or the greasy savor of the meat juices? Lord Xiangpa, if you cannot discern the taste of your own food, how dare you boast so audaciously? Xiangpa was left speechless by Bardoss's remarks, his anger causing the muscles in his face to quiver, yet he could not find the words to retort. Being somewhat illiterate, he struggled to articulate the exquisite nature of the cuisine. Just then, Bulma emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of fresh fruit salad, her face adorned with a gentle smile. All right, you two stop bickering and enjoy the food. Here's some fruit salad. Perhaps it can dissolve your grievances. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Bardoss's eyes lit up, instantly locking onto the vibrant platter of fruit salad. She leaned slightly forward, her hands clenched, exuding an eager anticipation. Xiangpa reacted similarly, abruptly rising from his seat, stretching out his arm to seize the fruit salad. However, just as his hand was about to make contact, Bardoss seemed to transform into a gust of wind, swiftly snatching the fruit salad into her grasp with astonishing speed. Gohan observed closely and noted that Bardoss's reflexes were astonishingly swift. Could this be the so-called Ultra Instinct? Bardoss triumphantly made a face at Xiangpa, a victorious smirk gracing her lips. Humph, it appears you lack finesse not only in eating but also in snatching. Xiangpa, his face flushed with rage, glared at Bardoss, muttering, You're cheating. I saw it first. Yet Bardoss paid no heed to his complaints, elegantly picking up a slice of watermelon and taking a delicate bite, sighing in satisfaction. This fruit salad was indeed the pièce de resistance, the fresh fruits perfectly complemented by Mrs. Bulma's meticulously crafted dressing. It provided a delightful balance to the preceding greasy fare, a veritable indulgence. Bulma, witnessing the comical antics of the two vying for the salad, couldn't help but laugh. All right, enough of that. I have more fruit salad, everyone can have some. She returned from the kitchen with another platter, distributing it among all present. The atmosphere gradually softened under the harmonious influence of the cuisine. Bulma's prowess was impressive. Was this the finesse of adult social skills? Gohan mused while munching on a chicken leg. As for why he was eating chicken despite being satiated, it was simply the Saiyan appetite that forbade him from merely watching others eat. After a hearty meal, Xiangpa reclined in his chair, patting his round belly, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, he looked up at Bardoss and said, Bardoss, with the earthly delicacies of the 7th universe being so abundant, surely our Earth in the 6th universe must be similar? Bardoss paused in her actions, furrowing her brow as if deep in thought. After a moment, she slowly replied, The Earth of the 6th universe. I have already investigated, and it is long devoid of humanity. Without humans, there are no delectable dishes to be found. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa's eyes widened, his expression shifting from anticipation to fury. What? How can this be? Does that mean we shall never again savor Earth's cuisine? I refuse to accept this. I must transport Earth to my 6th universe. That cannot be done. Our secretive visit to the 7th universe already violates regulations. To further illicitly relocate a planet from the 7th universe to the 6th would be a grave offense. Is there truly no way? Bardoss shook her head. Addressing Xiangpa, Lord Xiangpa, have you forgotten our purpose for coming to the 7th universe? Are you referring to the Super Dragon Balls? What use are they? They cannot be eaten. Xiangpa was rather slow on the uptake. What I mean is, we can make a wish to resurrect the Earth of our universe. thereby allowing us to enjoy the cuisine. Bardoss shot Xiangpa a sidelong glance. Xiangpa paused, then his eyes brightened as he slapped his forehead, seeming to finally grasp the concept. Of course. How could I have overlooked that? The Super Dragon Balls can grant any wish. So let us hasten to find them and restore the Earth of the Sixth Universe, thus enabling us to relish those delectable dishes. Hey, Bardoss. Let us set off to seek the Super Dragon Balls and revive our universe's Earth. Xiangpa jumped from his chair, his round belly heaving with each hurried breath. Goodness, Lord Xiangpa is quite eager, Bardoss remarked, her slender fingers casually adjusting her napkin before elegantly wiping the grease from her lips. However, failing to express gratitude after receiving hospitality would be exceedingly rude. Bardoss picked up the angelic staff beside the dining table, narrowing her eyes as she fixed her gaze on Xiangpa. All right, I got it. Xiangpa reluctantly turned to thank Bulma and Gohan. Hey, mortals, thank you for your hospitality. The earthly delicacies are truly delightful. I genuinely enjoyed them. Though his tone was somewhat coarse, it sufficed as a form of gratitude. Bardoss's expression softened slightly, as she also bowed her head in thanks to Bulma and Gohan. I have some questions regarding my training. Could you please offer me some guidance? Gohan, a bit bashful, expressed a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. He had long been perplexed by the Super Saiyan Blue transformation, particularly the control of energy when transitioning from Super Saiyan God to Super Saiyan. Questions about training? Very well, since I am in your debt. A brief guidance won't be an imposition. Hey, Bardoss, are you really going to take the time to assist this little brat with his training? Xiangpa stomped his foot in impatience. Bardoss waved her hand gently, indicating for Xiangpa to be patient. Lord Xiangpa, just a moment, it won't take long. Fine. But if it delays us, you will be held accountable. Xiangpa grumbled, reluctantly moving aside, crossing his arms in a posture of readiness to depart at any moment. All right. Young man, please share your concerns, but I can only spare 3 minutes. Gohan was ecstatic to hear that Bardoss was willing to dedicate 3 minutes to guide him. The instruction time from an angel was incredibly precious, and he quickly organized his thoughts to present his questions to Bardoss. Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan, this is the first time I've heard such terms. I would appreciate it if you could demonstrate so I can better understand and pinpoint the issues. Gohan nodded, taking a deep breath before transforming into a Super Saiyan God. The immense divine energy enveloped him, radiating like a sun, his hair and irises turning a brilliant red, and a golden aura materializing around him. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan God? It seems the divine energy I sensed earlier emanates from this unique transformation. Bardoss observed Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan God and comprehended everything. Next, when I attempt to transform into Super Saiyan from this state, I experience a disruption in energy, causing me to revert. As Gohan spoke, veins bulged on his forehead as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. In an instant, a golden aura enveloped him, only to dissipate immediately, returning to his normal state. Gohan expressed his frustration. This is it. I simply cannot advance to the next level of Super Saiyan beyond the Super Saiyan God form. I have tried countless times, but each attempt results in a chaotic energy that I cannot stabilize to maintain the combination of both forms. Bardoss nodded slightly, a glimmer of contemplation in her eyes, and then responded thoughtfully. I see, this indeed poses a significant challenge. The power of the Super Saiyan God derives from divine energy, while the strength of a Super Saiyan is fueled by personal rage. One is sacred, the other tumultuous. Metaphorically, they are akin to water and fire. If forced to merge, either the water extinguishes the fire or the fire evaporates the water. Thus, to harmonize them, one must maintain a delicate balance, akin to boiling water where both elements coexist in equilibrium. Upon hearing Bardoss's explanation, Gohan's eyes lit up as if grasping a crucial concept, yet he remained somewhat perplexed. Balance. But how am I to achieve that? Bardoss smiled gently, waving her angelic staff to envelop Gohan in a soft glow, instantly calming him, as if clarity descended upon his surroundings. You must first understand that the power of the Super Saiyan God is divine and pure. It requires tranquility and focus from deep within your heart. Conversely, the power of the Super Saiyan is fierce and intense, arising from your inner anger and fighting spirit. These two forces may seem contradictory, yet they both originate from your inner strength. Your task is to discover a point of balance within yourself, allowing these two powers to merge rather than repel each other. Imagine a scale within your heart, one side representing the calm divine energy, and the other the fiery rage of the Saiyan. Your goal is to maintain this balance. Gohan closed his eyes, following Bardas's guidance to sense these two formidable energies. He took a deep breath, seeking to calm his inner turmoil while feeling the sacred and pure essence of the Super Saiyan God. Gradually, he stirred the anger and determination within, awakening the power of the Super Saiyan. Initially, the two energies clashed violently within him, threatening to tear him apart. Yet Gohan persevered, striving to maintain his inner peace while keeping the fire of rage alive. Gradually, he sensed the energies beginning to intertwine, no longer in conflict. That's it, Gohan. Bardas's voice resonated in his mind. You are doing splendidly. Remember, the essence lies in the balance within, not merely in controlling the energy. Once you find this equilibrium, the two powers will naturally fuse together. Suddenly, Gohan opened his eyes wide, gathering his strength as he began to transform into Super Saiyan God. He let out a roar that echoed like thunder across the heavens, shaking every particle of air around him. His body was enveloped in a dazzling crimson and gold light. His hair, eyebrows, and eyes ignited in fiery red, his muscles sculpted and defined. A powerful divine energy surged from within him, rushing forth like a dam breaking free, unstoppable. The transformation into Super Saiyan God was complete. Soon after, the energy of the Super Saiyan began to manifest, as golden flames engulfed the crimson aura, becoming increasingly unstable. Gohan's muscles trembled violently, and his expression morphed into one of ferocity. The previously impatient god of destruction, Kappa, suddenly fixed his gaze on Gohan, disbelief replacing his earlier disdain. Incredible. Is this truly a level that a mortal can attain? As the weakest of the gods of destruction, Kappa felt a twinge of threat emanating from Gohan's energy. Although he knew that in a real battle, this human could never surpass him, he had never felt such a sensation from the previous Super Saiyan God transformation. Just the act of layering a second transformation allowed him to transcend several dimensions of power. How terrifying. Gohan's transformation was not yet complete. As time passed, the intense energy began to stabilize, the two lights weaving together, their colors shifting. The once blazing crimson and gold light gradually faded, replaced by a deep indigo glow reminiscent of a starry sky. After achieving the Super Saiyan God form, Gohan's lost muscles swelled back, his hair and eyebrows transitioning from the red of Super Saiyan God to a celestial blue. His hair stood upright, denser, and more pronounced, resembling the classic Super Saiyan's furious hairstyle. His pupils transformed into a deep blue, imbued with a sense of divine authority. The aura shifted from the red of Super Saiyan God to a tranquil blue, with droplets of energy flowing gently within. Oh, has he turned blue? Bardos exclaimed, covering her astonished mouth. Rejoice, for at this moment, the Super Saiyan Blue has been born in this timeline for the very first time. Kampa's eyes widened in disbelief. As if they might pop from their sockets, his mouth agape, seemingly capable of accommodating several eggs. In the 7th universe, there exists such a powerful human? He questioned incredulously. Hey, kid, you aren't a candidate for the god of destruction of the 7th universe, are you? Kampa asked tentatively, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity regarding this 7th universe. I am no candidate for the god of destruction, Gohan replied calmly, feeling the divine energy of his new form surging through him. Do you know Beerus? He resembles me, though he is neither as strong nor as handsome. Kappa continued his inquiries, still incredulous that Gohan could reach a divine level without guidance from a god of destruction. And do you not know this deity you speak of? Gohan shook his head. I do not know the god you refer to, he stated honestly, at this moment. He genuinely did not know Beerus. Then who are you, exactly? Kappa pressed for clarification. My name is Son Gohan, a human of Saiyan lineage, Gohan replied with confidence. His tone steady and assured. Saiyan? That sounds somewhat familiar, Kappa mused, as if he had heard of this race before. Master Kappa, we too have Saiyans in the 6th universe. You have even met them. After all, they are the Galactic Patrol, maintaining peace in the universe, Bardos kindly reminded him. Oh, I recall now. Indeed, that is the case. However, I remember that Saiyans do not possess such elaborate transformations. Kampa appeared puzzled. It seems that the Saiyans of the 7th universe have recently mastered this unique ability, Bardos explained, summoning images from her staff, scenes of Goku fiercely battling Frieza on planet Namek. I see. Since it was not Beerus who trained you, then all is well. Kampa waved his hand dismissively, reassured. Well then, the time grows late. Let us set forth to seek the Super Dragon Balls, Bardos. Certainly, Lord Kampa. Bardos gently touched her staff to the ground, and an ethereal blue shield enveloped both Kampa and Bardoss. Until next time, Gohan, Mrs. Bulma. Bardoss elegantly bowed to Gohan and Bulma before the two transformed into a silver streak of light, soaring into the skies. Finally, they're gone, Bulma sighed in relief. Although she felt that Bardoss and Kampa were relatively easy to deal with, Gohan remembered that he had previously mentioned these two possessed the power to instantly obliterate the universe, which made him somewhat apprehensive about hosting them. "Thank you, Aunt Bulma," he said, as he exited his Super Saiyan Blue transformation and turned to express his gratitude to Bulma. Without Bulma's hospitality, Bardoss would not have felt satisfied enough to guide him in transforming into Super Blue. "What are you saying? Aren't we family?" Bulma chuckled, waving her hand dismissively, indicating that such formalities were unnecessary. Gohan, reassured by Bulma's smile, responded with a warm, yes. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had gone by, marking the arrival of the time agreed upon with Dandy. Gohan made his way alone to the sacred world. Inside the sacred world, Bobo and Dandy had been waiting for quite some time. "Gohan, you're here," Dandy exclaimed, visibly pleased to see him again. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." Gohan replied with a slight smile as he approached them and embraced Dandy. "Haha, it wasn't a long wait at all. After all, this is my home too. I was merely sitting at the doorstep waiting for you. So it's nothing," Dandy joked, having clearly made himself quite at home in the sacred world. "It seems you fully embraced your new identity as a deity, Dandy," Gohan remarked. "Haha, indeed, I have completely adapted to this new role," Dandy replied with a grin, instructing Bobo to retrieve the new Dragon Balls from within the house. The new Dragon Balls were significantly larger than the original Earth Dragon Balls. "I have upgraded the Earth Dragon using the secret techniques I learned from the Elder Kai. Now we can summon the dragon and make 3 wishes at once. And the scope for reviving individuals is no longer limited to just one," Dandy explained. "Well done, Dandy," Gohan commended, giving him a thumbs up. "It's nothing. Let us arrange the Dragon Balls together and prepare for the summoning," Dandy signaled to Bobo. Bobo immediately understood and placed the 7 Dragon Balls in the center of the sacred world. The 7 Dragon Balls radiated a soft, mysterious glow, seemingly resonating with one another. Mr. Bobo carefully positioned the final Dragon Ball and stepped aside, his gaze fixed intently upon them. "All right, Gohan, let us summon the dragon," Dandy said. Taking a deep breath and placing his hands together, he then suddenly raised his arms above his head and shouted, "Come forth, eternal dragon." His voice was deep and powerful, causing the air within the sacred world to tremble slightly. As Dandy called out, the light emitted by the 7 Dragon Balls intensified, eventually merging into a brilliant beam that shot towards the heavens. A thunderous roar of a dragon echoed through the air, and soon, a colossal azure eastern dragon emerged from the light beam, its eyes sparkling with wisdom, exuding an aura of dignity and sanctity. "Earth Dragon, resurrecting now. Mortal, speak your wishes. I can grant any desire," the dragon declared in a deep, commanding voice, delivering its lines with impressive gravitas. "My first wish is to resurrect those who perished in the battle against the android siblings, excluding those who are irredeemably wicked," Gohan stated. The dragon nodded slightly, its eyes glowing red as it seemed to scrutinize the validity of Gohan's wish. Moments later, it pronounced, "Your wish has been granted." "My second wish is to acquire the ability to survive in the universe," Gohan continued. It was indeed quite comical to be unable to exist in the cosmos. Although he could transform into Super Saiyan Blue, he still required oxygen, rendering him unable to survive in the vacuum of space. Thus, gaining the ability to thrive in such an environment was essential. He did not wish to suffocate should he ever find himself in combat with extraterrestrials or deities. "That wish is exceedingly simple," the dragon replied in its deep, resonant voice. Its immense form swayed slightly, and its eyes emitted a red light that enveloped Gohan. "From this moment forth, you shall possess the ability to survive freely in the cosmos, breathing, resisting cosmic radiation, and maintaining vitality in extreme conditions will no longer pose a challenge. Now, please state your final wish." The third wish, Gohan mused, stroking his chin as he fell into contemplation. He found himself at a loss for what else to wish for. The situation had diverged slightly from his initial expectations. The deceased Z fighters, including his father, had no desire to return. They insisted, let those who have passed not interfere with the affairs of the living. In essence, on King Kai's planet, there was ample food and drink, and the opportunity to train, leaving them devoid of desires, resembling monks in their asceticism. As for Vegeta, unfortunately, Despite his involvement in the battle against the android siblings, indirectly protecting Earth, he had previously aided Frisia's forces in ravaging countless planets and committing numerous atrocities, rendering any attempt at redemption futile. He was not only barred from training in the afterlife but was directly cast into Hell, where he remained for 2 to 3 years. Unable to train and witnessing his father Goku transform into Super Saiyan 2 before him, Vegeta's pride ultimately drove him to request reincarnation. The scope of reincarnation in the afterlife encompassed the entire 7th universe, and unless the Super Dragon Balls were utilized, locating him would be impossible. Thus, resurrecting him was out of the question. Yet, when Gohan conveyed this to Aunt Bulma, to his surprise, she did not exhibit sadness or despair. Rather, she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. While somewhat peculiar, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. After all, in this timeline, Vegeta had not yet had the opportunity to transform into a good person, a good husband, or a good father before passing away. If Vegeta were to be resurrected, Bulma, who had grown accustomed to being single, might find it challenging to accept a man who had vanished from her life for 15 years suddenly reappearing. The situation could become rather awkward. Wait, why was he even thinking about Vegeta at this moment? He had strayed from the topic. He should be contemplating what wish to make. Gohan suddenly realized he had become sidetracked during the process of wishing to the dragon, veering into familial matters, which felt quite strange. Ahem, have you not thought of your wish yet? The Earth Dragon, growing somewhat impatient, cleared its throat to assert its presence. Ah, Great Dragon. I apologize for my distraction just now, Gohan said, placing his hands together in a gesture of respect. My third wish is to grant my mother, Chi-Chi, eternal youth. This wish was exceptionally straightforward. The Earth Dragon nodded slightly, its enormous eyes flashing once more with red light. Then, farewell. With the dragon's words, the 3 wishes were fulfilled, and the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into stone spheres. Under normal circumstances, the 7 petrified Dragon Balls would disperse into 7 beams of light, soaring across the globe, only to regain their luster after a year, allowing the next collector to make their wish. However, Gohan did not allow the Dragon Balls to scatter. He swiftly retrieved a prepared bag from his capsule and, in the blink of an eye, secured the 7 Dragon Balls back into the bag. Dandy and Mr. Bobo, witnessing this, were left in astonishment at such an unexpected maneuver. I believe the Dragon Balls could be exploited by malicious individuals, so it's safer to keep them in the sacred world, don't you think, Dandy? Gohan remarked, scratching his head bashfully while handing the bag containing the recently gathered Dragon Balls to Mr. Bobo. You are indeed correct, Gohan. I share your sentiments, chuckled Dandy, scratching his head. It appears we've arrived at the same conclusion, Gohan remarked. Remaining in the Divine Palace, Gohan engaged in nostalgic conversations with Dandy, only returning home to Mount Payas in the evening. Upon entering the abode at Mount Payas, Gohan pushed open the door and was greeted by the delightful aroma of simmering meat wafting from the kitchen, where his mother, Chi-Chi, was industriously at work. Hearing the door creak, she turned to see Gohan, her face lighting up with a smile of relief. Gohan, you're back. Dinner will be ready shortly. Gohan gazed at his mother, a warm rush of affection swelling within him. He scrutinized Chi-Chi closely, noting how her previously hunched posture had straightened. Her face, which bore the marks of time, now appeared smooth and radiant, her skin luminous and delicate, reminiscent of youthful beauty. The wrinkles that once adorned her forehead and the corners of her eyes had vanished, replaced by a youthful smoothness. Her hair, once gray, now shone a deep, lustrous black, thick and silky, cascading over her shoulders with gentle curls at the ends. The tired look that had once lingered in her eyes was now replaced by a lively sparkle, exuding vitality. She wore a deep blue Chi-Pao martial arts outfit, a fabric soft and smooth, which she hadn't donned in a long time. This sight struck Gohan with a sense of daze. Chi-Chi playfully pinched Gohan's cheek, her gaze imbued with curiosity. What is it, Gohan? Do I seem peculiar? Quickly. Gohan shook his head. No. You look beautiful. I just didn't expect the wish from the dragon to have such an effect. Ah. So it was your wish to the dragon, was it? I wondered why I awoke from my afternoon nap looking as I did when I first married at 20. Thank you, Gohan. Chi-Chi embraced him, her voice tender. You always have been so thoughtful, doing so much for your mother. Mother, I've always wished for your happiness, Gohan replied, lifting his gaze with determination. You sacrificed so much for me and this family. Now it's my turn to protect you. Oh, Gohan, you wish to protect me? Chi-Chi's lips curled into a soft smile. It seems that with my youthful vitality restored, Even my demeanor has brightened. Shall we seal it with a promise? Huh, a promise? Gohan was taken aback by her words, the moment evoking a sense of nostalgia. It mirrored his childhood, yet now he stood taller than his mother. Oh, are you shedding tears, Gohan? Chi-Chi teased lightly. Huh? Gohan suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. How silly of me. Gohan has grown up, yet remains so easily moved to tears. If one day I were to leave this world, to join your father in another realm, how would you survive alone in this world? Chi-Chi said, retrieving a handkerchief to carefully wipe the tears from the corners of Gohan's eyes. Mother, you won't leave me, will you? Gohan's voice trembled slightly as he clutched her hand tightly. Chi-Chi smiled gently, patting the back of his hand. Silly child, how could I ever bear to leave you? But alas, mortality is an inescapable truth. Besides, I recall you mentioning that your father wished to remain with King Kai for training. Indeed, that sounds like something Goku would say. She chuckled wistfully. I wonder, after my passing, if I could retain my form like Goku? If I could, I would seek him out, after all. It has been ages since he enjoyed one of my meals. I wonder if he has lost weight. Mother, please don't entertain such thoughts, Gohan interrupted, a hint of unease creeping into his heart. Look at you. You are so youthful and healthy. You'll surely live for many, many years to come. I wish to see you married, Gohan. I cannot leave this world without witnessing your children, she replied, yet a sense of regret lingered in her eyes. Chi-Chi smiled softly, her thoughts drifting back to her youth. That day, Goku had taken Gohan to visit the turtle hermit, and they had not returned for quite some time. After finishing her tasks in the kitchen, I grew anxious and went in search of them. Arriving at the turtle hermit's, I found no trace of Gohan or Goku. The others were evasive, their expressions laden with apprehension. Suddenly, Master Roshi rushed over, breathless. Chi-Chi, something terrible has happened. Goku, he has gone. Gohan has been captured by the nefarious Piccolo. In that moment, I felt as though struck by lightning, my mind blank. The world around me darkened, and I could scarcely hear the murmurs of those nearby. I collapsed, tears cascading like a torrential flood. Goku, my husband, the love of my life. How could he simply vanish? And Gohan, my precious son, still so small, taken by a foe, what was I to do? Despair consumed me. My heart wrenched with an agony so profound it was nearly unbearable. Before I could recover from this devastating blow, news arrived that a year later, Goku's old acquaintance would come to destroy the Earth. Destroy the Earth? Such a fate was more terrifying than a bolt from the blue. I felt as though fate was toying mercilessly with me. I was but an ordinary woman, wishing only for a peaceful life with my family. Why had the heavens chosen to be so cruel? I gritted my teeth, forcing myself to regain composure. I could not falter. I had Gohan to think of. I could not allow him to lose his mother. I searched far and wide, seeking any glimmer of hope, refusing to abandon the quest for Gohan's whereabouts. Those days were a blur of sleepless nights and meager meals, my figure thinning, my hair whitening. Yet, I could not yield. I must endure. At last, we survived that harrowing year. Goku's acquaintance was vanquished, and Gohan returned safely. I believed everything would improve, yet fate cruelly mocked me once more. Goku fell ill, and suddenly, he was gone. Standing before his grave, tears blurred my vision. Goku, why did you leave us? Don't you realize that without you, our home is but a shell? Meanwhile, Gohan, in his quest to protect the Earth and uphold peace, departed from Mount Payos, often absent for long stretches. Alone, I remained in this empty house, each day steeped in longing. Nights would find me awakened by the silence, tears finding their way down my cheeks for the absence of Goku and Gohan. I yearned to see Goku's familiar figure, to hear Gohan's voice. But such moments existed only in dreams. Looking into the mirror, I beheld a reflection of white hair, a face etched with wrinkles, a frail body. I often pondered whether my life was truly filled with regrets. I had not shared eternal companionship with Goku, nor had I been able to accompany Gohan through his youth, let alone savor a single day of tranquility. I felt perpetually swept away by the tumult of fate, unable to escape its grasp. Thus, the lament of life persists, like water flowing eastward. Yet, thankfully, Gohan triumphed over the android siblings. Observing his empty sleeve and the scar by his eye, I struggled to suppress my tears, casually inquiring about his well-being, but Gohan brushed it off nonchalantly, stating he had grown accustomed to it. Oh dear, how could the once most tender-hearted Gohan become so resilient? My heart ached, for he is my flesh and blood. I have never been particularly concerned about the safety of the Earth. My only desire is for Gohan to remain unharmed. Later, he expressed his intention to journey to Namek with Bulma. Initially, I was apprehensive and opposed to the idea. But ultimately, I was unable to resist his determination. Observing his dependable demeanor, I realized for the first time that my once tearful Gohan had unwittingly matured into a reliable man, much like his father, Goku. Though reluctant, I bid him farewell with a wave. Fortunately, there was no danger, and Gohan returned safely, his injured arm restored, and his face appeared clean and unblemished. I thought that finally, I could live in peace. Such blissful days felt like a dream. Upon awakening from my afternoon nap today, I noticed my aged, wrinkled face had regained its youthful glow, resembling that of a newlywed at 20. Standing before the mirror, I gazed at my reflection in disbelief. My white hair had transformed into lustrous black strands, and the wrinkles had vanished without a trace, my body feeling light and vigorous. Gently caressing my face, the smoothness evoked tears of joy. Is this truly me? Have I returned to my youth? I suddenly recalled Gohan mentioning that he had asked Dandy, a Namekian, to become the new guardian of Earth, granting us access to the Dragon Balls. Clearly, this transformation was a result of his wish today. This was the first time I felt the power of the dragon, Shenron, so tangibly. Perhaps due to this rejuvenation, my previously stagnant heart stirred with vitality. Akin to a spirited young girl of 20. I opened my wardrobe and unearthed the deep blue martial arts uniform I wore when I was still a martial artist. It fit as snugly as it did back then, as if it had never left my form. In a daze, I beheld the young woman in the mirror. Both unfamiliar and familiar, and tears streamed down my cheeks. Is this a dream? No, it is not. I inhaled deeply, just as I did in my youth, standing at the threshold of my home, performing the Kamehameha technique. With a swift kick, I shattered a sturdy tree at the entrance. In that instant, I felt transported back to my passionate youth. I stared blankly at the tree I had severed. My thoughts whisked back to the early days of my marriage when Goku was still an innocent child, entirely oblivious to the intricacies of relationships. He novelly believed that marriage simply meant sharing meals, living, and sleeping together, completely unaware of the subtleties of intimacy between spouses. That day, he looked at me with innocent eyes and asked, "Is marriage just about sleeping together?" My face flushed crimson with embarrassment, a mix of anger and frustration swelling within me. I thought to myself, how could Goku be so clueless? Was he genuinely unaware or merely pretending to be? After all, his mentor was the notoriously lecherous Master Roshi. In a fit of vexation, I kicked the tree at the entrance, causing leaves to tumble to the ground. Startled, Goku rushed over, concern etched on his face. What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? His large, bewildered eyes filled me with both irritation and sympathy. I took a deep breath, striving to regain my composure. Looking into his innocent and hopeful gaze, I knew I must not lose my temper. So, I lowered my head and softly explained, "Goku, marriage is not merely about sharing meals, living, and sleeping together. It also involves mutual care and understanding between partners." He tilted his head, seemingly still perplexed. My face turned as red as a ripe apple, but I pressed on with determination. For instance, couples should share joy and shoulder burdens together. Moreover, during the wedding night, spouses should be more intimate with each other. Suddenly, Goku's eyes lit up, as if he had grasped something significant. A smile emerged on his face. He cautiously leaned closer and said, "I read in Master Roshi's magazine that it's like a wrestling match between a man and a woman, right?" Looking at his innocent smile, my irritation dissipated. I gently took his hand and shyly nodded. In that moment, I realized that although he may not comprehend many things, he would express his love in his unique way. Now, standing at the threshold of my home, gazing at the tree I had kicked down, memories flooded back like a tide. I smiled softly, as if I could see that Navi Goku and my youthful self once more. The warm glow of the setting sun enveloped me, reminiscent of the warmth when he held my hand in the past. Suddenly, I felt that life is indeed marvelous. A circle that brings one back to the starting point. Time is slipping away. I must prepare dinner, lest Gohan return home hungry, just as he did in his childhood. Every time he came home from school, his stomach would rumble, prompting me to hurriedly prepare a sumptuous meal to satisfy his insatiable appetite. With this thought in mind, I quickened my pace toward the kitchen. Everything in the kitchen felt familiar: pots, pans, and the essentials for cooking. Yet, my state of mind had shifted slightly. As I began to prepare dinner, a familiar voice echoed from the entrance, "Mom, I'm back." I quickly wiped my hands and turned toward the door, my face beaming with joy as I replied, "Gohan, you're back? Dinner will be ready soon." Gohan looked at my face, momentarily taken aback. Curiously, I pinched his cheek. Just as I used to do when he was little, asking, "What's the matter, Gohan? Do I look strange?" He shook his head vigorously, saying he hadn't expected the dragon's wish to be so potent. I laughed, realizing that indeed, my newfound youth was the result of Gohan's wish to the dragon. I embraced him, saying, "You're such a thoughtful child, always doing so much for your mother." Gohan, however, insisted on protecting me, and I smiled, suddenly recalling our childhood pact, linking our pinkies together. Yet, he unexpectedly shed tears. No matter how much he grows, Gohan remains the same sensitive boy. But that's alright. A mother will always wipe away her child's tears. In this world, besides the restroom, a place to cry is also in a mother's embrace. It felt as if nothing had changed. The mirror still reflected the water at the door, reminiscent of the days spent beneath the tree. The Saiyans possess no concept of family. "Let us go, Mom." Gohan grasped Chi-Chi's hand, his eyes burning with anger, his mind echoing with a sense of regret. Regret? Such a notion has never graced Gohan's lexicon. He could be considered one who has tasted death. Each day he now lives is a gift from the heavens. Anything that dares to bring sorrow to those he loves shall be shattered by his fists. "Where are we going at this late hour?" Chi-Chi questioned, confused by Gohan's sudden grip on her hand. "To North Kai's planet," he stated, activating instant transmission, whisking Chi-Chi away from their home. On North Kai's planet, the Z warriors had concluded a day of training and were indulging in copious amounts of food, especially Goku, whose appetite rivaled that of a black hole. While others used bowls, he lifted the rice cooker directly to feast. At the dining table, conversations began to flow. "Goku, are you really not going to be revived? After all, you're not like us single folks. You have a wife and children," Krillin remarked, immediately altering the atmosphere around the table. Goku paused, his brow furrowing slightly, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes before he quickly resumed his usual carefree demeanor. "Krillin, you've got it wrong," Goku replied, setting down the rice cooker and wiping his mouth with ease. "I've always followed my heart. Although I have a wife and children, I believe that as long as I think of them, even when apart, we can still feel connected. Besides, because North Kai forbids us from interfering with earthly matters, I've refrained from acting, despite knowing the Earth is in grave danger. I fear Chi-Chi must despise me by now." As Wukong spoke, even with his usual open-mindedness, his tone began to grow somber. I am not a good husband or a good father." "Old son, do not say such things," Piccolo interjected, pausing his meal, his voice grave. "We all understand that the rules of the underworld cannot be broken. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. You have done your utmost, and I believe Chi-Chi understands your plight." "Indeed, Wukong, Chi-Chi is a reasonable person. She would not truly blame you," Tianjinhan chimed in. "Really?" A glimmer of hope flickered in Wukong's dull gaze. However, the other Z fighters remained silent, well aware of Chi-Chi's temperament. Though she was a charming young woman, her temper was as fierce as the flames of a volcano. Even Master Roshi had remarked, the universe's strongest man, Super Saiyan Son Goku, fears only one person, his wife. Therein lies my torment. Upon seeing Chi-Chi, she will surely strike my head and demand to know where I have been all these years." Wukong grimaced, clutching his head in anguish. "But didn't you die?" Yamcha chuckled, observing Wukong's fearful demeanor. "Though that may be true, the fear remains. I cannot explain it. The mere thought of being resurrected and facing Chi-Chi, knowing she will be angry, terrifies me." Wukong paused momentarily, then continued. "But what frightens me most is not Chi-Chi scolding or hitting me." "Oh, is there something worse than that, Wukong?" Yamcha laughed, his tone mocking. "Hey, Yamcha, that's too much." Krillin, as Wukong's close friend, could no longer hold back and retorted at the oblivious playboy. In truth, although Yamcha was Wukong's first friend upon his return, they had only spent about a month together before parting ways after gathering the Dragon Balls. For the following year, Wukong had lived, trained, and slept alongside Krillin under Master Roshi's tutelage, making Krillin the one who spent the most time with Wukong in his childhood. Even Bulma, the foremost female character in Dragon Ball, had not shared as much time with Wukong as Krillin had. Thus, the jest of Krillin being worshipped was born. Leading the charge, Krillin lambasted Yamcha, prompting the other Z fighters to join in, directing their firepower at Yamcha. Realizing he had gone too far, Yamcha conceded, "All right, I was being foolish." Wukong shook his head, not angry, and continued, "What I truly fear is not being scolded or hit by Chi-Chi, but her embracing me while crying. That frightens me the most." Pointing at his heart, He added, "It is more painful than a heart attack, tenfold, 100-fold. Old son, do you truly comprehend what you are saying?" Piccolo was taken aback, astonished that the carefree Wukong could utter such sentimental words. "I heard from Vegeta that you Saiyans lack a sense of family," Yamcha remarked, his disdain for Vegeta evident. Although he had broken up with Bulma and felt no lingering affection, the thought that a former enemy, who had indirectly caused his demise, could father a daughter with his ex-girlfriend was an affront to Yamcha's manhood. The table fell into a heavy silence, with the others regarding Yamcha with incredulous eyes, as if questioning his ability to communicate. "That is not true. I have a sense of family." Wukong's tone turned indignant, the first time he had shown anger. Feeling that Yamcha was treating him like a fool, he refused to accept the notion that Saiyans were devoid of familial bonds. He knew the difference between family members and friends, for Chi-Chi had painstakingly taught him. Is it really so difficult to comprehend the comfortable things that spouses do together? Yamcha was taken aback by Wukong's outburst, for even Krillin, who had spent the most time with him, rarely witnessed Wukong in such a state. In everyone's eyes, Wukong was the strongest being in the universe, who would not fear the universe's mightiest when he raised his voice. As the atmosphere grew chaotic, a familiar voice suddenly pierced through. "Wukong-san, is that truly you?" A soft, expectant call reached Wukong's ears, causing his heart to race. He turned abruptly, his gaze captured by a woman clad in a deep blue Chi-Pao martial arts uniform, exuding both strength and grace. Her posture was as upright as a pine tree, her eyes shimmering with warmth, and her long, dark hair danced gently in the breeze, embodying both resilience and tenderness. In that moment, Wukong felt an indescribable familiarity wash over him, as if time had reversed, and he was transported back to a distant past. "After searching for you 1,000 times, I turn around only to find you here, amidst the dim lights." "Chi-Chi." Wukong's expression transformed with excitement. "Here it comes," Chi-Chi suddenly exclaimed, dashing toward Wukong like a bolt of lightning, her hands poised in the starting stance of the turtle school technique. Wukong instinctively recoiled, and the scene instantly evoked memories from 25 years ago, when the young Chi-Chi had similarly approached him with a mix of anticipation and anger at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Back then, he had easily sent her flying with a single punch. Now, the same scenario unfolded anew. Guided by instinct, Wukong swung his fist, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that swept toward her. Chi-Chi was lifted off her feet, soaring through the air, seemingly destined for a harsh landing. In that instant, Wukong realized his mistake. Panic surged through him as countless thoughts raced. "This is Chi-Chi, my wife. How could I treat her this way?" He halted all movements, instantly teleporting to Chi-Chi's side and catching her in a princess carry. Chi-Chi trembled slightly in his arms, startled by the sudden turn of events. "Oof, Wukong-san, how could you be so rough with such a lovely wife? Are you trying to kill me?" She chided playfully, though her eyes sparkled with mirth. The prior scene had evoked memories of their first encounter during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Wukong, feeling a mix of embarrassment and warmth, scratched his head and said, "Oh dear, Chi-Chi, that instinctive action was entirely unintentional. I am truly sorry for being so careless." He embraced her tighter, his tone filled with regret. "However, your sudden strike caught me off guard." Chi-Chi shot him a knowing look, her lips curving upwards. "Caught off guard? It seems to me you reacted quite swiftly, sending me flying with a single punch, and yet you claim it was an accident. Do you long to relive the glory of the past?" "Absolutely not." Goku immediately shook his head fervently and continued, "You are my wife. How could I ever strike you?" "Humph, you may say it's impossible, but your earlier actions betray you." Chi-Chi teased, pouting slightly. "However, seeing how anxiously you caught me, I shall forgive you." Goku breathed a sigh of relief, gently setting Chi-Chi down. Gazing at her with tenderness, "Chi-Chi, I truly did not mean it. When I saw you in that position, my mind was transported back to those days, and I simply didn't T-react. Had I truly harmed you, I would have been at a loss for what to do." "Oh, so if I were hurt, you would be unable to enjoy delicious food, right?" Goku, realizing he had been caught, replied sheepishly, "I knew it." Chi-Chi chided, "Haven't I taught you that in such situations, you should declare I am more important than food rather than falling silent?" Thus, she continued to scold him, oblivious to the slight smile curling at the corners of Goku's lips. Suddenly, Goku set Chi-Chi down, startling her, and with utmost seriousness, without regard for those around them. He leaned in and kissed her deeply. "Ah!" Gasps filled the air. The Z fighters and Gohan were all taken aback. The innocent Goku, who was clueless about romance, was kissing her in front of everyone. Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson. Initially, she intended to reprimand Goku for such public display, especially with others and children present. But her lips were sealed, and all that escaped were soft whimpers, akin to a kitten's mewl, as the once fierce mother tiger was tamed in an instant. Realizing she could not resist her husband, Chi-Chi surrendered her embarrassment. She gently closed her eyes, returning Goku's kiss. In that moment, the world around them faded away, leaving only the two of them. After what felt like an eternity, Goku slowly broke the kiss, his eyes filled with warmth and affection, as if wishing to eternalize that fleeting moment. He tenderly caressed Chi-Chi's cheek and softly declared, "Chi-Chi, you are more important than any food. More significant than the entire universe. I was simply too foolish to react in time, but I know you are the most precious person in my life." Chi-Chi's cheeks remained flushed, yet her eyes brimmed with affection. She gently clasped Goku's hand and smiled softly. "Silly, I've always known that. I just wanted to hear you say it." The air around them seemed to blush with pink hues, although the Z fighters were momentarily stunned by the sudden romantic display. They soon wore knowing smiles. Gohan stood nearby, touched, having never witnessed such a tender side of his father. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of the profound love between his parents. "All right, you two, can you refrain from flaunting your affection?" Krillin's voice broke the tender atmosphere as he crossed his arms, feigning exasperation. "We're right here. Goku, if you want to be affectionate, save it for home." "Goku, you rascal. You've got quite the skills." Yamcha whistled, teasingly. Goku, hearing Krillin and Yamcha's jests, displayed a sheepish grin, scratching his head and apologizing. My bad. I got carried away and forgot the setting." Chi-Chi, regaining her composure from earlier embarrassment, slightly adjusted her tousled hair and shot Goku a mock glare, feigning annoyance. "This is all your fault. Look at the awkward situation you've created. Just wait until we get home." "Oh, Chi-Chi, please don't be mad. I just couldn't hold back." Goku quickly leaned closer, his eyes brimming with charm. "Humph, who told you not to want to revive? I say, Goku, have you forgotten you have a wife?" "Of course not. I was merely thinking that meeting again after death wouldn't make much difference." You've truly outdone yourself. Only you, Goku, could say such things and not make me angry." Chi-Chi shook her head helplessly, her lips curving into a faint smile, her eyes sparkling with affection. She understood that Goku was a simple soul, almost naive, yet possessed an irresistible charm. Thankfully, this man was her husband, and she could mold him as she wished. Hee. Chi-Chi, Goku chuckled, scratching the back of his head with an innocent gleam in his eyes. Chi-Chi, unable to resist his demeanor, burst into laughter, her irritation dissipating instantly. She gently tapped Goku's arm and then wrapped her arm around his, saying, all right, I know you haven't forgotten." Just then, Gohan approached. A hint of shyness on his face, yet his eyes radiated satisfaction, as if he were the leader of a ship sailing towards a romantic destination. "Uncle Piccolo, look. My dad can be romantic." "Uncle Piccolo?" Gohan, not receiving a response from Piccolo, turned to investigate, only to find that the usually stoic and composed Piccolo was now blushing a shade of green, seemingly shy. "I never expected this. Your father is quite the charmer." Piccolo stammered, regaining his composure. "Indeed, I am equally astonished," Gohan reflected, having anticipated a quarrel between his parents, yet this was far from what he expected. Meanwhile, in the realm of the afterlife, King Enma was swamped with work. Seated high upon his judgment throne, he was surrounded by stacks of death records, a bright red stamp in hand. As he hurriedly flipped through the tomes detailing the fates of souls, he muttered, "This one goes to heaven, that one to hell, hell." His brow furrowed, and his hand was on the verge of cramping. Simultaneously, the soul-cleansing machine in hell was working fervently, with jars filled with evil spirits piling up. The red demon responsible for replacing the jars was oblivious to his duties, dancing and singing along to his MP3 player. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted as the jars overflowed with malevolent energy, resulting in a massive outburst of dark essence. The nearest red demon became a vessel for this evil energy, his body swelling to hundreds of meters, transforming him into a monstrous yellow figure, incessantly murmuring, "Evil thought wave, evil thought wave." Like an innocent child clapping joyfully, a powerful aura erupted, shaking the entire underworld. What on earth is happening? King Enma was jolted from his seat by the tremors, staring incredulously at his staff, who were now ensnared in candy-like goo. Soon, he sensed a strange sound emanating from above the throne hall. Summoning his courage, he opened the window and looked up to see a yellow-skinned monster chanting evil thought wave, while gaping at him with a gaping maw. "Hey, who are you?" King Enma, undeterred, confronted the creature. As the ruler of the underworld, anything that appeared in his realm had to submit to him, regardless of its strength in life. That was the cosmic order. However, the evil thought wave was not a deceased entity, but rather a conglomeration of dark thoughts from the seventh universe. It paid no heed to King Enma, clapping its hands and enveloping him in candy-like substance, liberating the souls trapped in the underworld. Whether in hell or heaven, or among the souls queuing for reincarnation, all were transmitted to Earth by the waves of malevolence. The reason remains unclear, but such is the nature of the original narrative. Suddenly, various spirits appeared on the streets of Earth, historic figures, fantastical creatures, aliens, and peculiar entities. Most terrifying were the android siblings. This demon, which had hovered over humanity for 15 years, was resurrected once more. Long time no see, Earthlings. Android 17 spread his arms as if to embrace the entire planet. "Curse you, Gohan." Android 18's beautiful eyes glinted with cruel malice. "Ha ha ha, who would have thought I, Frieza, could come back to life again?" Frieza laughed unabashedly in the air with his unmistakable voice. The inhabitants of North Kai's planet suddenly sensed the ominous aura from the underworld. "This energy is formidable," Piccolo frowned, a look of seriousness crossing his face. "It carries an essence of evil and chaos. It is certainly not a good omen." North Kai spoke, his voice deep and powerful. "I shall use my abilities to investigate. Perhaps I can uncover some clues." Closing his eyes, he began to sense the dynamics of the universe with his antennae. Moments later, he opened his eyes, his expression grave. "This is dire news, Goku. The souls of the underworld have been unleashed by a powerful malevolent force, shattering the order of the afterlife, and the deceased Frieza and androids have also appeared on Earth." "What?" Goku's expression turned serious in an instant. Gohan, unable to remain still, immediately contemplated using instant transmission to return to Earth. However, a thought struck him: there was no need. On Earth, there were two Super Saiyan 2s, Bra and an Aunt Bulma, at Super Saiyan 1. The three women's power was more than sufficient to crush the emerging enemies without panic. North Kai continued. "That monster is currently around King Yama's palace. King Yama reported that he is trapped in jelly and cannot move." Gohan furrowed his brow, recalling a scene from the Dragon Ball movie where the malevolent energy coalesced into a single entity, the Evil Wave. The narrative described the Evil Wave as possessing overwhelming power beyond Super Saiyan 3, along with various strange abilities, such as creating spatial portals, making it impossible to predict its next move. "Goku, I must visit King Yama's palace." "Father, please look after Mother." Gohan sensed the Evil Wave's energy and used instant transmission to leave North Kai's planet. Gohan, Chi-Chi, worried about Gohan's safety, urged Goku to accompany him. "No need, Chi-Chi. Although this energy is powerful, it is certainly no match for Gohan. You must have faith in our son," Goku reassured, shaking his head. Despite his words, concerned Chi-Chi insisted Goku accompany Gohan. Reluctantly, Goku complied. At King Yama's palace, a massive yellow-skinned monster was using its superpowers to transform the entire underworld into a candy realm. "Is this the Evil Wave?" Gohan appeared above the palace, overlooking the Evil Wave. With a mighty shout, he unleashed his energy, transforming into the mysterious Gohan. Leaping from the sky in freefall, he struck the Evil Wave with a punch. The Evil Wave was knocked to the ground, letting out a scream before falling silent. However, its corpulent form began to shrink and morph, soon revealing a 2-meter-tall humanoid red-skinned demon. "Is this the second phase?" Gohan observed the Evil Wave, now resembling his memories. Unable to restrain himself, he transformed into Super Saiyan God, declaring, "Let us see if you can survive this." Gohan, the fearless Saiyan, knew that while his mysterious form could defeat the Evil Wave, it would take several minutes. He decided it was better to transform directly into Super Saiyan God and eliminate it swiftly. His entire aura transformed into divine energy, enveloping him in a golden red blaze resembling a deity. In an instant, the Evil Wave was obliterated without a sound. Unlike the original narrative where Vegito combined his powers to unleash a devastating technique against the Evil Wave, Gohan did not possess such a special skill. He simply overpowered it entirely. In the world of Dragon Ball, supernatural powers or peculiar magic only proved effective against opponents of comparable strength. When the power gap is too great, these abilities become ineffective. A classic example is when a puppet used magic to transform Vegito into a coffee bean. Yet Vegito still easily defeated him. The Dragon Ball universe emphasizes brute strength. Similarly, Gohan in his Super Saiyan God form could utterly annihilate the evil wave, as it was not an immortal being, merely a conglomerate of malevolence. The only downside was that the possessed red demon was also completely erased, having just revived the Earthlings. Gohan was reluctant to kill the possessed demon. However, it was the same demon responsible for the slaughter of Earthlings earlier that day. If these villains continued their rampage, causing casualties, Gohan's wish would have been in vain. He could not allow such a tragedy to unfold. With the demise of the evil wave, the once disrupted order of the underworld was restored. The deceased souls, who had not yet had the chance to wander, returned to the afterlife within 3 minutes. This led to an uproar of discontent among the spirits in the underworld. Silence. King Yama roared with authority. With the demise of the evil wave, he freed himself from the sugary bonds, showing no leniency towards the chattering souls. Those who have died should cease their meddling in the mortal realm. Return to your queue. The evil wave incident was quelled in a mere 5 minutes. However, it must be noted that a significant number of Earthlings lost their lives during this brief period, at least 100 million, many of whom had just been revived only to be killed again. The resentment among these souls was immense. Gohan witnessed it all. Realizing that he would need to make another wish to Shinron next year, Gohan sighed in frustration, reflecting on the timing of the evil wave's emergence. It had to appear right after he had wished for the revival of those who had died. How utterly exasperating. Fortunately, after Dandy's enhancements, the Earth Shinron now possessed abilities akin to those of the Namekian dragon, able to resurrect multiple deceased beings at once, even removing the limitation of reviving only one person at a time. Dandy truly was the most exceptional member of the Dragon Clan, with remarkable talent. Gohan, did you resolve it that quickly? Goku appeared beside Gohan via instant transmission, having expected Gohan would take several minutes to finish the fight. Goku marveled at Gohan's transformation, exclaiming, Super Saiyan God is indeed powerful. Although I cannot sense your energy, I would never have imagined that I could have defeated this monster in under a minute, even in my Super Saiyan 4 form. Not too shabby, Gohan humbly replied. However, upon seeing the glaring halo above his father's head, he inquired, Dad, can you come home now? Home. Although I would love to, unfortunately, Gohan, I am dead and cannot return to the mortal realm. Then what about Mom? This question momentarily stumped Goku, but he soon recalled a solution, Dragon Balls. But I've already used the Dragon Balls. Mom became young through their power. It will take another year. Do you think she can wait that long? Well, Goku scratched his head, seemingly uncertain. Why do you tease Mom so much? Gohan shrugged helplessly. It appeared he would have to take matters into his own hands. Gohan conceived a clever plan, to seek the Dragon Clan of the Demon Realm. If he could defeat the so-called God of Balls, he could use the Dragon Balls to wish for his father Goku's resurrection. After that, they would wait a year to revive those innocently lost due to the incident with the evil energy wave. Gohan felt quite clever, resolving both family and Earth issues. Of course, these were merely ancillary benefits. Primarily, Gohan yearned to witness the extraordinary phenomena of the Dragon Ball Demon series. Particularly the most astounding flaw, the readily available third eye of magic. Plug and play. It could elevate even the typically weak King of Demons to surpass Super Saiyan 3, granting him boundless stamina. Had it not been for Kuu's intervention with a book to knock the third eye away, it might have even amplified to levels beyond Super Saiyan 4. There were also various insects, like recovery insects comparable to Senzu beans, and unused fusion insects that might come in handy against Zamasu. Here, it is worth reiterating that Gohan is the least reckless Saiyan. Throughout the numerous battles he has fought, he has always emerged victorious. The android siblings, Black Goku, and the evil energy wave, perhaps this is related to the fear of insufficient firepower inherited from his merged soul. If there is only a 90% chance of victory, what difference does it make from courting death? Setting off towards the demon realm, Bowsy Mountain. It had indeed cooled down. Chi-Chi gazed helplessly at the dishes in the pot. Although they could be reheated, they would never regain their initial freshness and flavor. It's fine. This will work. Gohan, indifferent to the temperature of the food, was currently ravenous, his stomach growling. As long as there was something to eat, it sufficed. While battling the evil energy wave had been easy, it had also drained his energy. Given the circumstances, let us eat first. Chi-Chi felt a pang of guilt watching Gohan devour his food. She realized she was indeed a negligent mother. After meeting with Goku, she had momentarily lost herself and completely forgotten that Gohan hadn't had dinner yet. She gently said, Gohan, let me warm this up for you. Eating this way isn't good for your stomach. No need, Mom. I'm too hungry to wait. Gohan replied, grabbing a cold bun and taking a big bite. No. Chi-Chi suddenly adopted a stern tone. I've told you not to eat cold food. No matter how hungry you are, it's not permissible or your stomach will suffer. Fine. Gohan held the bowl, albeit reluctantly, but he could not resist his mother's insistence. With a resigned sigh, he obediently sat at the table, though his gaze frequently drifted towards the buns in the pot. All right, you can eat now. Chi-Chi brought the reheated meal to the table. I'm starting. Gohan quickly polished off the food on the table. Rest well tonight. Without pause, Gohan hurried to the Kaioshin realm, seeking Kaioshin's guidance regarding the demon realm. Oh, the demon realm. How nostalgic. We must start from the moment of my birth, Kaioshin began, his narrative far from simple. Sure enough, he began recounting the location and shape of the tree where he was born. No, just start from when the Omni King created the world. This is too much unnecessary detail. Gohan's patience wore thin, and he interrupted, urging him to skip the trivialities of his childhood. No one cared what he ate or played as a child. Kaioshin was momentarily taken aback by Gohan's interruption. Come on, you're addressing me as Kaioshin, yet your content sounds like a conversation between siblings. Clearing his throat, he replied, all right. The demon realm actually predates the 7th universe. A certain demon king commanded the creation of multiple universes, allowing the denizens of the demon realm to migrate and inhabit them. For example, the Namekians are a race that migrated from the demon realm, not a native species of the 7th universe, but rather demons with pointed ears. As for you Saiyans and Earthlings, you are naturally born races that emerged after the universe was created, native to the cosmos. What? So we humans weren't created by you? Kaioshin? Of course not. Creating intelligent life forms is beyond even us Kaioshin. We can only create planets suitable for life to arise and evolve, guiding the emergence of civilization. A process that is quite lengthy, Kaioshin explained. Oh, so that super demon is that powerful? Gohan was particularly intrigued by this being named Rames. Yes, he is one of the greatest existences in this universe and, in a sense, a direct superior to us Kaioshin. At this point, Kaioshin's voice noticeably softened. But don't let this slip, Mr. Gohan. If the Omni King finds out, I'm finished. Kaioshin's expression grew serious. Of course. I'm someone who keeps secrets well, Gohan assured, patting his chest to affirm he would never betray the confidence. Phew, then I shall continue. Kaioshin exhaled, resuming his tale. Before you mentioned the god of destruction, I had no knowledge of the Omni King's existence, Kaioshin candidly admitted. I only knew of Lord Rames, not of the Omni King. After all, Lord Rames created the universe, and our duty as Kaioshin is to create planets. That makes sense. But the Omni King erases universes. He doesn't seem like our superior at all. Rather, he resembles a higher authority of destruction. Gohan nodded in understanding. Indeed, one resembled a paintbrush, while the other resembled an eraser. Kaioshin's eyes lit up as he nodded in agreement. Continuing, this metaphor is quite vivid. In any case, you've come to the right person regarding inquiries about the demon realm. Will you take me to the demon realm? To the demon realm? How did you come up with that idea? Gohan did not hesitate, immediately sharing the information he had about the demon realm. What? The third eye is actually a wholesale item. Clearly, Kaioshin was unaware of this. Based on his childhood memories of living in the demon realm, he recalled the legends of the magic eye, a lost treasure, not something that could be found wholesale. In any case, that is how it is. Please take me to the demon realm. Upon hearing Gohan's request, Kaioshin displayed a troubled expression. He pondered for a moment before slowly responding, Mr. Gohan, the demon realm is not an easy place to access. It is filled with dangers, home to various powerful demon races. And the rules of the demon realm are entirely different from here. Even I would not dare to venture there lightly. That's natural, but with me around, there's no problem, right? Please take me there, Kaioshin. Son Gohan grasped the hands of King Kai, who gazed into Gohan's resolute eyes. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, very well, since you are so insistent, I shall take you to the demon realm. Thank you, Lord King Kai, Gohan replied, flashing a peace sign. The customary means of entering the demon realm involved boarding a specially designed spacecraft and completing the necessary formalities. Ordinary flight or instant transmission could not traverse the two realms directly. A spacecraft specifically for the demon realm? In fact, the vessel I used when I emerged from the demon realm in my youth is still available. Jebbit, could you assist me in retrieving it? Certainly, Lord King Kai. He responded. A small, dilapidated spacecraft, covered in moss, was brought forth by Jebbit. As you can see, This is the one I used as a child. The space is too cramped for adults, and I am unsure if it is still functional, King Kai explained, pointing at the spacecraft. Well then, allow me to handle this. Gohan thought to himself, recalling how his resourceful Aunt Bulma could assist him in resolving this issue. With the capsule containing the spacecraft in hand, Son Gohan instantaneously transported himself from the realm of King Kai to the entrance of the Capsule Corporation's laboratory. This was where Aunt Bulma conducted her work. Despite being the wealthiest person globally, Bulma preferred tinkering with inventions rather than merely overseeing her vast business empire from an office. As she pushed open the laboratory door, Bulma was bent over her workbench. Sensing someone entering, she quickly rose to her feet. In that fleeting moment, Gohan noticed the dark circles beneath her eyes, an unmistakable sign of fatigue. However, she quickly rubbed her eyes to shake off the drowsiness. I apologize. I've been grappling with some research issues and dozed off during my lunch break. As she spoke, she stretched, and by the time her arms fell back to her sides, her familiar smile had returned. Noticing the capsule clasped tightly in Gohan's hand, she inquired, "What is this? A gift for Auntie? Oh, I see. Are you planning to make up for the birthday present you missed, Gohan?" The moment she uttered those words, Gohan began to perspire nervously. Bulma's weary visage made him hesitant to ask her for assistance with the spacecraft. Now, coupled with her expectant gaze, he felt a surge of anxiety, as if he were an ungrateful cat. Yet, he could hardly conjure a gift on the spot. Actually, he stammered, before explaining the information he had gleaned from King Kai and his request for her to repair the spacecraft. So it's a repair for the spacecraft, not a gift. Bulma's face fell slightly. Yet, she quickly masked her disappointment with a forced smile, saying, "No worries, Andy will take care of this. Let me see what we're working with and assess the repairs needed." As she took the capsule, a soft pop echoed as the moss-covered, cobweb-laden spacecraft materialized on the floor. This design is indeed peculiar, a stark contrast to the aesthetic of the Grand Kai's vessel. Bulma donned a dust mask and, equipped with a toolbox, began a preliminary examination, showing no signs of complaint. This scene tugged at Gohan's heart, leaving him feeling uneasy and troubled. Well, to be honest, there's no rush to visit the demon realm, Gohan said, running his fingers over his face to ease his tension. He cautiously approached Bulma, saying, "Actually, I came here to invite you to the newly opened amusement park." Suddenly, Gohan produced 2 tickets from his pocket, tickets he had won during his last visit to the amusement park with Bra, which he had forgotten to use, but fortunately, they were valid for a year. Bulma's wrench clattered to the floor as she stared in disbelief at the 2 tickets in Gohan's hand. Instinctively, she wiped her forehead to alleviate her nervousness, inadvertently smudging dust across her fair skin. "You're joking, right, Gohan? Just the 2 of us going to the amusement park?" Bulma asked incredulously. This realization struck Gohan. Indeed, he only had 2 tickets, and he had completely overlooked Bra and Little Bra. Just as he was about to explain that he would buy 2 more tickets, Bulma misconstrued his thoughtful silence as an agreement. This only heightened her emotional turmoil, causing her heart to race and a blush to creep across her cheeks. She quickly lowered her head to conceal her true feelings, then forced herself to look calm as she asked, "You really want to invite me to the amusement park?" However, her trembling voice betrayed her excitement. Gohan, observing Bulma's reaction, instinctively sought to clarify, "Bra and Little Bra can join us too." Yet, an unexplainable intuition warned him that such words might displease Bulma, so he swallowed his response, nodding earnestly instead. Seeing Gohan's determined nod made Bulma's heart surge with conflicting emotions. She struggled to keep her voice steady. "All right, Gohan. Since you're so eager to invite me, I shall go. But first, let me finish this preliminary inspection of the spacecraft. Auntie, you look so exhausted. You should rest first. I'm in no hurry." "No worries. Auntie is an android now. With boundless stamina, I feel perfectly fine." "Those dark circles are merely a deceptive appearance," Bulma replied, donning her gloves once more and picking up the wrench to continue inspecting the spacecraft. As she worked, she couldn't help but steal glances at Gohan, who stood awkwardly nearby, striving to maintain a smile while occasionally engaging in light conversation. After a while, Bulma finally completed her initial assessment. She looked up, removed her dust mask, and stated, "The damage to this spacecraft is more complex than I anticipated, but it is certainly reparable. However, I'll need some time to gather the necessary tools and parts. If I can procure everything, it should take about half a day to fix it. The main issue is that the vessel is too small. I'll need to modify it for better usability, which might take an additional day." Bulma then noticed that Gohan was not listening to her explanation. Instead, he reached out a hand toward her. As Gohan's hand drew closer, Bulma's heart raced with excitement and trepidation. Gohan, what are you doing? He can't possibly be harboring any inappropriate intentions, can he? Bulma thought, nervously crossing her legs and closing her eyes, resigning herself to the moment. He must be looking to take advantage of me. After all, I am an irresistibly beautiful woman. However, when Gohan's hand gently touched her forehead, she was met with only a tender sensation. Gohan brushed the dust from her brow, expressing concern. Auntie, you have dust all over your face. You should wash up. Bulma was momentarily speechless, her anxious feelings evaporating in an instant. Her face heating up rapidly before she scowled and playfully punched Gohan in the stomach. Get out of here with those 2 lousy tickets. Wait. Gohan was ushered out of the laboratory, clutching the 2 tickets, standing forlornly at the entrance. He gazed at the amusement park tickets in his hand, filled with confusion and a sense of injustice. Uncertain of the reason, Bulma suddenly erupted in anger, despite Gohan having done nothing to provoke her ire. This, of course, could be attributed to Gohan himself. He had previously felt a twinge of discomfort when addressed as Little Bra, stemming from the fears ingrained in him by the memories of a different life. However, upon realizing that in reality, no one cared, he began to distrust those memories, resulting in a peculiar emotional dullness that surpassed his original nature. Yet, perhaps this emotional insensitivity, coupled with an unvarnished honesty regarding feelings, possessed a unique allure concerning elder characters. In her laboratory, Bulma gazed at the door Gohan had just closed, her heart a tumult of emotions. She sat at her workstation, chin resting in her hands, her eyes clouded with confusion. The earlier scenes replayed incessantly in her mind, her heartbeat still racing. What is wrong with me? Why did I lose my temper with Gohan? Bulma pondered, but the answers eluded her. She was aware of her special feelings for Gohan, yet she could not articulate what those feelings truly were. Initially, she had perceived a glimmer of Goku in Gohan, and out of affection for the family, she harbored a protective fondness for him. As time passed, following Goku's tragic demise, and Gohan's subsequent departure from home, he began spending more time at her residence, aiding her in caring for Little Bra, gradually becoming her pillar of support. Later, when the malevolent Goku appeared, Gohan made a solemn vow to protect her for a lifetime. Gohan, my thoughts are becoming muddled. She rose and walked to the mirror, noticing the flush on her cheeks, and she realized that her feelings for Gohan were indeed of a romantic nature. Ultimately, Bulma's gaze fixed upon a family photograph of 3, Bra, Bulma, and Gohan taken at the base. She retrieved her keys and opened the drawer of her desk, revealing an album chronicling Gohan's growth through various stages of life. In many ways, Gohan's adolescence was spent in her company, a fact that even Chi-Chi could not contest. Just as a farmer devotes their utmost care and affection to the fruits of their labor, Bulma sighed softly, returning the photographs to the drawer, only to extract an envelope. The envelope bore signs of wear, clearly having been opened multiple times. She cautiously opened it and withdrew a sheet of paper adorned with Gohan's youthful handwriting. Dear Bulma Annie, today, I saw you working late into the night on your new invention, and it made me worry. I know you are incredible, but please remember to rest. I will strive to grow stronger, to protect you and Bra, just as Dad protected Mom. I hope you aren't mad at me. I truly appreciate your care. Gohan. Gohan, how endearing. Bulma read the note, her heart melting, and her body began to feel strangely different. Soon, the laboratory echoed with an unusual sound of breath. Unbeknownst to her, her moment of petulance had set the wheels of fate in motion once more. Meanwhile, Gohan sat disheartened on a park bench near Capsule Corporation, his head bowed as he clutched 2 tickets, engulfed in self-doubt. Perhaps I should simply ask Bulma Annie directly. Gohan could not comprehend what had upset her and resolved to inquire directly. As he retraced his steps, he suddenly noticed a gathering of people ahead and approached to investigate. To his surprise, he discovered it was a dojo recruiting new students, with a rather peculiar name, Satan School. Possibly due to the unappealing name and the poster featuring a balding middle-aged man, the crowd quickly dispersed. Gohan glanced at it with little interest, preparing to leave when he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the name. Satan? That rings a bell, Gohan exclaimed, recalling the comedic figure from the original story, who also happened to be his father-in-law. Oh, young man, it seems you know me. A balding middle-aged man called out to Gohan. Who are you? Gohan asked, puzzled by the stranger. Haha, I am the illustrious Mr. Satan, the master of the Satan school," the balding man declared with pride. Gohan suddenly realized that this man was indeed Mr. Satan, recognizable by his signature mustache, albeit dressed rather shabbily. "Young man, do you wish to join my dojo? If you sign up now, you can enjoy a 20% discount on your membership. Additionally, I offer private lessons as a world champion, ensuring you become as strong as I am in just 3 months. Plus, you'll receive complimentary drinks and snacks during training." Mr. Satan enthusiastically promoted his dojo. Gohan scratched his head, awkwardly chuckling. "Mr. Satan, I'm not here to enroll. I just happened to pass by and recognize the name. I have other matters to attend to." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait, don't rush off," Mr. Satan exclaimed, grabbing Gohan's arm. "You look like a promising martial arts candidate. Joining my dojo would be immensely beneficial. As a world champion, I assure you that training under me will help you become a martial arts master." Mr. Satan pulled Gohan into the dojo, which appeared somewhat shabby, occupying a small space with limited training equipment, yet it was clean and orderly. Mr. Satan eagerly guided Gohan to a worn sofa and retrieved an old brochure, flipping it open to showcase the techniques. "Look here. This is our dojo's signature move, Satan Fist. I created it, and its power is tremendous. Once mastered, you can easily defeat any foe. Just look at this. With one punch, I shattered 23 tiles. Imagine if that hit a person." Mr. Satan pointed to an image of himself, gritting his teeth and turning crimson as he smashed through the tiles. "I'm really not interested, Mr. Satan," Gohan said, shaking his head as he prepared to leave. Yet, Mr. Satan knelt before him, grasping his pant leg. "Please, join my dojo. If I fail to find new students, my daughter and I will be left to starve." His exaggerated display of desperation revolted Gohan. "Mr. Satan, please, don't do that. Your tears are about to stick to my pants. Let us negotiate. You know my name, so you must realize I was once a world heavyweight champion. I truly have skills. I am not a charlatan. Joining my dojo will undoubtedly yield rewards for you." Nevertheless, Gohan remained unmoved, politely helping Mr. Satan to his feet. "I'm sorry, but I really don't see the necessity. I'm actually stronger than you, Mr. Satan." With that, Gohan departed. "How troublesome," he muttered as he stepped out of the dojo, noticing the sky had already begun to darken, having wasted considerable time with Mr. Satan. "I should have avoided the distraction." Gohan continued on his path, intending to visit Bulma Auntie and inquire about her earlier anger. However, just as he turned a corner, he was confronted by a woman with long black pigtails blocking his way. "Hey, what did you mean by that earlier?" the woman demanded, her demeanor fierce. Her eyes brimming with evident displeasure and fury, hands defiantly placed on her hips as she stood before Gohan. Gohan felt somewhat bewildered as he scratched his head, attempting to recall the events that had transpired and what might have provoked the ire of this formidable-looking lady. Cautiously, he inquired, May I ask what I did to upset you?" "Humph. You dare question me?" The woman with black twin tails glared at Gohan with evident disdain. "How peculiar." Gohan mused to himself, "Am I destined to be at odds with women today?" Bulma was just the same. Why do these women always seem to get inexplicably angry? "You have the audacity to claim you are superior to Mr. Satan? That is an insult. Mr. Satan is a world champion, while you, with your slight frame and delicate appearance, where does your confidence stem from?" Gohan, taken aback by her words, found it both amusing and exasperating. Though he possessed a somewhat refined appearance, his well-honed muscles were hardly in line with her description of a frail pretty boy. Was this woman simply fabricating nonsense? I meant no offense to Mr. Satan. He insisted I join his dojo. Furthermore, I am merely speaking the truth when I say that I truly am stronger than Mr. Satan, Gohan patiently explained. Besides, I have my own matters to attend to, so. Yet, at times, speaking the truth yields no belief. People tend to trust their own judgments alone. Do you think you can gloss over this with mere words? The black-haired woman clearly remained unconvinced, crossing her arms with a hint of defiance. "If you truly are stronger than Mr. Satan, then follow me. Let us have a contest." "No, this is absurd." Gohan genuinely did not wish to squander any more time and turned to leave. Trying to escape? Witness my Satan punch," the woman suddenly shouted, launching a punch towards Gohan. Although her movements appeared swift to those unfamiliar with martial arts, Gohan perceived them as rather sluggish. This speed was barely faster than a bullet, akin to a snail's pace. Gohan frowned slightly. Such a sudden attack, devoid of finesse, was simply beneath him. He shifted his body slightly, effortlessly evading the punch, and with a gentle flick of his right hand, A faint gust of energy struck her shoulder. The woman felt a tingling sensation in her shoulder, and her body lost balance, causing her to stumble forward and fall to the ground. Please do not waste any more time. I truly have pressing matters. Gohan's voice resonated from behind her, carrying a note of gentle warning. The black-haired woman turned to face him, and upon meeting Gohan's calm gaze, her anger was gradually replaced by a tinge of respect. She realized that this man was not someone she could easily contend with. Who exactly are you? She inquired softly, her tone tinged with reluctance. Gohan, choosing not to respond, turned to leave. Wait. The woman called out suddenly, urgency lacing her voice. What is your name? Gohan paused, glancing back to reply coolly, Son Gohan. With that, he continued on his way, leaving the woman standing there, her eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. Son Gohan. I will surely defeat you, Dilly, she murmured to herself. Later that afternoon, Bulma had expressed her frustration towards Gohan, initially believing he would wait a few days for the spaceship to be repaired before returning. To her surprise, he appeared by evening, and she tucked her long hair behind her ear, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she spoke somewhat hesitantly. I apologize. I might have been grumpy after just waking up from a nap. Could you forgive me? Gohan was taken aback. He had not expected Bulma to apologize. The questions he had intended to ask her regarding her anger evaporated before they could leave his lips. It's all right, as long as you're feeling better, Bulma. Your health is what matters, so it's no trouble if you were upset with me. Although this was a lie, Gohan was not known for his patience. He preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict. Since Bulma had taken the initiative to apologize, it would be unwise for him to press further. Would you like to come in for a moment? Bulma offered, opening the door to invite Gohan inside. Gohan hesitated, glancing at his stomach, and after deliberation, decided against bothering Bulma. As he teleported away, he caught a glimpse of her disappointed expression. A shadowy figure observed the entire exchange. Where did he go? Such a large person. How could he just vanish? Biddy, having set down her binoculars and rubbed her eyes, realized Gohan had seemingly disappeared as if he had never been there. Son Gohan, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will find you. With that declaration, Biddy hastily descended from the tree and hurried away, aware that the security measures at the world's wealthiest family's residence were formidable. One could never be too careful, lest she be caught by Bulma and face consequences. Back at his home on Mount Pozu, Gohan enjoyed a hearty meal before taking his mother, Chi-Chi, to North Kai's planet to reunite with his father, Goku. This had become a routine part of his life. Each journey felt akin to a mythical bridge, connecting his parents like the annual meeting of the cowherd and weaver girl. After a 2-day wait, the spaceship was finally repaired. Gohan arrived at the Capsule Corporation laboratory to collect the multifunctional capsule containing the spaceship from Bulma. How long do you plan to be gone? 2 or 3 days. Just a quick visit. Be careful on your journey. Do not take unnecessary risks. Bulma approached Gohan, smoothing out the wrinkles in his collar with the affectionate touch of a wife seeing off her husband on a business trip, bringing a smile to Gohan's face. The long-absent Bra appeared, albeit from this timeline. The older Bra had departed for the past via the time machine the previous day. Although she believed in Gohan's ability to defeat Zamasu, she decided to visit the past to find her more familiar father, Goku, and Vegeta for additional support. Before departing, she gazed at Gohan with a complex expression, stepping closer and earnestly advising, Gohan, be careful for Mom and me. Then, amidst Gohan's puzzled gaze, she left. Gohan chose not to share her cryptic words with anyone else. Brother Gohan, can I come along? Bra asked with wide, innocent eyes, fixated on him. No. Gohan firmly declined Bra's request. Earth requires your protection while I am away. I understand, Brother Gohan. Though a hint of disappointment crossed Bra's face, she recognized the importance of having strong warriors to safeguard Earth. Gohan smiled warmly, ruffling Bra's hair, encouraging her. Hasn't he the other Bra taught you swordsmanship? Practice well these days, and when I return, we can visit the amusement park together. Yay! Bra cheered, her spirits lifted. Even though the dire environment of the dystopian timeline had shaped her into a serious and mature individual, she was still a young girl who cherished playfulness. After bidding farewell to the two women, Gohan teleported from Earth to the Kaioshin realm. Lord Kaioshin, shall we depart? Indeed, it seems nothing can deter you now, Mr. Gohan. Kaioshin entered the spaceship alongside Gohan, both preparing to venture towards the demon realm. With the newly integrated fully automatic navigation system, after Kaioshin entered the coordinates, Gohan and Kaioshin reclined in their seats, engaging in conversation to pass the time. Upon learning that the Demon King remained Beerus, Gohan was unsurprised. The tale of Dragon Ball Demon unfolds in the aftermath of the Majin Buu saga, during a period of vacancy on the Demon throne following Beerus' demise. In this narrative, Beerus remains alive, thus retaining his status as the Demon King. After approximately 2 hours, the spaceship docks beside a colossal golden fish, which serves as the gateway between the universe and the demon realm, presided over by Lord Quickspeed. Mr. Gohan, come here. We are about to enter the demon realm, and I must transform your ears into a pointed shape, akin to that of a demon, instructs the Kaioshin. Gohan nods in agreement, and Kaioshin invokes magic to alter Gohan's ears. Due to Goma's absence from the throne, Lord Quickspeed does not require a password at this moment. Upon noticing their pointed ears and the demon realm spacecraft, he opens his mouth wide, allowing them passage. After a brief tumult, they arrive at a relay station. Gohan decides to commence his quest in the third demon realm, sequentially gathering Dragon Balls while also visiting a shop known for selling extraordinary enhancements. Along the way, he adopts the guise of a Saiyan vigilante, robbing a few ruffians to acquire funds for his impending purchases of insects and magical eyes. After compensating a demon realm informant, they locate the shop featured in Dragon Ball Demon. Gohan indulges in a shopping spree, acquiring all varieties of insects and every magical eye contained in jars. Subsequently, they hastily confront the Ball God of the third demon realm, defeating him with ease. The same fate befalls the Ball Gods of the second and first demon realms. Upon collecting 3 demon realm Dragon Balls, Beerus, having heard of Gohan's exploits, personally seeks him out. Unfazed by Gohan's prowess in vanquishing the Ball Gods, Beerus foolishly attempts to claim the Dragon Balls for himself. Gohan, without hesitation, swiftly defeats Beerus and requests the Kaioshin to wish for his father, Goku, to be resurrected. The Demon Realm's Dragon Balls summon a dragon akin to that of Namek, albeit in red hues, and this formidable creature possesses combat capabilities. The wish is granted promptly, and with no further need to linger in the Demon Realm, Gohan returns home, completing his journey in less than 3 days. The bizarre nature of the Demon Realm's cuisine had diminished his appetite, prompting his swift departure. Upon returning to the Kaioshin realm, both Gohan and Kaioshin reflect on their experiences before Gohan returns to Earth. As expected, he finds his father, Goku, clad in farming attire, operating a plow with a somewhat bored demeanor. "Hey Gohan, you're back," Goku exclaims, pausing his work, removing his straw hat, and wiping the sweat from his brow, his signature smile lighting up his face. "Perfect timing. I was getting a bit bored. How about a friendly match to warm up?" "Sure." Gohan readily agrees. Goku steps aside, stretching and preparing for a warm-up. He performs a series of simple exercises before practicing the Turtle School martial arts to invigorate himself. "Hey, Gohan, once I'm warmed up, I'd love to see your transformation into Super Saiyan God," Goku says, excitement glimmering in his eyes. "Absolutely," Gohan responds. Before long, Goku declares, "All right, I'm ready. Show me your transformation." Both assume combat stances, Gohan taking a deep breath, slightly bending his arms and crouching, poised for attack. "Let us see if you can defeat my base form before we discuss the Super Saiyan God transformation," Gohan shouts, dashing towards Goku in a blur. His right fist strikes forward with immense force, aimed directly at Goku's face. Goku sidesteps effortlessly, evading the blow, and counters with a spinning kick aimed at Gohan's waist. However, Gohan deftly performs a backflip, evading the attack, and propels himself back towards Goku. Goku crosses his arms defensively as Gohan unleashes a flurry of powerful punches, each one landing with tremendous force. Goku struggles under the relentless barrage, ultimately being sent crashing to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Slowly standing, he gazes at Gohan with a mix of astonishment and excitement. "Gohan, your strength and speed have skyrocketed. Your base power has surpassed mine by a wide margin. That's the essence of godly form. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan God, my base battle power has greatly increased. It's a substantial advantage of this path," Gohan explains. "Interesting. While I may not fully comprehend it, your base form has indeed grown stronger. I'll need to take this seriously," Goku replies, his aura beginning to shimmer with a faint golden glow as he increases his power. "Super Saiyan 1. Goku roars, enveloped by a golden light, his hair transforming to a bright yellow, and his eyes shifting to a vibrant green. His muscles swell slightly as he emanates a formidable presence. "Come on, Gohan. Let us see if Super Saiyan 1 can defeat your base form." Gohan, observing his father's transformation, adopts a serious demeanor. He remains in his base form, merely adjusting his stance to meet Goku's attack. Goku charges first, his speed noticeably enhanced, becoming a golden blur as he lunges towards Gohan. His right fist strikes with tremendous force toward Gohan's chest. Gohan smiles slightly, sidestepping the blow with ease. In retaliation, he executes a side kick aimed at Goku's waist. Though Goku reacts swiftly, he still gets hit, sending him flying back. Super Saiyan 1 clearly isn't enough. Goku mutters as he rises, the golden aura around him intensifying. His power surges, his hair standing more erect, crackling with energy. Let us see how you fare against Super Saiyan 2. Goku bellows, launching himself at Gohan with renewed vigor. His strikes become more ferocious, each punch carrying immense force aimed at Gohan. Yet Gohan remains agile, evading with finesse and finding opportunities to counterattack. Goku escalates to Super Saiyan 3, significantly increasing the intensity. At this point, Gohan finds it challenging to match Goku's power, resorting to Super Saiyan 1 for the bout. When Goku further transforms into Super Saiyan 4, he dominates Gohan effortlessly, leaving him with no chance to retaliate. Aha! Gohan has assumed a mysterious form, overpowering Goku. Even with Goku's Super Saiyan 4 transformation, clearly, Goku cannot compel Gohan to reveal his ultimate transformation. It appears I have yet to extract your true potential, Gohan. Goku rose from the ground, a hint of reluctance on his face, but overshadowed by excitement and anticipation. Very well, show me your true strength. Gohan nodded, and a shimmering golden-red aura began to envelop his body. His energy gradually diminished until Goku could no longer sense his presence. Father, watch closely. In an instant, Gohan was engulfed in a dazzling light. His hair transformed to a vibrant red, his eyes gleaming with a crimson glow, surrounded by a mysterious and potent golden-red energy field. This is not my limit. Building upon the foundation of Super Saiyan God, I shall further ascend to Super Saiyan, specifically, the Super Saiyan of Super Saiyan God, commonly referred to as Super Saiyan Blue. Goku watched in rapt attention, his eyes sparkling with a fervent desire to emulate. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, Gohan, can you teach me this transformation? Gohan replied, if you wish to learn, I will instruct you. If you can successfully transform into Super Saiyan Blue, our chances against Zamasu will significantly increase. Gohan retrieved a peculiar insect from the universal capsule and tossed it to Goku. Father, this is the fusion insect I obtained from the demon realm. Split it in half, and we shall each consume a portion to fuse together. Fuse? Indeed. Should Zamasu grow even stronger, I will require your fusion to defeat him. Gohan made a contingency plan. If he were to struggle against Zamasu, he would merge with Goku, confident that together they could vanquish their foe. Gohan, you are truly a genius. Goku exclaimed, panting heavily as he sat on the ground, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. I am no genius, I merely stand upon the shoulders of giants. Gohan shook his head slightly, offering his father a revival insect. Ah, how humble you are, Gohan. Your Super Saiyan Blue astonished me. Goku accepted the revival insect, unfazed by its appearance, and began to chew vigorously. Instantly, his fatigue dissipated, and he leaped back to his feet, brimming with vitality. Let us continue. I believe I am beginning to comprehend the essence of divine energy. Goku flashed a bright smile, showcasing his pearly white teeth, and assumed a combat stance, eager to learn from Gohan once more. Although I wish to carry on, if we linger too long, Mother will surely be displeased. Gohan declined his father's request, aware of the late hour. Ah, Chi-Chi, how unfortunate that it has grown so late. Goku glanced skyward, where a full moon hung high, prompting him to hastily tidy his attire in preparation for their return home. Haha, father, you truly are a flurry of activity. Gohan chuckled, reveling in his father's disarray. Gohan, are you not returning home for a meal? Goku inquired, scratching the back of his head in confusion at Gohan's lack of intent to join him. No, father, now that you have been revived, spend time with mother and make amends. I shall refrain from being a third wheel. Gohan bid farewell to his father and utilized instant transmission to arrive at the sacred realm. He intended to re-enter the hyperbolic time chamber to continue his training and rectify the deficiencies of his Super Saiyan Blue form. It must be noted that Gohan's current Super Saiyan Blue is merely the first stage, often referred to as Leaky Blue, with a notably short duration that proves nearly ineffective in true combat, serving only as a trump card. In the original manga, Goku faced a similar predicament during his battle with Hit. He contemplated utilizing a red-blue transformation strategy. When Hit executed his time skip technique, Goku relied solely on the Super Saiyan God form until he launched his decisive strike, at which point he switched to Super Saiyan Blue to overwhelm his opponent. However, this was merely a clever tactic. Should he encounter a fused Zamasu, the situation could become dire. His immortal form could potentially negate the Super Saiyan Blue transformation over time. Thus, Gohan resolved to intensify his training in the hyperbolic time chamber. He informed Dandy of his intentions and prepared to enter the chamber when he was halted by Bu. "What is it, Mr. Bu?" Gohan inquired. "Gohan, you have already entered once." "Indeed, but was it not stated that each person may enter twice in their lifetime?" "While that is true, you spent nearly 2 years inside during your last visit, effectively exhausting your allotted training time. Even if you were to enter again, you would need to exit shortly thereafter. The most concerning aspect is that if you become too engrossed in your training and lose track of time, you might find yourself trapped within the hyperbolic time chamber indefinitely, unable to escape even with instant transmission." Bu regarded Gohan with a serious expression, guarding the entrance to prevent him from entering. Gohan explained, "I am aware, but it is not as daunting as it seems. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, they can shatter the space to exit." "Ah?" Bu's face registered surprise. "In any case, I am untroubled. If I truly cannot exit, I can always rely on the Dragon Balls." Gohan remained optimistic, assuring Bu that there was no need for concern. "Very well," Bu conceded, unable to dissuade Gohan, and opened the door, granting him entry. The familiar white expanse, the erratic temperatures, and the gravity far exceeding that of Earth enveloped Gohan once more. The monotony of training was about to commence anew. "I hope that when I emerge, I will have made significant progress." Gohan inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening with determination. He had no intention of placing all his hopes solely on the fusion. In a parallel universe, on the planet Wampa, TCH, is there truly the strongest Saiyan here? That Zuno must be mocking me. Zamasu stood aloft, surveying the desolate land, barren save for rocks and sand. His eyes were filled with disdain. On such a forsaken planet, one could scarcely imagine any life, let alone humans. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, stirring up clouds of yellow sand, causing Zamasu's robes to flap violently. He frowned, preparing to wield his powers to dispel the sandstorm when he heard a deep, powerful human roar emanating from beyond the wind. "This is a human?" Zamasu descended silently to the ground to observe. Before him stood a towering man with disheveled long hair cascading down his shoulders, a collar adorning his neck, and his upper body bare, revealing rippling, muscular pectorals. His physique was defined, as if forged from steel, each inch exuding strength. His chest bore countless scars from battles fought, and a piece of unknown green hide was casually tied around his waist, emanating an aura of primal wildness. He was engaged in a brutal struggle against a monstrous creature, delivering crushing blows, each strike drawing blood. Zamasu's attention was instantly captivated. He had never witnessed such a savage and formidable combat style, which starkly contrasted with the disciplined and skilled warriors he was accustomed to. This was pure, unrefined brawling, even resorting to the base tactic of biting the enemy's tail. Such vulgar tactics repulsed Zamasu, who grimaced, covering his mouth as if on the verge of retching. Indeed, humans are such shameless beings. It is truly nauseating. The man, panting heavily, landed a devastating punch to the monster's head, the tremendous force obliterating its skull, blood and shattered bones scattering in all directions. Zamasu's gaze remained fixated on the man, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The power indeed is formidable, yet his combat style remains rather crude. Were it I would undoubtedly employ more elegant and refined techniques to vanquish my adversary. Zama stood with a disdainful curl of his lips. After dispatching the beast, the man slowly turned towards Zama's, his gaze brimming with wariness and hostility, as if he had already sensed Zama's presence. Zama's remained poised, hands clasped behind his back, his chin slightly elevated, exuding an air of superiority. "Who are you? Why have you appeared here?" The man's voice faltered, as though he had not conversed with anyone for quite some time. "My name is Zama's, the universe's singular supreme deity. It is truly astonishing that you, relying solely on your beastly instincts, have discovered my location." Zama's maintained a graceful smile, embodying the essence of a gentleman. However, his tone carried an imperious authority, as if his words were the ultimate decree, eliciting discomfort. "And your name?" "I am Broly." "Broly, is it?" Zama's raised an eyebrow upon hearing the name reminiscent of a vegetable. It appeared that this uncouth, filthy brute was indeed the strongest Saiyan, as mentioned by Zuno. "Huh, the strongest Saiyan? How laughable." A smirk of derision graced Zamasu's lips. How could a savage such as you, devoid of any combat finesse, possibly merit such a title? Broly's expression flickered with confusion upon hearing Zamasu's words, yet he refrained from immediate retaliation, instead fixing his gaze intently upon Zamasu, as if assessing his strength. Though he appeared rough around the edges, years of combat experience had taught him the value of caution. You seem powerful, yet your fighting style is excessively primitive. Zamasu continued to provoke. Do you not comprehend the essence of graceful combat? Combat is combat. Elegance holds no significance. Broly's voice resonated deep and powerful, asserting that the means of victory mattered not as long as he triumphed over his opponent. How foolish, Zamasu scoffed. You, a barbarian, are unworthy of conversing with me. However, since Zuno has proclaimed you the strongest Saiyan, I shall ascertain just how strong you truly are. No sooner had Zamasu spoken than his form vanished, reappearing before Broly in an instant. His speed was astonishing. Despite Broly's quick reflexes, he was a fraction too late. Zamasu's fist struck him squarely in the face, sending him careening backward into a rock, which shattered upon impact. Is this your strength? How disappointing, Zamasu remarked, shaking his head slightly. It seemed that Zuno had deceived him. Broly was far from the strongest Saiyan. With such meager power, he could not hope to defeat even me, let alone Gohan. Broly emerged slowly from the rubble, a trail of blood marking his face, yet his eyes shimmered with newfound sharpness. Wiping the blood away, he recognized that this green-skinned anomaly was indeed an enemy. With a low growl, a formidable aura erupted around him, surging towards Zamasu. Do you think this will defeat me? Such naivety, Zamasu chuckled coldly, his own aura flaring to life, escalating to a terrifying degree. Come, let me witness your true power. Broly remained silent, his focus unwavering as his energy intensified, threatening to tear the very air around him. His eyes radiated fury and determination, signaling his readiness for battle. Ah, it seems you possess some skill, Zamasu observed, a glint of surprise flickering in his eyes at Broly's escalating energy. However, he dismissed it as insufficient. Before Broly could react, Zamasu vanished once more, reappearing before him to unleash another powerful punch. This time, Broly was prepared, grasping Zamasu's fist tightly. The clash of their energies reverberated through the air, sending rocks and sand into the atmosphere, as if the very planet trembled beneath their might. Zamasu followed up with a swift kick, propelling Broly back into the stone pile. Pathetic waste of time. Is this truly the strongest Saiyan? Zamasu deemed Broly nothing more than a brute with no finesse, his strength and technique inferior even to the likes of Goku. To see such a weakling's body would likely weaken him further. Broly, what has happened to you? A voice, aged and familiar, echoed as a white-haired Saiyan with a tail approached, intent on helping Broly from the debris. Father, run. No, stop. Broly stammered, despite his resentment towards his father Paragus for controlling him with a collar. The bond of over 40 years of shared life made it intolerable to allow harm to befall him. An amusing trick, Zamasu sneered, gathering energy at his fingertips to eliminate the interfering elder. With a swift motion, Paragus fell, blood pouring from his chest, the remote controlling Broly's collar tumbling from his waist. What have you done to my father? Broly's voice grew hoarse and low, brimming with rage and hatred. Rising from the rubble, his aura began to surge violently, an overwhelming presence enveloping the air around him, warping it with intensity. With a resounding crack, Broly crushed the fallen remote beneath his foot. The slumbering beast awakens. Zamasu raised an eyebrow, sensing Broly's energy rapidly ascending, an unexpected shift that intrigued him. Yet, recalling the Saiyan's unique ability to transform through rage, he understood the implications. Are you about to become a Super Saiyan? Merely a 50-fold increase. What difference does it make? Zamasu's derisive smile returned. No matter how you struggle, you cannot hope to match me. Your body and combat style are far too primitive to contend with my prowess. Zamasu resolved to annihilate this time-wasting Saiyan before seeking Zuno to learn the whereabouts of the true, strongest Saiyan and eliminate him as well. Those who dare deceive the divine must perish. As he contemplated this, he extended his fingers, ready to send Broly to his demise. However, what transpired next far exceeded his expectations. A radiant green light erupted around Broly, resembling a miniature sun rising in the desert. His hair transformed into a golden hue, standing erect, enveloped by a terrifying green aura. Then came a single, straightforward punch. Half of Zamasu's body was obliterated, blood cascading like a torrential rain. He gazed in disbelief at his own mangled form, grateful for his wish to the Super Dragon Balls for immortality. Otherwise, he would have truly perished. In an instant, Zamasu's body restored itself, his wounds healing at an observable rate, his skin regaining its flawless sheen. He lifted his head, eyes blazing with fury, fixating on Broly. "You dare to harm me. I shall make you pay dearly." Zamasu's voice dripped with malice as he unleashed the combat techniques of the Kaioshin against Broly. However, he was seized by Broly, who forcefully struck his knee against Zamasu's nose, resulting in a fractured nasal bone. Infuriated, Zamasu felt a sharp pain. And it was far from over. Broly grasped his foot and spun him through the air like a yo-yo, ultimately slamming him hard against the ground. This torment continued for hundreds of repetitions. Zamasu, in agony, felt his vision blur, nearly losing consciousness. Fortunately, as a Supreme Kai, he utilized instant transmission to escape from planet Wampa. How powerful! Is this truly the might of the strongest Saiyan? Although Zamasu felt humiliated, it mattered little since no one was there to witness it. He was now certain that Broly possessed far greater power than he had initially perceived. Thus, he began to collect the Super Dragon Balls of this timeline. After some time, he gathered all 7 Super Dragon Balls, his face brimming with joy as he invoked the divine language to summon the Eternal Dragon. A magnificent golden dragon resembling the Blue Eyes White Dragon appeared before him. "I wish to exchange bodies with Broly." Meanwhile, on the desolate lands of planet Wampa, Broly knelt, desperately digging into the earth with his hands, trying to create a resting place for his aging father. His movements were rough, yet each shovelful of dirt was filled with profound sorrow for his father. Paragus had never been a good father. He even harmed Broly's only friend. Yet on this planet, he was the only family Broly could speak to and be near. No matter his flaws, he remained Broly's sole support in this world. Ultimately, why was I born into this world? Tears streamed down Broly's face, each drop falling to the ground, as if expressing the grievances and helplessness within his heart. Since childhood, he had been forced to fight by his father, even though he despised it. As he matured, his father placed a collar on him, restricting his power. For over 40 years, he had lived like a caged bird. Now, suddenly bereft of his father, the remote control for the collar was gone, along with the only being that had imprisoned him and harmed his friends. Yet, Broly did not feel elation. Rather, he found himself adrift. After all, his entire existence had been orchestrated by his father, and without him, he was uncertain how to navigate the remainder of his life. He began to question his own existence. At that heavy moment, Broly suddenly felt a violent palpitation. An invisible force surged from deep within him, enveloping his being in an instant. His soul seemed to be drawn by a formidable pull, rapidly detaching from his physical form at a suffocating speed. Broly struggled fiercely against this mysterious and powerful force, but it effortlessly shattered all his resistance. In an instant, his once mighty physique shrank rapidly, his muscles vanishing like dried fruit. His formerly healthy flesh-toned skin transformed into an eerie green, while his dark hair turned white. He had transformed into the very embodiment of the green-skinned fiend he loathed. "Ha ha ha, what splendid power you possess, Broly." A mocking laughter echoed from the heavens. A voice both familiar and alien. It was his own. Broly gazed upward, only to see a doppelganger of himself floating in the air, wearing a sardonic smile and looking down at his current pitiful state. How could this be? Broly's mouth hung open, filled with shock and disbelief, his eyes reflecting confusion and fear. It felt as if the entire world was collapsing around him, and he was at a loss on how to confront this sudden upheaval. Caught in a state of stupor. Humph, a fool who cannot fend for himself outside of his father's shadow. Your body will be mine, the supreme deity of this universe. Lord Zamasu, as for you, descend into the abyss. Ha ha, Zamasu. No, he should now be referred to as Black Broly. Pierced his own flesh with a pink energy sword. Filled with rage yet lacking strength, trapped like a bird in a cage. When would he fly? Lost in endless confusion over the meaning of his existence. Broly ultimately vanished within Zamasu's shell, dissolving into a mere wisp of nothingness in the cosmos. Well done, another me. A voice filled with condescension emerged from behind Black Broly. It was Zamasu, who possessed an immortal form. After enduring a brutal beating from Broly, he had summoned this timeline's version of himself, akin to how another timeline had drawn Black Goku. Zamasu was inherently distrustful of everyone, which explained his wish for immortality. Unlike other versions of himself, his personality was particularly twisted. He subconsciously believed himself to be the true Zamasu of the main timeline, regarding the others merely as tools. He intended to use these tools to seize the mortals' wretched bodies while preserving his divine identity, with the fusion being the crux of his scheme. In this world, aside from me, Zamasu, everything can be overturned and rebuilt. This was the true reflection of Zamasu's inner thoughts. He had done just that, having betrayed a Black Goku, and now sought to ensnare this timeline's Black Broly. Where? If it weren't for another me, how would I have known that such a powerful human existed on this remote planet? Black Broly smiled slightly, a hint of pride in his tone. He looked at Zamasu, a complex glimmer in his eyes. But tell me, another me, do you truly believe this plan will succeed? Zamasu scoffed disdainfully. The last time was merely an accident. Another me. I have learned from previous mistakes and will not grant them any opportunity. With my immortality and your current formidable body, the entire universe shall bow before us. Very well, I am indifferent to the outcome. Black Broly shook his head, then picked up the Patera earrings from the ground. So, fusion? Of course, another me. Once we fuse, we shall be invincible. Zamasu incessantly brainwashed Black Broly. All right then, let us fuse. Black Broly slowly approached Zamasu, and they nearly simultaneously extended their hands, placing the Patera earrings on their ears. A brilliant light flashed as their bodies collided, illuminating the barren lands of planet Wampa. When the radiance dissipated, a new entity stood in their place. He was tall and robust, his muscles defined, emanating an overwhelming aura of dominance. A cruel smile played at the corners of his mouth. Is this our power? Ha ha ha. The entire universe will bow to me, Zamasu. He extended his hand, and the surrounding air seemed to warp under his might, crackling with energy. I am now an invincible existence. Here comes the fused Zamasu. On Earth, in the heavenly temple, time appeared to stand still. The gentle breeze flowed, white clouds drifted lazily, and sunlight bathed the sacred ground in a golden hue. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan stood resolute like a rock, tirelessly training. Each punch, each kick, pushed the limits of his physical potential. His singular aim is to triumph over Zamasu and those adversaries who surpass him in strength. The deities, Beerus the Destroyer, Whis the Angel, the Grand Priest, and the Omni King, serve as Gohan's imagined foes and benchmarks for his ascendance. One of the most criticized aspects of Dragon Ball Super is the perceived invulnerability that comes with these divine protectors, as if every crisis could be effortlessly quelled by their celestial might, resulting in a diminished sense of impending doom. The prevailing misconception is that the presence of these gods guarantees absolute safety. However, this notion is fundamentally flawed. Who can assure that these deities will not succumb to insanity, giving rise to entities as underdeveloped as Zamasu? Gohan harbors a profound dread of the Omni King, who whimsically threatens to annihilate the universe, treating existence like a mere game, devoid of morality. Thus, he resolves to grow stronger, strong enough to transcend the entire realm of the Omni King. With this conviction and an unwavering determination, Gohan diligently trains in his normal state, transformation, and martial arts, striving to enhance his prowess to the utmost. After 2 full cycles of the clock in the hyperbolic time chamber, he senses that both his body and spirit have reached their zenith. Prepare to emerge, he declares, standing resolutely at the chamber's center. Clenching his fists, his muscles taut, he emanates a formidable aura as if poised to shatter the confines of this limited space. Suddenly, he unleashes a thunderous shout that reverberates like thunder within the chamber, causing the walls to tremble. With a powerful swing of his fist, he announces, Dragon Fist. A golden, ethereal dragon materializes around Gohan's fist, coiling and soaring, its scales shimmering with a razor-sharp luminescence, its whiskers flowing as if ready to pierce the heavens. Explode. With his roar, Gohan propels himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, launching his fist ahead. The golden dragon follows suit, roaring forth, releasing its immense power. The air rends asunder, producing a deafening shriek. Boom. The chamber reverberates with a colossal sound, shaking the very foundations of the hyperbolic time chamber. Accompanied by the dragon's roar, the spatial barrier of the chamber shatters. The immense golden dragon bursts forth, soaring into the sky. Outside the sacred realm, Dandy and Bobo bask in the sun, relishing this rare moment of tranquility when they suddenly sense a tremendous surge of energy emanating from the direction of the hyperbolic time chamber, startling them. They quickly rise, gazing towards the chamber. A massive dimensional rift appears outside, and Boba's voice trembles as he exclaims, "What is this? Can brute force truly achieve such a feat?" Dandy's expression grows grave as he leans on his staff and calls out, "Is that you?" Gohan? I'm here. Gohan emerges slowly from the rift. His upper garment tattered, yet his face radiates an unprecedented confidence. A subtle smirk graces his lips, reminiscent of the mischievous charm of Black Goku. Is that really you, Gohan? You've changed so much. Dandy observes in awe. It's merely a breakthrough in my training, Gohan replies, patting his stomach. By the way, is there anything to eat? Dandy. I hurried in without bringing enough food capsules. He expresses a longing for Earth's cuisine, lamenting the taste of bland food. In an instant, his roguish demeanor fades, replaced by a humble, bashful smile as he scratches the back of his head, seeking normal food. We do have some leftovers from the last time Miss Bulma brought food capsules. I'll get them for you, Dandy responds, turning to fetch the capsules. Meanwhile, Boba gazes at the rift with a serious expression, noticing its continued vastness, showing no signs of diminishing. Isn't the hyperbolic time chamber a self-contained space? If brute force indeed created this rift, it should have repaired itself by now. Why hasn't it done so? Boba contemplates, perplexed. What's wrong, Boba? Gohan inquires, puzzled by Boba's fixation on the rift. Nothing, Boba stammers, startled by Gohan, then utilizes his authority to restore the rift. All right, Gohan, eat up. Gohan eagerly devours the delicious food Dandy brings, savoring each bite as if it were the finest meal he has ever had. Finally, satisfied, he sets down his chopsticks, wipes his mouth, and looks up at Dandy, who watches him with curiosity and confusion. What was that earth-shattering dragon roar and that vivid dragon apparition about? Dandy asks cautiously. Gohan smiles and explains, it's an advanced application of ki. It took me considerable time to master this technique. Advanced application of ki. It must have been quite arduous. Dandy reflects. It was manageable, Gohan humbly replies. The dragon fist is merely one of the fruits of his training. There are even mightier techniques. However, he refrains from disclosing this to Dandy, bidding him farewell as he sets off to visit Aunt Bulma. After parting ways with Dandy, Gohan uses instant transmission to swiftly arrive beside Bra. He is instantly captivated by the scene before him. Bra, wielding a sword, practices her swordsmanship. With a sharp exhalation, she slices the air with great force, exuding an aura of unparalleled might. Brother Gohan. Bra notices Gohan and excitedly plants her sword into the ground, bounding towards him with lively steps, her vibrant blue ponytail swaying. She appears as a youthful, radiant high school girl. In reality, after nearly 2 years in the time chamber, her age is approximately 17. In contrast, Gohan touches his unkempt chin, now adorned with a scruffy beard, and his hair has grown long enough to obscure his vision. At a glance, he feels he has taken on a somewhat Yamcha-like appearance. As a half Saiyan, he shares the traits of Saiyan adolescence, but his body hair continues to grow, unlike pure Saiyans whose hair remains unkempt. Reflecting on this, Gohan feels a surge of fervor. Pure-blooded Saiyans are undeniably convenient, free from the need for haircuts, true gods among men. I must find an opportunity to purify my Saiyan bloodline with the dragon, Gohan thinks, realizing for the first time the advantages of being a pure Saiyan. After all, like many males, Gohan detests wasting time on haircuts. Shaving is manageable, but one cannot cut their own hair. Ugh, what is that smell? Brah. Intending to greet Gohan with an affectionate embrace, is repulsed by an inexplicable odor emanating from him. She abruptly halts, pinching her dainty nose in disgust as she steps away from him. Brah, as Gohan was about to open his arms, he found himself awkwardly suspended in midair. The air was thick with an unpleasant odor of sweat. Hurry up and take a shower, Gohan, Bulma exclaimed, producing an aerosol can of air freshener from seemingly nowhere and spraying it in Gohan's direction while wrinkling her nose in disdain. You smell terrible, like a bug. The poignant scene of their long-awaited reunion shattered under Bulma's relentless complaints. Am I a bug? Gohan suddenly knelt on the ground, as though his very soul had been extracted, repeatedly murmuring the words bug. What on earth is happening? Bulma, having just emerged from her lab, rushed to the courtyard upon hearing the commotion, only to find Gohan being ridiculed by his daughter, Bra. Upon witnessing Gohan's dejected demeanor, Bulma couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing Bulma laughing at him, Gohan sighed. Aunt Bulma, why are you joining in? I apologize, but this is simply too amusing. Bulma wiped away tears of laughter. She approached Gohan, scrutinizing him closely, her brows furrowing in confusion. How did the once adorable Gohan end up resembling that playboy Yamcha? This is unacceptable. Just looking at that scoundrel's face infuriates me. Gohan, come here, Bulma commanded, her tone growing a bit frosty, unlike Bra's earlier disdain. What's wrong? Gohan, slightly bewildered, obediently approached her. Sit still and let me cut your hair. Bulma retrieved an electric trimmer, scissors, and a comb, laying the entire set of grooming tools on the table. Gohan sheepishly ran his fingers through his unruly hair and smiled awkwardly. I suppose my hair is a bit long, but it's not that bad. Keep laughing. And you'll find no girl will like you, Bulma retorted, rolling her eyes before commencing the haircut. Snip, snip. Gohan's long, voluminous hair was transformed into a medium-length style, reminiscent of his high school look from the Buu saga. Wow, Aunt Bulma, your skills are impressive, Gohan remarked as he admired his new look in the mirror. Of course, I've been styling your and Bra's hair for over a decade, Bulma boasted. Not only am I a genius inventor, but I'm also a fashionista. Indeed, Bulma's wardrobe was perpetually fresh. She never repeated an outfit. Even during the challenging times of the Android saga, her standards never wavered. For instance, her current ensemble, a cream-colored top paired with a plaid skirt and low-heeled shoes, radiated warmth, reminiscent of a gentle neighborly sister. All right, go take a shower, Bulma prompted, giving Gohan a playful poke on the forehead. Oh right. Gohan quickly rummaged through his wardrobe for clothes before heading into the bathroom to wash up. It felt more harmonious than in his own home. Honestly, this little rascal, Bulma muttered, chewing gum to alleviate her stress. He may be grown, but he's still just a child. After wrapping up her gum in paper, she tossed it into the trash. She had switched from smoking to chewing gum after Gohan's persistent pleas. Gohan soon emerged from the shower, and Bra was eagerly waiting by the bathroom door. Gohan, you're finally back, she exclaimed, ready to launch a playful assault. Stop. Gohan intercepted her attempt to leap into his arms, pouting, I am not your Gohan. I am merely a bug. No way. I was just joking. It's a new funny saying. Don't you know? Bra replied cheerfully. Gohan covered his face, feeling exasperated. Enough with the antics. I need to talk to Aunt Bulma. He was clearly still miffed about Bra's earlier behavior. Oof. Gohan, you're such a sore loser. Baka. Bra stuck out her tongue and dashed back into the yard. I remember a certain bug brother saying if I practice my swordsmanship well, we'd go to the amusement park. Don't go back on your word, Bra declared, brandishing her sword with conviction. Fine, after we deal with Zamasu, we'll go, Gohan said, heading to the lab to find Bulma. Aunt Bulma, is the time machine's fuel ready? Bulma nodded, pressing a button. A brand new time machine, emblazoned with the word hope, appeared before Gohan, with 4 tubes of blue fuel quietly dispensing, sufficient for several round trips. What do you think? I've named it Hope, a vessel for all our aspirations. Isn't that cool? Bulma nudged Gohan with her elbow, her expression eager for praise. Truly, you are the most brilliant inventor. Aunt Bulma, Gohan replied, showering her with flattery as he ruffled her hair. Hee hee, now you see my brilliance, Gohan. There's nothing I can't accomplish. So if you encounter any troubles, feel free to trouble me. But beware of other women. For some unknown reason, Bulma's tone shifted, her eyes gleaming with intensity as she emphasized the latter part. Understood, Gohan replied, oblivious to the fact that, in Bulma's eyes, he had become her prized possession. With the time machine's fuel now filled, it was time to depart. He wished to delay no longer and was determined to embark on his journey through time today, to reunite with Bra from another timeline. Aunt Bulma, Gohan said softly. What is it? Bulma looked up, her gaze revealing she had an inkling of his intentions. I plan to set off now to meet Bra in the past, Gohan replied resolutely. Are you in such a hurry? Bulma feigned nonchalance, forcing a smile. Well then, good luck. Stay safe, Gohan. I will be careful, Gohan nodded earnestly. Aren't you going to say goodbye to Bra? Bulma inquired. Gohan hesitated for a moment, then shook his head gently. No, if I do, she'll definitely want to come along, and that would be troublesome. Bulma smiled knowingly, retrieving a delicate pendant from her pocket and handing it to Gohan. Here, take this. Gohan accepted the pendant, perplexed. What is this? It contains a family photo. Bulma explained gently. Gohan pushed the pendant up slightly, revealing a cherished photograph of Bulma, Gohan, Bra, and Chi-Chi, all gathered together, their faces radiating happiness, a moment frozen in time. Is this from our last visit to the World Martial Arts Tournament? Yes, exactly. How about it? I captured a great shot, didn't I? Gohan hung the pendant around his neck, smiling. It's wonderful. You truly are a genius, Aunt Bulma. After exchanging final goodbyes, Gohan quietly entered the time machine, inputting the time data for Bra from another timeline. Goodbye, Aunt Bulma. Please explain everything to Bra and Mom. Gohan waved farewell as he pressed the activation button, initiating the time jump. I find myself utterly at a loss with you. In the end, It falls upon me to explain everything to Bra and Kiki. How cunning of you. Gohan, do you not realize that I am equally concerned for your well-being? You must return alive. Bulma sighed deeply, removing her white lab coat before exiting the research facility. Meanwhile, Gohan successfully arrived in the past timeline, which he designated as the Dragon Ball Super Timeline, essentially regarded as the primary universe within the Dragon Ball realm. Of course, this designation stemmed from the memories of the time traveler. Gohan never perceived the timeline he endeavored to save as inferior to this one. Thanks to a heart disease cure carried by Dr. Bulma, his father Goku did not succumb to illness. The surviving father triumphed over the androids in Cell, and after enduring the Buu Saga and the Battle of the Gods arc, he mastered the transformations of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue. The storyline bore similarities to that of Dragon Ball Super, hence the term main timeline. In truth, there are an overwhelming number of parallel timelines. Each activation of the time machine inevitably generates a divergent timeline. This is the established principle in Dragon Ball Super. Just like Gohan's current use of the time machine to return to the past, it will similarly spawn an unknown parallel timeline. Gohan found no inclination to delve into such troublesome matters. His unparalleled intellect indicated that he would need to employ extraordinary powers to address these issues. Had Dr. Bulma sought out his father in the main timeline or Vegeta, he likely would not have activated the time machine to arrive here. Yet, fate is capricious. Dr. Bulma inadvertently entered his timeline. Upon learning of Zamasu's actions, Gohan could not tolerate such occurrences. He halted the time machine on the outskirts and prepared it using a universal capsule. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to Dr. Bulma's energy, and in a fleeting moment, he sensed it. The location was indeed in the vicinity of Bulma's abode. With a swift motion, Gohan utilized instant transmission to appear beside Dr. Bulma. Just as he was about to greet her, he discovered that all the Z fighters from the main timeline had congregated in Bulma's courtyard, their expressions rife with anger and helplessness. Sensing an unsettling atmosphere, Gohan approached Dr. Bulma nonetheless. Hello, brah. Oh, Gohan. You came too. Indeed. What seems to be troubling everyone? Actually, we are discussing Zamasu. Dad and Mr. Goku lost to him in the future timeline, Dr. Bulma murmured, her tone laced with concern. Lost to Zamasu? What transpired? Please recount the events from the beginning, brah. Gohan's countenance turned grave. His worst fears had materialized. After losing the fusion material of Black Goku, Zamasu would undoubtedly seek to commandeer another's body. Who knows whose he might seize next? Gohan, are you the one who defeated the androids? Goku from this timeline spoke first, his tone tinged with confusion. Yes, I am here to meet with Bra and prepare to confront Zamasu in the future timeline. Confront Zamasu? Vegeta, leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, scoffed. That fellow's power is no trifling matter. Can you truly manage it, alternate timeline Gohan? I have a plan. Gohan replied, unfazed, even intrigued. After all, the Vegeta from his timeline had long since been reincarnated. If I lacked complete confidence, I would not utter such words. Complete confidence? Vegeta retorted dismissively. What do you know? That guy has seized the body of the strongest Saiyan, Broly. Our Super Saiyan Blue transformation is no match for him. I know you can also transform into Super Saiyan Blue, but do not presume that mere mastery of the God transformation renders you superior. Initially, Gohan brushed off Vegeta's cold remarks, yet the elder's tone of condescension began to irk him. While he understood Vegeta may unconsciously associate him with the Gohan of this timeline, it was worth noting that he was not the same Gohan from the main timeline. Their paths had scarcely intersected. And even though the memories of the time traveler depicted the super-era Vegeta in a favorable light, Gohan perceived him merely as an overly paternal stranger imparting lessons. Super Saiyan Blue is an outdated transformation. I no longer require it. Gohan proclaimed boldly. What did you say? Vegeta furrowed his brow and strode towards Gohan, glaring intently at him. I said, the Super Saiyan Blue transformation is archaic. Gohan was uncertain why his heart ignited with indignation upon seeing Vegeta. Humph, quite interesting. Are you looking for a fight? I do not relish combat, yet it seems Mr. Vegeta intends to spar. Gohan stepped forward, towering at 179 centimeters over Vegeta's 164. The tension in the air was palpable. You little brat. Vegeta's temper flared, defiantly meeting Gohan's gaze. Hey Gohan, Vegeta, what are you two up to? Goku interjected, attempting to mediate. Humph. Vegeta crossed his arms, scoffing. While Gohan wore a less frosty expression, his gaze towards Vegeta had lost its warmth. The alternate timeline Gohan displayed remarkable audacity, daring to confront Vegeta directly. Krillin, stroking his smooth head, remarked with admiration. All right, Dad, stop making things difficult for Gohan. Shouldn't our priority be defeating Zamasu? Bra interjected, seeking to resolve the conflict. I know you are resentful after your recent defeat against the fused Zamasu. But since Gohan claims to have a method to defeat him, why not heed his suggestions? Vegeta refrained from further comment, recognizing his fault. He had misplaced his frustration over his defeat at Zamasu's hands onto the alternate timeline Gohan. That was indeed misguided. However, the fact that this Gohan referred to him as uncle led him to forget that their connection was tenuous at best. I will utilize the Mafuba technique, Gohan explained. The Mafuba. Piccolo's eyes brightened. Yes, that's it. To counter Zamasu's immortality, we must employ the Mafuba. Gohan, you are a genius. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's expression softened upon engaging with Piccolo. Indeed, no matter the timeline, Uncle Piccolo would always be the first to support him. However, I am the only one present capable of performing the Mafuba. Piccolo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Am I truly going to face fused Zamasu? As Piccolo continued to ponder, Gohan asserted, since I proposed this plan, I will certainly execute the Mafuba. Gohan, you can perform the Mafuba? Piccolo expressed astonishment. Of course, it was you who taught me. Albeit the version from another timeline. Another timeline version of me? Piccolo couldn't help but smile slightly. I expected something more profound, Vegeta interjected bluntly. Bra has mentioned this before. We have attempted it, but regrettably, the enemy will not simply wait for you to seal him. Gohan anticipated Vegeta's skepticism, for this was the very method he had suggested to Bra. Yet, did I not tell you to wait for me to arrive and utilize the Mafuba? Gohan furrowed his brow. He had clearly instructed Bra that the Mafuba technique could be shared with others, but only upon his arrival, and that he would be the one to wield it. Bra's gaze flickered unsteadily, revealing that she was not the little girl he had watched grow up. Despite Big Bra's grand proclamations, her most reliable allies remained the Vegeta of this timeline and his father, Goku. Gohan sighed, releasing the tension in his forehead. He reflected that there was no point in harboring anger. He, too, might have acted similarly under pressure. After all, the sight of his father, Goku, was exceedingly reassuring, making it far more dependable for him to utilize the Mafuba than to rely solely on himself. I'm sorry, Gohan, Bra apologized, her voice filled with urgency. The situation was critical. Fused Zamasu possessed the formidable body of Broly, and neither father nor Mr. Goku could contend with him. I had to use the Mafuba to buy us some time. What? It wasn't father who used it? Gohan exclaimed in surprise. Having initially thought Bra had disregarded his warnings and allowed Goku to use the technique, it appeared instead that she had been left with no choice. With this revelation, Gohan's earlier reservations dissipated. Fused Zamasu had come to understand the potency of the Mafuba, and thus, Bra quickly produced the small orb, bowing in apology to Gohan. That won't do, Gohan interjected, preventing Bra from bowing any further. This was not her intention. Nearby, Vegeta seethed with rage. What? My daughter Bra, bowing to this wretched boy? Such a disgraceful display. This insufferable brat has already been with Bulma. Does he intend to play both sides? Vegeta's fury boiled over. He was a devoted father and had half a mind to unleash his Super Saiyan blue form upon Gohan. However, he quickly remembered that this Gohan was not the one from his timeline. He likely had not settled down. Thus, his anger subsided slightly. Though he continued to glare at Gohan with fierce intent, it seemed that Zamasu had already taken precautions. Gohan murmured to himself, but tell me, how did you come to use the Mafuba, Bra? With Gohan's support, Bra recounted her reasoning for employing the technique. She had quietly memorized the method and subsequently sought out Master Roshi for the necessary jars and talismans for emergencies. Unexpectedly, the terror of fused Zamasu had forced her hand, and she had to use the Mafuba to distract him, allowing the three of them to escape in the time machine. I see, Gohan nodded, understanding the situation. In that case, we have no further words. The plan remains to use the Mafuba. However, evading it will indeed be challenging. We must incapacitate fused Zamasu first. Though he possesses immortality, he still feels pain. Once that pain exceeds a certain threshold, he will lose consciousness. At that moment, we can execute the Mafuba. Is that so? Gohan, you seem quite confident. Goku scrutinized Gohan, unable to discern any significant differences from the Gohan of his timeline, save for his taller stature and more handsome, masculine appearance. Gohan calmly explained, you will see for yourselves soon enough. While it may be somewhat exaggerated to claim invincibility at present, fused Zamasu is no match for me. Even with Broly's body. Gohan spoke with unwavering confidence, a stark contrast to the doubt others harbored regarding the alternate timelines Gohan. Currently, Zamasu resides in the future timeline, correct? Yes, Gohan, Bra confirmed. The remaining humans on Earth are hiding underground. Very well, let us journey to the future timeline. Although Vegeta's words were harsh, he still expressed concern for Gohan's safety. Do you truly have confidence in this? Of course, Gohan replied, sensing Vegeta's prideful yet caring nature. Wow, Gohan is really confident. Goku chuckled, approaching Gohan with an air of carefree simplicity. Gohan, can you truly accomplish this? Don't overestimate yourself, Piccolo interjected, clearing his throat. Hearing Uncle Piccolo's concern warmed Gohan's heart. I can do it, Uncle Piccolo. Is that so? Then that is reassuring. I have been diligently training in the room of spirit and time, Gohan declared boldly. The others gasped in astonishment. While anyone could train hard, the one making this claim was Gohan, the one recognized in his timeline as the most gifted fighter. Had he devoted his time solely to training rather than academic pursuits and family obligations, no one could predict how powerful he might have become. Now, this Gohan, from another timeline, spoke with resolute conviction, hinting at the extraordinary strength he had cultivated through relentless training. Let us proceed to the future timeline, Vegeta scoffed, though his tone had softened, and he no longer doubted Gohan's capabilities. After all, Gohan was like a son to him in many respects. Though you exude confidence, we cannot place all our hopes solely on you, Vegeta continued, shifting the conversation. Goku picked up on the underlying meaning in Vegeta's words. Vegeta, are you suggesting? Indeed, the Patera earrings, Vegeta replied, crossing his arms with an aloof expression. While I would prefer not to fuse with you, should Gohan prove to be less powerful than he claims and fall to fused Zamasu, we may still have a chance to turn the tide. The group was taken aback. The proud Saiyan prince was proposing a fusion, a notion that left them all astonished. I cannot allow that monster to destroy my home, Earth. Even if it is in a different timeline. Vegeta's expression turned serious, revealing his true emotions. Earth had become his second home without him realizing it. He was no longer the ruthless Saiyan prince. He was now a husband, a father, and a proud Earthling with Saiyan honor. He had family now, and he was rooted on Earth, unwilling to allow a tragedy akin to that of planet Vegeta to repeat itself, even in an alternate timeline. This revelation significantly altered Gohan's perception of Vegeta in this timeline. Without further ado, let us depart, Gohan announced to Bra and the others. As they boarded the time machine, Gohan glanced through the glass canopy and spotted two familiar yet foreign figures, Bulma and a 10-year-old Bra. Is that Aunt Bulma and Bra from this timeline? Gohan mused momentarily before they were whisked away to the future timeline. What greeted them was a scene of devastation. A stark contrast to the thriving West City they had just left behind. The destruction was far worse than that wrought by the android siblings. The time machine settled amidst the ruins, which Gohan quickly encapsulated with a capsule. Thick plumes of smoke billowed, causing tears to stream from his eyes. Is this the space-time where Bra resides? Gohan murmured. Ha ha ha, I knew it, you lowly insects would return. The fused Zamasu descended slowly from the sky, hovering 20 meters above the ground, gazing down at the crowd. After a bout of mockery, he noticed an additional figure. There's no mistaking it. This is the Saiyan who killed another version of me, Son Gohan. The expression on fused Zamasu's face twisted into a grotesque snarl as he beheld Gohan. And in a frenzy, he unleashed his prince's technique. Countless energy blasts erupted from the palms of fused Zamasu, bombarding the ground where Gohan stood, causing the earth to cave in and dust to swirl chaotically. Gohan, Gohan, you little brat. The other three shouted Gohan's name, taken by surprise by fused Zamasu's sudden attack. It's fine amidst the swirling dust, Gohan's silhouette flickered, standing enscathed atop a pillar of earth. That's incredible, Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Gohan had instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, absorbing Zamasu's energy beams. This was the first time Super Saiyan 4 had appeared before them. His exaggerated muscles, the crimson fur enveloping his body, exuded an overwhelming aura of strength, while the swaying tail embodied a wild beauty. What is this? Goku stared in astonishment at Gohan. Super Saiyan 4. Bra explained to Goku and Vegeta. Despite never having witnessed it firsthand, Gohan had mentioned it to her before. Super Saiyan 4? Goku and Vegeta exclaimed in unison. After all, they had long abandoned the development of the traditional Super Saiyan transformations. The King Kai and Lord Beerus had both stated that the transformations of the Saiyans were misguided. Rather than take the long road, it was better to learn the divine techniques and harness the powers that transcended mortal limits. Now, this Gohan had surprisingly resumed the exploration of traditional Saiyan transformations. However, I recall Gohan mentioning that this transformation isn't stronger than Super Saiyan Blue. Can this really work? Ra couldn't help but ponder. What is this Super Saiyan for? My physical form is the mightiest of all Saiyans. Fused Zamasu sneered, his silver divine ring shimmering with light. He scoffed. Do you think you can defeat me with such an outdated transformation? How laughable. I am the supreme deity of the universe, Zamasu. Countless silver beams shot forth from the divine ring towards Gohan. Gohan stood firmly on the earthen pillar, arms crossed, a hint of disdain in his gaze. Is this your full power? Ridiculous. Gohan's tone dripped with sarcasm, his focus unwavering on Fused Zamasu. How is this possible? Fused Zamasu's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that Gohan could so easily withstand his attack. There's nothing impossible about it. Die? Gohan shouted, and in an instant, he transformed into a red streak of lightning, charging at Fused Zamasu with astonishing speed. His fist, imbued with tremendous force, struck Fused Zamasu's chest. Thud! Fused Zamasu spat blood. His body sent flying by Gohan's blow, crashing heavily into the distant ruins, raising a cloud of dust. Yet, due to his immortality, Fused Zamasu merely emerged dust-covered and scathed. Damn you, Son Gohan. Zamasu seethed, charging at Gohan. This time, he abandoned the elegant long-range attacks, opting instead for close-quarters combat to exploit Broly's physical advantages. Gohan, seeing this, chose to engage in a fierce melee, and the two clashed violently in the air. TCH, are you imitating my techniques? Gohan noticed that Fused Zamasu retained Broly's terrifying combat instincts, continuously mimicking his moves and adapting them for his own use. After several exchanges, Fused Zamasu's energy began to rise, utilizing Broly's extraordinary physical gifts to close the gap between him and Gohan in record time. His power, initially far inferior to Gohan's, now barely matched it, even surpassing Gohan's by a third. Truly astonishing. Is this the mutated strain of the Saiyans? A gifted anomaly born with a power level in the 5 digits. Gohan was taken aback, not because he couldn't defeat Fused Zamasu, but due to the overwhelming increase in strength. It was as if one moment he possessed the power of a primary school student, and in a few exchanges, he had reached the level of a high schooler, eventually attaining a strength akin to that of a boxing champion. However, this charade ends here. Gohan resolved to unleash his might upon Fused Zamasu. His aura suddenly vanished. Replaced by a fiery red glow, his once black hair transformed into a vibrant red. This is Super Saiyan for Limit Break. And now Dragon Fist, a golden eastern dragon coiled around Gohan's fist. Explode. Boom. With a resounding crash, Gohan's dragon fist struck Fused Zamasu's body. The immense power erupted, piercing through Fused Zamasu as the golden dragon coiled around him like a constrictor. What is that? Goku and Vegeta gasped in astonishment. The transformation of Super Saiyan 4, followed by Limit Break and the Dragon Fist, showcased an array of unprecedented techniques. Next, it's time for the Demon Seal Wave. Gohan observed as Fused Zamasu, ensnared by the Dragon Fist and utterly immobile, prepared to unleash the Demon Seal Wave. Demon Seal Wave. Gohan extended his palm towards Fused Zamasu. A powerful energy wave surged from Gohan's hand, enveloping Fused Zamasu entirely. The force of the Demon Seal Wave began to take effect, gradually suppressing and sealing Zamasu's powers. No, impossible. I am a god. I am the ruler of the universe. How can you lowly insects seal me? Fused Zamasu struggled against the Demon Seal Wave, but his strength continued to wane. You self-proclaimed god. You are unworthy of the title. Your actions are merely a means to indulge your own desires. Gohan coldly regarded Fused Zamasu. Just as Fused Zamasu was on the verge of being sucked into the sealed vessel marked with talismans, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From a distance, a ki blast suddenly shot forth, shattering the vessel. What? The onlookers gasped in shock. A mysterious figure slowly approached from afar. Gradually becoming clearer, a person clad in a black cloak, their face obscured by a hood. Who is this person? Gohan frowned. The seal of the demon wave instantly shattered, allowing Fused Zamasu to break free, his wounds swiftly healing. Damn it. Vegeta, witnessing the imminent sealing of Fused Zamasu thwarted by an intruder, was consumed by rage and transformed into Super Saiyan God, launching an attack at the mysterious figure. Yet, the mysterious figure effortlessly blocked the attack and then kicked Vegeta away, sending him crashing to the ground. Dad. Ra quickly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, catching Vegeta before he plummeted. Goku immediately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, launching a punch at the mysterious figure. However, the mysterious figure's power seemed unfathomable. He easily evaded Goku's attack and countered with a punch, sending Goku flying several dozen meters back. Who are you? Why are you stopping us from sealing fused Zamasu? Goku roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. You presumptuous fools. Do you dare to attempt to seal me? How laughable. The mysterious figure sneered, his voice deep and resonant, yet imbued with a chilling authority. He slowly raised his head, removing his hood to reveal his true visage. How is this possible? Goku was taken aback, for the face before him was unmistakably his own. Though much of it was obscured by a mask, there was no doubt. It was his own countenance. I see now you are Zamasu, the one who has usurped my body. Goku quickly came to this realization, having overheard the mysterious figure utter the words, dare to seal me. Humph. Your wits are quite sharp, Goku, the figure replied, or rather, Black Goku. Were you not annihilated by another timeline-esque Gohan? Goku gazed incredulously at the mysterious figure, recalling that Bulma had mentioned Black Goku's demise at the hands of an alternate Gohan. The individual you speak of is not I. I am Zamasu from another timeline. Black Goku replied nonchalantly. What? I understand now. Even if I do not perish, the plan for humanity's eradication would be exceedingly difficult to realize. Thus, I chose to utilize the Kaioshin ring to traverse various timelines, aiding myself in defeating you. To date, I have slain you over 100 times across different timelines, Goku. Black Goku smirked wickedly before transforming into Super Saiyan Rose. This timeline is no exception. The fundamental combat power is vastly inferior, and the Super Saiyan Blue was instantly reverted to its normal state. Cough, cough. Goku struggled to maintain his footing, refusing to fall. Indeed, has the plot shifted due to my presence? Gohan glared ominously at Black Goku, who had transformed into Super Saiyan Rose. Meanwhile, the merged Zamasu, having narrowly escaped death, grew increasingly arrogant. Ha ha ha, you mortals did not foresee this, did you? The other me possesses the mightiest power. Merged Zamasu pointed a thumb at Black Goku in Super Saiyan Rose, exuding the arrogance of a petty tyrant, a truly nauseating sight. In the over 100 timelines I have traversed, although I have encountered a Goku capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 4, you, Gohan, are a human who should not exist in this timeline. The tone of Rose Goku carried a hint of skepticism and mockery, his gaze fixed intently on Gohan, as if scrutinizing an odd creature. Is it truly so difficult to accept death gracefully? You, a stray dog, dare to question me? Who gave you the audacity? Gohan's expression soured, feeling as if he were facing a Zamasu wrapped in Russian nesting dolls, one after another emerging. Having dealt with one Black Goku, another merged Zamasu appeared alongside Broly. As merged Zamasu was about to be vanquished by the Mafuba, yet another Black Goku from Dragon Ball Heroes emerged. Oh, is that so? Roast Goku's lips curled into a cold smirk, refusing to kneel in submission and instead boasting, if you have the courage, give it a try and see who the real stray dog is. I shall. Gohan's tone was resolute as he turned to merged Zamasu, saying, do not think that with him at your back, you can act with impunity. Humph, with just you? Merged Zamasu scoffed, his body suddenly radiating a tremendous aura that distorted the surrounding air, asserting, I shall show you the true power of this body. You all truly love to boast. In an instant, Gohan transformed into a crimson flash, striking merged Zamasu and sending him flying, before teleporting behind Roast Black Goku. Excellent. Roast Black Goku bellowed, his body erupting with formidable energy to meet Gohan's charge. Their fists collided in a thunderous clash, echoing throughout the ruins as debris was sent flying in all directions. Gohan smirked. The power of Super Saiyan 4. Limit break is not something a mere Super Saiyan Rose can withstand. As anticipated, upon impact, Roast Black Goku's right arm was reduced to a mist of blood. This is not Super Saiyan 4. Roast Black Goku howled like a jester. Gohan did not afford him the opportunity to recover, continuing his relentless assault. How infuriating. Roast Black Goku gritted his teeth, then shouted, full power Roast. This is my true strength. Black Goku's hair cascaded down to his waist, his entire being crackling with pink arcs of electricity. He resembled a Super Saiyan 3. Yet his brow was not pronounced, nor were his eyebrows absent. However, a pink tail had sprouted. In an instant, his aura surpassed that of Super Saiyan 4, Limit Break. Ha ha ha, Gohan, today marks your demise. Merge Zamasu also approached Gohan for a pincer attack. If this is all your strength, then you shall all perish. Gohan's gaze held no trace of fear. He had declared that while he may not be invincible, he was more than capable of dealing with the Zamasu. Now, let me show you my ultimate transformation. Gohan erupted with power, toppling both foes, and a brand new visage materialized before all. 54. The pinnacle of Beast Gohan's power, the air trembled, and the earth quaked violently. In an instant, a blinding purplish-red light erupted on the horizon, akin to the dawn's first light, tearing through the smoky skies of West City. Boom! Amidst the swirling dust, a figure hovered in the air. Silver-gray hair whipped wildly in the wind like a serpent, with a thick strand falling over his forehead, its tips entwined with blood-red lightning. His pupils, no, those were no longer human eyes, but crimson like a beast. Beast Gohan made his debut in this timeline. The faces of merged Zamasu, Black Goku, Vegeta, Bulma, and others were etched with shock. Such overwhelming power. Vegeta, supported by Bulma, fixed a piercing glare at Beast Gohan, incredulity lacing his voice. Is this the power of a Saiyan? Humph, you Saiyans truly enjoy transforming. Yet, regrettably, your aura has reverted to that of a mere mortal. The dimensional gap between us is insurmountable. Full power roast Black Goku replied coldly, dripping with disdain. To him, this state of unrestrained energy release was far inferior to the previous Super Saiyan 4, Limit Break. Beast Gohan seemed to hear something exceedingly ludicrous. A dangerous glint flickered in his crimson eyes as the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. You think I care about your so-called dimension? A mere mortal. Your words hold considerable arrogance. Without the transformation of a god, you wouldn't even have the chance to engage us. The divine ring behind merged Zamasu radiated a dazzling silver light, seemingly gathering power, preparing to unleash it. Oh, is that truly the case? In the next moment, Gohan instantaneously appeared behind merged Zamasu. He patted Zamasu on the shoulder, his tone icy, startling merged Zamasu. As Zamasu attempted to retaliate, Gohan seized his arm and effortlessly twisted it until it snapped. Zamasu howled in agony, while Gohan remained unfazed, continuing to break another arm. The immortal body continuously restored itself to perfection, allowing Gohan to persistently dismantle Zamasu's limbs. The combined entity of Zamasu let out continuous wails, while on the other side, the full-powered Black Goku, adorned in a pink hue, rushed forward to intervene. Yet, his speed proved utterly inferior to that of the beastly Gohan. In an instant, Gohan flickered before Black Goku, raising his fist to deliver a devastating blow aimed squarely at Black Goku's face. Reacting instinctively, Black Goku lifted his arm to block, only to feel an overwhelming force strike him like a colossal hammer, causing his bone to crack audibly and shatter under the impact. What manner of monster are you? Black Goku stared in horror at Gohan, disbelief etched on his features. He had never imagined he could be so effortlessly defeated. Deprived even of a chance to retaliate, the beastly Gohan was neither a transformation of the divine nor a conventional Saiyan metamorphosis. Rather, it was a unique path forged solely by Gohan himself. Super Saiyan 2, the enigmatic Gohan, and now the beastly Gohan. In stark contrast to the mechanized transformations, this transformation was devoid of any grandiosity, relying solely on unembellished numerical prowess. One force shatters myriad laws. The path is beautifully simple. Am I the monster? Ha! You are mistaken. I am the demon. The beastly Gohan roared with laughter, his voice resonating with an indescribable confidence and dominance. A demon? A mere mortal. Black Goku gritted his teeth, his pride suffering an unprecedented blow. He had always considered himself the supreme deity of the universe. Yet now he was easily bested by a mere mortal, a reality he could not accept. The facade on Black Goku's face shattered completely. With a furious roar, he unleashed an explosion of energy, creating swirling vortexes of distorted black energy around him, as if seeking to devour everything in proximity. Do you think such power can defeat me? I am the ruler of the universe. I am a god, an existence utterly invincible. This overwhelming force pulled everything towards it, yet Bulma, Vegeta, and Goku remained unharmed behind Gohan's protection. Tragically, however, the combined Zamasu faced an unexpected fate. Another me. What are you doing? The combined Zamasu struggled to escape Black Goku's engulfing force. Silence. All of this is for the human eradication plan. The human eradication plan? Terror and confusion flickered across the combined Zamasu's face. He fought desperately to elude Black Goku's consuming power, but the twisted black energy vortex acted like an unfathomable black hole, gradually pulling him in. No, you cannot do this to me. I am the true Zamasu. The combined Zamasu's screams echoed in the air as his body was drawn into the vortex, seemingly torn apart by an invisible force, ultimately vanishing into the darkness. This guy. He didn't even spare himself. Vegeta frowned. What a terrifying foe, Goku sighed. Black Goku wore a sinister grin, raising his head as if savoring this newfound power. Now, I am the strongest being, unmatched in heaven and earth. Enough. The beastly Gohan flickered once more, appearing before Black Goku, his fist striking like a meteor toward Black Goku's abdomen. A tremendous sound resounded as Black Goku was sent flying, crashing into the distant ruins and kicking up clouds of dust. Can garbage consume garbage and affect change? The beastly Gohan instantly teleported to the ruins where Black Goku landed, relentlessly pummeling him. Blood dripped from Black Goku's mouth as he found himself utterly powerless against Gohan's assault, barely managing to raise his hand in feeble defense. However, Gohan's strength surged like a tidal wave, each punch imbued with destructive force, effortlessly shattering Black Goku's defenses. A cornered clown. Black Goku's complexion paled, his eyes reflecting fear and reluctance. He had once brimmed with confidence, believing himself the ruler of the universe, save for the gods of destruction and the Omni King. Yet, before the beastly Gohan, his power appeared minuscule. Who are you? Black Goku managed to utter, his voice trembling. The beastly Gohan paused his assault, a cold glint flashing in his crimson eyes. I am Son Gohan, a warrior from a realm of despair. Black Goku struggled amidst the ruins, attempting to rise. But Gohan's fist descended once more, knocking him flat to the ground. This time, Black Goku had no strength left to rise. You have lost. The beastly Gohan coldly regarded Black Goku, devoid of any sympathy in his tone. Your human eradication plan, your ambitions, end here. Ha ha ha. I now possess immortality. You can never kill me. Black Goku laughed maniacally. Is that so? The beastly Gohan retrieved a jar, Demon Seal Wave. The immense pulling force drew Black Goku into the jar, which was promptly sealed and affixed with a talisman. Everything settled into silence. Gohan gradually reverted to his original form, his silver-gray hair returning to its familiar black short style, and his crimson pupils returning to their normal hue. Gohan. Bulma joyfully rushed over, waving her arms with delight. Gohan smiled gently and waved back at her in acknowledgment. The atmosphere around them seemed to regain tranquility with Gohan's restoration. The once overpowering and suffocating aura dissipated completely, replaced by a gentle and familiar ambience. Wow. Gohan from another timeline. You were incredible just now. Goku strode forward, clapping Gohan on the shoulder, his tone filled with admiration. No, Gohan humbly replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Vegeta approached slowly, a complex expression on his face, his eyes reflecting reluctance mingled with a hint of acknowledgement. He snorted softly, his tone laced with nuance. I never expected you to master such a transformation. It seems you worked hard in that timeline. This marked perhaps the first instance of a calm exchange between Gohan and Vegeta. Indeed, it was quite arduous. Gohan softly responded, his tone revealing a trace of fatigue. Yet his gaze remained resolute. I see. Vegeta fell silent for a moment before solemnly patting Gohan on the shoulder, his tone turning serious. Gohan. I've heard about that timeline from Bulma. Huh? Gohan's expression instantly shifted to one of tension. Why was Vegeta suddenly bringing this up? In that timeline, I had no chance for redemption and chose to reincarnate. I owe that mother and daughter duo from that timeline. Vegeta's voice was low, tinged with self-reproach. From now on, the safety of that timeline, Bulma, and Bulma's daughter are entrusted to you. With that, Vegeta unexpectedly bowed to Gohan. That's unnecessary, Uncle Vegeta. Gohan addressed Vegeta with a respectful tone for the first time, sincerity evident in his voice. No, it is my duty. Vegeta lifted his head, his gaze unwavering. Though I am not the version of me from that timeline, I and he are fundamentally the same person. His responsibilities are mine to bear. Moreover, I know you are someone worthy of such trust, Gohan. This moment was profoundly touching. Even Goku, the martial arts fanatic from the main timeline, spoke earnestly. Gohan. I entrust you with the safety of that timeline's Earth and Chi-Chi. Goku likewise bowed to Gohan. In that instant, it felt as though the entire world had fallen silent, all eyes awaiting Gohan's response. Gohan found himself momentarily stunned, as he had not anticipated events to escalate to this point. Taking a deep breath, he slowly spoke. Uncle Vegeta, Father, this is only natural. Even if it means wagering everything, I shall do so. That timeline holds great significance for me, and I will protect them. That is good. Vegeta nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. However, only Bra wore an expression of unease, for she was privy to certain unsettling truths. The mother from that timeline, as well as herself, was. Bra suddenly recalled the many strange occurrences she had encountered in that timeline. The midnight ramblings of little Bra echoed in her mind, those peculiar words still resonating in her ears. Hey, Gohan, didn't you promise to keep an eye on me? You can't go flirting with other women. Indeed, it seemed that the only solution was to confine Gohan in the basement. What are you doing, Gohan? Are you plotting an escape? The vigilant Bra, accustomed to night watch, was also startled by these dreams. Her throat dry, she felt the urge to head to the kitchen for a glass of water to calm herself. Yet, she inadvertently caught sight of her mother's dimly lit bedroom, unveiling her mother's hidden secrets. That night, she could scarcely close her eyes, the visual impact too overwhelming. Mother, what are you truly thinking? Bra murmured softly. A hint of confusion reflected in her eyes. As her thoughts returned to the present, Bra silently pondered. Ultimately, the versions of herself and her mother from that timeline were too terrifying. She held no romantic feelings for the Gohan from her own timeline, given the significant age difference. To her, Gohan was more akin to an elder brother, devoid of such notions, perhaps due to the genuine emotions involved. Gohan and the Goku of the primary timeline had grown much closer. Gohan earnestly handed the jar containing Zamasu's seal to his father. Goku, speaking sincerely, this is for you. I entrust it to you. Goku nodded in acknowledgment, replying, All right, we will handle the rest. We will pass it on to Lord Beerus, so he can deal with Zamasu thoroughly. Thereafter, events proceeded without much turbulence. Gohan utilized instant transmission to sense Dandy's energy and arrived at New Namek. He employed the same strategy as before, inviting Dandy to become the Earth's guardian, a proposal Dandy gladly accepted. Gohan also harnessed the power of the Namekian Dragon Balls to resurrect Aunt Bulma and the Earthlings slain by Zamasu in this timeline. At this juncture, 2 wishes remained with the Dragon Balls. Without hesitation, Gohan asked Porunga to restore all the places destroyed by Zamasu, facilitating a smoother recovery for Earth. As for the 3rd wish, Gohan hesitated momentarily before deciding to request the Eternal Dragon to complete his Saiyan bloodline. Though hybrid advantages were considerable, particularly in terms of potential, the matter of transformations post-Super Saiyan 4 was inextricably tied to lineage. For instance, in Dragon Ball Super, Gohan and Vidal's daughter, Pan, was born without a tail and could not transform into a Super Saiyan due to her diluted bloodline, even for the sake of future generations. Acquiring the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan necessitated the completion of his Saiyan heritage. Porunga's eyes emitted a red light, enveloping Gohan, transforming him from a hybrid into a pure Saiyan. Most importantly, hybrids did not inherently possess great potential. The strength lay with Gohan himself. Goten and Trunks, if one were to insist, could only be deemed moderately gifted. Compared to Frieza, Broly, and himself, they were merely ordinary. Therefore, there was no risk of losing his hybrid identity, leading to a decline in talent. Bulma's survival diary, the Beast Gohan, was his favorite transformation. Though it differed from the regular Gohan by just one character, the disparity was monumental. His strength was not adorned with elaborate descriptions, devoid of divine power or techniques. He was simply characterized by high numerical values. In Dragon Ball Super, he kicked silver-haired Goku away, seemingly surpassing Goku even in his perfected Ultra Instinct state, a pure embodiment of strength. After awakening his beast form, Gohan had no desire to revert to the traditional Super Saiyan transformations, despite just having wished to restore his Saiyan lineage. Ultimately, he could not compare to Broly's unique bloodline to pursue a transformation that did not suit him, while neglecting the path that was his own was akin to picking up sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. Unless, he could also acquire the bloodline powers akin to Broly's mutation. Otherwise, the traditional Super Saiyan transformations would have to be put on hold. Instead of struggling within a set framework, it was more prudent to fully embrace his own path as a beast. Gohan had devised a plan for his future growth, focusing on diligently exploring and developing his beast form. As for learning the techniques of the gods, let me ask you, how would one go about that? To be honest, the soul of the traveler he had merged with mentioned it as well. Some fanfiction protagonists exchanged favors with Whis to learn the methods of Ultra Instinct, thus mastering the techniques of the gods. But in reality, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Moreover, Gohan had no desire to engage in sycophancy. At that moment, a certain North Kai on a distant planet sneezed. In conclusion, after resolving the crisis in Bra's timeline, Gohan decided to depart. After bidding farewell to the Super Timeline's Goku, Bra, and the recently resurrected Aunt Bulma, he boarded the time machine. "Thank you, Gohan. It's nothing. After all, I am your Gohan," he replied, gently ruffling Bra's hair. Even though she was older than him by a year in this timeline, a fleeting look of reluctance crossed Bra's face, but it quickly transformed into a resolute expression. "Gohan, I will remember you. I want to become stronger like you and protect the Earth." Gohan smiled faintly and nodded. "I believe you can do it. With you all here, this timeline will surely flourish." The time machine's hatch slowly closed, and Gohan gazed through the glass as the familiar figures faded into a blur. Bra, Goku, and Aunt Bulma waved goodbye. At that moment, Gohan's heart brimmed with emotion. Bra, Aunt Bulma, and the others, who had endured a terrifying, hellish existence, finally welcomed peace and tranquility. Furthermore, this peace would be vigilantly safeguarded as long as the Dragon Balls remained. He still had an important task awaiting him. Inputting a sequence of temporal coordinates, he adjusted his destination and leaped through time. He arrived at an unfamiliar timeline, the Cell timeline. This was a hidden timeline that existed solely in the dialogues between Cell and Piccolo. In this timeline, Bra valiantly defeated androids 17 and 18, just preparing to use the time machine to return to the past to deliver medicine to Goku when she was ambushed and killed by Cell. Cell then regressed into his egg form, utilizing the time machine to return to the past, specifically to the primary timeline, in search of androids 17 and 18 to evolve into his perfect form. The subsequent narrative would revolve around the Cell saga. Thus, strictly speaking, this timeline, existing only in conversation, was the true primary timeline, a timeline that had met its demise. Absent were Gohan and Bra, leaving Aunt Bulma in solitude. The Earth's inhabitants had been nearly annihilated by Cell, rendering this a timeline of utter despair for Aunt Bulma. Since Gohan merged with the soul of a traveler, he became aware of this particular timeline, and a profound sadness enveloped him as he aspired to alter everything. This longing for change was the very reason he ventured into this realm. Gohan yearned to forge a world free of suffering. Perhaps this was the divine purpose behind his second chance at life. Relying on his memories, Gohan swiftly arrived at the Capsule Corporation, only to find it reduced to ruins. Bulma's home mirrored this desolation, festooned with cobwebs and decay. He opened his palm, exhaling a faint energy, gently wafting the dust away from the windows. He searched the premises for any remnants of useful information and ultimately stumbled upon a survival diary. Today marks the 177th day since Bra's disappearance. I am still uncertain whether she has traversed to another dimension or met with misfortune. It seems that, from an indeterminate point, many souls have vanished from the cities of Earth during the night. Soon, it felt as though humanity had dwindled down to just me. Everything here has turned lifeless, devoid of the vibrancy it once held. Without Bra, without Gohan, without family to confide in, I wander alone in West City. As if I have become the last ghost of Earth. I discovered a spaceship left behind by Vegeta, entombed beneath the ruins of the Capsule Corporation. Its exterior marred with scratches and dust. I attempted to ignite its engines, but it merely emitted a few weak hums before falling silent. I realized that restoring it would require an array of parts. Gathering these components would be arduous, yet I resolved to seek them out. For igniting the spacecraft might lead me to the new Namek, where I could utilize the Namekian Dragon Balls. On the 178th day since Bra's disappearance, the rain began to pour, the frigid droplets striking my face, sending shivers through me. I scoured the ruins of West City, uncovering some tools and spare parts. Yet I knew they were insufficient. I needed more components to get the ship airborne once more. I decided to investigate the abandoned warehouse in the city center, which previously housed spare mechanical parts. Perhaps I might unearth something useful. Donning a raincoat and taking my backpack, I embarked on my quest for parts. The rain intensified, each step feeling like a struggle through mud. On the 189th day since Bra's disappearance, the sun shone brightly, yet its rays could not illuminate my world. I commenced repairs on the spaceship. With each screw I tightened and every wire I soldered, fatigue washed over me, but I understood the necessity of perseverance. This was my sole glimmer of hope, my only chance to escape this desolate expanse. On the 201st day, I finally succeeded in repairing the engine. When I pressed the ignition button, it roared to life with a deep, powerful growl. A flicker of relief coursed through me, yet I was ensnared by an overwhelming solitude. I pondered how long I could endure this isolation and whether I could truly locate the new Namek after leaving Earth. However, I could not yield. I must not let hope for Earth extinguish. After conducting a final test, everything appeared flawless. Standing before the spacecraft, my heart was a tumult of emotions. I feared solitude, the prospect of losing myself in the cosmos, yet I dreaded remaining here, confronting the ruins and the unending despair. I resolved to depart from Earth, gathering essential supplies including food, water, and tools in preparation for my journey. As I gazed out at the planet that had birthed and nurtured me, nostalgia enveloped me. This was my home, steeped in memories, but now it lay in ruins and despair. Ultimately, should I perish in the void of space? This survival diary would serve as the testament of my existence. And so it was. I am Bulma, a scientist, a desperate mother. The ink began to blur, as if stained by tears. 57. I have returned, to take you home, Aunt Bulma. Strangely, across various timelines, Aunt Bulma has seldom met with favorable fates. Except in the timeline of Dragon Ball Super, where she enjoys a happy family life. The rest either face untimely deaths or wander the cosmos alone, clinging to a flicker of hope. Hope, you say? Gohan mused as he grasped the capsule containing the time machine. It bore the name Hope, embodying its essence. It seemed that every incarnation of Bulma across the timelines has staked everything on hope. In the face of adversity, should one surrender their heart to hope? Gohan pondered. Before hope, even in dire straits, one must flee in haste. Gohan paused in contemplation, then sensed Aunt Bulma's presence. This was the essence he knew best, and it resonated with him almost instantly. Regrettably, the distance to the new Namek was still considerable, rendering his search seemingly aimless. If he truly continued this fruitless pursuit, he might never reach Namek in his lifetime. Utilizing instant transmission, Gohan arrived beside this timeline's Aunt Bulma. Seated at the helm of the spacecraft was a woman devoid of vitality. Though her appearance mirrored that of other timelines' Bulmas, she lacked any semblance of spirit, moving like a marionette, mechanically piloting the ship. Almost there, she murmured repeatedly, as if her mind was adrift. Dressed in grimy overalls, her disheveled appearance starkly contrasted the fashionable attire she once favored in other timelines. This was hardly surprising, given the somber atmosphere of this desolate reality, where few souls remained alive. Alone, she navigated the dark void of space, inevitably succumbing to her pitiful state. Witnessing Aunt Bulma's haggard visage, her gaunt features devoid of color, tears streamed down Gohan's cheeks. Even though this Bulma was not the one he knew, he recalled Vegeta's words, "Though I am not my other self in this timeline, we are inherently the same person, bearing the same responsibilities." Gohan possessed a profound capacity for empathy. Despite having been present beside Aunt Bulma for several minutes without concealing his form, she remained oblivious to his existence. He stepped forward and gently called, "Aunt Bulma." Bulma's body trembled slightly, as if awakening from a trance. Slowly, she turned her gaze, her eyes vacant and confused, as though peering through Gohan to another realm. When she finally recognized him, a glimmer of light flickered in her eyes. "Gohan, is that you?" Her voice was hoarse and weary, as though shaped by the trials of time and despair. "It is I, Aunt Bulma," Gohan replied tenderly, concern evident in his gaze. "I have come to find you." A fleeting twitch graced Bulma's lips, as if she wished to smile, yet found herself unable. Lowering her gaze to her soiled overalls, she then looked up at Gohan, a complex array of emotions crossing her features. "How did you find me here?" she asked softly, her voice tinged with a quaver. "I sensed your presence," Gohan replied quietly. "I knew you were here, and I knew you needed help." Bulma fell silent for a moment, then shook her head slowly. "Gohan, I cannot yet leave this world." Her expression hardened with determination. "I cannot die now. To do so would be to accept my fate too readily. There are matters left unfinished." She lifted her gaze, peering through the window of the spacecraft towards the distant starry sky, as if in search of something elusive. "Do you know? This time and space has lost all hope. Yet I refuse to succumb to despair. I have been tirelessly searching for that possibility which could alter everything. Even if just a glimmer of hope remains, I shall seize it." Bulma's voice quivered slightly, yet her tone was unyieldingly resolute. "Therefore, I cannot join you in the afterlife just yet. We shall speak of it once I have exhausted all avenues in my quest for the new Namek Dragon Balls." At this point, Bulma paused, gesturing towards a nearby toolbox. "Rest assured, if I reach my limit, I shall use that handgun to end my own life. She spoke of suicide as if it were a mundane topic, so casually. Indeed, amidst the vastness of the cosmos, death might well be a form of liberation. I said, Aunt Bulma, you must be mistaken. I am not a harbinger of souls. I am the living Gohan, a flesh and blood being. Initially bewildered, Gohan soon grasped Bulma's perspective. She perceived him as a mere figment of her disoriented mind. Gohan, do not deceive me. I know this is but a mirage, a comforting illusion I have conjured for myself. After all, you have long since lost your left arm. Only in my dreams do you remain whole. Bulma's voice carried a trace of helplessness and sorrow. I have not encountered another living soul in ages. I miss you all dearly, hence this hallucination. No, Aunt Bulma, I am not an illusion. Gohan implored urgently, I am truly Gohan, a living person. To prove his authenticity, Gohan decided to take a daring step. He slowly extended his hand, gently grasping Bulma's, placing it against his cheek. Bulma's body trembled slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. Can you feel my warmth? I am real, not a figment. Gohan spoke with both firmness and tenderness. Bulma's breathing quickened, her fingers trembling as they caressed Gohan's cheek. The warmth ignited a long-buried emotion within her, as if a beam of light had quietly illuminated the darkness. Gohan, oh. Bulma's tears finally spilled over, and she clutched Gohan's hand as if it were her last lifeline. Her voice choked with emotion. She stammered, am I truly not dreaming? Have you really returned? Annie feels so lonely, so afraid. I miss you all. The universe is unbearably cold. Gohan stroked Bulma's head, just as she had once comforted him in his youth. I have returned. I will take you home, Aunt Bulma. Bulma tightly gripped Gohan's hand. Her eyes filled with trepidation, as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. Gohan gently held her hand, softly pulling her up from the pilot's seat, assuring her, do not worry, I will not disappear. Bulma, still anxious, pressed, you truly won't vanish? Gohan gazed at her with affectionate eyes, I will not. Andy needs to find the Dragon Balls to revive Bra and everyone on Earth. Bulma confided in Gohan about her intentions. Then let us not delay. We should head to New Namek immediately, Gohan suggested. Bulma paused for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, huh? Gohan smiled gently, do not underestimate me. I have mastered my father's instant transmission. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. Son Goku's instant transmission? Aunt Bulma, are you ready? Gohan asked tenderly. Bulma felt a dizzying rush. Instinctively responding, yes, I am ready. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Gohan, Bulma, and the entire spacecraft instantly appeared on New Namek. Following the familiar sequence, Gohan adeptly located the Elder and denned, unhesitatingly making his wishes. He wished to resurrect those who had perished on Earth due to Cell, to restore the structures destroyed by Cell, and for this timeline's Aunt Bulma to possess a healthy body. Once these wishes were fulfilled, Gohan returned to Earth with Dend and Aunt Bulma. Dend effectively became Earth's new guardian for the third time. Observing the scene, Gohan felt a wave of nostalgia. This process had become somewhat routine. As he witnessed the resurrection of his timeline's Bra, the mother and daughter embraced tightly, tears glistening in their eyes. In that moment, Gohan felt a profound sense of satisfaction, his lips curving into a gentle smile as he silently wished them well. What he desired from the very beginning was simply for all timelines to find happiness, nothing more. Gohan took a deep breath, refraining from bidding them farewell, and turned towards the time machine. He opened the hatch, casting one last glance at the familiar land and the familiar figures. At that instant, he felt a surge of purpose. The convergence of countless timelines had ultimately birthed this version of him, capable of salvaging the tragedies of the others. Fate echoed. Take care, everyone, Gohan whispered softly before stepping into the time machine and closing the hatch. After so many journeys through time, the fuel of the time machine was nearly depleted. It was time to return to his own timeline. The trees lining the roadside bore witness to the cycle of cause and effect, weaving tales of joy and sorrow. In that moment, Gohan's heart found its completeness, along with a slight enhancement in his control over his beastly form. Do not deem this an exaggeration. Dragon Ball repeatedly emphasizes the significance of cultivating the mind. Master Roshi early on stressed the importance of tempering desires and maintaining a tranquil mindset, believing that uncontrolled power stems from inner imbalance. Only with a fulfilled heart can one traverse further along the martial path, which explains why Master Mateto, despite his modest battle prowess, could comprehend the rudiments of the Ultra Instinct. The strength of Earth's martial arts lies in this wisdom, enabling Goku to consistently surpass Vegeta. who merely focused on brute strength. A fulfilled heart is also the key to breaking through barriers of power. Gohan returned to his own timeline aboard the time machine, opting not to land at Aunt Bulma's home, but rather at Mount Pozu. As Gohan stepped out of the time machine, the familiar aura enveloped him, and he inhaled deeply. This was his beloved home, his cherished timeline. Everything around him appeared tranquil, as though he had never left. He spotted his father, Son Goku, practicing in the yard. Beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, yet his focus remained unwavering. Gohan smiled faintly and called softly, "Dad." Son Goku's movements halted instantaneously. He turned to see Gohan, a look of joyful surprise lighting up his face. "Gohan, you're back?" "Yes, Dad. I have returned," Gohan nodded. Son Goku strode towards him, patting Gohan's shoulder. "It's good to have you back. Good to have you back. Where have you been all this time? Why did you suddenly disappear?" Gohan smiled lightly, choosing not to elaborate. "I went to some places and did some things, but now, it is all over." Son Goku regarded his son, sensing a maturity in Gohan that had blossomed. His aura had shifted. Goku nodded. "Now that you're back, rest well. From now on, let us train together and strive to grow stronger." "Dad, you really are a training enthusiast," Gohan chuckled, gazing at his father. At that moment, Mother Chi-Chi emerged from the house, her eyes lighting up as she spotted Gohan. "Gohan, you're back?" she exclaimed. "Mom, I'm home," Gohan replied, stepping forward to embrace her warmly. Chi-Chi rushed to Gohan, scrutinizing him from head to toe before playfully pinching his ear. "So, you do remember how to come home? It's been how many days?" "Oh, just 4 or 5 days," Gohan winced, showing his discomfort. "You dare to say it's only been 4 or 5 days? Honestly, not even a word of warning about your return, and now I haven't prepared any meals for you. It's fine. I'll just have dinner at Aunt Bulma's place. They have a team of chefs at her house, always on standby." Gohan waved dismissively, reassured by Aunt Bulma's hospitality. "Honestly, you keep mooching off others. Be careful not to become a son-in-law who overstays his welcome," Chi-Chi remarked, exasperated by her son's carefree attitude. "Mom, what are you talking about?" Gohan responded, bewildered. "What? Dare to do it, but not admit it?" Gohan could only raise his hands in surrender and mutter, "Yes, yes. Just don't be as fickle as Yamcha, Gohan, and certainly not like Vegeta, who takes advantage of others. After all, accepting favors makes one indebted." Chi-Chi, embodying traditional Chinese parental values, maintained her stern expectations, especially since Gohan was her only son. Gohan smirked, confident he wouldn't end up like either of them, relying on Aunt Bulma's kindness. It was simply impossible. Had it not been for the constant threats on Earth, he would likely have been a professor or the youngest biology professor by now, at least able to make a living, far from the helplessness his mother described. All right, Chi-Chi. Gohan has just returned. Let him rest," Goku interjected with a grin, attempting to ease the tension while massaging Chi-Chi's shoulders. "Be careful on your way back. Here," Chi-Chi handed Gohan a box of sweets. "These are Bulma's favorite desserts. Take them to her. After all, you owe her for her kindness." Gohan nodded eagerly, lifting the gift and bidding farewell to his parents as he made his way to Aunt Bulma's house. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction, a hairless cat stirred lazily from its slumber, adorned in a pristine white nightgown. Stretching and yawning, it gazed dreamily at its attendant, the angel Whis, who stood beside it in an ornate robe, staff in hand, his expression gentle. "Whis, how many years have I slept?" Beerus inquired, his voice laced with both languor and discontent. "Lord Beerus, you have slumbered for 42 years, Whis replied with a smile. 42 years? Beerus squinted in disbelief, a mixture of astonishment and irritation crossing his features. "How could I have slept for so long? Why didn't you wake me?" Whis chuckled softly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Oh ho ho, Lord Beerus is throwing a tantrum again. I did call out to you, but you were in such a deep sleep that you didn't respond." Beerus glared suspiciously at Whis, his sharp claws lightly tapping his teeth as he pondered. "Is that true? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you?" Whis maintained his serene smile, though his narrowed eyes conveyed an undeniable pressure. "How could I dare deceive you?" "Lord Beerus? I'm fine." Beerus waved dismissively, turning to prepare some food, his stomach growling. "But before that, you really ought to clean up, you're quite odorous." "What did you say?" Beerus exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock before he caught a whiff of his own scent. "How foul." He couldn't help but grimace. "Quick, prepare my bath." "Yes, my lord." Whis tapped his staff on the ground, transforming the area into a lavish bathroom. Another tap conjured clear, steaming bath water. By the way, did Frieza assist in the destruction of planet Vegeta? Yes, planet Vegeta has been obliterated. I see. But Frieza isn't exactly a virtuous being. I suppose I must pay him a visit. Beerus mused contentedly as he soaked in the bath. That might be impossible. Frieza has already been defeated by the Saiyans. What? Beerus dug a finger into his ear, struggling to comprehend Whis's words. Whis, noticing his confusion, projected an image of Goku battling Frieza on planet Namek with his staff. TCH, he was defeated so easily? Beerus scoffed, finding Frieza's incompetence laughable. To be bested by such a tribe is truly pathetic. However, Whis, what is this yellow-haired transformation they possess? Aren't all Saiyans black-haired? That is the Super Saiyan, a recent transformation they have mastered. Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Beerus abruptly stood in the bath, murmuring the term in disbelief. Interestingly enough, I encountered a formidable opponent in my dreams, named the God of Super Saiyans. Beerus exclaimed excitedly to Whis. And what of it? It's a prophetic dream, Whis. Lord Beerus's prophetic dreams seem to lack accuracy, don't they? Last time, you claimed the universe's hottest idol group would move here, yet that never transpired. Beerus turned his head away, insisting, this time is different. This time it's genuine. Even the oracle fish confirmed it. Oh, is that so? If the oracle fish has spoken, then the likelihood of this prophecy coming true is substantial. But before anything else, could I kindly request Lord Beerus to remain seated in the bath and not expose himself? Whis added with a look of distaste. Ah, Beerus flushed, burying his face in the water. The bath soon bubbled with froth. In any case, let us set off for Earth. I have a premonition that a remarkable adversary awaits us. Beerus donned his God of Destruction attire, placing a hand on Whis' shoulder as they headed towards Earth. Meanwhile, on Earth, approximately a year had passed since Gohan returned to this timeline. Coincidentally, today marked Gohan's 25th birthday. This excludes the 4 years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Having previously vanquished the evil spirit bomb and rescued the afterlife, Gohan accumulated immense merits. One could say Gohan's kindness could never be repaid in a lifetime. Even if Gohan were to age and pass away, his soul would retain a physical form to train, ultimately enjoying a leisurely divine position in the afterlife, relishing retirement. Of course, that was a matter for another time. A Saiyan's youth was still long. In any case, the King of Hell, moved by Gohan's deeds, made an astonishing decision. All Z fighters who valiantly sacrificed themselves in battle would be granted 1 day of resurrection, solely to celebrate Gohan's birthday. Happy birthday, Gohan! Echoed heartfelt wishes through the air. Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Kaioshin, Yamcha, those once united in battle, smiled warmly as they celebrated Gohan. Even Master Roshi, who had inadvertently surfaced from his submarine half a year prior, along with Oolong and Puar, stood before Gohan, their faces aglow with warmth. As emotion surged within Gohan, tears welled up in his eyes. He had never anticipated that on such a momentous occasion, he would reunite with these former companions. Amidst the crowd's embrace, Gohan personally lit the birthday candles, closed his eyes, and silently made a wish. However, just then, Bulma suddenly interrupted his moment of contemplation. What's the matter, Aunt Bulma? Gohan asked, somewhat perplexed. Silly child, if you're going to wish, why not wish for something truly meaningful? Bulma smiled, her eyes filled with affection. With a gentle wave of her hand, a small cart was slowly pushed forward, adorned with 7 shimmering Dragon Balls. These are the Dragon Balls, Gohan exclaimed. Indeed. Thanks to Dandy and Bobo, Bulma gestured towards Dandy and Bobo, who had come to celebrate. It's nothing, Gohan. You deserve to use the Dragon Balls. Dandy shyly touched his nose. Thank you, Dandy. Gohan took a deep breath, preparing to summon the Eternal Dragon. His wish was simple. He hoped for the happiness of all, for his family and friends to be safe and joyful, and for the earth to be free from crises. Just as he was about to shout, "Come forth, dragon!" a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by the emergence of 2 figures, one large and one small, suspended in the air. The crowd looked up to see a cat-like creature clad in blue, accompanied by a regal man with blue skin and white hair. Is this? Gohan was taken aback, his expression turning grave. Are you throwing a party? Beerus's voice carried a hint of laziness and excitement. The God of Destruction, Beerus, has arrived. Gohan's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he instinctively shielded Bulma behind him. Gohan. Bulma gently tugged at his clothing, whispering, "This must be the God of Destruction and his angel from our universe, right?" It's fine as long as we serve them some good food and drink. Just like last time. Gohan shook his head. Their intentions did not seem benevolent. If it were merely for a feast, it would be one thing. But he feared they might come to instigate trouble. Thus, he stepped forward to greet Beerus, the hairless creature with pointed ears, inquiring about the purpose of their visit. I had a prophetic dream in which I battled someone named the Super Saiyan God. I heard you remaining Saiyans possess a transformation called Super Saiyan. You must know what the Super Saiyan God is, right? Gohan realized Beerus's intent was to fight. If I locate the Super Saiyan God, will you leave after we clash? Of course not. Beerus's eyes darkened ominously. If I am not entertained, this planet and all of you will be obliterated. His words, though not loud, resonated with clarity among those present. Destroy the earth? Beerus slowly turned his head, scanning the crowd before continuing. Indeed, destroy the earth. Therefore, you must amuse me. Gohan's expression soured as he clenched his fists, yearning to confront Beerus, the pointed-eared being. I will transform into the Super Saiyan God. His father, Goku, stepped forward eagerly, seemingly eager to test his newly acquired transformation. You? Beerus appraised Goku, a glimmer of interest crossing his face. Then come forth. Goku smiled slightly, his energy shifting. His muscles gradually deflated, radiating a brilliant golden red light, as if boundless power surged within him. His hair and irises transformed to red, his gaze filled with determination and confidence. This was the transformation of the Super Saiyan God. Come on, let me witness your strength. Beerus smiled faintly, vanishing from sight only to reappear before Goku, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Goku's face. Unfazed, Goku crossed his arms to absorb the blow. The immense force caused him to stagger back a few steps. Yet he swiftly regained his balance. Not bad, quite intriguing. A satisfied smile crept onto Beerus's lips. He had not expected Goku to withstand his punch, even without exerting his full strength. Enough. Gohan stepped in to replace his father, glaring at Beerus. Today is my birthday. If you wish to join the celebration, you are most welcome. However, if your intention is merely to instigate a fight, I must ask you to leave. Gohan frowned, his expression displeased as he regarded Beerus. Oh, how amusing. Beerus clapped his hands, rising from his seat, and in an instant, he was before Gohan, delivering a fierce punch. Gohan deflected it with his hand and retaliated with a knee strike, which Beerus effortlessly evaded. Then, Gohan transformed into his beast form, delivering a powerful punch that sent Beerus flying several hundred meters away. Beerus's expression shifted to one of seriousness. What transformation is this? Whis, what is happening? Whis, munching on takoyaki, pulled out his staff to investigate. This Saiyan seems to have wished upon the Dragon Balls of Namek, unlocking his potential. On that foundation, he has surpassed his limits and comprehended a transformation unique to himself. Oh, a mutation perhaps? Beerus speculated, viewing it as an aberration. Ignoring Beerus's thoughts, Gohan unleashed another strike, instantly teleporting to Beerus's side, executing a Ki energy slash. A 10-meter-long energy blade manifested along Gohan's arm, swiftly slicing towards Beerus. What? Beerus recognized the uniqueness of this attack and immediately utilized destructive energy to nullify it. That was perilously close. Beerus felt a shiver. He sensed that had that attack landed, he would have sustained injuries. Kaioken times 10. Gohan unleashed the Kaioken technique, amplifying his beast form, enveloped in crimson flames, significantly enhancing his power, speed, and attack potency. But he was not finished. Gohan escalated to Kaioken times 20. Following that, he struck Beerus with a powerful blow that caught him off guard. In this Kaioken times 20 state, Gohan was engulfed in red flames, his power and speed reaching astonishing heights. He offered Beerus no respite, teleporting behind him to deliver a fierce spinning kick aimed at Beerus's waist. Beerus slightly sidestepped, avoiding the blow, but Gohan's assault did not cease. Hovering midair, he positioned his hands in a flower shape, shouting Kamehameha, directed at Beerus below. Is that the Kamehameha under 20 times Kaioken? Piccolo gasped. Gohan, are you really going to destroy the earth? Goku's expression turned tense as he shouted at Gohan above. Yet Gohan paid no heed to his father's pleas. You dare use the Kamehameha? Beerus, equally incredulous, could hardly believe Gohan would unleash such an attack on him below. This was not due to his belief in Gohan's mercy, but rather because Saiyans lacked the capacity to survive in the cosmos. Should such an act transpire, the Earth's core would be compromised, and it would be evident that Gohan, as a Saiyan, could not endure. However, to everyone's astonishment, in the next moment, Gohan, harnessing the perfectly gathered Kamehameha, instantaneously teleported to the ground and aimed it at Beerus, subsequently releasing the energy that propelled him into the air, resulting in a magnificent explosion. How about this our Flash Kamehameha? Gohan panted heavily, gazing at the center of the explosion, where smoke billowed. Beerus had taken that Kamehameha head-on. It was exceedingly fascinating. Although he was not a Super Saiyan god, this attack had indeed inflicted considerable pain. Beerus wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling a long-lost sensation of pain coursing through his body. Typically, gods of destruction could not harm him, yet here he was, unexpectedly suffering at the hands of a mere mortal. While it was a matter of information disparity, it also indicated that this Saiyan before him possessed the strength to eliminate other weaker gods of destruction. That strike could be described as the power to slay a deity. Instantaneous movement, a technique of the Kais. As the supreme god of the universe, Beerus was well aware of the technique Gohan had just executed. However, compared to the Kais, it seemed somewhat lacking. Beerus commented on Gohan's technique before twisting his neck and descending to the ground. As the dust settled, Beerus's figure appeared before the onlookers. How is this possible? The crowd displayed astonishment. Under such a cataclysmic attack, he merely spat blood. How utterly unbelievable. Hey, Saiyan, your name is Son Gohan, right? Yes. Gohan replied candidly. You are indeed formidable. If it were the other incompetent gods of destruction from the universe, they might have perished under your attack just now. But unfortunately, I, Beerus, am the strongest god of destruction. Your previous attack barely forced out 60% of my power. Is that so? Gohan gasped, clearly feeling the immense strain on his body from the 20-fold Kaioshin, his stamina nearly depleted. Beerus claimed he had only exerted 60% of his strength. That sounded eerily familiar. The Super Saiyan God had said the same during the God vs. God arc. Now, utilizing the beast form, which was an advancement over the perfect Ultra Instinct, at least 3 versions ahead of the Super Saiyan God, it still wasn't sufficient. Just how formidable was this being's true power? Gohan inwardly lamented. This pointy-eared elder truly had it easy. With Black Frieza's one-punch defeat of Ultra Instinct, even in his beast form under the 20-fold Kaioshin, he could only manage to draw blood, unable to decisively conquer him. Had it been 6 months prior, Gohan might have given up, but he produced a resurrection insect, akin to a Senzu bean, which he had procured in the demon realm. At this point, appearances and taste mattered little. Gohan bit into it. Fully restoring his stamina, he steadied himself, gazing at Beerus, and then cleared his mind. A silver-gray aura enveloped him, and his eyes gradually turned gray. Ultra Instinct was now in effect. How is this possible, this form? Beerus's pupils constricted violently, his throat tightening, and in his astonishment, he emitted a voice akin to a quacking duck. Are you joking? Whis, you didn't teach him Ultra Instinct, did you? Beerus abruptly turned to Whis, his expression one of disbelief. Nothing to disclose, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, his eyes slightly narrowed, maintaining a calm demeanor as if discussing something entirely unrelated, before casually picking up a piece of sushi and taking a delicate bite. In truth, long ago, Whis had keenly sensed a remarkably unique power emerging from Earth in the North Galaxy, one potent enough to touch the divine realm, referring to Super Saiyan God. As detailed in earlier chapters, as the de facto observer of Universe 7, how could he have overlooked the movements of his sister, Vados, and Kampa? However, he simply found it unworthy of his attention. As for Gohan's Ultra Instinct, it was Whis himself who had imparted the knowledge. After all, Beerus often indulged in slumber, and spending time alone in the realm of destruction could become rather tedious. Whis's afternoon tea occasionally needed a change of flavor. Thus, he ventured to Earth, eager to witness the potential candidate for the god of destruction firsthand. He was subsequently captivated by Earth's cuisine, and naturally, Gohan leveraged this culinary exchange to obtain the training methods for Ultra Instinct. Of course, this was merely a private arrangement between the two. Publicly, Whis remained the most neutral deity in Universe 7. To him, Beerus was his sole son. Gohan, this individual is rather unpredictable. Damn it. Don't think mastering Ultra Instinct means you can defeat me, humph. Beerus scoffed, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Gohan, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his face. This punch, infused with immense destructive energy, seemed to tear the surrounding space apart, creating a palpable sense of pressure felt by those nearby. Gohan's gaze sharpened, his body instantaneously entering the state of Ultra Instinct, his movements flowing with unparalleled grace, as if he had merged with the environment. He subtly shifted to the side, cleverly evading Beerus's assault, and simultaneously positioned his hands in the Kame-Sen-Nin starting stance, utilizing his own strength to dissipate the force of the attack and redirect it back. But that was not all. With this strike, Gohan's form underwent further transformation. Ultra Instinct, Beast Form. Indeed, building upon this foundation, Gohan layered on the beast form, marking the zenith of his current power. The beast form harmonized perfectly with Ultra Instinct. His voice resonated ethereally, akin to a whisper from the cosmos. Please instruct me. In a certain sense, Ultra Instinct and beast form complemented each other remarkably. The state of Ultra Instinct is characterized by a lack of thought. It fundamentally merges combat awareness with bodily memory, achieving super-speed reactions by eliminating subjective thought. This characteristic of transcending cognitive constraints resonates with the primal instinctual attack mode of the beast form, yielding a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. It must be said, this was something Gohan had not initially anticipated. The battle raged on. Gohan's silver-gray aura intensified, his body seemingly blending with the surrounding environment. Every movement flowed with the grace of nature, devoid of flaws. Beerus's punches were deftly evaded by Gohan, the pinnacle attributes of the beast form revealing their brilliance. Dragon Fist, unleash! Gohan shouted, and his body erupted with formidable energy. Unlike the Dragon Fist used in his mortal state, this time it manifested as a colossal silver-white dragon. The dragon coalesced behind him in an instant, surging forth with immense power towards Beerus. The overwhelming energy distortion warped the air around them. In an instant, the dimensional barrier shattered. "Oh, I might have gone a bit overboard," Whis remarked, delicately nibbling on his sushi, licking the sauce from his fingers, before his expression turned serious. "Protect." His staff lightly touched the ground, enveloping everyone in a transparent protective shield. "What is this?" Krillin and Tien stared in confusion, but Piccolo clarified. "It appears Gohan's power is so immense that he shattered the dimensional barrier, creating another dimensional space." Upon hearing this, the group instinctively swallowed hard. How exaggerated could this be? Was this truly still a human? The battle between Gohan and Beerus persisted. At last, Beerus's expression grew grave. He initially regarded Gohan as merely an amusing opponent, but at this moment, he realized that this Saiyan had surpassed his expectations. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Beerus's eyes as a strange purple aura began to emanate from his body, a manifestation of his true power. "Humph. It seems I must take this seriously." Beerus's voice was deep and resonant, as if it emerged from the depths of an abyss. Suddenly, his physique expanded. His muscles became more defined, and a formidable aura radiated from him, distorting the air around him. Is this Beerus's full power mode? Gohan pondered, his gaze growing more resolute. He understood that the battle ahead would be the most arduous he had ever faced. Beerus's fist struck like meteors towards Gohan, each punch imbued with devastating force. Gohan's body darted through the air, his movements fluid, yet the sheer strength of Beerus was overwhelming. Every evasion brought immense pressure. "I can't continue like this. The Ultra Instinct won't last much longer." Gohan steeled himself, and his body erupted with a more potent silver-gray radiance, representing the full unleashing of his latent potential. His speed and strength ascended to an unprecedented level, causing the surrounding air to howl. "Ultra Instinct, Beast Form, Perfect Evolution," Gohan shouted, silver-white patterns of light encircling him. His right hand traced intricate trajectories in the air, each strike resonating with immense energy. "Dragon Fist, Ultra Instinct Explosion." From behind Gohan, a colossal silver dragon materialized once more. But this time its form was even larger, its presence more terrifying. It surged towards Beerus with annihilating force. Beerus's expression shifted to one of delight. "This is it. When was the last time I experienced such a thrilling battle?" His fist collided violently with the dragon's head, unleashing powerful energy waves that caused the very fabric of the dimensional space to tremble. With a thunderous roar, the two forces clashed, tearing through the air and forming a colossal energy vortex, shimmering with dazzling light, as if it were the very center of the universe. Both Gohan and Beerus let out furious roars, their bodies propelled backward by the overwhelming force. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of Gohan's mouth before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Beerus's body swayed slightly, surprise etched across his face. "Is this blood? To draw blood from me in my full power mode, a mere mortal of 20 years, to force me to this extent," Beerus murmured, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. He had never anticipated that a Saiyan could compel him to exert himself so fully. Lord Beerus, the battle has concluded. Has it not? Whis's voice rang out, gently waving his staff as the surrounding energy vortex gradually subsided. Beerus looked up at Whis, a hint of resignation in his eyes. Indeed, the battle is over. This Saiyan has truly impressed me. Gohan slowly regained consciousness, finding himself before an unharmed Beerus. Had the Dragon Fist, Ultra Instinct explosion not even grazed him? At that moment, he acutely felt the vast chasm separating him from Beerus, as if an insurmountable gulf lay between them. Son Gohan, you are awake. Beerus's voice was calm yet deep. I am awake, Gohan replied, fatigue evident in his tone, but more so a sense of unwillingness. What is this? You seem discontent, Beerus observed. Yes, discontent. Gohan lifted his head, determination shining in his eyes. I have strived for so long, yet I could not inflict even a scratch upon you. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he appeared to appreciate Gohan's tenacity. So, you have lost confidence? No. Gohan's voice rose sharply, filled with conviction. Next time, I will surely prevail. He is Gohan, a warrior born from the depths of despair. His blood coursed with indomitable spirit, and his soul burned with an unquenchable belief. A person may lose countless times, but as long as they win once, it suffices. Losing today means there is tomorrow. As long as he lives, there will be a chance for redemption. Moreover, he is but 25 years old, while Beerus's naps stretch longer than his entire life. A glimmer of light flickered in Gohan's eyes, a yearning for future victory and unwavering faith in his potential. He believed that one day, he would bridge this chasm, standing before Beerus, proving himself through sheer strength. Perhaps Gohan himself was unaware that when he wished to become a pure-blooded Saiyan, his desire for battle transformed into an unprecedented obsession. Very well, I acknowledge you, Son Gohan. Among those who have fought me, you are the first to unequivocally believe you can surpass me. Before I became the god of destruction, I too was as confident as you. I see in you the reflection of my younger self. Beerus smiled slightly, his tone laced with nostalgia and approval. Back then, I too was defiant, unwilling to accept fate. Striving to prove myself, I challenged countless formidable opponents, and each defeat only solidified my resolve. Until one day, I finally stood at the summit, becoming the god of destruction. Life as a deity is dull. There are no worthy adversaries to engage with. Bound by rules, the god of destruction cannot battle freely. However, your presence has rekindled my passion for combat, allowing me to glimpse my former self. I look forward to your growth, anticipating the day you can truly battle me, rather than merely holding on as you do now. Beerus slowly turned away. But I must correct one thing. You drew blood from me. Though it was but a mere trickle, it was my utmost effort in full power mode. He then departed, leaving behind a single statement echoing in the skies above Earth. If you wish to grow stronger, come to the realm of the gods of destruction. Your understanding of Ultra Instinct is still too superficial. It should not be regarded merely as a transformation. Ultra Instinct is a flawless technique that must be maintained at all times, like breathing. Gohan stood in a daze, initially believing Beerus to be a difficult individual, yet it seemed he was not so unapproachable after all. While Lord Beerus is quite proud, clearly, your Ultra Instinct is not as refined as Gohan's, Whis murmured nearby. Silence, Whis. Beerus retorted, his face flushing with embarrassment at the instant breach of decorum. Upon hearing Whis's words, Gohan was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a chuckle, observing Beerus's flustered demeanor. He suddenly felt that this hairless Kaioshin was not so bad after all. Gohan. Suddenly, Beerus's voice boomed from above, feigning authority. If you wish to grow stronger, feel free to seek me in the realm of the gods of destruction. Your talent is truly astonishing. Why not become the next god of destruction? What? Gohan's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated Beerus suggesting he become the next god of destruction. He recalled that in Dragon Ball Super, Beerus had claimed he was too lenient, deeming himself unfit for the role. Wait, he was not that Goku. His character was entirely different. So, was it I who changed everything? Perhaps it is better to let it be. I have no desire to share a life with the Supreme Kai. If an enemy were to eliminate him, I would meet my demise along with him. Upon hearing this, Beerus's pointed ears perked up instantly. You are aware of this? It seems you are not as simple as you appear. It is quite peculiar that, amidst so many vying for positions, you do not wish to partake. I retract my earlier statement. You and I possess distinct differences. You are even bolder than I. Beerus placed his hand on Whis's shoulder and concluded. Your Saiyan lifespan is merely a century. If you wish to continue fighting, becoming a god of destruction would be preferable. I will consider it, Gohan thought, eager to inform Beerus of the Dragon Balls, which would render the need for divinity unnecessary. However, he restrained himself, acknowledging that the world is not solely about conflict, but also about human relationships. He did not want to embarrass the awkward Hakimi. If you wish to grow stronger, simply have the Supreme Kai use instant transmission to bring you to the realm of the gods of destruction. I am also eager to witness the new Supreme Kai who ascended during my slumber. As Gohan gazed at the horizon where Beerus had vanished, he finally exhaled in relief. The realm of the gods of destruction? I shall venture there. I desire strength enough to prevent being knocked unconscious with a single blow. Gohan felt the lingering fatigue within him. Although Whis had restored his body, he remained mentally drained. The Ultra Instinct is not merely a transformation but a natural existence akin to breathing. Repeatedly pondering Beerus's words, Gohan's gaze grew resolute. Gohan, are you all right? Came the voice of his father, Goku, from afar. Turning, Gohan spotted Krillin, Uncle Piccolo, Bulma, and Bra approaching, each bearing expressions of concern, clearly having witnessed the recent battle. I am fine, Gohan replied with a gentle smile. Has that fellow departed? Bulma inquired, her brow furrowed with a hint of dissatisfaction. What a lackluster deity to propose a fight at someone else's birthday celebration. Gohan shook his head, his gaze drifting into the distance. He invited me to the realm of the gods of destruction, claiming my potential could lead me to become the next god of destruction. What? A god of destruction? Uncle Piccolo exclaimed. That is a position of utmost supremacy in the universe. Indeed, Gohan responded, somewhat puzzled by Piccolo's awareness of such matters. I heard the Supreme Kai mention it. Ah, I see. Gohan nodded, then smiled at everyone. Let us continue the celebration. The birthday party, despite the interruption by Beerus, concluded on a joyful note. The Z fighters were set to return to the other world, and as Gohan watched them depart, he hesitated. Gohan, we have grown accustomed to the tranquility of the other world. We leave the affairs of Earth to you and Goku. Piccolo seemed to sense Gohan's unspoken thoughts, patting his shoulder earnestly. Uncle Piccolo, please take care of yourself. Gohan embraced him. The unexpected gesture left Piccolo momentarily taken aback, but he eventually placed a hand on Gohan's head, giving it a gentle pat. Well then, I shall take my leave, Gohan. Gradually, Piccolo's form became translucent before vanishing entirely. Where in this world do festivities not come to an end? Today has been a day of joy tinged with sorrow. Gohan, he and I are heading home now, said his father, Goku, taking his mother's hand as they boarded the flying Nimbus to bid farewell to Gohan. Be safe on the road, goodbye, Gohan called out. Watching them leave, rain, unbeknownst to him, began to fall. It's raining, Gohan remarked, feeling the droplets on his face. He looked up at the overcast sky before bidding farewell to Bulma. Gohan, it's pouring outside. Why not stay here for the night? Indeed, Gohan, Bra chimed in. No, it's all right. I will be home shortly. Gohan soared towards the apartment he had rented 6 months prior in West City. It was neither luxurious nor dilapidated, embodying a sense of normalcy, much like his current life. At 25, and considering the 4 years spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, he was nearing 30. Living off Bulma's hospitality was not a sustainable option. Despite his unassuming demeanor, Gohan possessed an immense pride. He would never shamelessly rely on others like Vegeta. Upon entering his apartment and opening his rented room, a long-lost sense of belonging surged within him. He eagerly stepped into the bathroom, indulging in a hot shower before donning his pajamas and contemplating his future. Next, he must train in the realm of the gods of destruction. Gohan began to strategize his path forward. To grow stronger, he would undoubtedly require the martial arts instruction of divine beings. His next objective was to master the godly techniques and transform divine energy into divine power, unlocking the Susanoo. As Gohan lay in bed, lost in thought, he was abruptly interrupted by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Not again. Gohan sighed in exasperation, covering his face with his hands before reluctantly getting up to answer the door. Before him stood a poised professional woman. She shook the rein of her attire, frowning slightly yet maintaining her composure. Sporting her signature twin tails, her once smooth and lustrous hair was now damp and clinging to her cheeks, adding an element of chaotic beauty. Her sharp, upturned eyes radiated intelligence and impatience, seemingly exasperated by the sudden downpour. Clad in a fitted dark blue police uniform, which was now damp at the hems and shoulders, she still held her posture with grace. Expertly, she slipped off her shoes, bent down to open Gohan's shoe cabinet, retrieved a pair of slippers, and strode in with purpose. Surveying the surroundings like a vigilant mother tiger, her presence commanded attention. "Ah, once again. You find yourself alone at home, Gohan the NET," she remarked, casting a teasing glance in his direction. "I am not a NET," Gohan vehemently denied. "Humph, at 25. Without a job, idling away in a rental apartment, what else could you possibly be?" The woman smirked, a mischievous glint in her eye, relishing in the banter. "Well, Gohan was momentarily at a loss for words. "Forget it. My back is a bit sore. That medicine you provided last time was quite effective," she said, removing her slippers to reveal her elegant legs before reclining on the sofa. "Medicine? You mean the revival insect?" Gohan scratched his head, glancing at Biddy. "Close enough, thanks." NET Gohan. Her smile was laced with jest, yet held an air of familiarity. "Please, can you refrain from calling me NET? I simply lack employment. I am no freeloader." Gohan sighed in resignation. "Well, who can blame you when Gohan-kun is so easily baited?" She laughed, reveling in her small victory. Gohan moved to the kitchen, preparing to pour her a cup of warm water. He turned to ask, "You seem quite busy with work lately, with your back hurting so much. Shouldn't you take a break?" Receiving the water with a gentle smile, she replied, Work is never-ending. However, I am powerless in this situation, for I am an elite of the Metropolitan Police, bound by duty. By the way, what have you been busy with lately?" The woman took a sip of hot water, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. "Me?" Gohan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he confessed. "I actually plan to disrupt the Divine Realm's training to enhance my own strength." What an odd, juvenile notion. The woman suddenly reached out, placing her hand on Gohan's forehead, as if to ascertain whether he had a fever. "What juvenile notion? You know this all too well." Gohan, feeling anxious, swatted her hand away. "Indeed, indeed." The woman raised her hands in surrender, then stretched lazily. "Have you eaten yet?" "Yes, I have. Didn't I mention it earlier?" Gohan chuckled helplessly. "Ah, yes. You have a world-renowned billionaire aunt who organized your birthday party." The woman teased. "All right, Videl, what exactly brings you here this time? Are you here to resurrect the bugs?" Gohan helplessly retrieved 2 resurrection bugs from his capsule and handed them to Videl. Indeed, this woman in police uniform is none other than Videl, the daughter of Satan, who Gohan had unintentionally struck before. Much has transpired between them, far too complex to explain in just a few words. In any case, Videl is now Gohan's sole friend and neighbor. It is as if an unseen hand is deftly weaving the threads of fate, binding the two together in an intricate and unbreakable bond. In West City, at the bank under the Capsule Corporation, a band of robbers brandished their guns, threatening the bank staff, "Hurry up and stuff the money into the bags, quickly." They then unleashed a barrage of bullets into the ceiling, as if such chaos was the hallmark of professional robbers. The voice inside warned, "You are surrounded. Surrender immediately, or else. To hell with you. Let my bullets speak for themselves." Bullets rained down as if they were free, quickly riddling the police cars outside with holes. "This is bad. The robbers' firepower is overwhelming. What should we do?" "I'll handle it, Chief." A dashing female officer raised her hand. "Are you joking, Videl? This is no laughing matter." "It's all right." Videl waved her hand dismissively, then disregarding the warnings, dashed out of the safety zone. Damn, do they think this is some sort of hero movie? "Boys, shoot her down." The robber leader noticed Videl approaching and immediately commanded his subordinates to take her out. "Humph, I am the daughter of the world's strongest man. This is child's play." Videl effortlessly dodged the bullets, swiftly closing the distance to the robbers with grace and precision. "You scum, today marks your doom," Videl shouted as she charged in front of the robber leader, delivering a stunning sidekick that sent his AK flying. Without missing a beat, she spun around, executing a lightning-fast sidekick that knocked several advancing robbers to the ground. Her movements were so swift they left onlookers in awe, each action brimming with power. "Quick! Capture her!" Though the robber leader was disarmed, he remained defiant, barking orders to his remaining men. Yet, Videl's speed and strength utterly overwhelmed them. Like a whirlwind, she danced among the robbers, each strike landing precisely. Soon, the robbers were left in disarray, groaning on the floor. "Surrender. You have no chance left." Videl stood before the robber leader, her gaze icy. The robber leader, filled with terror, had never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent. Trembling, he raised his hands, murmuring, I surrender. Cuff them all. We'll handle this. You go protect the bank staff and ensure their safety," Videl instructed the officers outside. The police sprang into action, restraining the robbers while rushing into the bank to safeguard the personnel inside. The bank staff, witnessing the robbers subdued, collectively sighed in relief. Cheers erupting. Videl smiled slightly, preparing to bask in the anonymity of her achievement. Suddenly, she heard the sinister laughter of the robber leader beside her. Die, you wretched woman. A compact handgun, concealed in his sleeve, fired a shot directly at Videl. As the bullet sped toward her, a hand intercepted it mid-flight and crushed it. What? Everyone present was left in shock as a man with sunglasses appeared. Though not particularly tall, he effortlessly crushed the bullet with his bare hands. Yes, the golden-haired warrior. Videl's superior suddenly exclaimed. The hero of West City, the golden-haired warrior. Due to his sunglasses, no one knows his true identity. But his iconic golden hair and the golden aura surrounding him upon arrival are unmistakable. There can be no doubt. He is the recently renowned superhero. As long as evil exists in this world, the flames of justice shall never be extinguished. The golden-haired warrior has come to pay his respects. The man then performed an array of comical, albeit cringeworthy, dance moves. What? With that golden hair, the radiant aura, and those absurdly awkward entrance moves. You were the golden-haired freak. The robber leader gritted his teeth. Damn it, what a tasteless display. A villain like you should just perish. He then extended his palm toward the robber leader, hurling him against the wall with a force that rendered him lifeless. This mocking display of dance moves aligns perfectly with the rumors surrounding the golden-haired warrior. Golden-haired warrior, we adore you. You are the true superhero. Thunderous applause erupted. Is that so? The golden-haired warrior, who is none other than Gohan transforming into a Super Saiyan, looked on in astonishment. Receiving no reproach for his earlier lethal actions against the robbers. You are the true heroes. Gohan laughed heartily, his smile reminiscent of his homeland. Can we take a photo with you? I'm afraid that won't be possible. Perhaps next time. I am the good neighbor of West City. Gohan utilized his instant transmission to depart the bank, leaving a dazed Videl and the fervent fans caught in a frenzy over the superhero he had portrayed. The golden-haired warrior? Who on earth are you? Videl was furious. She could not tolerate the presence of such a rule-breaking individual. The law grants them, the police, the authority to enforce, but not to judge. Yet this man, idolized by the masses, could kill without restraint. Even if the victims were criminals, they still possessed fundamental human rights. Videl gritted her teeth, a flicker of determination shining in her eyes. She turned to her superior, speaking with gravity. Chief, I wish to request an investigation into this so-called golden-haired warrior. His actions have gravely violated legal protocols, and we must put a stop to him. The chief regarded Videl, letting out a soft sigh. Videl, I recognize your principled nature, but you must see that the golden-haired warrior's intervention has indeed resolved this crisis. His abilities are formidable, and the public holds him in great esteem. If we forcibly intervene, it may incite public discontent. Chief, I understand your concerns, but the dignity of the law must not be trampled upon. With a resolute tone, Bidalai expressed her understanding of the public's yearning for heroes. Yet she firmly asserted that justice cannot be achieved through violence and illegal means. If this continues unchecked, the very foundations of the law would be repeatedly undermined. I implore you to support my investigation. I will resolve this matter through lawful means. The officer remained silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Very well. I support you. However, exercise caution. The golden-haired warrior is exceptionally powerful, and there appear to be shadows of the Universal Capsule Corporation behind him. Each time he acts out violently, it seems there are online defenders ready to cover up his misdeeds. Bidalai nodded, undeterred. Even so, I must apprehend him. Driven by curiosity, she began to contemplate the golden-haired warrior, noting his golden aura and seemingly inseparable connection to the Universal Capsule Corporation. Biting her pen, she leaned over her desk, sketching the fundamental characteristics and social connections of Gohan. His height ranged from 178 to 181 centimeters, weighing approximately 85 kilograms, with a robust build and a shoe size of about 42. Moreover, he had a penchant for uttering crude lines. He was often sighted within the confines of West City, although some had reported seeing him near Bowsy Mountain. Such a vast range of appearances, how infuriating. Bidalai crumpled the paper in frustration, throwing it into the trash before retrieving it once more to scribble a note. Despite rumors that he would kill any who mocked his peculiar dance moves, investigations indicated that these criminals harbored intentions to harm hostages and police, rather than acting out of personal grievances. Reflecting on the moments when bullets were fired, she recalled nearly losing her life. Had it not been for the golden-haired warrior's timely intervention, she might now be reunited with her mother in the afterlife. This thought sent shivers down her spine. Even a fiercely justice-driven individual like Bidalai felt a twinge of fear. After all, her death would not matter much. But her pet dog and ineffectual father still needed her care. Indeed, one of her motivations for becoming a police officer, aside from fulfilling her sense of justice, was the salary. While police wages were not particularly high, Bidalai consistently placed herself on the front lines, swiftly ascending the ranks to become a junior officer within just over 2 months, earning a fair amount of bonuses. With a sigh, she set down her pen, massaging her temples. In that instant, she recalled the distinctive traits of the golden-haired warrior. His peculiar ability had the power to send one flying. She suddenly remembered confronting a man who had mocked her father 6 months prior. That same individual had defeated her using a similar power. That man also had undisclosed ties to Bulma, the world's wealthiest individual and head of the Universal Capsule Corporation. There was no doubt that man was Son Gohan. The golden-haired warrior, I have found you. Bidalai's eyes sparkled with newfound determination as everything began to align. Without delay, she rushed out the door. Hey, Bidalai. What are you doing out so late? Mr. Satan, bald-headed and disheveled, inquired while nursing a beer. None of your business, Dad, she retorted, slamming the door shut behind her. What an attitude. Humph, I am the strongest man on earth. Mr. Satan grumbled, his inebriated gaze unfocused as he continued drinking, offering some beer to his pet. What a way to treat your dog, he muttered. Meanwhile, Bidalai climbed a familiar tree with a pair of binoculars in hand, preparing to conduct a thorough investigation. She cautiously adjusted the magnification, directing the lens towards a distant luxurious villa, the residence of Bulma, the CEO of the Universal Capsule Corporation, and a place she suspected Gohan might be hiding. She meticulously scanned every corner, hoping to catch a glimpse of that familiar figure. However, after some time, she discovered nothing. Have I made a mistake? Bidalai felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, beginning to doubt herself. Due to the chaotic aftermath of reconstruction and the bizarre phenomenon of the dead returning to life, the human registry on Earth had become an utter mess, leaving her clueless about Gohan's whereabouts. Thus, she could only wait in vain. As time passed, Bidalai noticed numerous infrared beams directed at her. This is bad. I've been detected. Without hesitation, she leaped from the tree and sprinted into what she believed to be the safety of a narrow alley. Yet, she unexpectedly collided with 2 men in black engaged in a shady transaction. Holding her breath to avoid alarming them, she was suddenly struck on the back of the head by a stout man wielding a baseball bat. The blow was so severe that even death itself would struggle to withstand it. When she regained consciousness, she found her body, unchanged, still intact. You're awake? A mature female voice inquired nearby. With blue hair and an ageless visage, there was no mistaking it. This was Bulma, the world's richest woman. A surge of alarm coursed through Bidalai, but she forced herself to remain calm, raising her gaze to meet the eyes of this eternal enigma. Clad in a loose white lab coat with her hair casually tied back, Bulma wore an expression of curiosity and intrigue. What were you doing? Hiding in my tree for over 3 hours? Bidalai was caught off guard, realizing her every action had been observed. Don't be nervous. I know who you are. You're Bidalai, the rising star of West City, Bulma reassured her. How do you know my name? Bidalai stammered, flustered. Bulma smiled slightly, her eyes glinting with mischief. In West City, it's hard not to notice a young and accomplished female officer like you. Furthermore, I've heard you've been investigating the golden-haired warrior. Am I correct? Bidalai's complexion paled instantly. She instinctively stepped back, but was gently restrained by Bulma's hand on her shoulder. Don't be afraid. I'm not here to make things difficult for you. I'm simply curious as to why you were so determined to investigate him. After a moment of silence, Bidalai decided to be honest. Because I want to understand what kind of person he truly is, whether he is a good person or a bad one. A good person, Bulma stated decisively without hesitation. He saved you, did he not? This left Bidalai momentarily speechless. In any case, it's as it is. I won't trouble you further. Just don't pursue this investigation any longer. If I hadn't arrived in time, that blow to your head could have been fatal. Bulma made her stance clear. Now it made sense to Bidalai why she had ended up in this situation. Bulma had saved her. Thank you. Expressing gratitude was only natural for someone who had received assistance. Moreover, her initial objective of finding Gohan had shifted. Now her curiosity about the mysterious man had piqued her interest. What exactly was the source of his powers? What allowed him to soar through the skies? Why did he perform such awkward dances and use such clumsy introductory lines? Driven by curiosity, Beerus pressed on. Under the moonlight, an unexpected encounter unfolded. With no useful information gathered, had she instead received a warning? The nefarious wealthy individuals and the contemptible Son Gohan. Beerus walked home with her head in her hands, muttering curses under her breath. She had been threatened by Bulma. If she continued her investigation into Son Wukong, she would lose her job. The immense power of the world's richest person could easily dispose of a mere insignificant police officer like her with just a word. Nevertheless, human nature often rebels against such threats. The more Bulma shielded Son Wukong, the more Beerus felt compelled to seek him out. As she turned a corner, an unexpected incident occurred. Ouch! Having just suffered a fatal blow to her head from a mysterious assailant, her mind buzzed, leaving her in a daze. She lost her balance and collided with an oncoming pedestrian. "Oh, I'm so sorry." A clean-cut young voice echoed with genuine concern. "Are you all right?" Rubbing her head, Beerus lifted her gaze to see a boy clad in casual attire, his handsome features and bright, clear eyes radiating a youthful exuberance. In the dim light of the moon, their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered him before, though she couldn't quite place it. The impact had exacerbated her mild concussion, rendering her mind even more foggy. "Are you okay? Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" The boy noticed her grimace and furrowed brow, his voice tinged with urgency. He had evidently observed the bandage wrapped around her head. "And no, I'm fine." Beerus, proud as she was, quickly shook her head, insisting that she was uninjured. However, the moment she moved, a sharp pain shot through her skull, and her vision blurred, nearly causing her to faint. Seeing her distress, the boy rushed to support her. "Are you really okay? You look quite unwell. Perhaps I should take you to the hospital?" Despite her stubbornness, Beerus had to concede that her current state was indeed dire. She gritted her teeth and whispered, "No need. I'm just a little dizzy. I just need to rest." The boy seemed undeterred by her refusal. He frowned, then suddenly appeared to have an idea. "Here, try this. It will help." He produced a peculiar bug resembling a beetle and attempted to feed it to her. "Hey, what is that? A bug? Don't come any closer." Beerus, like any woman, had an innate aversion to insects, and this young man was trying to make her consume an unknown creature. "No, please stop. Don't." Frantically shaking her head only intensified her dizziness, sapping her strength. The grotesque insect was pressed against her lips. "If you eat it, you'll feel better." The boy applied gentle pressure, and she felt an inexplicable force compelling her to comply. The creature was unceremoniously shoved into her mouth. Instinctively, she attempted to spit it out, but the bug began to squirm on her tongue before transforming into a warm liquid that slid down her throat. "What have you done to me?" Beerus stared at him in terror, sensing an unusual warmth coursing through her body. Her previously muddled thoughts began to clarify. She instinctively reached up to touch her head, discovering that the intense pain had subsided significantly, replaced by a soothing sensation spreading across her scalp. The boy released her, offering a gentle smile, his eyes radiating kindness. "Don't worry, that's a revival bug. It will help you recover. You looked so unwell. I didn't want you to faint on the street." Beerus glared at him. Although her physical discomfort had diminished, her anger remained unabated. Through gritted teeth, she retorted, "Who do you think you are? Feeding me such a strange thing without permission. What if it were poisonous?" The boy appeared unfazed by her ire, instead offering a sheepish grin. "I understand you might be upset, but I meant no harm. I saw you were injured and looking weak. I just wanted to help. This bug can assist in swiftly restoring energy and alleviating pain." "That may be so, but consent is paramount. You can't just force-feed me something so repulsive." Beerus's expression changed as she carefully scrutinized his face. Though he possessed an undeniably handsome demeanor and an air of distinction, she recognized him. This man was Son Wukong. "You are Son Wukong." Beerus's eyes widened, her mind now clear thanks to the revival bug. "Wait, how do you know my name?" Son Wukong scratched his head, perplexed. He had no recollection of the woman before him. "You claim you don't remember me?" Beerus's disbelief was palpable. She had worked so hard to find Son Wukong, only to discover he had no memory of her. "You truly don't recognize me?" Her tone was laced with frustration. Despite her efforts to locate him, he seemed utterly oblivious, and she felt an unexpected pang of jealousy. "Well, do I need to know you?" Wukong touched his cheek awkwardly, his expression somewhat embarrassed. "You little rascal." Beerus stomped her foot in frustration. "Are you pretending not to know me on purpose? Our first encounter, and that time you saved my life. How could you possibly forget?" "What? What are you talking about?" Wukong's expression turned bewildered. He scrutinized her face, attempting to dredge up a memory, but ultimately shook his head. I truly don't remember. Perhaps you've mistaken me for someone else? Mistaken? How could I ever mistake you? Biddy Lee's voice rose, tears brimming in her eyes. How could I possibly confuse you? She resembled a heartbroken maiden, her emotions spilling forth. The commotion attracted a gathering of onlookers taking their evening stroll. Hey, look over there. What's happening? Wow, what a dramatic scene. That pretty boy seems to have callously discarded his childhood sweetheart for his own career. Sounds like you know the story well. Do you actually know him? I don't. But it's just like a soap opera, right? Haven't you seen this kind of plot before? Ah, this woman seems so pitiful. She must have been deceived by that pretty boy. The crowd erupted into a flurry of speculation and commentary. Wukong's expression darkened, turning a shade of green as he resembled his uncle Piccolo. In a bid to avoid misunderstandings, he hastily took Biddy Lee's hand and fled. With a perplexed expression, Wukong raked his fingers through his hair. Why does this keep happening? This isn't the first time. Strange women often seem to latch onto him after he helped them, declaring their undying devotion. Thanks to Bulma's warnings, he was aware that his face was particularly appealing to women. In the past, women would merely drool and take advantage of a man's physique. However, this time, the situation was entirely different. He had no idea who this girl with twin ponytails was, but her tearful expression left him utterly bewildered. It didn't seem like she was trying to take advantage of him. Could it be that he had unintentionally become a scoundrel? Yet, he had never met her before. Though Gohan had a gentle temperament, he was not a pushover. He could get angry if someone played tricks on him. His tone grew icy as he regarded Videl with a disapproving gaze. Miss, who exactly are you? Have we met before? I am Videl. Videl. Upon hearing that name, Gohan froze. Videl? Wasn't that the name of his wife in the original story? But in this time and space, he had never encountered her. I'm the one you fought in front of the Satan martial arts dojo, and the police officer you saved not long ago. It's all me. Videl sensed Gohan truly did not recognize her, and though she felt a pang of disappointment, she strived to maintain her composure. I almost got killed while searching for you, and I nearly lost my job. The pressure was overwhelming, and I couldn't help but cry. I didn't mean to trouble you. After Videl bowed her head in apology, Gohan's heart softened. It seemed she wasn't a bad person after all. He relaxed, reverting to his genteel demeanor. Oh, I remember now, so it was you. But why were you crying? Gohan instinctively treated Videl like a little girl, reaching out to pat her head. It must hurt here. Let the pain fly away. How dare you treat me like a child? Videl's face flushed crimson as she pushed Gohan away, creating distance between them. What was wrong with this man? Could he really be that oblivious? No, that couldn't be. He must be trying to take advantage of her. Videl, with the worst of intentions, speculated about Gohan's motives. So, all this is just to find out if I'm a good person or a bad one. Gohan scratched his head, looking serious. What else could it be? Videl snapped back. You are quite an interesting person, Gohan remarked. Whatever you do, you will succeed, Videl. Why are you suddenly complimenting me? How nauseating, Videl grimaced. Haha, it's normal for you not to understand, Gohan chuckled, suddenly recalling that this world lacked such references, unable to suppress his laughter. What the heck? Are you treating me like a fool? Videl, with a strong sense of pride, felt embarrassed from crying in front of Gohan. Now, with him laughing and patting her head, she found it utterly unforgivable. She felt like a complete idiot that night. Everything she had done felt like a farce, and she was being ridiculed by the very person involved. The thought made her cry again. Now, it was Gohan's turn to panic. What happened? Why are you crying again? He hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief and offered it to Videl, but she merely wept silently, not uttering a word. Gohan was perplexed. He truly was not adept at dealing with women. The previous encounter with Bulma had been similarly awkward. He had only pointed out some dust on her forehead and was promptly told to leave. He had thought Bulma would be particularly angry, but after he had apologized, their relationship had grown closer. Then there was Bra. He wondered if he could manage this situation. Miss Videl, Gohan sat down beside her cautiously. I didn't mean to upset you. If there's any misunderstanding, we can clarify it slowly. Videl abruptly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Gohan. A mix of grievance and stubbornness in her gaze. Do you think an apology will solve everything? You made me feel like a fool. Gohan scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless. I know I might have done something wrong, but it wasn't intentional. I just thought you seemed to be struggling, so I wanted to comfort you. If it makes you uncomfortable, I won't pat your head again. How about this? Why don't you pat my head instead, and we'll call it even, all right? Gohan leaned forward, offering his head. Videl was taken aback. She hadn't expected Gohan to propose such a thing. Looking at his somewhat naive face, she realized that this man named Son Gohan was genuinely clueless. After all, what normal man would lower his head like a puppy to invite someone to pat him? Give it a try. I usually pat my own head, and it feels pretty nice, Gohan encouraged her. The scene would have appeared absurd with any other man, yet somehow, with Gohan, it felt harmonious and natural. Uft. Haraha. Videl burst into laughter, her earlier grievances and awkwardness dissipating at that moment. You are such a weirdo. Videl wiped her tears, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. All right, I'll give it a try, but if it feels bad, I want to let you off the hook. Videl extended her hand and gently patted Gohan's head. The softness of his hair and the warmth of the gesture gradually calmed her tumultuous emotions. She found that perhaps this naive man wasn't so intolerable after all. Well, that feels quite nice. Videl smiled faintly, retracting her hand. It seems you're not so bad after all. Haha, that's a relief. Gohan sighed, sitting up straight again. Actually, I'm not very good at interacting with people, especially girls. Have you said this to other girls as well? No, never. In fact, Miss Videl, you are the first woman, aside from my mother, who has ever patted my head, Gohan stated earnestly. Really? Is that true? Absolutely. Why is that? Because in my heart, Miss Videl, you hold a special place. Gohan was a man of frank words, as Videl was his wife in the original story. She was indeed special to him in a certain sense. Unfortunately, in this timeline, he had never been a classmate of hers, and they had not had the opportunity to connect or understand one another. Perhaps that was a regret. In truth, he had always held a fondness for the character Xiao Fong from the original story. Sometimes after training, he would indulge in daydreams. His life had diverged dramatically from what it once was, so who would his future spouse be? Would he truly have a lovely daughter, just like Xiao Fong? Such musings inevitably led him to think of Videl. He had been wondering what kind of woman she would be in this timeline, but he hadn't expected them to meet right away. Thus, Gohan felt that Videl was indeed quite special. However, Videl interpreted his words differently. She suddenly felt restless, her body trembling, her face flushed, and her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. A special existence? That phrase echoed in Videl's mind, making her heart flutter like a startled deer, a chaotic whirlpool of emotions. She instinctively looked at Gohan, only to see his serious expression, his eyes clear and sincere, entirely devoid of deceit. A wave of inexplicable feelings surged within her. Perhaps it was surprise, perhaps shyness, or maybe a sensation she had never experienced before. You, don't say such things. Videl's face deepened in color as she instinctively lowered her head, her fingers nervously entwined. I can't accept that. Accept what? With a perplexed expression, Gohan stared at Biddy as if questioning what she was saying. Yet, Biddy, in that moment, had no inclination to observe Gohan's expression. Stop talking. She abruptly stood up, her voice trembling slightly as her gaze darted away from Gohan's. I understand now. You are a good person. I must take my leave. She turned and fled, her footsteps hurried and frantic, as if something terrifying were pursuing her. Gohan stood there, bewildered, watching her retreating figure. Scratching his head and muttering to himself, what just happened? Did I say something wrong? I am a good person. Isn't that obvious? He stood up and took a few steps after her, but ultimately halted with a sigh. Forget it. I shouldn't force her. However, he found her rather intriguing and hoped to see her again in the future. Oblivious, Gohan failed to realize the impact his words had on a 24-year-old single woman. Akin to a thunderclap on a clear day, Biddy ran until she reached a secluded alley, where she finally paused, leaning against a wall, gasping for breath. Her cheeks still flushed, and her heart racing like a drum. A unique existence, she mulled over Gohan's words, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had never considered being regarded in such a manner by a man, especially given the earnestness and sincerity in his eyes, leaving her no room to doubt the authenticity of his words. Biddy clasped her head with both hands, attempting to regain her composure. She was acutely aware that her impression of Gohan had transformed, evolving from unfamiliarity to familiarity, and now to this complicated feeling. What is going on? This is entirely different from my initial intention. Damn it, Gohan. Unbeknownst to her, Biddy's address for Son Gohan had shifted from the formal Son Gohan to a more familiar Gohan. This fellow, or perhaps the men of the Son family as a whole, seemed to possess a certain charm. It was no wonder that Gohan was adored by so many young ladies and daughters of affluent families in the original tale. Such a demeanor was indeed rare. Later that evening, Bulma, chewing gum and furrowing her brow with concern, remarked, "Gohan, why are you so late tonight?" Compared to his usual punctuality, Gohan was an entire hour behind schedule. "I am sorry, Bulma auntie," he mumbled, his head lowered, tinged with remorse. "It's all right, you can go inside," Bulma said, visibly relieved to see him. She wrapped her gum in a tissue and tossed it into the trash. "I'm sorry for worrying you." Gohan understood that Bulma had a habit of chewing gum whenever she was anxious, a behavior that had originated from his suggestion to substitute smoking with gum to alleviate withdrawal symptoms. Unexpectedly, this had evolved into Bulma's method of stress relief, and he could always tell when she was nervous by the sight of her chewing gum. "You're always so formal," Bulma chuckled, throwing an arm around Gohan's shoulders and casually guiding him inside. "Wow, is this the new time machine?" Gohan approached it as though he were gazing upon a rare treasure. Perhaps it was due to Akira Toriyama's background in design and his love for machinery that the time machine fascinated Gohan. Though Saiyans were depicted as brutish and not particularly adept at high technology, they exhibited surprising proficiency with mechanics. Therefore, aside from his fascination with insects, Gohan also harbored a profound appreciation for mechanical creations. The complexity of the time machine naturally captivated him. Bulma had cleverly taken advantage of this interest, arranging for Gohan to come every evening at a set time to learn about related knowledge. Of course, such learning inevitably involved physical interaction, as hands-on teaching was essential. Meanwhile, at Biddy Lee's home, she pushed open the door, her cheeks flushed. Satan lay on the couch, drunkenly snoring, cradling a stray dog he had picked up. Honestly, useless old man, still in this drunken state. Biddy Lee sighed as she draped a blanket over Satan, murmuring, "Be careful not to catch a cold. Miguel, I miss you. Our daughter is truly remarkable, a righteous police officer. Really, are you thinking about Mom again?" Biddy Lee's lips curled into a slight smile before she turned back to her room, whispering, "Good night, Dad. See you tomorrow. Miss Avril, your hands are so fair and tender," as Biddy Lee was about to enter her room. Hearing the name of this unknown woman sent her into a fit of rage. She delivered a hefty slap to Satan. What happened? Was there an earthquake? Dad. Biddy Lee forced a smile, her muscles tensing, coldly demanding, "Who is that woman named Avril?" "Huh? What are you talking about, Biddy Lee? I have no idea who this Avril is." Satan vehemently denied it, but Biddy Lee gave him a thorough beating. Honestly, worthless old man, always hanging around bars and flirting with young girls. After venting her frustrations, Biddy Lee felt a sense of relief. Life continued normally thereafter. To avoid being disliked by his daughter, Satan took a demure stance and became a golden coach at a boxing gym. Despite his carefree demeanor and drinking habits, he was a former heavyweight champion with a certain degree of recognition in the industry, making his role as a boxing coach fitting. As for Biddy Lee, having met Gohan, their relationship gradually deepened, and they exchanged contact information. In the ensuing interactions, she also learned how to harness her ki, successfully mastering the art of flight just like in the original story. Unlike the original, Biddy Lee's combat prowess was significantly enhanced, likely due to her profession as a police officer. Over the course of 6 months, she transformed from an ordinary person incapable of using ki to a martial artist proficient in the turtle school techniques and Kamehameha. If one were to measure her power level, it would likely be around 80. After all, she was Satan's daughter, raised in a martial arts environment and eager to learn, making such a power level unsurprising. That said, the matter of discussion strayed. Ultimately, due to various scientific reasons, Gohan and Biddy Lee ended up residing in the same apartment. Their interactions became increasingly intimate, even reaching the point of sharing living quarters. However, Biddy Lee insisted that Gohan not disclose their relationship to Bulma, as she perceived the woman as a potential threat, believing her gaze toward Gohan to be anything but innocent. "You must be mistaken, Biddy Lee. Bulma is my dear friend. How could she harbor any harmful intentions toward me?" Gohan replied, oblivious to her concerns. In moments of silence, Biddy Lee could only shake her head in disbelief at her Na'vi would-be boyfriend, covering her face with her hands and stating, "You truly are invincible, child." Gohan scratched his head, perplexed. "Why are you joking with me now, Biddy Lee?" Feeling weary, she chose not to elaborate further. After all, their relationship was still merely that of friends, far from being comparable to her long-standing bond with Bulma, her beloved aunt. Clearing her throat, she inquired, "What about Bra? Didn't you mention she had a crush on you?" "Indeed, I envision a future where I may wed Bra." Such a straightforward response left Biddy Lee utterly astounded. Is it not somewhat inappropriate to discuss marrying another woman in the presence of one? Gohan remained oblivious, simply believing that since Bra harbored affections for him, and he reciprocated, then marriage seemed a perfectly natural progression. This notion, after all, echoed the sentiments conveyed in the memories of his past life as a traveler. When Biddy inquired about the hastiness of his decision, Gohan recounted the tale of how his mother, Chi-Chi, and father, Goku, had met. Biddy could only cover her face, offering a wry smile. Ah. The influence of one's family of origin, you've bested me. The abundance of absurdities was staggering. No wonder Gohan's views on romance appeared so flawed, oscillating between older women and younger, faux siblings. As Gohan rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned, he opened the door to find Biddy, who was apologizing for the late disturbance. "What brings you here?" he asked. She handed him a small dog, saying, "This is my dog, Beerus. Could you please look after him?" Gohan, puzzled, accepted the puppy. "What happened?" he inquired. Biddy explained that the notorious thief known as the Golden-Haired Witch had resurfaced in the West City. The Golden-Haired Witch? A thief? Gohan pondered. Regardless, I've been ordered to return to duty immediately, and it seems I won't be home for a few days. Please take care of Beerus. The dog wagged its tail and licked Gohan's face, appearing quite friendly. "I have no objections. Just stay safe, Biddy," he replied, petting the puppy and agreeing to help. Biddy expressed her gratitude profusely before hastily departing the apartment. Clearly, the notorious Golden-Haired Witch posed a significant threat, but Gohan felt reassured, considering Biddy's skills. Few on Earth could pose a danger to her. In West City, a bustling commercial street witnessed a jewelry store, designed for the affluent, fall victim to a robbery. A tall, cold-featured blonde woman, akin to a demon resurrected from hell, forcefully kicked a glass display case, the shattering glass echoing throughout the store, accompanied by the terrified screams of the staff, a prelude to her brazen behavior. She ruthlessly pressed a shotgun against the store manager's forehead, instilling instant fear, causing him to lose control and collapse, paralyzed by terror. "Disgusting," she spat, pinching her nose at the foul odor permeating the air. Lighting a cigarette, she began to exhale smoke, dissipating the unpleasant scent while hastily stuffing jewelry into her bag. Her golden curls swayed dangerously in the flashing red lights of the alarm, exuding an aura of menace. Behind her, the safe lay in ruins, a testament to her reckless abandon. "Hey, old man, stop shaking like a leaf. I'm merely borrowing your jewels to create a stir, so don't ruin the fun. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to make your head explode," she taunted, a smirk playing on her lips. Yet, in that instant, she unexpectedly sneezed, her body trembling, her gaze momentarily vacant. Her flamboyant golden locks transformed into a tranquil blue, as if an invisible force had reshaped her appearance and demeanor. The once stern expression softened, even taking on an innocent quality. Bewildered, she looked around, as if awakening from a dream, murmuring, "Where am I?" Upon noticing the glinting shotgun in her hand, she shrieked and instinctively hurled it away, where it clattered to the floor. "Did I do something terrible again?" She attempted to assist the fallen manager, but was startled by the sudden gunfire outside. "Everyone inside. Raise your hands and surrender." The police, having surrounded the jewelry store with numerous patrol cars, echoed their commands, their voices resonating in her ears. "I mean no harm, ah." Achoo! Another sneeze shook her, and her expression shifted again, as though consumed by a powerful force. Enraged, she seized a rocket launcher, her previously vacant gaze now aflame with madness. "I am the Golden-Haired Witch. You officers, spread my name far and wide." With her battle cry, the rocket launcher erupted in a blaze of fire, shaking the jewelry store as if the world itself threatened to collapse under her fury. "This is bad. She has heavy weaponry. Run." At that moment, Biddy arrived on the scene. What a lunatic, using heavy weaponry in the city. If you harm innocent civilians, no amount of lives will suffice to atone. Biddy fumed, sprinting towards the missile. Her swift movements left afterimages as she propelled herself through the air, her fist striking the missile, altering its trajectory. Instead of targeting the police cars, it soared into the sky, where Biddy unleashed an energy blast, igniting it hundreds of meters above. The night transformed into day, illuminating the sky with a brilliant explosion. What a thrilling rescue, Miss Biddy. The police breathed a collective sigh of relief, casting grateful glances her way. "Now, it's your turn. I won't need a minute," Biddy declared coldly. Her gaze locked onto the Golden-Haired Witch, who appeared taken aback by the sudden turn of events. "Who are you to disrupt my plans? I am the guardian of justice, Biddy Lee. Today marks the end of your malevolence. Biddy Lee proclaimed, striking a pose she deemed heroic. The golden-haired witch sneered, again raising her rocket launcher, aiming at Biddy Lee. What a clownish stance. Today, I'll show you the real power. What? A clown? You aesthetic deficient cretin, behold my Satan fist. Biddy Lee flashed forward, landing a punch on the witch's arm, sending the rocket launcher flying and the witch crashing against the wall. Damn it, why must I encounter a martial artist now? The witch fumbled for a flashbang, igniting it in desperation. Fools, you can't catch me. Biddy Lee instinctively shielded her eyes from the blinding light. When she reopened them, the golden-haired witch had vanished without a trace. Damn it, she escaped. Biddy Lee stomped her foot in frustration, pondering the origin of the flashbang. Was it a trick? Aunt Lanchi? Go to the sofa, she muttered, regretting her misfortune at encountering that group of inhuman martial artists. The golden-haired witch. No, she should be referred to as Lanchi. She fortuitously survived the massacre of the android siblings, yet harbored a longing deep within her heart to find Tien Shinhan. However, no matter how diligently she searched, his whereabouts remained elusive. Could it be that Tien Shinhan had perished? The golden-haired Lanchi pondered pessimistically. Ever since the Saiyan invasion, she had not seen Tien, and their paths had diverged due to differing ideologies, leaving them without a word between them. Yet, Tien Shinhan was the man she had once loved deeply. As peace returned to Earth and the deceased mysteriously resurrected, she knew with certainty that someone was utilizing the Dragon Balls. Thus, Tien must still be alive. As long as that man lived, she would seek him out to inquire whether he still loved her. This was an obsession, a fixation that had troubled her for nearly 2 decades. In the face of the android slaughter, she had never felt fear. Her true terror lay in confronting the disarray of her first love, her guiding light. To others, she was the golden-haired sorceress, a notorious rogue. Yet Tien Shinhan viewed her differently. I must find you, Tien Shinhan, even if it means descending into hell. I will demand clarity from you. What flaw could possibly render me unworthy of you? You three-eyed bald fool, Lanchi declared with fierce determination. Yet, as the adrenaline from her earlier escapade faded, a sharp pain surged through her right arm. Damn it, my arm, it's broken. Clutching her injured limb, she gasped for breath, gritting her teeth to maintain composure. In such circumstances, panic would only worsen her plight. She had yet to find Tien Shinhan and could not afford to be captured by the authorities. The thought of drawing Tien's attention only to end up in prison was utterly laughable. No, she refused to be a source of amusement for him. Suppressing her pain, she began to scan her surroundings for something to stabilize her arm. In the dim alley, her gaze fell upon a half-broken stick nestled in the corner. Though it was short, it was better than nothing. Struggling, she maneuvered her body to retrieve the stick with her left hand and carefully positioned it against the fracture, securing it with torn fabric in an attempt to immobilize the broken bone. Pain surged like a tide, yet she bit her lip to stifle any sound of anguish. This injury is trivial. When have I ever feared such things? She muttered to herself, seeking to bolster her spirit. She could not succumb, at least not until she found Tien Shinhan. Once her arm was secured, she contemplated her next move. Remaining stationary would only lead to detection by the police. She needed a place to hide, while also finding a way to tend to her injury. Her eyes landed on a nearby apartment building, where a small clinic appeared to be located on the 2nd floor. With no other options, she resolved to take her chances there. Approaching the building, she glanced up at the clinic's window, where a faint light flickered, revealing a blurred silhouette within. Taking a deep breath, she brushed off the dust from her clothes with her left arm, attempting to present a less disheveled appearance. Then, she cautiously ascended the stairs. Each step exacerbated the pain in her right arm, but she had no time to dwell on it. She needed to find a safe haven to address her injuries. Suddenly, she was confronted with an overwhelming scene and dialogue. 2 bearded men engaged in a rather compromising act. Lanchi's mind momentarily short-circuited, only to register the sign above, Love Hotel. Damn it, a love hotel. Lanchi was utterly incensed, throwing in a tear gas canister before slamming the door shut, leaving behind 2 despondent men. What a stroke of bad luck. Her eyes felt as though they might swell shut. Cursing under her breath, Lanchi began to leave, only to feel her vision growing increasingly hazy. My head is spinning. What on earth is wrong? She shook her head, but the world continued to blur. Blood? Am I bleeding from my head? No wonder I mistook a love hotel for a clinic. How laughable. Her laughter abruptly ceased. Lanchi, having lost too much blood, succumbed to unconsciousness. But wait, her story had not yet concluded. At that moment, awakened by the anguished cries of the two men next door. Gohan opened his window to investigate the source of the commotion. If someone was deliberately making such nauseating sounds, then the good neighbor, the warrior of West City, would not hesitate to intervene. What happened to her? She appears gravely injured, Gohan exclaimed, spotting a golden-haired woman bleeding profusely from her head, on the verge of death. Are you all right? Can you hear me? Who the hell are you? Lam-Z muttered, faint and disoriented. Thankfully, she was still conscious. Gohan quickly retrieved a revival bug from his capsule and placed it in her mouth. Eat it. Why aren't you eating? If you don't, how will you recover? Gohan urged, panicking. In desperation, he struck her abdomen, causing her to gasp in pain, which instinctively opened her mouth. Seizing the opportunity, he tossed the revival bug inside. The moment it entered her mouth, it transformed into liquid, merging with her tongue and being absorbed. Cough, you little brat, you're feeding me a bug. Lam-Z was jolted awake, grabbing Gohan's wrist. Wait, why does your face look so familiar? She suddenly grasped Gohan's face as if molding clay. You little brat, do you know a man named Son Goku? Lam-Z's eyes widened, glimmering with urgency and anticipation. That's my father, Gohan replied, feeling a sharp pain in his cheek as he hastily pulled away from her grasp. Hey, I'm your aunt. I held you when you were a child. Lam-Z began rambling, despite having never met Gohan. Yet that did not deter her from spinning tales. Who are you? Do I know you? Gohan asked, perplexed, wondering if this woman had escaped from a psychiatric facility. Nevertheless, she knew about his father, Son Goku, suggesting her words held some truth. Yet, he had no recollection of a golden-haired woman claiming to be his aunt. I am Lam-Z, your Aunt Lam-Z. Look, you really have a terrible memory. With a sudden burst of energy, Lam-Z sprang to her feet. She beamed, cheerfully patting Gohan on the shoulder. Aunt Lam-Z? Upon hearing that familiar yet strange name, Gohan finally grasped the true identity of the woman before him. All right, I initially intended to teach you a lesson, but since you're Goku's son, I'll let it slide. How about this? Since I have nowhere to stay tonight, I'll simply crash here with you. It was akin to visiting relatives during the new year, someone who loves to boast yet is utterly useless. What? You don't want me here? Will you dare to refuse your aunt? No, not at all. After a moment of hesitation, Gohan invited the blonde Lam-Z upstairs. Indeed, it was lunchtime. I'm Gohan. He introduced himself. Regardless of whether it was rice or porridge, his aunt was thirsty, and he urged for a case of beer. I don't drink. What? A grown man who doesn't drink? How useless. Gohan felt somewhat overwhelmed by Lam-Z's imposing presence but mustered the courage to retort. What does being a man have to do with drinking? TCH, so you're still just a kid. Lam-Z rolled her eyes dismissively. Let me tell you, no one likes boys like you anymore. You're just like a girl. As the door swung open, they were greeted by the pitiful sight of Beerus, a rather unattractive little dog. Lam-Z continued her relentless teasing, but her gaze softened as she looked at the small creature. She gently embraced Beerus, affectionately ruffling its head. And soon enough, Beerus became fast friends with her. In my apartment, there's only one bed. You'll have to sleep on the sofa tonight. Gohan had initially been quite polite to his elder, but her incessant chatter on the way had eroded any fondness he might have had for this suddenly appeared Aunt Lam-Z. He thought to himself that he was utterly exhausted from the day. Just as he was about to retreat to his room for some rest, he discovered that his bed had already been commandeered by Lam-Z. Hey, how can you be so inconsiderate? I'm older and not feeling well, so of course. I need the bed, she declared, reclining without a hint of modesty. Oh my, this bed is quite comfortable. It seems you're doing well for yourself, little brat. She said languidly, propping herself up against the headboard, crossing her long, shapely legs that formed a perfect silhouette. Despite her loose clothing, her alluring figure remained tantalizingly visible, prompting Gohan's face to flush slightly. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he attempted to change the subject. Aunt Lam-Z, would you like something to drink? I have milk. Milk? A grown man still drinking that tasteless stuff? Lam-Z waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. I'm not thirsty anymore. You go about your business. I'll take a nap. Gohan shook his head helplessly and turned to leave, pondering how he had encountered such an unexpected character after so long. Before he could reflect further, Lam-Z called out to him. Hey, kid, your name is Gohan, right? Yes, he replied, pausing to look back at her. Your father, Son Wukong, how is he doing? Lam-Z's tone suddenly grew serious. He is fine. And what about Tianjin Fan? Don't tell me you don't know. He is dead. Oh, that three-eyed bald man is dead. What? He is dead. Lam-Z's voice rose sharply, and she fainted, clearly overwhelmed by the news. Her robbery that night was to create a sensational story to draw out Tianjin Fan. She had considered many possibilities, but had never anticipated his death, and this shocking revelation caused her mind to short-circuit. "Hey, Aunt Lanchi, are you okay? Don't die on my bed," Gohan exclaimed. "Oh, she just fainted." "Then it's not a problem." Despite being humiliated throughout the evening, Gohan felt a mix of concern and satisfaction upon seeing Lanchi pass out. "Drinking milk. What's wrong with you, you pretentious old woman? You're not even a patch on Aunt Bulma, trying to act all high and mighty and sleeping in my bed. Go sleep on the sofa." He hoisted Lanchi and tossed her onto the couch, carefully covering her with a blanket before settling in for a restful sleep. The next morning, Gohan was jolted awake by a pungent smell of smoke. Was the house on fire? Panic surged through him. He leapt out of bed, hastily slipped on his slippers, and rushed into the living room. To his shock, he found Lanchi, who had been unconscious, now awake, her head bowed as she clutched a cigarette, the burning tip perilously close to her fingers, completely oblivious. The once tidy coffee table was now strewn with ash and extinguished cigarette butts, a chaotic mess. With a sigh, another cigarette was extinguished between her fingers. Her dazed eyes slowly shifted, and she instinctively pulled out another cigarette from her pocket, lighting it and taking a deep drag. "Hey, what are you doing?" Gohan's expression turned serious. He swiftly approached her, snatched the cigarette from her hand, extinguishing it with force. "If you want to smoke, go outside. This is my home." Lanchi finally lifted her head and looked at him, her expression vacant as she nodded slowly, preparing to leave. Seeing her like this made Gohan feel uneasy. Although he harbored dissatisfaction towards this unexpected intruder, he recognized that her mental state was far from stable. If he let her go out now, something unfortunate might occur. Gohan hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Is it because Tianjin Fan is dead?" Lanchi's body trembled slightly, her movements freezing in place. She slowly turned to face Gohan, her gaze hollow, her lips moving without sound. "Don't worry," Gohan quickly reassured her. "He's just training in the afterlife. He celebrated my birthday just a couple of days ago. Look, here's our photo." He dashed back to his room, rummaged through a drawer, and carefully retrieved the picture, presenting it to her. Because he has saved the Earth multiple times, he has accumulated much merit, allowing him to retain his physical form in the afterlife. "See, aside from the halo above his head, he looks almost alive," Gohan comforted her. Lanchi took the photo, her gaze initially fixed on the familiar bald head and three eyes, her expression gradually regaining some vitality. "What? This bald, three-eyed guy isn't dead?" she murmured softly. He is dead, but he retained his physical form. Look at that halo on his head," Gohan corrected quietly. "So it means he hasn't reincarnated. Just living and training in the afterlife. That's one way to look at it. It's not much different from being alive," Gohan nodded. That's good, Lanchi caressed the photo, repeatedly murmuring those words. "Can I have the photo back now?" Gohan stepped forward, wanting to retrieve the picture. "What? Now that it's in my hands, you think I'll return it?" "I'm the best thief in the world." Lanchi instinctively tried to claim the photo for herself. After all, as a seasoned thief, stealing was second nature to her. "What do you mean by the best thief?" Gohan curiously probed. "And nothing." Lanchi suddenly realized that Tianjin Fan had never approved of her being a thief. If this little brat found out and told Tianjin Fan, it would be disastrous. "Anyway, this photo is mine now," she declared with determination. "That's outrageous. This is outright robbery. I even let you stay at my place for the night." Gohan protested, feeling indignant. "Oh, you dare bring that up? Who just wanted to kick me out? You heartless little brat." Lanchi seized the opportunity to counter him, effectively silencing his objections. In that moment, Gohan found himself at a loss for words, unable to formulate a rebuttal to Lanchi's assertions. "What are you talking about? Hurry up and whip up something for your aunt as an apology," she commanded, hands firmly planted on her hips, exuding an air of righteous authority. "I refuse. If you want food, you can prepare it yourself. You ought to be grateful for the chance to reunite with your long-lost aunt, yet you dare to order me around." Gohan retorted boldly. "What? You little brat. Do you not realize I am your elder?" Lanchi exclaimed, her eyes widening as she glared at Gohan. Her demeanor fierce, as if she might consume him whole at any moment. Her clothing, crumpled from earlier chaos, did little to diminish her unique allure. Tall and curvaceous, she donned a loose white shirt, the collar slightly open to reveal a hint of porcelain skin, the hem casually tucked into her jeans, accentuating her slender waist. The denim clung to her long legs, rendering them strikingly straight, while her black combat boots added an edge of rugged charm. embodying the spirit of a Western cowgirl. Lam-Z's face was exquisitely sculpted, her high nose and thin lips framed by an expression of defiance in her eyes. With a slight arch of her brow, her gaze pierced Gohan, a silent warning not to provoke her ire. Gohan, inexplicably overwhelmed by a sense of ancestral pressure, a sensation he had only felt in the presence of Bulma and his mother Chi-Chi, found himself instinctively lowering his gaze despite his inner resistance. How peculiar, he mused silently. Why do I feel this way in her presence? Noticing Gohan's silence, Lam-Z's lips curled into a smug smile. You little rascal. Go and prepare some food for your aunt. If you continue to disobey, I might just become furious, she teased, crossing her arms. Gohan lifted his head, a glimmer of defiance flickering in his eyes, but he soon succumbed, muttering, Fine, I'll make you something. But you must stop smoking, the smell is unbearable. Lam-Z let out a dismissive huff, as if in agreement. She settled onto the sofa, crossing her legs in a posture of relaxed elegance, seemingly unbothered by her exposure. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she leaned closer, her voice a sultry whisper. What were you saying? And nothing, Gohan stammered, his cheeks flushed. You look quite cute when you're embarrassed. Don't worry, I'm merely teasing you. But you, my dear boy, seem rather shy. Surely you've had your share of experiences with women? Experiences with women. Please, refrain from such outrageous comments. Oh, still a virgin, are we? I recall your father had you when he was merely 20, she quipped, provoking a furious blush from Gohan. Why you need to leave the kitchen right now? He exclaimed, his voice rising in urgency. She straightened up, returning to her place on the sofa, her demeanor languid and graceful as she picked up the remote control, switching on the television. Oh dear, these herbivore boys are rather dull, lacking any semblance of masculinity. A mere blush and they're undone. In the kitchen, Gohan busied himself preparing a meal, the rhythmic clatter of utensils filling the air with the enticing aroma of cooking. Suddenly, his phone rang, disrupting his concentration. He set aside his task and answered the call, hearing Bidali's tired voice on the other end. Gohan, that female thief is exceedingly cunning. I have no idea what trickery she employed, but she managed to escape with a flashbang. I'll need to work overtime to track her down. Please keep an eye on Bailu for me. Got it. Take care at work. If you can't find her, it's all right, Gohan replied, concern evident in his tone. That is not an option. I won't let any wrongdoers slip away, Bidali insisted before hanging up. Gohan turned to the living room only to find Lam-Z bouncing on the sofa with Bailu, creating a chaotic mess far worse than before. He couldn't help but frown, calling out, Can you please refrain from wrecking my home? Just settle down a bit, will you? Yet, Lam-Z seemed oblivious, continuing her playful antics. After a while, she noticed Gohan's serious demeanor and slowly lifted her head, her expression innocent as if she were the victim of great injustice. Oh, Gohan, I'm merely having fun with Bailu, she cooed, raising him high in the air, the little boy giggling with delight, his arms flailing joyfully. Sighing in resignation at the scene before him, Gohan decided not to press the matter further. So, I must ask, do you truly enjoy Tianjin rice? He ventured, attempting to engage in light conversation. Absolutely, I adore it, Lam-Z replied without hesitation. It's because he embodies true masculinity, she added with a smirk. Is that so? Gohan said as he plated the food. Compared to some herbivore brat, he's leagues ahead, Lam-Z provocatively remarked. Why am I always dragged into these comparisons? Whatever. Gohan shrugged, accustomed to her jests, no longer bothered by her playful ribbing. Now, what do you plan to do next? Gohan inquired, placing the dish on the dining table. Not sure, Lam-Z replied with a shake of her head, before resuming her playful teasing of Bailu. That answer is rather predictable. Gohan noted as he wiped his hands dry and called Lam-Z to the table. That jewel heist last night was your doing, wasn't he it? He suddenly questioned. How did you know? Lam-Z exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. You didn't employ the old pervert's mind-reading techniques, did you? The old pervert? Oh. You mean Master Roshi? No, I don't possess such skills, Gohan waved off. You've been glued to the news about the jewel theft since earlier, and the thief known as the golden-haired witch. Well, you have golden hair, don't you? What? Just because of that? Lam-Z protested, still somewhat unconvinced. There are too many suspicious details. Your injuries from last night clearly indicate a boxing-style altercation, though you may not be a martial artist. You were certainly not an ordinary fighter either. It must have been a female police officer who took you on, Gohan deduced. Exactly. How did you know? Lam-Z replied, genuinely surprised. Because I know her, and her martial skills were taught by me. That said, she still tends to employ her father's techniques when attacking her opponents. Known as the Satan Fist, Gohan elucidated. What? The one who injured my man is actually your disciple, you little brat. Lam-Z exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. All right, calm down. Gohan waved his hand dismissively, wearing an expression that seemed to ask her to quiet down. You committed a crime and got caught by the police. Isn't that just the way of the world? If I didn't know you, I would have reported you long ago. You dare. Lam-Z sprang to her feet, hands on her hips, glaring at Gohan with an intensity that suggested she might pounce at any moment. Why would I not dare? Gohan replied, unperturbed, his tone remaining steady. You steal jewels and break the law. You deserve to be punished. I haven't exposed you only because of your connection to my father. Moreover, Tien would certainly not appreciate a woman engaged in robbery, would he? At this remark, the once ferocious Lam-Z fell silent, a flicker of panic and unease flashing in her eyes. She bowed her head, her voice dropping significantly. You mustn't tell him. I haven't robbed anyone in years. Last night, I just wanted to create a sensational news story to grab his attention. Why would you do that? Gohan softly inquired. You could have simply approached Bulma. After all, her place is right next to Capsule Corporation. Why not ask her about TNS whereabouts? Lam-Z lifted her head, a hint of defiance in her gaze. I know, but I can't. Whenever I sneeze, I transform into a different person. I was deceiving you. The one who truly has a good relationship with your father and Bulma is the blue-haired Lam-Z. The only ones I know are Tien and Chaozu. This is the only way I can let him know I'm still alive and waiting for him. As her words hung in the air, the atmosphere at the table grew heavy. Just as Gohan was about to offer some comfort to Lam-Z, she suddenly burst into laughter. Haha. Do you think at this moment I must be filled with sorrow? Do you think I have unspoken regrets? No, not at all. You little brat. You've been played by me, haha. Suddenly, Lam-Z ceased her laughter, her gaze sharpening, a sly smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Do you think I am such a weak woman? As long as I know Tien is not completely gone, I have nothing to fear. And Haki, give me back my tears. Gohan felt a rush of warmth, for the first time in his life harboring such strong dislike for someone. Hee, you little brat. Just a little brat, Lam-Z declared proudly, her eyes brimming with provocation. Don't get too cocky. I'm going to. Lam-Z smirked, swiftly closing the distance to Gohan and planting a firm kiss on his cheek. How about a kiss from a mature woman? Consider it a reward for saving me. I'm off. While Gohan stood there in a daze, Lam-Z had already reached the window. She turned back, offering him a smile before inexplicably producing a glider and soaring away. See you next time, little brat. Your breakfast was truly delicious. Your future wife will be quite fortunate. Gohan stood frozen for a while, the warmth of Lam-Z's kiss lingering on his cheek. He rubbed his face, feeling a blend of helplessness and amusement. This woman was truly inscrutable. As for Bulma's urgent summons, what pressing matter could it involve? Gohan mused while soaring through the skies above West City, using the instant transmission technique. Reflecting on the mysterious phone call he had received from Bulma, the message had left him with a sense of unease. Gohan, hurry to the lab. You're going to be in for quite a surprise. Bulma's voice echoed in his ears, furrowing his brow. He swiftly conjured various possibilities in his mind. Could there be a formidable new enemy? Has Bulma invented some new contraption? Or perhaps something significant related to the Dragon Balls? With these thoughts propelling him, Gohan accelerated towards Bulma's laboratory. Before long, he arrived at the laboratory door, gently pushing it open to enter. The scene inside was bustling with activity, various instruments buzzed, and Bulma stood beside a colossal machine, her face alight with excitement. Gohan, you're finally here, Bulma exclaimed. Rushing to greet him, her tone laced with mystery. Guess what this is? Gohan scrutinized the enormous apparatus before him. It was so massive that it occupied nearly half the lab, seemingly able to house hundreds of individuals within. He jokingly remarked, it can't possibly be filled with a bunch of robots, right? Hey, you actually guessed it right. Bulma's face lit up with surprise, followed by a gleeful smile. But not just ordinary robots, they are androids. As her words fell, the machine's hatch slowly opened, and a troop of androids, all resembling the 17th android, emerged quietly. Each one looked identical to the 17 he remembered, from their features to their physique, even their aura nearly indistinguishable. Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the scene. Having narrowly escaped death at the hands of the android siblings in the past, he instinctively felt a surge of adrenaline, ready to unleash a dragon fist. Stop, Gohan. These are my research results. I have eliminated their negative emotions, Bulma quickly interjected. Upon hearing Bulma's explanation, Gohan managed to suppress his urge to unleash a 20-fold Kaioken. Some foes, no matter how strong you become, can evoke a deep-seated fear, inciting an intense desire to eradicate them. Logically, Android 17 possessed merely Super Saiyan-level power. It would have sufficed for Gohan to defeat him in his normal form. However, the moment he beheld that face again, he felt an uncontrollable urge to obliterate them entirely. Surprised, aren't you? This is my latest invention, the perfect replication technology. Bulma exclaimed excitedly. I've extracted 17's genes from the data you provided on Cell, and through a specialized nurturing environment and advanced technology, I've successfully replicated these identical androids. They not only look the same, but their abilities are almost entirely consistent, and I've programmed them with an absolute directive to never harm Earthlings. Gohan regained his composure, frowning as he replied, Bulma, this is too dangerous. Android 17 already possesses significant power and was once evil. By replicating so many identical androids, if they fall into the wrong hands, oh, don't worry, their emotions and memories have been erased. Though they are androids, they are akin to machines. Additionally, I've implanted bombs within their bodies. Should the situation arise that you fear, we can eliminate them in an instant. I am a genius scientist, Bulma. Of course, I have contingencies. Bulma waved her hand dismissively, indicating there was no need for concern. Now it made sense why they appeared devoid of life, so lifeless. It was due to the absence of emotions and memories. Gohan nodded, murmuring to himself as he approached one of the androids, playfully pinching its cheek as if venting his frustration. Indeed, that irritating face remained unsatisfactory no matter how long he gazed at it. Gohan's grip was astonishingly strong, causing the face of the Android 17 to turn a shade of purple with a single squeeze. Additionally, I had also cloned Android 18, who now served as a domestic maid in my household. Bulma clapped her hands, and suddenly, a blonde woman clad in a maid's outfit entered the laboratory. Her visage was almost an exact replica of the 18 that Gohan remembered, even down to the disdainful expression that seemed to regard others as mere refuse. Wow, Aunt Bulma, this Android 18 is incredibly lifelike. She resembles a real person rather than a mere clone. Gohan observed the Android 18, her eyes radiating a murderous intent directed at Gohan and Bulma, which sent a shiver down his spine. However, he quickly recalled Bulma's assurance that these androids had been stripped of emotional memory and thus posed no real threat to them. Yes, she truly is that executioner, Android 18. Bulma stated matter-of-factly. What? Gohan's eyes sharpened at her words, instinctively tightening his grip around her neck, ready to destroy her. Stop, Gohan. Bulma once again intervened, urging him not to act hastily. Do you remember the Dragon Balls from your birthday party a couple of days ago that you didn't use? She inquired. Of course. I remember. That was your birthday gift to me. I hadn't had the chance to make a wish before battling Beerus. Didn't we agree that you didn't need to return it to Dandy? Gohan furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. Bulma smiled slyly, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. I used the Dragon Balls to wish for the real Android 18 to be resurrected. What? You brought the real Android 18 back to life? Gohan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Indeed, Bulma nodded, though there were distinctions. I merely fused the soul of the genuine Android 18 with the body of my clone. I implanted the same programming as Android 17, ensuring she cannot harm Earthlings. Moreover, she is now my maid, entirely obedient to my commands. Gohan, perplexed, retorted, Aunt Bulma, what is your intention behind this? Are you not aware of the suffering inflicted upon us by the android siblings? His frustration grew. He could not fathom why Bulma would go to the lengths of cloning these abominable beings, especially the authentic Android 18, who had nearly taken his life. I am well aware of that anguish, that despair, that feeling of being enveloped in darkness, where all hope is devoured. Bulma's tone turned icy and resolute, her expression contorting into something fierce, her eyes glinting with a harshness. That wretched woman nearly killed Gohan. I am fully cognizant of that. Yet you resurrect her. It is far too lenient. Gohan, you were nearly slain by that vile creature. Bulma's anger surged as she continued, I cannot forgive anyone who harms Gohan. I will ensure that this wretched woman lives her life as a servant, enduring endless torment. Her fervor escalated, causing her body to tremble violently. Gohan felt an unsettling chill creeping down his spine, and he could almost visualize dark smoke emanating from behind Bulma. This was not the usual Aunt Bulma. It was terrifying, her demeanor suggesting the awakening of some strange persona. It was only now that Gohan truly understood the depths of Bulma's formidable nature. Frankly, the mere ability to clone androids from a database of information showcased a terrifying technological prowess that could easily make her an unparalleled force in the Dragon Ball universe. Previously, Bulma had seemed so engrossed in civilian technologies, such as the Universal Capsule and Dragon Radar, but ever since encountering Dr. Gero's technologies, her research had shifted towards warfare. Rest assured, Gohan, I will make that vile woman repay her transgressions against you tenfold, 100-fold. Bulma's expression gradually softened, yet her eyes still held a trace of ferocity. Upon hearing her words, Gohan felt a tightness in his throat. Aunt Bulma, your feelings for me are far more genuine than that of some opportunistic relative. We cherish you. Then why have you summoned me here, Aunt Bulma? Gohan, yes? Go ahead and deal with her. Deal with her? Consider it your birthday gift from me. Unleash your frustrations upon her. Do it for my sake. Gohan's expression froze, his eyes wide with disbelief, incapable of accepting the words that had just escaped Bulma's lips. Such vulgarity from the normally gentle Aunt Bulma left him utterly astonished. After all, she was a genius scientist, a paragon of intellect he had always admired. Starkly different from the unscrupulous women of the underworld. She should embody grace and civility. Yet, what had transpired? Why were all the aunties beginning to entertain such notions? He was merely a 25-year-old child. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Android 18's expression darkened further, but due to her core programming, she could do nothing but comply. Enough of the hesitation, Gohan. While I truly appreciate your tenderness, there are times when you must act like a man and unleash your desires. Treat her as a mere toy. It doesn't matter if she gets damaged. I will help you repair her. What kind of depraved suggestion is this? Gohan finally grasped Bulma's intent. She was merely urging him to vent his frustrations on Android 18. What are you waiting for, Gohan? Bulma pressed on. Aunt, please calm down. Isn't such an act meant to be shared with one's beloved? I understand your intentions, but it's truly unnecessary. Gohan fervently shook his head, gesturing that it was not required. Fine, I always knew Gohan wouldn't go through with such a thing. Bulma conceded upon realizing Gohan's disinterest in that direction. Indeed, if Gohan were to engage in such an act, he would no longer be the innocent Gohan he once was. People often exhibit double standards. If Gohan were to act upon Android 18, even if she continued to care for him, it would inevitably create a rift within her heart. Gohan was different from Goku. He had never suffered a head injury that would impair his understanding of basic emotional education and the differences between genders, possessing the primal impulses of a male. It was entirely possible that he could unleash his wild instincts and commit an irretrievable act. After all, the Saiyans seemed to be a race of pretenders, speaking of the joys of battle while. Meanwhile, in a distant location, Goku was happily devouring food. Chi-Chi, another bowl, please. Suddenly, he sneezed. Achoo, what's wrong, Goku? Are you coming down with something? Perhaps, could it be from training by the waterfall yesterday? Goku mused, rubbing his nose. Chi-Chi, can we play a couples game? I can't believe you. Ever since you returned from the underworld, you've become quite the handful. Engaging in such activities too often isn't good for your health. Oh, I see. Is it because I've become younger? What? No way, Goku. You're being overly paranoid. Even if you were covered in wrinkles. Looking like an old lady with white hair, I would still love you. Is that truly the case? No, that's not wrong. Well then, on the other side. In the laboratory, Bulma's gaze towards Gohan grew increasingly affectionate. What a wonderful man he is, truly delightful. 18, go do the laundry. Yes, my master. 18 adopted a somewhat indifferent expression, yet helplessly performed a standard maid's bow to Bulma and Gohan before departing the lab. Once 18 left, Gohan let out a slight sigh of relief. All right, that was just a joke. Don't take it too seriously. Was it really just a joke, Aunt Bulma? Gohan's voice lingered, tinged with a hint of reproach and trepidation. Oh, you child, always joking around. Bulma chuckled, attempting to brush it off. Honestly, Aunt Bulma, your demeanor just now was truly frightening. It was nothing like your usual self. Is that so? Perhaps this is indeed my true nature, Bulma mused. What do you mean? Aunt Bulma? Oh, it's nothing. Bulma took Gohan's arm and led him aside, saying, Look, Gohan, what is this? Gohan looked up at the computer screen in the center of the lab, where a complex anatomical diagram of a humanoid figure was displayed, annotated with various intricate gene sequences and structures. This is a Saiyan. Gohan noticed the tail depicted in the anatomical diagram. Indeed. This is the genetic anatomy of a Saiyan. I've been researching Saiyan genes lately, hoping to uncover some special secrets, to understand the differences between the warrior race and Earthlings. Bulma explained. Gohan leaned closer to the screen, scrutinizing the intricate gene sequences and annotations, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Are Saiyan genes really that complex? Yes. Despite having the same chromosome count as Earthlings, they possess unique cells. These cells only seem to continue dividing and growing in a calm environment. Once under great stress or extreme emotions, their division halts or even regresses. Bulma pointed to a specific area on the screen, saying, "Look, this area is the most distinctive aspect of Saiyan genes. The S cells. Supercells? Is that the name you've given them?" Gohan inquired. Yes. Being well-versed in the lore of Dragon Ball, Gohan naturally understood that the transformation into a Super Saiyan required a sufficient number of S cells. Do you remember Raditz and Nappa? Upon hearing these names, Gohan's expression became serious. Of course, they are both Saiyans. Exactly. I've secretly tested the S cells in you. Son Goku and Bra, your S cells are exceptionally active and abundant. However, these two had very few. I'm now suspecting that the secret to your transformation into Super Saiyans lies within these cells. Aunt Bulma, you truly are a genius, whether in mechanical engineering or genetic engineering. Though he had long been aware of the existence of S cells, it was astonishing to decipher the transformation mechanism scientifically, gaining an intuitive understanding of it. The power of science is indeed magnificent, Gohan exclaimed, his eyes filled with admiration. Of course, technology is the primary productive force. This truth remains unchanged through the ages. Bulma's lips curled upward slightly, her gaze brimming with confidence. It took humanity merely 66 years to break free from the constraints of gravity and touch lunar soil. Though humans lack wings, they soar higher than any bird on Earth. I believe that one day, the power of technology will move even the divine. Gohan gazed at the radiant Bulma, captivated by her focused and confident demeanor, which rendered her exceptionally charming. For Gohan, who had aspired to be a scholar since childhood, this was more invigorating than any power-up. Previously, you mentioned the Super Saiyan God. 5 righteous Saiyans channel their power into another Saiyan to achieve the transformation into the divine realm. Is that correct? Yes. What's on your mind, Aunt Bulma? Haha. I plan to clone 1,000 Saiyans and have them team up to practice transforming into Super Saiyan gods. 1,000 Super Saiyan gods? Yes. Since this transformation doesn't require a high baseline combat power, and regarding righteousness, I believe it merely refers to having a sufficient quantity of S cells, which shouldn't be too difficult. Huh. Gohan's pupils dilated in shock, his voice trembling slightly. It's fine, as long as we mix Raditz and Nappa's genes together. We can clone entirely new Saiyans. Then we just need to catalyze the S cells within them, and we should be able to mass-produce Super Saiyan gods. 1,000 Super Saiyan gods? Isn't that too extreme? Although Gohan had long surpassed several versions of Super Saiyan gods, he couldn't help but be astonished. If this were truly successful, Earth would have an army of Super Saiyan gods, leaving all but the gods of destruction unable to challenge it. An army of Super Saiyan gods. What do you think, Gohan? Bulma tugged at Gohan's hand like a child seeking praise. You are truly remarkable, Aunt Bulma. Gohan swallowed hard, overwhelmed by Bulma's vision. It was astonishing to think that it had only been a year since Bulma first encountered Dr. Gero's android data. Yet she had made such incredible advances in genetic engineering. If she had begun her research years ago, would that mean she had neglected her father and her own affairs? Dragon Ball could have transformed from the Saiyan hair dye legend into the journey of a genius female scientist defeating primitive humans. 75. Psychological trauma patient, Gohan. Bulma continued tinkering in the lab, determined to develop the Super Saiyan God Army as soon as possible. Gohan had no reason to linger, so he waved goodbye to Bulma. Just as Gohan was leaving Bulma's home, he caught sight of 18, clad in a maid outfit, kneeling on the floor, wiping it with a look of humiliation. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable surge of joy. He began to understand why Bulma had chosen to revive 18. What I want to see is that expression of yours, the one that conveys a desire to eliminate me while being utterly powerless to do so. Ha! Gohan took his time returning home, leaning in close, speaking the most tender words in the gentlest tone. 18 knelt pitiably on the floor, mechanically repeating the motion of wiping it. Upon hearing Gohan's words, she forcefully raised her head, defiantly lifting her chin. She glared at Gohan with a fierce intensity, her eyes brimming with disdain and murderous intent, as if she were about to leap forward and tear him apart. Yet she couldn't. She was like a toothless beast bound by chains, utterly incapable of resisting even slightly. The thought of this made 18's eyes well up with tears of humiliation. But she quickly wiped them away, gritting her teeth, and continued to lower her head and wipe the floor. It was as if she was conveying to Gohan that she would not succumb to this humiliation and that one day she would break free from her chains. Gohan observed 18's reaction, and his sense of satisfaction intensified. You don't actually think you are pitiful, do you? Those earthlings you murdered. The residents who lived in the shadow of you and 17 are 100, 1,000, 1,000,000 times more wretched than you. A butcher, a demon, don't think you deserve to have any self-respect. It's utterly nauseating. As Gohan spoke, he crouched down and leaned close to Android 18's ear, continuing, Now? You have finally tasted the bitterness of being bound and oppressed. This must be what karmic retribution feels like. 18. 18's body trembled slightly. She clenched her teeth tightly, her nails digging deep into her palm, leaving trails of blood. Just wait. One day, I will slaughter you all. With great effort. 18 lifted her head and managed to force out those words. Almost immediately, her body convulsed violently, her eyes rolling back, before she ultimately collapsed onto the floor. It was evident that she had defied the restrictions set by Bulma. This clone of Android 18 was different from the previous one. It did not numb her pain. Whenever 18 experienced intense feelings of rebellion or attempted to harm Gohan, Bra, or Bulma, her body would endure excruciating electric shocks. Thus, she was compelled to suppress her fury, even though her heart brimmed with hatred for Gohan. However, she had evidently crossed a line just now, uttering forbidden words about wanting to kill Gohan and Bulma. The consequence was her being rendered unconscious from the electrical punishment. Ah, has she fainted? When did she mention this to Bulma? It's truly too lenient on her, Gohan mused, gently lifting 18 into his arms and placing her on the sofa, tenderly covering her with a blanket. He meticulously arranged her messy golden locks, his fingers softly brushing against her slightly trembling eyelashes. How much despair had those eyes witnessed? Now, it was her turn to taste it, 18. If Bulma were to emerge from the laboratory at this moment, she would catch a glimpse of a Gohan she had never known before. From the age of 9 to 24, a full 15 years, he had endured unimaginable trials. Throughout that long and dark period, he had been tormented by the android siblings, left battered and bruised. His childhood, which should have been carefree, was spent in fear and suffering. His adolescence, which should have been filled with dreams and hope, was a struggle against despair. In his youth, which should have heralded a new beginning, he nearly crumbled under the dual torment of mind and body. Had it not been for the unexpected merging with the soul of a traveler, his fate would have been akin to that of a tattered doll, washed away by heavy rain, ultimately blending with the muddy earth, emitting the stench of decay, before being discovered by Bra. Gohan found himself unable to resist the urge to cradle 18's hand. It was fair, soft, as if every beautiful word in the world could be epitomized in those hands. Yet Gohan knew that these very hands had dealt him the most lethal blow. If not for the unexpected fusion with the traveler's soul, his destiny would have mirrored that of a despairing, limbless Gohan. 18 had not yet fully awakened from her electric stupor, her body instinctively curled up. Yet Gohan's grip on her hand was firm, causing her brow to furrow slightly in discomfort. Bulma has done too well. How could she allow you to descend into hell so easily? It is because of your existence that I have endured 15 years of nightmares. Gohan murmured to himself, recalling everything, remembering the unfortunate first half of his life, and involuntarily letting out a chilling, neurotic laugh. Ha ha. I nearly forgot. As Gohan laughed, tears streamed down his face, but he quickly wiped them away. He was no longer the helpless child who could do nothing but internally cry out for his father when in distress. He now possessed power to rival the gods. Super Saiyan 2, a mysterious form, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue at full power, beast form, Ultra Instinct. On this journey, androids were no longer of any concern. Indeed, the feeling of possessing power was utterly exhilarating. Unlike his father Goku, who viewed battle as a hobby, Gohan fought for peace of mind. The fundamental purpose of human existence is to seek tranquility. Whether in pursuit of love and peace or in service to others, it ultimately aims to alleviate inner unrest. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. Gohan transformed back into the gentle, sunny youth. Gohan, you haven't left yet? Bulma inquired. Aunt Bulma. I was just about to, Gohan replied, raising his head with a warm smile, as if nothing had transpired moments before. I had a few words with 18. She seemed displeased with me, threatening to kill me, and then suddenly fainted, so I placed her on the sofa to rest. Bulma pushed the door open and upon seeing 18 draped in a blanket on the sofa, frowned. Has she relapsed? It seems I need to increase the intensity of the shocks, otherwise, she won't be manageable at all. Aunt Bulma, I've been thinking, and I don't believe that's right. Gohan's tone shifted to seriousness. While 18 has made many mistakes, it was not her intention. It was the nefarious Dr. Gero who transformed her into a cold-blooded killing machine. She is also a victim. Bulma sighed, a hint of helplessness flickering in her eyes. Gohan, you are too kind. She is a demon. If Dr. Gero's modifications are to blame, then why does she remain unchanged after being revived? Ah, you have a point. But how about this, Aunt Bulma? Could you reduce the electrical current a bit? Gohan earnestly suggested. If that doesn't work, perhaps you could give me a remote control to adjust the current. If she still refuses to change, I'll punish her myself. Bulma stared at Gohan, slightly taken aback, then revealed a look of exasperation. You, child, are always so soft-hearted. Fine. This isn't a major issue, but let us not discuss reducing the current. Some deterrence is still necessary. All right, then, Gohan nodded, a grateful smile appearing on his face. Just sit tight for a moment. I'll have a remote ready for you in 10 minutes. Bulma turned to head to the lab. In the meantime, keep a close eye on 18 and ensure she doesn't cause any more trouble. Of course, Gohan calmly responded, then shifted his gaze to the unconscious 18 beside him. As Gohan took the remote control crafted by Bulma, he placed it in a capsule and departed. There was plenty of time ahead. He would settle the score with 18 eventually. He visited a bookstore and acquired several preliminary texts: Neuroscience of Human Pain, The Ethical Boundaries of Justice and Revenge, Sensory Memory and Personality Restructuring. Afterward, he returned to his apartment. After feeding Bu, providing him with food and water, he quietly sat at his desk, eagerly immersing himself in these studies. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Gohan's desk as he diligently circled and annotated the pages with his fountain pen for better comprehension. It had been a long time since he had studied with such focus, yet he felt no rustiness. Though his intellect did not rival Bulma's brilliance, it was certainly not that of an ordinary person. Eventually, his pen halted at a title within the book, Positive Reinforcement. His eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly captivated by the concept. Positive reinforcement, a method of shaping behavior through positive reinforcement. He mulled over this idea repeatedly, the image of 18 surfacing in his mind. Perhaps utilizing this technique could gradually alter her behavior, making revenge all the more interesting. A smile subtly tugged at Gohan's lips. He opened the book and meticulously read through the specifics of positive reinforcement, from psychological principles to practical case studies. Each word felt like a weapon tailor-made for him, providing him with new strategies for confronting 18. He closed the book and rose to the window, where the moonlight cascaded upon his face. Gazing into the night sky, he silently vowed to torment number 18 in his own way. Returning to his desk, he continued to peruse other texts, seeking additional methods to aid his intentions. It was then that he stumbled upon a book titled Hostages and Criminals, which introduced a captivating concept: Stockholm Syndrome. This psychological phenomenon often arises between hostages and their captors. Due to the prolonged control exerted by the captor, the hostage, engulfed in fear and helplessness, may develop a sense of dependency, even sympathy, towards the captor, sometimes aiding them against rescuers. This was it. Gohan's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, as if he had discovered a guiding light in the darkness. He swiftly opened the book, meticulously studying the detailed descriptions of Stockholm Syndrome, from its mechanisms to various case analyses, each detail igniting his excitement. If he could instill this sense of dependency in number 18, he could truly torment her. A cold smile crept upon Gohan's lips. He began to construct a comprehensive plan in his mind, cleverly intertwining positive reinforcement techniques with the principles of Stockholm Syndrome. First, he would demonstrate his power and control, making her realize that resistance was futile. Then, through positive reinforcement, he would bestow upon her small favors, fostering a subtle trust in him. Finally, as she began to rely on him, he would gradually tighten his grip, ensnaring her completely. Gohan's breath quickened, his fingers drumming lightly on the desk. As he envisioned number 18 collapsing before him, he resumed his search for more strategies to establish psychological dominance and manipulate minds. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the moonlight outside grew dimmer. Yet Gohan remained oblivious, entirely absorbed in his books, as if lost in his own machinations. At last, Dawn broke on the horizon, and Gohan set the book down, rubbing his weary eyes. His expression was complex, a blend of anticipation for his impending plan and a hint of barely perceptible hesitation. Have I become somewhat unhinged? He murmured to himself, fatigue and confusion lacing his voice. His fingers gently caressed the pages as though seeking solace within the words. I seem to have become rather frightening. Gohan lifted his gaze, peering through the window at the brightening sky beyond. Deep within him, a voice stirred. A lingering reminder of the justice and goodness he had always upheld, standing in stark contrast to his current scheme. Yet, from the depths of his mind, images of being nearly killed by the android's siblings and the innocent lives lost surged forth like a relentless tide, binding his heart tightly. Those painful memories served as invisible shackles, making escape seem impossible. I am not at fault. It is the android number 18. Gohan clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, leaving trails of crimson. His gaze hardened, resolute and cold, as if he had made a definitive choice. I will employ positive reinforcement and the principles of Stockholm Syndrome. I will make you dependent on me, and then gradually destroy you. Indeed, the path of vengeance had begun, leaving no room for retreat. He stood, adjusted his clothing with a casual motion, and exited the room. Buu was already awake, trotting over with a wagging tail upon seeing Gohan. Gohan gently patted its head, his expression now icy. Is there something amiss with indulging in such matters in the Dragon Ball world? He pondered. No matter. I must press on, for without resolution, my thoughts remain entangled, hindering my martial pursuits. Number 18, enraged, cursed the name of Bulma and the detestable Gohan. Damn it, she exclaimed, tossing the maid's headdress to the floor. Initially, she had felt elated upon being revived, for hell offered none of her cherished jewels or beautiful garments. Yet, her resurrection was nothing but a scheme. The cunning design of that old hag, Bulma. This wretched human dared to alter her very form. Originally, her android body was impervious to all sensations of pain. A flawless existence. Yet now, even a slight electric shock could render her unconscious. This fragile, human-like body was utterly inadequate, leaving her powerless to defy that insufferable woman's commands. A maid? What a ridiculous notion. She scoffed. Humans are nothing more than filthy rats dwelling in sewers, the lowest of the food chain. Yet I, number 18, was born to reign at the pinnacle of that chain. It is the natural order. Small fish eat shrimp. Large fish consume small fish. What is wrong with eliminating them? The fault lies with these weak earthlings. Number 18's fury blazed like an inferno, threatening to consume her. She glared at the fallen headdress, viewing it as the source of all her grievances. With a sudden surge of anger, she kicked it across the room, her breath quickening. Her eyes filled with resentment and fury. How did I descend to such a state? She spat through gritted teeth. Once, she had been formidable, nearly invincible. She could effortlessly take lives, reveling in the exhilaration of control. Now, however, she was reduced to a mere servant, manipulated by Bulma and Gohan. Reflecting on her experiences since her revival, she recalled how Bulma had transformed her into this feeble body, implanting restrictions that rendered her incapable of resistance. And Gohan, that insufferable brat she once toyed with at will, now stood as her master, free to exploit her form at his whim. Had he not been such a pathetic, herbivorous boy, her honor would have been irreparably tarnished. That brat should have been obliterated. Number 18's fists tightened, her nails nearly piercing her palms. Regret washed over her. Had she paid closer attention back then, perhaps she would not have fallen to such depths. But regret offered no remedy, and now she must obediently serve as a maid, especially within this wretched abode, where she was treated like livestock. Number 18 surveyed the small, filthy storage room that served as her quarters. A wave of humiliation and anger swelling within her. The cramped space reeked of mildew, cluttered with assorted debris. Lacking even a proper bed, only a tattered mattress lay on the floor, barely sufficient for her to recline. For someone as fastidious and beauty-conscious as her, this was akin to a thunderclap. Unable to contain herself, she began cursing aloud, her voice echoing in the confined space, mocking her helplessness. Suddenly, the door swung open, flooding the room with blinding light. Instinctively shielding her eyes, she looked up to see the detestable Bulma standing there. Oh, number 18, what seems to be the matter? You appear quite displeased, Bulma remarked, a teasing lilt in her voice, a malicious grin stretching across her face. Number 18 gritted her teeth, striving to maintain an air of composure. She refused to reveal any weakness before this woman. I am perfectly fine. Who would have thought that the home of the world's wealthiest individual would harbor such unsightly corners? It truly broadens my horizons. She responded coldly, attempting to veil her anger with sarcasm. The sharp crack of a slap echoed in the cramped storage room, causing Android 18's face to turn aside, a crimson mark instantly blooming on her cheek. After all, she was merely a slave to Gohan. She needed to comprehend her situation and recognize her true identity. Bulma gazed down at Android 18, her eyes brimming with disdain and contempt. You wretched. Before she could finish her sentence, 18's body began to convulse. Indeed, she had once again breached the imposed restrictions. A powerful current surged from deep within her body, ruthlessly tearing at every nerve. She fell to the ground in agony, clutching her head with both hands, emitting tortured groans. The shock of the electricity made her entire body tremble, sweat trickling down her forehead and hitting the floor with a soft patter. Humph, did you think you could continue your reckless ways as before? Bulma coldly regarded her, devoid of any sympathy. Your body is now entirely under my control. Whenever I wish, I can make you suffer excruciatingly. Do not forget, your life is granted by me. And if you fail to obey, I can make you vanish once more. Then just kill me. Humph, how naive you are to think so. Bulma scoffed and continued. I have come to inform you not to make too much noise and disturb my daughter's sleep. By the way, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Although starving you won't kill you. I am, after all, a benevolent person, and I shall provide you with food. Bulma turned and brought a bowl of leftover food from the kitchen. It was the sort of food that had been half-eaten, mixed together, resembling slop from a refuse bin. Adding to the humiliation, the container was a dog bowl, a feeding set meant for household pets. Upon seeing this, Android 18 shook with rage. Do you think I would eat such filth? She lifted her head, her gaze filled with fury and disdain. You are insulting me. Insulting you? Bulma let out a cold laugh. This is the best treatment you will receive. You must realize that many residents, fearful of being discovered by you, and 17 while cooking, would be content to survive on a bowl of cold porridge for 3 days. Do not forget, your current status is that of a mere slave, lesser than a dog. Bulma said coldly, then closed the door to the storage room. The space dimmed once more, filled with the mingled scent of various foods. For the first time, Android 18 felt utterly helpless and despondent. She slumped against the cold floor, her gaze vacantly fixed on the bowl labeled as food. Once so exalted, she had now fallen to a state worse than that of a dog. Her body continued to tremble slightly, the earlier electric shock having drained her strength. With no chopsticks available, she had to use her hands, devoid of any dignity. She wished for self-termination, but due to preset restrictions, she could not harm herself. Time passed slowly. It had been approximately a day and a half since her revival, and her stomach growled in hunger. Crouched in the corner of a wall marred with mildew, her once lustrous skin now glistened with a thin layer of sweat due to starvation. Driven by sheer hunger, she abandoned her dignity and began to gulp down the food, emitting small whimpers, resembling a drenched wildcat, pitiful and helpless. Meanwhile, in Gohan's home, he prepared an elaborate feast, eagerly awaiting Vidal's return. Beerus, you can really eat, much like a certain deity whose name is quite similar to yours. Gohan tousled the fur of a small white dog named Beerus, which had been found by Satan at the bar entrance. This name could only belong to the little dog from the Buu saga. Just as he encountered Vidal, fate seemed to possess a strong inertia, always drawing those who deviated from their paths back to their original trajectories. The sound of keys turning in the front door resonated. Could it be Vidal returning? Gohan mused. And before he finished speaking, Beerus dashed out, barking excitedly. I'm back, Gohan. Vidal entered, dark circles under her eyes, clearly having not rested well. I still haven't found that female thief. She reported her findings to Gohan, explaining that she had been searching various illicit clinics over the past few days without any sign of the blonde witch. It's as if she sprouted wings and vanished without a trace. I suspect she must have accomplices. By the way, Gohan, your expression seems a bit odd. Vidal noticed Gohan looking down, seemingly unable to meet her gaze. And no. Gohan shook his head vigorously, denying it. Really? Vidal's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Since she entered the house, Gohan had not dared to look up at her. Something was surely amiss. Gohan, do you not realize that you instinctively bite your lip when you lie? Vidal said, slapping the table, her sharp gaze fixed on Gohan. Hey, you're talking nonsense. I would never. Gohan instinctively bit his lip again, only to realize he had repeated the action. You're still trying to deny it. Vidal suddenly produced a pair of police handcuffs, snapping them onto Gohan's wrists. "Please, Videl, don't do this. It's so uncomfortable." Though suddenly handcuffed, Gohan remained calm, as this was not the first time Videl had done such a thing. The last time, he had been caught reading at night, and she had cuffed him for it, claiming it would harm his eyesight. To outsiders, this might seem like a curious game. "All right, Gohan, tell me, what is your relationship with that female thief? You, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, have you betrayed the cause of justice?" Videl's frustration boiled over. She worked hard outside, only to have their home robbed. Gohan was the husband she had chosen. How could he be swayed by another woman, especially one with a criminal record? "Videl, please calm down. I'm a good person." Gohan wore an expression of innocence. "Humph, innocent? Open your mouth." Gohan was taken aback. "What are you planning to do? Hurry up and open." Videl glared at him fiercely. All right. Gohan, feeling inexplicably frightened of Videl, complied, reminiscent of the feelings he once had towards his mother, Chi-Chi. Such a fool. "Does it hurt?" Videl noticed the small cut on Gohan's lower lip, caused by his nervous biting, oozing a bit of blood. Without any protective magic, even a deity's body could not escape the frail nature of carbon-based life. Videl expertly moved to the living room, opening a small cabinet and retrieving a first aid kit. She took out an antibacterial ointment and approached Gohan, applying a small amount to her fingertip and gently dabbing it on his lip. As for why she didn't use a cotton swab, naturally, it was because the skin and mucous membranes of the lips are too delicate, and a cotton swab would only exacerbate the wound. In truth, Gohan wanted to assert that it was entirely unnecessary. Such a minor bite would stop bleeding in less than a minute. After all, he was a Saiyan, with a physique unlike that of Earthlings, resilient. Furthermore, one could argue that a lip wound for a human was not a significant injury. Yet, gazing at Videl so close, feeling the soft touch at his lips, he found himself speechless. With merely a slight squint, he savored the softness that was distinctively Biddy Lee. "All right, refrain from biting your lips in the future, otherwise, you may be left with scars," she gently admonished, her voice imbued with feminine grace. After placing the ointment back into the medicine box, she tenderly patted Gohan's shoulder, playfully chiding, "What a fool you are. Are you truly that frightened of me?" Upon finishing her words, she feigned exasperation and gently pinched Gohan's cheek. "Consider this your punishment." Unbeknownst to him, Gohan's heart suddenly raced, thumping fervently as if it might leap from his chest. His cheeks flushed crimson, and the nape of his neck felt warm. Perhaps there was a hint of masochism within him. The women he had encountered thus far all seemed to embody a certain strength, rendering him instinctively less masculine. Yet, Biddy Lee was different. While others might perceive her as a fierce policewoman, a nemesis of evil, a beacon of hope in the West City, she was undeniably an exceptional woman. Over the past several months of their companionship, Gohan had come to know her as a gentle soul, a quality not possessed by Bulma, Bra, or the golden-haired Launch. It was a trait unique to Biddy Lee, a characteristic that would endear her to Gohan, regardless of how he might change. As Biddy Lee gazed at Gohan, who was lost in thought, she too felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Yet, what she did not realize was that her mere presence had compelled Gohan to reveal his ultimate move. Biddy Lee, he began, only to be interrupted by her. "Stop right there. I know you must be about to explain something." She gently waved her hand, her eyes glinting with affection. "You always do this, taking all the blame onto yourself when something occurs. Rest assured, I know you would never act in such a manner." As she spoke, she deftly unfastened the handcuffs, leaving a faint red mark on Gohan's wrist. She blew softly upon it, as if that would alleviate his discomfort. "You've worked hard all day. Let us dine first. These dishes appear quite delectable," she said, taking Gohan's hand and leading him to the dining table. As he followed closely behind, a warm current surged within him. He suddenly felt that, regardless of what transpired, as long as Biddy Lee was by his side, nothing else truly mattered. Seated around the table, Buru also patiently awaited his share of the meal. Gohan picked up a piece of meat, blew on it gently, and offered it to Biddy Lee. "Try this, it's my specialty." She accepted it with a faint smile, savoring the flavor. Delicious, Gohan, you're becoming quite skilled," she replied, her expression softening. Gohan's heart swelled with joy as he too sampled the dish, relishing the moment. This meal seemed to transcend the ordinary, enhanced by Biddy Lee's return. As for retribution against Android 18, such matters felt trivial now. No one could disturb him and his Mona Lisa during breakfast. As Gohan recounted the events leading up to this moment, He deliberately omitted the part where he was kissed on the cheek by the golden-haired launch. Nevertheless, Biddy Lee's face flushed with indignation. She lamented the irony of having her carefully arranged cozy abode invaded by a criminal she was meant to apprehend. "Oh, Gohan, you haven't been taken advantage of, have you?" she inquired, her worry palpable as she reached out to inspect his body. "Haha, that tickles." "Stop it." Gohan laughed, squirming like a child being tickled. "Son Gohan." Biddy Lee suddenly halted, calling out his full name with earnestness. Startled, he stiffened, locking eyes with her, anxiety flickering in his gaze. It was a natural reaction when family and friends who usually use a nickname suddenly revert to your full name. It can be quite unnerving. "Do you like me?" Biddy Lee asked, her gaze unwavering. "Yes," Gohan replied without hesitation, his tone resolute. "Oh, I thought you might react like those oblivious protagonists in romance series," she remarked with a gentle smile. "Well, actually, I'm more of a hot-blooded protagonist myself," he admitted bashfully, scratching his head. Are you succumbing to your inner need again?" Biddy Lee teased. "Why do you keep calling me that? I've said I'm not a slacker," Gohan retorted, somewhat exasperated. "Haha, you've fallen for it again, Gohan," she laughed heartily. "You're so adorable." Biddy Lee leaned closer, her gaze earnest. "Adorable? Isn't that something reserved for girls?" Gohan blushed, looking down. "No, Gohan is quite adorable, a charming, soft-hearted boy. I like you immensely," she said, her eyes soft as water, her voice tender. "Biddy Lee, you." Gohan felt heat rising to his cheeks, wanting to express something but found his throat dry, unsure how to continue. "I feel so warm, Gohan." Biddy Lee's voice lowered, her gaze becoming dreamy. Gohan's heart raced, acutely aware of her proximity, her warm breath brushing against his face, leaving him flustered. He instinctively wanted to retreat, but felt it inappropriate. It wasn't as if he were a dense male protagonist. Biddy Lee had taken the initiative to such an extent that retreating would be akin to cowardice. Yet he was a gentle soul, not a libertine. However, the alluring scene before him was impossible to ignore. He was Son Gohan, after all, not a paragon of restraint. Yet, instilled with the gentlemanly values taught by his mother Chi-Chi and Aunt Bulma, he chose to inquire once more, "Biddy Lee, do you also harbor feelings for me? I mean, the kind of affection a woman has for a man." "I'm a clumsy man, unable to articulate beautiful words, but..." Gohan's face burned as he gazed earnestly at Biddy Lee, his emotions overwhelming him, causing him to falter in his speech. Within him, a fire blazed. He could sense Biddy Lee's breath quickening, his own heartbeat echoing like a drum. "Damn it, just say something. Why are you silent?" Gohan loathed his own clumsiness for the first time, unable to even utter sweet words. If he failed to offer Biddy Lee a solemn promise at this moment, it would be a profound disrespect to both of them. "Do not speak, Gohan." Biddy Lee's voice was light as a feather. She understood that the boy she liked was not one for eloquence, so it was all right. No words were needed. They could simply feel with their bodies. Slowly, she closed her eyes, leaning in, her soft lips brushing against Gohan's. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Gohan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His mind blanked, leaving only the warmth and essence of Biddy Lee. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, awkwardly reciprocating her kiss. Though both were 25 years old, it was undeniably their first kiss with the opposite sex since birth. In Gohan's mind, memories of his time spent with Biddy Lee surfaced, training together, capturing criminals, living in their apartment. This pure love, devoid of any ulterior motives, blossomed naturally like a silent spring rain, quietly nurturing their hearts, leading them to unknowingly become deeply enmeshed in it. The youthful bodies were brimming with restless hormones, and Gohan discovered for the first time just how pleasurable a kiss could be. "Your hair," Biddy Lee murmured vaguely, her lips, moist from the kiss, brushing against his heated earlobe. "Has it turned golden?" As she opened her eyes dreamily, she noticed a soft golden aura surrounding Gohan. Several strands of hair defying gravity and floating upwards. This revelation made her laugh suddenly, her fingers playfully poking his flushed cheek. "Is a kiss really so thrilling that you need to transform into a Super Saiyan?" Gohan belatedly realized no. He hurriedly leaned back, wishing to revert to his normal self. He did not want Biddy Lee to look down on him, as it was a matter of a man's dignity. However, the back of his head unexpectedly collided with the sofa's backrest. In that instant, the golden glow vanished, revealing Gohan's ears, now crimson and nearly bleeding. "This is a natural reaction for a Saiyan when emotions run high." His explanation was abruptly interrupted by Biddy Lee's hand slipping under his shirt, her fingers, calloused from years of handling a gun, trailing down his collarbone. Do you wish to become an adult, and I take Wafan? In her deliberately elongated tone lay a tremor that had yet to dissipate. Sensing Biddy Lee's tension, Gohan suddenly grasped her hand and pushed her back onto the sofa. Let me handle this. Eh? Biddy Lee did not have time to react before her body lost balance and fell backward. Subsequently, passion ignited. Such matters need not be elaborated upon. The young couple finally ascended the ladder to adulthood. In the late hours of the night, moonlight streamed through the window into the living room. Gohan's purple martial arts uniform entwined with Biddy Lee's police belt on the tilted television. The air was thick with the scent of hormones. As for Bailu, it had wisely taken itself for a walk with its own leash. The youthful initial experience was exhilarating. And once begun, it could not be halted. From yesterday morning until now, it was as if they were an unstoppable perpetual motion machine. Fortunately, both were martial artists, aware of how to wield their energy. Otherwise, their physical limits would have likely concluded their escapade after merely 2 or 3 hours. In the original timeline, they were destined to marry after high school graduation and have a daughter named Xiao Fang by the age of 22. Although in this timeline, they did not become classmates due to the artificial human incident, the threads of fate still bound them tightly. Their first encounter at 24, and together stepping into adulthood at 25, perhaps did not qualify as youthful infatuation, yet it appeared all the more steady and grounded. Gohan, you really are too prone to transformations. One moment golden-haired, the next red-haired. How unfair. Biddy Lee chastised, a hint of playful reproach in her tone. Ah, Biddy Lee this. Gohan stammered, scratching his head with an innocent expression. From now on, no more transformations. Biddy Lee crossed her arms, signaling her determination. All right. Gohan rubbed the back of his head, revealing a simple, honest smile. Meanwhile, at Bulma's residence, an ominous premonition lingered. It was as though they shared a telepathic connection. As both Bulma and Bros simultaneously furrowed their brows. Deep down, they felt as if something dear had been taken from them. 18. Go fry some dishes, Bulma directed, offloading her displeasure onto 18. 18's hands trembled uncontrollably as she gripped the dishcloth, as if it were Bulma, furiously attempting to vent her frustration. Yet, to avoid electrocution, she reluctantly entered the kitchen to prepare the meal, resembling a beleaguered young bride under the thumb of a cruel mother-in-law. Of course, Bulma was neither her mother-in-law, nor was she a benevolent figure. Honestly, 18, your culinary skills are rather impressive. Have you trained as a chef? Bulma remarked, popping a piece of gum into her mouth. She had taken to chewing gum whenever she felt anxious or agitated, a former chain smoker who had quit due to Gohan's dislike of cigarette smoke. 18 skillfully wielded the kitchen knife, her chopping technique honed to perfection. Yet Bulma knew that Dr. Gero had never programmed her with culinary skills. Such mundane knowledge was far removed from combat. No, 18 replied curtly, not lifting her gaze, clearly uninterested in engaging with Bulma. However, human nature is often rebellious. The more 18 resisted, the more curious Bulma became. Thus, a small, mischievous smile crept onto Bulma's lips, reminiscent of Bros. Low-frequency electric shock. As soon as the words left her mouth, 18 nearly dropped the knife. The tingling sensation coursed through her, almost rendering her weak at the knees. Although it was merely a low-frequency electric shock, it was unexpected and, lacking any sense of fair play, caught her off guard. 18 glared at Bulma. Her teeth clenched in anger, wishing she could devour her whole, yet she remained at Bulma's mercy. It was better not to confront her directly, so she decided to divulge her past experiences before becoming an artificial human. My brother and I were orphans, wandering since childhood, surviving through theft and robbery. We never traveled in groups, nor did we target those who appeared innocent. As the older sister, I did the cooking for both of us, inadvertently honing some culinary skills. As she spoke, her chopping speed noticeably slowed, continuing, perhaps it was precisely because of our status as social outcasts, little thieves, robbers, and unruly youths, that no one would report us missing. Captured by Dr. Gero, we were forcibly transformed into artificial beings, stripped of our emotions and sensations, becoming entities solely driven by violence. All this is the fault of that despicable Dr. Gero. Bulma, seated on the sofa, could not help but discreetly wipe away tears from the corners of her eyes. How tragic, so it was like that. You are not inherently wicked. Indeed, it's all that old man's fault. As 18 spoke, her emotions intensified, as if she had found a kindred spirit, her eyes sparkling with fervor as she assumed the role of a victim. Yet, internally, she was already laughing maniacally. Foolish old woman. Your self-righteous facade of justice will surely not harm a poor girl forcibly taken and modified, will it? Excellent, excellent. Feel pity for me, develop compassion, and return me to my former self. Grant me freedom. Should you do so, I shall be the first to end you. How dare you command me to do such things? You deserve to die 1,000 times. Now was the time for illusion. While 18 was still lost in her fantasies, a sudden, more intense electric shock surged through her body, causing her to tumble to the ground, vegetable leaves landing atop her hair, rendering her utterly disheveled. Huh? Are you trying to fool me? Back when hell was in chaos and you and your brother were resurrected, didn't you kill a fair number of Earthlings? In the end, you are nothing but pure evil. From what you recounted, it seems you had such a past. An unruly girl? Spare me your sob story. You are a killer today, and you will always be a killer. So, it turns out you were nothing more than a common thief before being transformed into an artificial human. What more can be said about those who prey on the honest? Do you fancy yourself a modern-day Robin Hood? Should I commend you for your actions? You are merely a slave now. It is time for you to repent. Number 18. Bulma did not even spare a glance at number 18, instead lifting her black coffee to savor her afternoon tea. How infuriating, that wretched old woman. Number 18 felt the veins in her forehead throb with rage, begrudgingly rising from the ground, her golden hair disheveled from the fall, strands sticking to her reddened neck from the electric shock, her skin exhibiting an unusually sensitive blush. The originally aloof and exquisite features now bit her lip tightly, her black, made outfit slipping 3 inches due to her vigorous movements. She radiated the sense of a night betrayed. Get on with cooking. Stop wasting time with your words. Bulma was accustomed to this. A barking dog seldom bites, and the more number 18 flared up in impotent fury, the more relaxed Bulma felt. If there ever came a day when she was suddenly silent and obedient, that would be the moment to worry, as it would likely mean she was holding back something significant. For now, the maid defying the world's richest Bulma seemed to imply that the electric shock had not been sufficient. Today's weather is indeed pleasant. Perhaps I should invite Gohan to join for dinner. In the realm of time, where is this? Gohan surveyed his surroundings, instantly engulfed in confusion. Just moments ago, he had been cozily nestled in the bathtub with Videl, relaxing and unwinding. How did he suddenly find himself in such a bewildering place? To make matters worse, he was completely naked and devoid of any covering. Instinctively, he attempted to shield his modesty with his tail, but due to its remarkable length, it could not fully conceal him, serving only as a psychological comfort. Suddenly, he heard the sound of someone rushing toward him from behind. You little manipulator. A woman's voice? Manipulator? What have I manipulated? Gohan furrowed his brow and swiftly turned to see a woman sprinting toward him. As she was about to collide with him, Gohan instinctively dodged. There was a loud thud as the woman fell heavily to the ground, letting out a cry of distress. This scene felt absurd, as if it were plucked from a comedic manga, leaving Gohan at a loss for words. Hey, you little manipulator. The woman struggled to rise, rubbing her reddened forehead, a hint of anger on her face as she pointed a finger at Gohan. Just as she uttered the word manipulator, she realized that Gohan was completely unclothed. Ah, a perverted exhibitionist, she shrieked, covering her eyes with her hands, though her fingers left a gap for her to peek through. Through the opening, she blushed as she observed Gohan's well-built physique, all while hurling accusations of perversion at him. Gohan's face turned crimson at her exclamation. He was a person of modesty, raised with traditional values. Being naked was undeniably shameful. He had merely intended to enjoy a bath and now found himself inexplicably transported to this place. His mood could only be described as utterly dreadful. Clothes. I need clothes. You are the Kai of Time, right? Gohan covered his body with his hands, his tone growing increasingly impatient. Eh? A woman clad in the attire of the Kai, adorned with patera earrings, looked astonished. Hurry. Gohan was at his wit's end, gritting his teeth as he implored the woman. He simply could not endure this embarrassing predicament. A bath, an unfamiliar environment, and a female Kai. All these elements combined were overwhelming. If this continued, he might genuinely lose his composure. Humph, is this how you beg for help, pervert? The woman, noticing Gohan's mortified demeanor, seemed to realize that something was amiss. Observing Gohan's damp hair and the beads of water on his collarbone indicated he had indeed been transported from a bath. With a flick of her wrist, she conjured a set of new clothes for Gohan, a long black coat. With a sigh of relief, Gohan felt a semblance of comfort now that he was clothed. So, where exactly is this place? Gohan frowned, his tone laced with urgency, his gaze fixated on the woman in the Kai's attire. Videl must be worried sick after witnessing him abruptly vanish from the bathtub. He needed to return immediately to reassure her. The peculiar female Kai did not answer Gohan's question, but instead produced a scroll, pointing to the illustrations upon it, saying, "Such a place has never existed in history. What were you thinking in creating this?" "What do you mean? What was I thinking? What nonsense are you spouting?" Gohan replied, irritated. Although he was unsure of the situation's details, the woman's overbearing attitude was undeniably irksome, reminiscent of Zamasu and the initial encounter with Kaioshin. Having already vented some frustration, Gohan inexplicably felt a new surge of indignation welling up inside him. You don't understand? I don't understand." The female Kai, seeing Gohan's expression was genuine, began to doubt herself. Could she have made a mistake? Forget the trivialities. Who exactly are you, and what is this place? Hurry and send me back. I am the Kai of Time, and this is the Nest of Time, a place that monitors the flow of time and space. Kai of Time? Gohan frowned, recalling from the memories of travelers that this character seemed to be from Dragon Ball heroes. Though she bore the title of Kai, she was no ordinary one. Her authority and capabilities were particularly extraordinary. The ability to rewind a planet's timeline by 3 minutes, as exhibited by Whis, would be trivial for the Kai of Time. As the name suggests, the Kai of Time possesses the power to manipulate the very fabric of time itself, with the authority to alter history, freeze timelines, and exercise complete control over time. Even the gods of destruction would think twice before crossing her. Despite being titled a Kai, her actual standing was equivalent to that of the Grand Minister. "What brings you to me?" Gohan, though vexed, recognized the need to uphold basic etiquette in this world until he became the strongest. "You have tampered with the timeline." Tampered with the timeline? Gohan suddenly recalled that he had indeed traversed several parallel timelines. Could this be the reason the Kai of Time sought him out? It dawned on him why she was so irate about his actions. My actions won't lead to any disastrous consequences, will they?" Gohan's tone softened considerably, akin to a student caught unprepared for an assignment, his face reflecting his guilt. Of course, even as the time manager, a single misstep could lead to the instantaneous obliteration of a timeline, let alone you, a mere mortal. "Yes, I'm sorry." While Gohan understood that each time he crossed into a new timeline, a new parallel existence was born, he had never fully grasped the implications. After all, in Dragon Ball Heroes, the souls of the travelers had not encountered this particular side story, leaving him in the dark about such matters. Humph, now that you're frightened, you will work to atone for your actions. Atone? Indeed, I plan to establish a time patrol, and you shall be the first member. Oh, all right. Gohan nodded, indicating his agreement. Now that's more like it. You are quite polite, after all. The Supreme Kai of Time nodded, acknowledging Gohan's impressive willingness to comply so readily. He then extended his palm, enveloping Gohan's form in a silvery light. "As a member of the Time Patrol, I bestow upon you the ability to traverse time and space." Gohan felt a peculiar energy surge within him, granting him the capability to effortlessly perceive the flow of time, allowing him to traverse the past, present, and future across various dimensions. "Incredible!" Gohan exclaimed, astonished. "Of course, otherwise, you wouldn't be worthy of your role as a Time Patrol member." The Supreme Kai of Time replied with a slight smile, laced with pride. "However, in return, you must bear the responsibility of safeguarding the stability of the timeline. Do not underestimate this duty. Time Patrol is no trivial matter. Should you discover anyone attempting to alter the timeline, you must intervene immediately, or the consequences could be dire." "I understand," Gohan nodded, indicating his readiness. "Now, shall we discuss the special significance of a Saiyan's tale? No time to waste. Let us set off and uncover what has transpired in that timeline." The Supreme Kai of Time declared, grasping Gohan's hand to embark on their journey, only to have him deftly evade her grasp. Once was an accident, twice was a pattern. She was no mere bureaucrat, but possessed acute perception. Is that the Ultra Instinct? The Supreme Kai of Time mused, slightly taken aback, yet realized that it was not extraordinary for a mere mortal to traverse time, given their understanding of divine techniques from the angelic lineage. "I must decline," Gohan stated firmly. "You brought me here abruptly, causing me to vanish from my bath. My girlfriend will undoubtedly be worried. While my time travel may have caused you some inconvenience, I implore you to allow me to return, Supreme Kai of Time." "Oh, you have a girlfriend? How old are you? You look quite young, barely in your teens, just starting high school. Early romances can be troublesome. I am actually 29 years old." "You must be joking. A 30-year-old man with such youthful skin?" The Supreme Kai of Time suddenly lost her urgency to investigate the anomaly in the timeline, instead inquiring about Gohan's skincare regimen. "I am a Saiyan," Gohan replied, waving his tail behind him with a hint of exasperation. "A tail? It appears you are a Saiyan from Universe 7? "Indeed, I am a Saiyan." The Supreme Kai of Time nodded, then curiously approached Gohan from behind and unexpectedly grabbed his tail. The sensation was plush, delightful to the touch. Gohan immediately felt a wave of weakness wash over him, rendering him limp. "Stop, please." His face flushed, and his previously stoic expression contorted, as if a peculiar switch had been flipped. "What's wrong? Your expression is rather strange." Gohan's demeanor shifted to one of vulnerability, his damp hair framing his face, giving him an almost ethereal appearance as he sank to the ground, resembling silk soaked in water. His eyes, usually sharp, now glimmered with moisture, exuding an unusual allure. "So sensitive," the Supreme Kai of Time remarked, inexplicably swallowing hard. "I told you to stop." This marked the second instance of Gohan being caught off guard by the Supreme Kai of Time. The first was when he was whisked away from his bath. This time, however, she had exploited the Saiyan's weakness, the tail, rendering him utterly powerless. To be honest, he had not been negligent. He was well aware of the tail's vulnerability and had trained specifically to guard against such an attack. Typically, he would not succumb to such weakness when someone grasped his tail, but perhaps the continuous playfulness with Videl had heightened its sensitivity. The tail, fundamentally an external organ for Saiyans, is richly innervated, akin to that of a bovine. After Videl's playful handling, combined with the relaxing effects of a warm bath, Gohan was now at the mercy of the Supreme Kai of Time's unexpected assault. "My sincerest apologies," she said, resembling a contrite young girl, hands clasped in apology as she stuck out her tongue at Gohan. "Let me help you up." "No, that's unnecessary. Just keep your distance," Gohan replied, suffering from a sense of PTSD, quickly distancing himself from the Supreme Kai of Time after standing. "You're so stingy. I've apologized." She pouted, her voice barely above a whisper, yet her eyes couldn't help but glance at Gohan. This predicament stemmed from Gohan's wish on Namek to restore his body to its most perfect state. His already striking appearance had been enhanced to an impeccable level, as if sculpted by a deity. The tail that had regrown due to his wish was unlike the one from his childhood. It was perfect, having reactivated the long-dormant mating function abandoned by ancient Saiyans. Thus, Gohan's tail now resembled a succubus's enticing appendage, releasing pheromones that grew stronger with the increasing number of female companions in his life. While these pheromones bore no effect on Saiyans themselves, they possessed an inexplicable allure to other species, particularly to humans. Although the Supreme Kai of Time was a divine being, she had once been a demon, and thus, she too fell prey to the enchanting pull of Gohan's presence, elevating her affection for him to an unprecedented level. How absurd, a 30-year-old man pretending to be youthful. It's utterly nauseating. Despite her words, the Supreme Kai of Time stealthily rubbed her hands together, seemingly relishing the image of Gohan's captivating demeanor. "Enough. I must return home." "I shall return shortly," Gohan declared, utilizing the very ability the Supreme Kai of Time had bestowed upon him to instantaneously return to his own timeline. In the blink of an eye, he found himself back in the bathtub of his apartment, enveloped once more in warm water. "Oh no, I'm soaked." Gohan grimaced at the uncomfortable, sticky sensation. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open. Videl, wide-eyed, gazed at Gohan, who had just reappeared, unable to hold back her tears. "Where have you been, Gohan?" Ignoring the water dripping from him, she rushed to embrace him, tears streaming down her face. "I thought you had abandoned me." "It was actually..." Gohan quickly recounted his encounter with the Supreme Kai of Time to Videl, recognizing the depth of their relationship and the importance of alleviating her worries. As Videl listened, she nodded repeatedly, eventually ceasing her tears. Time travel? The Supreme Kai of Time? These details paled in comparison to the realization that the Supreme Kai of Time had seen Gohan's naked form. This revelation ignited a wave of jealousy within Videl, who had just secured both Gohan's heart and body. "Gohan, why do you always attract such peculiar women? From the world's wealthiest to thieves, and now even deities. You are truly insufferable," Videl remarked, her lips brushing against Gohan's collarbone as she bit down fiercely. "I wish to leave my mark. Gohan is mine, and no other woman shall take him away." Gohan felt a tingling pain at the nape of his neck, and upon gazing at the beautiful Biddy Lee, who hung on to him like a large cat, his heart nearly melted. Yet, The hereditary clumsiness of the Son family activated. The world's richest person you mentioned. Could it be Bru? Actually, she isn't the wealthiest. That title belongs to Aunt Bulma. Sighing, Biddy realized it was futile to explain anything to this fool. Leave the hope at the end of the fierce battle to me. Gohan inquired curiously to Kurinoa, the god of time. Is this the timeline where the error occurred? Indeed. Kurinoa affirmed with a nod. What is this place? It feels oddly familiar, as if I were on Earth. As Gohan surveyed his surroundings, he beheld the ruins of crumbling buildings, a gray sky drizzling a fine rain, and distant cars ablaze, sending plumes of black smoke into the air, enveloping the entire world in a shroud of despair. Earth, Kurinoa's voice was calm, yet somber. Earth. Gohan's pupils dilated in disbelief upon hearing her explanation. Yes, it seems to be a place called West City. As a Saiyan living on Earth, you should know better than I, Kurinoa remarked with a hint of sarcasm. West City. Gohan pondered the name, vague memories flickering in his mind. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura erupting ahead, imbued with anger and despair. Although he was unfamiliar with this energy, an inner voice urged him onward. Hurry, Gohan. His gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he dashed forward like a meteor. Wait for me. Kurinoa called out as she hurried to catch up. Is this where it ends? Trunks gasped, his body swaying precariously. His frame was riddled with wounds, his dominant arm broken. Unable to grasp his sword, as blood dripped from the hilt into the mud below, mingling with the rain in a gruesome display. Huh. Trunks, go to hell. The android 18 sneered, her expression malevolent and wicked, a cruel smile gracing her lips. She bore a striking resemblance to the other android 18s from different timelines, save for a black 4-star Dragon Ball embedded in her chest, emanating an ominous and eerie aura, as if it were the very source of darkness. No, even so, for the sake of Earth and everyone, I must fight with all my might. Trunks lifted his head, determination flashing in his eyes. He unleashed a torrent of energy, squeezing the last remnants of his strength and vitality to elevate his power to its zenith. A golden aura erupted around him, like a blazing inferno, evaporating the rain around him and illuminating the overcast sky. Foolish and reckless, Android 18 scoffed, extending her arms as countless dark energy blasts rained down upon Trunks. Frowning at the onslaught, he steeled himself, rushing forward like a bolt of golden lightning, surging skyward. He channeled every ounce of his power into this singular strike, a culmination of fury and despair. He shouted, yet this final attack was effortlessly deflected by 18. A mere wave of her hand rendered his blow as ephemeral as fireworks. The disparity in their powers was insurmountable, transcending dimensions. Without hesitation, she delivered a kick that sent Trunks flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing helplessly to the ground. Trunks collapsed, devoid of strength, as his body struck the debris-strewn, muddy earth, splattering murky water around him. The rain fell like needles, mercilessly drumming against his face, mingling with the blood that streamed down his cheeks, rendering his visage a blurry haze. Is this my limit? Trunks pondered silently, his breaths growing weaker, each gasp a testament to his dwindling life force. His eyes dimmed, losing their luster. Damn you, 18, how dare you? A familiar voice echoed from the distant skies, brimming with fury. Yet, Trunks lacked the strength to fully comprehend it, his consciousness fading amidst the rain and darkness. Even if my body is destroyed, there shall be someone to inherit my will and defeat you androids. Gohan. The image of Gohan appeared in Trunks' mind, his greatest source of strength and admiration. This is the last Senzu being. Survive, Trunks. You are the last hope. Gohan's voice resonated in his ears, a final promise and support, leaving Trunks to face the path ahead alone. Gohan. No. Please. Tears of frustration and despair glistened in Trunks' eyes. Memories flashed before him like a lantern's flicker. Gohan, how I wish to save the future. As his voice dwindled, life slipping away, he cried out, Kurinoa. The god of time swiftly approached Trunks, her hands moving rapidly over him, a warm green energy flowing from her palms, gradually mending his wounds. Such a demanding individual. Addressing me without honorifics, Kurinoa remarked in jest. Trunks opened his eyes slightly to see Gohan's figure in the sky, a glimmer of surprise igniting within him. Gohan. It's Gohan. Do not speak. Just regain your strength, Kurinoa urged softly, continuing to channel energy into Trunks' body. Hey, who are you? Trunks inquired, bewildered by the pink-skinned woman beside him. Yet, as the pain and fatigue subsided, he understood she was his benefactor. Seeing Trunks stabilized, Gohan exhaled in relief. Addressing him, leave the rest to me. Humph, Son Gohan. Did I not dispatch you? Android 18's voice echoed as she ascended to Gohan's level, her gaze filled with disdain. You have truly provoked my ire, 18. Gohan lifted his head, his eyes glinting with a frigid light, his aura erupting, causing the very air to tremble. Oh, how amusing. Merely a defeated foe. I know not how you returned, but if I could kill you once, I can do so again, 18 sneered, conjuring a dark energy once more, intending to replicate her previous tactics against Gohan. However, her ambitions were destined for failure. Gohan vanished from sight, reappearing before Android 18 in an instant. His speed caught her entirely off guard, and before she could react, an overwhelming force struck her squarely in the chest. Ugh! Android 18 screamed. Her body propelled backward as if struck by a cannon, sent flying through the air. Oh, the sensation of pain. Could it be attributed to that black Dragon Ball? The black 4-star Dragon Ball embedded in Android 18's chest remained unscathed despite the tremendous impact, even as her body was left in tatters. How splendid. If there is pain, then matters can be resolved. Gohan revealed a sinister smile before unleashing a punch. This strike was delivered on behalf of my counterpart in this timeline. This blow was for Trunks of this realm. This one was for Bulma, as well, in this punch. Countless fists rained down upon Android 18 like a torrential downpour, each infused with boundless fury, delivering sufficient pain without reaching the point of death. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Gohan finally came to a profound understanding of Android 18. Farewell, Trunks. Gohan descended to the ground and gazed upon Trunks of this timeline. He was a striking young man with purple hair, distinctly different from Bra's blue short locks. Brother Gohan, is that really you? Trunks trembled all over, hastening forward to embrace Gohan. The sudden hug caught Gohan off guard. After all, he had only ever interacted with Bra, not Trunks. As he grappled with his uncertainty, he instinctively embraced Trunks as if he were Bra. Noticing Trunks had ceased trembling and wore a satisfied smile, Gohan understood then. It seemed that regardless of gender, the unbreakable bonds forged in a realm of despair remained the same. Trunks, you must realize I am not the Gohan of your timeline, correct? Yes, I know. But please, just this once, I truly miss Brother Gohan's embrace. Trunks clung to Gohan's collar, unwilling to let go. Hey, we should be leaving. Do not converse freely with the inhabitants of this timeline, Kronoa interjected, puffing her cheeks in irritation. Trunks, I must depart from this timeline. Take care of yourself. By the way, remember this coordinate. It is the location of New Namek. If you wish to grow stronger, seek out Popo at the hyperbolic time chamber. Gohan whispered into Trunks' ear. Hey, do you think I have poor hearing? Do not casually divulge such information. It will alter the timeline. Kronoa could no longer contain her frustration, forcibly pulling Gohan and delivering a couple of sharp taps to his head. That hurts. Gohan winced. Good, it should hurt. Kronoa showed no mercy, conjuring a temporal tunnel and shoving Gohan inside. Trunks witnessed the entire scene. Although he was unaware of the origins of this Gohan, he knew that it was thanks to his assistance that he and Earth could continue to exist. Thank you, Brother Gohan. Gohan, cradling his head, lifted it upon hearing Trunks' call. Locking eyes with him. This time, Trunks' gaze held no despair, only hope. Is that so? No need for thanks. Live well, Trunks. You are the hope of this timeline. You still dare say that? I'll strike you. The Supreme Kai of Time, Kronoa, raised her tiny fist to continue her assault on Gohan. All right. I will not say anything more, Lord Supreme Kai. Please do not hit me. Gohan shielded his head and hurriedly stepped into the temporal tunnel. Thus, Gohan's presence vanished from the timeline henceforth. A new hope? Trunks paused, then a smile crept across his face. He had not yet inquired how Gohan fared in his timeline. However, he presumed it must be a joyful existence. Trunks picked up the broken sword from the ground and turned to leave. At that moment, the somber clouds began to dissipate under the sun's rays. The sunlight bathed the earth, heralding the dawn of new hope. In the time nest, Kronoa exclaimed, "You're mistaken. I know I was wrong. But I would do it again next time. You truly infuriate me." Kronoa stomped her feet in frustration, her petite fists waving in front of Gohan, as if ready to strike once more. However, upon seeing Gohan's pitiful demeanor, she hesitated to act. Honestly, he was the one who broke the rules, yet he maintains that innocent, pitiable expression. My patience is wearing thin. Lord Supreme Kai, please do not be angry. Kronoa glanced at Gohan, surprised. Was he about to apologize? If you truly did not want me to speak, you would have used your authority to send me away from that timeline long ago, indicating your tacit approval, Gohan stated earnestly. This only served to further infuriate Konoha. Expecting an apology, she felt the blame was being shifted onto her. I must ensure you comprehend the hierarchy of power. It was astonishingly kind of her. She could have simply saved Trunks and left without a word, yet she still allowed him to finish speaking before pulling him away. Although maintaining the stability of the timeline was paramount, she chose to provide hope to others without disrupting it. Not only was she a magnificent deity, but also a gentle and compassionate woman. Gohan smiled slightly, his eyes reflecting respect. Konoha's face flushed deeply, and she shot Gohan a glare, unsure how to retort. Her small fists waved in the air a few times before falling to her sides as she huffed, sitting angrily on a nearby chair, muttering, "Humph, smooth-talking fellow." Yet internally, she thought, "Wow, he called me a good woman. This is the first time anyone has ever praised me like that. I feel so happy." However, outwardly, she feigned indifference. Casting a stern glance at Gohan, "Humph, I shall let you off this time. Should you misbehave again, I will not be so lenient." "Thank you, Lord Supreme Kai." "Humph. How annoying. Did I not say you could simply call me Konoha? Really? Is that truly acceptable? Weren't you just admonishing me for calling you by your name without honorifics? Idiot. How can a person like you even have a girlfriend? It's truly baffling." "Haha, perhaps it's merely a stroke of luck." Gohan scratched his head, wearing a simple smile. "Then, Konoha, is it acceptable for me to address you that way from now on?" Gohan suddenly knelt beside Konoha's chair, looking up in anticipation of her response. Konoha's face turned crimson instantaneously. Her eyes widened as if Gohan's action startled her. She instinctively shrank back, gripping the armrests of her chair tightly, her gaze betraying a hint of anxiety and confusion. "Why, you're too close," she stammered, her voice quivering slightly, revealing her nervousness. Seeing her discomfort, Gohan gently stood and took a step back, a flicker of regret in his eyes. "I apologize. Did I make you uncomfortable? I will refrain from doing so again, Lord Supreme Kai." Konoha felt a pang of disappointment at his words. She lifted her gaze to meet Gohan's warm, slightly apologetic eyes. Wrestling with her feelings for a moment before finally speaking, "Don't apologize. That's not what I meant. Just call me Konoha. Referring to me as Lord Supreme Kai is far too formal. You are the only member of the Time Patrol now, and we are partners. There is no need for such distance." Gohan blinked in surprise, gazing at her with a hint of disbelief. "So you wish for me to continue addressing you in that manner?" Korinoya's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson as she lowered her gaze and murmured, "Do as you please. After all, you are perpetually so silver-tongued that I can't be bothered to engage in a dispute." At that moment, Gohan furrowed his brow, realizing the ancestral trait of the Sun family, naivety, was once again on display. "What do you mean by silver-tongued? Haven't I been conversing quite normally?" he pondered. Only a scoundrel would possess such eloquence. He considered himself a man of virtue. Yet, he hesitated to voice these thoughts, for compared to his father, Goku, Gohan had a slight understanding of social niceties and knew that certain inquiries should remain unspoken. "Ah, another day of unwittingly charming women. Aki Gohan, do you seek to turn everyone into your harem just to feel satisfied?" However, what was this black 4-star Dragon Ball? Gohan retrieved it from the Universal Capsule, the very orb embedded in the chest of Android 18 from another time. "This? I am not entirely certain." Korinoya replied as she rose from her chair to take the 4-star Dragon Ball from Gohan's grasp for a closer inspection. After a considerable pause, she furrowed her brow and uttered a phrase Gohan could not comprehend. "Dark Demon Realm." "Dark Demon Realm? What is that?" he inquired. "That is our sworn enemy," Korinoya affirmed, nodding slowly. 75 million years ago, I vied for the position of Kai of Time against a villain named Mechikabura. 75 million years ago. Gohan instinctively swallowed hard, realizing that this seemingly youthful Korinoya was, in fact, a being of ancient lineage. Although he had suspected her age would be considerable, he had not anticipated such an extraordinary span. To put it in perspective, Asin had only been Kai for 5 million years, while Korinoya held her title for an astonishing 75 million years. Such a figure is indeed staggering. Korinoya was practically a contemporary of the old Kai, a living relic from a bygone era. "Hey, Gohan, are you not harboring any impolite thoughts in your mind?" "And no, certainly not. My respect for you, Korinoya, is as evident as the sun and moon." "You lie." Korinoya suddenly reached out, grasping Gohan's lip. "Do not think I am unaware. Whenever you lie, you tend to bite your lower lip." "Huh, how do you know that so well?" You haven't been spying on me, have you? Humph. I would never engage in such trivial pursuits. I am the great Kai of time, possessing insight that far surpasses mere mortals. Your expressions and actions betray you whenever you speak untruths. This is no secret. Ah, I see. Let us set aside this matter for now. What follows? Gohan, being quite astute, deftly redirected the conversation, eager to learn about Kuranoya's subsequent tale rather than continue this playful banter. Well, obviously. The next part involves my astute perception of Mechikabura's nefarious ambitions, leading to my ascension as the Kai of Time, sealing him within the folds of time, along with his minions. As she spoke, Kuranoya paused momentarily, caressing the dark Dragon Ball in her hand. This orb seems to have been crafted by Namekians. Yet it possesses the unique dark energy of the Dark Demon Realm. Could it be that some Namekians have allied with the Dark Demon Realm? Kuranoya frowned, scratching her head, clearly perplexed about what to do next. This is the 4-star Dragon Ball, which implies that at least 3 more such orbs exist. But how shall we seek the others? Must we truly wait until pivotal characters in time are on the verge of erasure, as we did today? Gohan discerned that as long as they could locate the Dragon Balls before the Dark Demon Realm's agents, they stood a chance. Yet, could such a feat truly be accomplished? Even he could only ascertain which timeline was in jeopardy mere minutes before a severe disruption occurred. Ah, I understand now. Kuranoya, please give me the Dragon Ball. I will consult the omniscient Bulma for assistance. Huh, you mean the woman who invented the time machine? Precisely. Aunt Bulma is the most brilliant scientist in the world. She might devise a method to locate the Dragon Balls. After all, our Earth-S Dragon Balls were located thanks to her Dragon Radar. Gohan asserted confidently. Humph. While that woman may have invented a time machine, I am skeptical that she can resolve issues concerning Dragon Balls imbued with the powers of the Dark Demon Realm. This involves multiple timelines, and the spatial distances are vast. A mere radar will not suffice. Kuranoya scoffed, yet she handed the Dragon Ball to Gohan, stating, however, since you are so confident, go ahead and try. But let me forewarn you, she will absolutely not succeed. Understood. I shall seek out Aunt Bulma at once. Gohan dismissed Kuranoya's sardonic remarks, taking the Dragon Ball and turning to leave. Wait, Kuranoya called after him. You must wear this. She produced a small golden pendant from her pocket, intricately etched with complex runes. This is my time alert device. While it cannot directly locate the Dragon Balls, it will help you sense fluctuations caused by errors in time. If it sounds an alarm, it means something akin to Trunks' timeline has occurred. At that point, hurry to the time nest, and we shall address it together. All right, I shall take my leave now, Kuranoya. Gohan accepted the pendant, fastening it around his neck before departing the time nest. Kuranoya watched Gohan's retreating figure, letting out a soft sigh. That Gohan truly is naive and brave. He has no comprehension of the horrors the Dark Demon Realm embodies. I must hasten to review the documents to discover how to locate these Dragon Balls. If the Dark Dragon Balls created by the Dark Demon Realm are gathered, the entire timeline will be plunged into peril. Clearly, Kuranoya held no hope in the capabilities of an ordinary human scientist. Upon returning to his timeline, Gohan quickly arrived at Bulma's doorstep. He knocked on the door, and soon after, Bulma opened it. Gohan, what brings you here? Aunt Bulma, I have a very important matter to discuss with you. Gohan recounted the entire sequence of events. I see, Bulma replied, her expression indicating she was already aware of much. This Dragon Ball seems related to the Dark Demon Realm. Can you help me locate the other Dragon Balls? Bulma took the orb, examining it closely before retrieving a peculiar device to conduct tests. After a moment, she frowned. This Dragon Ball is indeed unusual. Its energy fluctuations differ from those of ordinary Dragon Balls. Collecting Dragon Balls across timelines? Let me think. Bulma placed the Dragon Ball on the table, pacing back and forth as she pondered a solution. After approximately 10 minutes, Gohan began to grow restless, mumbling softly, Aunt Bulma, have you thought of a solution? Let me consider it further. Suddenly, Bulma's eyes lit up with inspiration. I've got it. We can try using this. She dashed to her laboratory, opened a storage room, and soon emerged with a bizarre machine, adorned with wires and an array of buttons. What is this? Gohan inquired, intrigued. This is a project derived from my research on the time machine, called the Time Tracker, designed to pinpoint temporal locations. Although it remains imperfect, it may still be able to trace the energy fluctuations of Dragon Balls from other dimensions. Bulma placed the Dragon Ball on the machine and began adjusting various parameters. The machine emitted a low hum, and the screen flickered with an array of data. Bulma focused intently on the screen until, suddenly, she exclaimed with excitement. I did it. I found it. Really? Gohan leaned in, astonished. Yes, the energy fluctuations of this Dragon Ball are connected to the others. Although the signal is weak, it can indeed be located. However, it's rather cumbersome. I need to modify it to the size of a radar for practical use. Indeed, there is nothing that Aunt Bulma cannot resolve. She is nothing short of a superhero. Kronoya was left speechless by the technological prowess of Earth. Matters that even deities found insurmountable were easily conquered by the human intellect. Stammering, she remarked, "This is beyond my expectations." Her expression was a mix of astonishment and embarrassment. Previously, she had confidently asserted that a woman named Bulma would surely be unable to accomplish such a feat. To her surprise, a radar capable of locating the Dark Dragon Balls had indeed been developed, leaving her in an awkward position. Witnessing Kronoya's discomfiture brought a sense of quiet satisfaction to Gohan. This is what you get for underestimating Aunt Bulma and the ingenuity of Earthlings. Are you surprised now? Indeed. If Vegeta and Piccolo were Gohan's heroes, then Bulma was his idol. There is nothing Aunt Bulma cannot solve. She is a genius in the realm of science. And Gohan firmly believed in her capabilities. What Bulma created to counter Kronoya's arrogance was a reflection of Gohan's own triumph. For Bulma was his aunt. Perhaps this notion was peculiar, but Gohan felt a deep connection to her. In a sense, he had unconsciously molded himself in Bulma's image. Without further ado, let us embark on a quest across different dimensions to find the Dragon Balls. Kronoya, Gohan proposed. Kronoya nodded. Yes, that sounds good. Gohan retrieved the Dark Dragon Ball radar that Aunt Bulma had given him, and together with Kronoya, they traversed various parallel universes, engaging in fierce battles with formidable foes. For instance, on Namek, they encountered Frieza, who had a one-star Dark Dragon Ball embedded in his chest. Frieza's power was so overwhelming that he nearly defeated Goku, who had just transformed into a Super Saiyan. Fortunately, Gohan arrived in time to rescue his father from the brink of death. Thus, Gohan and Kronoya tirelessly traveled for 4 days, ultimately gathering the remaining 6 Dark Dragon Balls. Looking at the 6 Dark Dragon Balls before her, Kronoya joyfully declared, "Excellent. This will suffice. The crisis is temporarily averted." She carefully placed the Dark Dragon Balls within a transparent casing, recited an incantation, and gestured dramatically. The Dark Dragon Balls instantly shattered into fragments, vanishing without a trace. There were no unexpected twists. Everything proceeded smoothly. Next, they needed to locate the elusive entities that had been hiding like sewer rats. "Gohan, you should return and rest," Kronoya instructed. "I will contact you when I discover any suspicious leads." Gohan readily agreed. He was indeed exhausted from the past few days' endeavors. Upon returning to his own timeline, Gohan couldn't help but reflect on how tiring the journey to collect the Dragon Balls across dimensions had been. However, assisting Kronoya had its perks. He opened his palm, revealing a peculiar energy, time power. This energy had developed during his continuous travels through different timelines, representing a form of divine power. Gohan never anticipated that he would acquire the time power so effortlessly. It felt surreal. He had believed he would need to attain a perfect state of mastery before even beginning to grasp the divine powers of an angel. Yet, fate had other plans. Merely by aiding in the collection of the Dark Dragon Balls, he had attained divine power, and not just any power, but the extraordinary time power. Gohan speculated that this might be connected to the soul of the traveler he had merged with, as there seemed to be no other explanation for why an ordinary mortal, with no prior exposure to the laws of time, could master it so effortlessly. Though the amount of time power he possessed was not vast, it was undeniably genuine and possessed temporal attributes. Gohan casually picked up a plate from his home and tossed it lightly into the air. He whispered, "Freeze." Instantly, a sphere of ethereal blue energy coalesced at his fingertips. This was the time power. He directed the energy toward the plate, which halted midair as if time had been suspended. Indeed, this was the very time power that only the Kaioshin of time could comprehend. Remarkably, Gohan had grasped it in merely 4 days. If Kronoya were present, she would undoubtedly be astonished, unable to close her gaping mouth. This was truly extraordinary. Even she had taken countless years to comprehend it, while Gohan, an ordinary human, had achieved mastery of the time power without any formal guidance. Gohan gazed at the plate suspended in midair, a smile of exhilaration gracing his face. He waved his hand gently, causing the time power to flicker once more, allowing the plate to resume its normal trajectory and descend slowly. He caught the plate with care, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Ah, the sensation of manipulating time like a toy is simply exhilarating. Gohan rubbed his temples, feeling an overwhelming surge of excitement. This was an uncontrollable thrill. After all, some could conquer the world with just 9 seconds of time stop, and Gohan's ability to halt time far exceeded that. Various possibilities danced through his mind. If he could master this power, he would possess an undeniable advantage in combat, capable of executing preemptive strikes. Was this not superior to the instant transmission technique? With this thought, a smile crept onto Gohan's lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Thank you, Krinoya. Your power is truly invaluable. Early in the morning, Android 18, weary from her labors, pushed open the laboratory door and transported a heap of used mechanical parts to Bulma's storage room. Her golden hair was dust-laden, and her once cold visage now bore the marks of fatigue, with the made apron gifted by Bulma stained with grease. Bulma sat in a swivel chair, sipping a cup of black coffee, her icy gaze scanning 18. Move faster, 18. Bulma's voice dripped with unmasked disdain. How can an android feel fatigued? Are you deliberately opposing me? She stood and kicked over the pile of parts, scattering them across the floor with a jarring clatter. Pick them up and reorganize them. Don't make me repeat myself. Gritting her teeth, 18 knelt down to retrieve the scattered components. Her fingers, marked by scratches from prolonged labor, ached. Yet she could not voice a single complaint. The supercharged electrotherapy was no trivial matter. It truly hurt. By midday, Bulma finally exited the laboratory, concluding her morning research, leaving 18 to clean up the aftermath. After toiling until nearly 1 in the afternoon, 18 returned to her beloved little home, the storage room at the stairwell of Bulma's house. As an artificial being endowed with boundless energy, she was not susceptible to fatigue, nor did she require sustenance. However, the unfortunate Bulma not only imparted the sensation of pain to her corporeal form, but also integrated biological mechanisms that simulated the exhaustion and hunger experienced by ordinary humans. This cruel twist of fate forced her to toil like a dog in exchange for food. Yet, the meager rations she earned through her labor were unpalatable remnants, things she would have previously dismissed without a second glance. Bulma presented her with a plate of leftovers, some hard, moldy bread, a small clump of gelatinous canned meat, and a pool of cold broth. Before departing, Bulma mockingly remarked, "This is your lunch. Don't waste it. A creature like you doesn't deserve anything fresh." Gazing at the plate of cold scraps, 18's stomach churned with disgust. When she and 17 had reveled in the slaughter of innocents, she had never imagined she would one day find herself reduced to consuming the leftovers of others. She clenched her fists and struck the ground in frustration, yet ultimately forced herself to pick up a piece of the hard, blackened bread and shove it into her mouth. The dry texture nearly choked her, and she closed her eyes, attempting to suppress the humiliation rising within her, before lifting the cold vegetable soup and sipping it slowly. It was futile. She nearly choked again. At that moment, the storeroom door creaked open, and Son Gohan entered. Clad in a simple white shirt, his face illuminated by his signature sunny smile, he carried a tray. On the tray lay a modest meal, a steaming bowl of white rice, several pieces of golden brown fish, and a small dish of vegetables, exuding an enticing aroma. "What are you eating?" Gohan's voice was gentle as a spring breeze. He set the tray down, crouching beside her as if he had stumbled upon something intriguing. "Is this for humans?" He reached out, gently taking the black bread from her hand and offering her a pair of chopsticks, his movements as fluid as if rehearsed 1,000 times. 18 stared at the chopsticks and Gohan's nauseatingly fake smile, casting the chopsticks aside in silence. What was this guy up to? It was utterly baffling. He couldn't possibly have poisoned the food, could he? Deep down, she harbored an intense mistrust of Gohan, the source of her suffering. Were it not for his sudden surge in power, she would still be on Earth, flaunting her dominance and living a life of ease and comfort, instead of being a mere servant, practically akin to a stray dog. Gohan disregarded her silence and pushed the tray closer to her. "Come, try this. I made it just for you." He produced a napkin and wiped the discarded chopsticks clean, presenting them once more to 18. She looked down at the meal, the enticing aroma rekindling her long-dormant appetite. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "What do you want, Gohan? Just speak plainly. No need for these schemes. You might as well be as filthy as Bulma." Seated across from her, Gohan rested his chin on one hand, smiling as he watched her eat. His gaze was tender, reminiscent of a lover's, yet it bore an unsettling intensity, as if he were admiring an exquisite gem yet to be carved, desiring to leave his mark upon it. "Do you suffer from paranoid delusions, 18? I, myself, have been raised with traditional values. The so-called gentleman who repays kindness with kindness is none other than I. Huh? 18 nearly burst into laughter, pointing at Gohan. Her mirth echoing in the room. Gohan remained unfazed, asking, "What's wrong with that?" After her laughter subsided, she found herself wanting to retort that he was talking nonsense. Yet, upon reflection, this young man genuinely exemplified a good person in the truest sense of human society. After all, it was not mere vanity when she acknowledged her own striking appearance. To what extent was she remarkable? Let us just say, a group of foolish earthlings had formed a fan club in her honor. They were so devoted. Despite the fact that their parents might have been among those she and 17 had slain, they still referred to her as Your Majesty, unafraid of death, reaching the heights of absurdity. Later, this gaggle of foolish boys made quite a scene, wanting to meet her. She, in a fit of generosity, granted them an audience. Yet Gohan, even amidst all this, showed no desire to indulge in such fantasies, instead spouting nonsense about wanting to be with his beloved. 18 had no choice but to concede that he was indeed a different kind of man. Of course, it was more likely a ruse to win her over. 18 cursed Gohan with the utmost malice. Eat. Don't worry, there's nothing dirty in it. TCH, who could tell if that was true? 18 remained guarded. Yet her statement hinted at a slight trust in Gohan's words. Gohan produced another pair of chopsticks he had prepared earlier, using them to demonstrate his intention. I told you it's safe. Now you believe me, right? To prevent you from fearing my saliva, I used my own chopsticks. Watching Gohan savor his meal, 18 felt her mouth water uncontrollably. Almost against her will, she picked up the chopsticks and brought a small piece of fish to her lips. The tender, slightly salty flavor burst on her tongue, and she nearly forgot how long it had been since she had eaten anything remotely decent. Is it good? Gohan inquired. His voice soft as a whisper in her ear. 18's hand trembled, nearly dropping the chopsticks. She lifted her gaze, searching for a crack in his demeanor. Yet Gohan merely smiled, devoid of malice. This only heightened her unease. Gritting her teeth, she murmured, "Stop pretending, Gohan. What do you truly want?" "Nothing much. Just to see if love can change you." "What? Are you serious?" 18 raised an eyebrow, regarding Gohan as one might a fool. "Pooh." She spat at him. But he deftly dodged. "Is this what you call winning someone over with love?" It seemed he had a misunderstanding of what that phrase entailed. It was not an indication that he wished to make her his servant. With that, Gohan reached into his pocket for a remote control, adjusting the current to its maximum. In an instant, 18 was jolted, her eyes rolling back as she convulsed, tongue lolling, before she fainted. Gohan then softly uttered, "Rewind time." A beam of azure energy surged into 18, restoring her body and spirit to their state just a minute prior. At that moment, 18 was about to spit again when Gohan stood up, causing her to stifle the saliva in her mouth. What is going on? Why did you suddenly stand up?" "Nothing much, just felt a bit weary and wanted to stretch, to prevent certain thoughts from surfacing in someone's mind." Gohan cast a sidelong glance at 18. What? What thoughts could I possibly have?" 18 exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief as she regarded Gohan, internally pondering how he had discerned her thoughts. Telepathy? Suppressing his disgust, Gohan leaned closer, his voice soft and enticing. "I merely wish to win you over, 18. You see, Bulma is quite harsh with you, yet I shall not be. I will provide you with everything you desire, as long as you are willing to trust me and agree to be a good person." He reached out, gently taking hold of her hand, the warmth of his touch sending her heart racing inexplicably. She wanted to verbally chastise Gohan for his boldness. "You need not rush your response." Gohan stood, clapping his hands together, his smile still radiant. "Take your time, 18. I shall wait for you to come around. For as long as it takes." He turned and left, not affording her a moment to scold him for his presumptuousness. The birth of Xiaofang upon returning to his apartment. Gohan mechanically turned on the faucet, allowing the clear water to wash over his hands, as if attempting to cleanse himself of humanity's malevolence. How disgusting! His expression darkened as he dried his hands. To others, Android 18 was a golden-haired beauty with a chilling elegance. Yet, in Gohan's eyes, she was a creature infinitely more repugnant than the foulest of things. "Gohan, what's wrong?" Videl emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a white towel, her brow furrowed in confusion as she regarded him. At the sound of her voice, Gohan's body trembled slightly. He then buried his face in the basin, unwilling to respond. Videl noticed his silence and approached him cautiously, sensing an unusual heaviness in the air. Gohan's back radiated a coldness she was unfamiliar with. The towel slipped from her shoulder, but she paid it no mind, gently placing her hand on Gohan's shoulder. Gohan, what is going on? You seem off today. Her voice was soft, tinged with concern. Gohan stiffened momentarily before slowly turning to face her. He forced a smile, yet it appeared pale and lifeless, as though it were a mask affixed to his features. It's nothing. I've just been exhausted from gathering Dragon Balls across dimensions with King Kai. His voice was low, deliberately avoiding her gaze. Videl scrutinized him, skepticism flickering in her eyes. She understood Gohan too well. Though shy, he possessed a sunny disposition, always able to face crises with a smile, offering an infinite sense of security. But now, he seemed overwhelmed, as if he were being crushed under an immense weight, his spirit utterly depleted. She grasped his hand firmly. Don't lie to me, Gohan. You look anything but fine. Tell me what happened. Upon hearing Videl's words, Gohan felt a wave of relief wash over him, akin to a long-terrified fugitive finally captured by the police. Videl. Just then, his phone rang. Videl frowned as she answered. Hello, what is going on? What? At the kindergarten entrance, someone is retaliating against society. They've taken a teacher hostage. All right, I understand. I'm on my way. She hung up, swiftly tossing the towel onto the sofa. Grabbing her police uniform from the hanger, she donned it with practiced ease, buttoning it as she headed for the door. Gohan stood frozen, watching her hurried movements, his throat constricted, the words he wished to say swallowed back. I'll go too. Videl. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his hair gleaming golden, an aura of golden energy enveloping him. Fine, just take care and talk to me later, she replied. By the time they arrived at the scene, chaos reigned. Police vehicles formed a semicircle, the flashing red and blue lights reflecting off the kindergarten's windows. Officers were communicating via radios while a number of evacuated parents looked on, terror etched upon their faces. Leave it to us, Videl signaled to Gohan. And the duo swiftly neutralized the criminals inside. With that, the immediate crisis came to an end. Gohan stood at the entrance, watching children rush into their parents' arms. Their joyful faces should have brought him solace, yet they pierced his heart like daggers. Unbidden, another image flooded his mind, Android 18's chilling visage. Her slender fingers grasping an innocent child's throat, a cruel smile gracing her lips. Those bloody memories coiled around him like a venomous serpent, nearly suffocating him. Gohan. Gohan. What on earth is happening? Can you tell me? Videl observed Gohan's distracted demeanor. He usually celebrated his good deeds with triumphant dance steps, but today was different. Let us talk at home, all right? Okay. They returned to the apartment. As soon as they entered, Gohan enveloped Videl in a tight embrace, holding her as if trying to merge their bodies. His face buried in her shoulder, his breath came in rapid, trembling gasps. Like a dam finally breaking after years of repression, Videl was taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed Gohan in tears. Gohan, she whispered, hesitantly wrapping her arms around him, trying to comfort him. What's wrong? Don't scare me. Gohan didn't reply immediately. He simply held her tighter, as if fearing she might vanish. His voice emerged from deep within, low and hoarse. Videl, I can't take it anymore. I can't forget those images. They torment me endlessly. Pain filled his eyes, but within their depths lay a darkness she had never seen before. Her heart tightened. What images? Gohan, please be clear. His voice trembled, fragmented, on the verge of breaking. Since I was 9, my father died, Uncle Piccolo was killed in battle, and everyone else. They're gone. Later, I witnessed them slaughtering the innocent, children, the elderly, without a shred of mercy. Videl furrowed her brow, exclaiming, the androids. Gohan nodded. Continuing, when I was 24, I nearly died at the hands of Android 18. Her face, that cold smile. I can see it the moment I close my eyes. This was the first time Videl grasped the depth of Gohan's past. She stepped closer, taking his hand. Her voice gentle yet resolute. Gohan, that's all in the past. The androids were defeated by you, weren't they? But she was resurrected by Bulma. What? Videl gasped, immediately urging Gohan to recount the details. Unable to contain her outrage, she exclaimed, Fool! Fool! What kind of gift is that? Does she think of you as her pet? Videl began to chastise Bulma for her actions, perceiving her as someone who presumed Gohan was like any other man, a creature driven by base instincts, seeking to vent his frustrations. Yet she failed to realize that Gohan was delicate, pure-hearted. The shadows of his childhood, cast by the defeat of Android 18, might have faded with time, but Bulma's misguided attempts to appease him only reopened old wounds, disregarding Gohan's perspective entirely. To be face to face with the very being that nearly took his life, how could anyone expect him to feel anything but dread? Was it the case that a world-renowned scientist, lauded as the brain of Earth, might have considered the psychological implications? Though powerful, Gohan was still human, not a deity. Vidal's dissatisfaction with Bulma deepened. She had long resented the elder woman for keeping Gohan isolated from peers, treating him as a trophy. Now, resurrecting Android 18 to serve as an outlet for Gohan's frustrations? Did Bulma truly believe she could retain Gohan's affection despite her age? Vidal speculated with uncharitable thoughts about Bulma's intentions, overlooking one crucial detail. Bulma was simply a scatterbrained woman, and the other Z warriors were not entirely normal either. Especially Gohan's father, Goku, who had left the impression that Saiyans were unfeeling. Forgotten was the fact that Gohan was merely a sensitive child, a boy who had lost his father and uncle, forced to mature in despair. Gohan, she called softly, her tone soothing as if comforting a wounded child. She gently cradled his face, compelling him to gaze into her eyes. His eyes were filled with anguish, as if ensnared in an interminable nightmare from which he could not escape. So, you wish to dismantle her personality, to shatter her body and mind through the knowledge of psychology? Gohan nodded, aware that revealing the darker, unsightly facets of himself to Vidal would likely lead to her disdain. The prospect of a breakup seemed quite plausible. After all, he recognized that he appeared to be a troubled soul, a patient with psychological issues. Vidal, would you loathe this darker side of me? Gohan spoke in a hushed tone, almost as if he were subconsciously murmuring. Vidal's heart felt as though it were being tightly clenched. She sensed the despair woven into Gohan's words. Her voice quivered slightly, but remained resolute. Loathe you? Gohan, what nonsense are you uttering? She smiled, albeit with a somewhat twisted expression, radiating a chilling yet tender warmth. You saved me, saved the Earth, saved everyone. Regardless of what you become or what others say, you will forever be my hero. My Gohan. With that, Vidal assertively held Gohan's face and kissed him. Gohan was stunned by Vidal's audacious act, yet the warmth enveloped him, gradually drawing him in. As Vidal kissed him, she began to speak ill of Bulma. Bulma, she doesn't understand you at all. She thinks resurrecting Android 18 is some sort of gift, but little does she know it is torment for you. I won't allow her to continue hurting you, Gohan. Absolutely not. Gohan reciprocated Vidal's kiss, a myriad of complex emotions flickering in his eyes. He knew Vidal's fiery and straightforward nature. Once she was determined about something, she would pursue it with reckless abandon. He quickly grasped her hand, his voice tinged with urgency. Vidal, please don't confront Bulma. She didn't mean it. She just didn't think it through. This is all my fault. It's because I'm too fragile psychologically. I feel strange. As if I weren't like this before. Vidal tenderly stroked Gohan's head, her voice laced with persuasion. Only I truly understand you, Gohan. The other women are merely after your physicality. I am your closest family. Please, entrust everything to me, all right? There is no need for us to maintain such distance. Gohan, feeling despondent, found it difficult to process, nodding instinctively. Vidal's tone was as gentle as if she were soothing a child. Yes, just like that, Gohan. Just listen to me. And everything will improve. I will help you deal with Android 18, resolve all that brings you pain because you are mine, solely mine. Vidal embraced Gohan, knowing that what he needed most was not advice, but rather a restoration of his confidence. Gohan was admirable in many ways, yet lacked a touch of masculinity. He was overly delicate in certain aspects. Of course, this was not meant as a disparagement. His feminine qualities rendered him exceptionally gentle. This was inevitable, as Gohan had been surrounded by women since childhood, devoid of peers, with his only model of masculinity being his naively oblivious father, Goku. To put it nicely, it was an innocent heart. To put it bluntly, it was a lack of intellect. This personality trait could only stem from a mind that had suffered trauma from a young age. Anyone raised in a crowd would develop differently. Despite Gohan's aspirations of becoming a scholar, he retained some of that innocent naivety, yet ultimately possessed the mindset of an earthling. This dichotomy left him mentally fragmented, uncertain of how to navigate his psychological issues stemming from Android 18's resurrection. What Vidal needed to do now was to guide and awaken Gohan's masculine instincts, to heal his psychological wounds. There are myriad ways to regain confidence in this world, but the most straightforward approach at this moment is Vidal extended her arms, seeking to embrace Gohan, inquiring, Gohan, haven't you always said that we would surely have a daughter in the future, and that we would name her Xiaofeng? Gohan was puzzled as to why she wished to turn off the lights now, as it was not yet time for bed. And why Videl suddenly mentioned the name of the daughter, Xiaofeng, that he had casually mentioned in the original story. The corners of Videl's mouth curled into a slight smile, and in the most mundane of tones, she articulated a sentiment that was difficult for any man to resist. She gently caressed her abdomen, then remarked, Xiaofeng is eagerly awaiting to be born into her mother's embrace. Videl's words were like a pebble cast into a serene lake, sending ripples through Gohan's heart. But this Gohan, who had a deep interest in entomology within biology, was acutely aware of the necessary steps for a child's birth. Videl's smile softened further, yet it radiated an irresistible allure. She gently took Gohan's hand, placing his palm against her flat abdomen, her movements tender yet imbued with undeniable conviction. Gohan, haven't you always expressed a desire for a daughter named Xiaofeng? Her voice lowered to a whisper, laced with seduction and playfulness. I'm listening. Xiaofeng is listening too. She is waiting for you, waiting for us to bring her into this world. Gohan, please turn off the lights. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. For seconds on the 5th second, the lights extinguished, followed by sounds that ignited the imagination emanating from the room. This was Videl's audacious victory. No one anticipated her boldness, her unwavering acceptance of Gohan, especially since they were merely dating and had yet to decide on marriage. Her trust in Gohan was profound. There was no greater impetus for responsibility than becoming a father. The birth of a small life held such significance. In the realm of destruction, Beerus languidly reclined upon a floating rock, savoring a bowl of strawberry sundae brought from Earth by Whis, scooping it leisurely while his tail flicked impatiently. Whis, this sundae is delightful, but what is the matter with that Gohan fellow? I summoned him to report to the Destroyer's realm, yet he is nowhere to be seen. It has been days. Beerus licked his spoon, his purple feline visage clouded with displeasure. Does he not regard this destroyer at all? Whis, seated nearby, elegantly took a bite of a steaming slice of cheese pizza, wiping his mouth with a napkin before glancing sideways at Beerus, his tone laced with jest. Lord Beerus, have you perhaps overslept again? Gohan has already conveyed through me that he is currently preoccupied with personal matters and cannot come. Personal matters? What could possibly be more important than this destroyer? Beerus sat upright abruptly, nearly flinging the sundae bowl away. Whis, I believe you are deliberately shielding that brat. If you do not clarify this matter, I shall destroy Earth today. Oh, destroy Earth? Whis leisurely set down his pizza, smiling as he grasped his staff. Lord Beerus, how many times have you uttered those words? Last time, you mentioned obliterating King Kai's planet, and what happened? Was it not because King Kai gifted you a crate of ramen that you changed your mind? You, Beerus, infuriated, furiously bristled his fur, swallowing the last bite of sundae and wiping the cream from his mouth, growling. Destruction. He flicked his fingertip, and a sphere of purplish-red annihilation energy coalesced instantaneously, exuding an aura of terrifying oppression. In the distance, a desolate planet silently disintegrated into cosmic dust. Humph. Should you dare to retort again, Whis, I shall include you in the destruction. Beerus retracted his hand, proudly swishing his tail. Whis, however, did not even lift his eyelids, leisurely clapping his hands. Ah, Lord Beerus, your destruction remains as precise as ever. Yet, I'm afraid I have grown quite accustomed to such cliché threats. How about we take a look at this instead? With a gentle wave of his staff, a projection materialized in the air. The image revealed Gohan, looking apologetic as he rubbed his hands together, with the backdrop of Bulma's grand residence. Lord Beerus, greetings. Gohan scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. I sincerely apologize, but due to some family matters, I cannot visit the realm of the destroyers for the time being. To express my regrets, I have asked Aunt Bulma to prepare a plethora of Earth delicacies. There are sushi, barbecue, chocolate cake, and what else? Beerus's eyes lit up, suddenly leaning closer to the projection, his tail swaying with excitement. Whis, continue. Don't stop. Yet, Whis abruptly shut off the projection, feigning innocence with a smile. Oh dear, Lord Beerus, who was it that just declared their intent to destroy Earth? Such a mystery. You rascal. Beerus leaped up in anger, lunging at Whis in an attempt to seize his collar, but Whis deftly evaded, leaving Beerus grasping nothing but air. Is mastering Ultra Instinct truly that impressive? Beerus grumbled through clenched teeth, unable to suppress his mutterings. Fine, for the sake of the food. I shall spare that little brat Gohan. And you? Whis chuckled softly, picking up a slice of pizza. Lord Beerus, your temperament is indeed one of a kind within the 12 universes. Speaking of which, you have slept for 3 days and nights. and Gohan's gift has long since arrived. Lying in the temple. What? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Beerus's eyes widened, and with a swift motion, he dashed towards the temple, shouting, "If even a single slice of cake is missing, Whis, prepare to face destruction." Whis watched Beerus's retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation, murmuring, honestly, "Attending to Lord Beerus is far more exhausting than serving Lady Campa. However, Earth's pizza is indeed delectable." Meanwhile, on Earth, Gohan, having been encouraged by Videl, was beginning to emerge from his shadow and was contemplating giving up on training Android 18. Yet Videl insisted, "Keep going, intensify your efforts." "Videl, I think perhaps we should just let it go." Gohan scratched the back of his head, offering a wry smile. "Let 18 be at Bulma's beck and call. I feel nauseated just seeing her. No matter how hard I try, I simply cannot develop any interest in her. Besides, I have you. So continuing would be akin to betrayal." "Stop," Videl interjected, hands on her hips, standing assertively before Gohan. Her ponytail swayed with her movements, and her gaze was filled with exasperation. "Gohan, can't you show a bit of backbone? The best way to conquer fear is to confront it head-on. This is a psychological truth. What do you mean having me is enough? Even my father, that utterly useless man, has more than one girlfriend. And you? Just facing 18. And you throw out claims of not wanting to betray me? If you truly did not want to betray me, why did you seek her out before?" Gohan stammered, his face flushed, feeling cornered. "Essentially, you do not regard 18 as a woman, thinking that this does not constitute infidelity, correct? If that is the case, muster your strength, pursue her, and make her unable to leave you, ultimately becoming your devoted partner." Videl. Gohan's face was red with embarrassment, left at a loss for words. "In any case, Gohan, you must trust me. If there is a problem, we shall address it. Psychological issues are still issues. You wouldn't want our child to feel ashamed of having such a cowardly father upon birth, would you?" Videl gently grasped Gohan's hand, caressing her abdomen. Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief, his hand frozen on her belly, as if struck by lightning, his mind blank. "Videl, are you serious? A child? You are expecting?" Seeing Gohan's dazed expression, Videl couldn't help but chuckle, playfully swatting his hand away, her tone laced with teasing. "Look at you, so foolish. Of course, it's true. That day, weren't you particularly, enthusiastic? And I haven't taken any precautions this past month. I've calculated the days. And it's nearly certain." After a pause, her gaze softened. "So, Gohan, you must pull yourself together. Our child cannot have a timid father. What's there to fear for a woman, right?" Videl began to educate Gohan, then suddenly recalled something, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I heard that if pregnant women consume more sour foods, there's a higher chance of having a girl. Gohan, let us go buy some oranges." For reasons unknown. Upon hearing oranges, Gohan's spirit began to wane. Sure," he nodded, leading Videl to the fruit shop to purchase oranges. As Videl selected fresh oranges, Gohan leaned against a large tree at the shop's entrance. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. And the memories of a past life began to unfold like the pages of a long-sealed book. Deep within Gohan's consciousness, a scene gradually emerged. It was a bustling little town with narrow streets, dimly lit by street lamps. The air thick with the mingling scents of cooking oil and the sweet tangy aroma of fruit stalls. As night fell and the crowd dispersed, only the occasional bark of a dog echoed in the alleyways. Her name was Lin Xiao, sporting a messy short haircut, clad in a loose t-shirt and ripped jeans. Resembling a little tomboy, the neighbors often laughed, "Xiao girl, you're even more mischievous than the boys." Lin Xiao paid no heed, grinning widely, revealing a gap where a tooth was missing, her eyes glimmering like stolen light. She loved climbing trees, kicking balls, her knees adorned with fresh and old scrapes, earning her the title of the local Kid King. The family's old projector, which often jammed, was her treasure. Every afternoon, she would squat on the floor, engrossed in pirated episodes of Dragon Ball. Her favorite character was Bulma, and she aspired to be as clever as her. Unfortunately, her intellect was lacking, and her family was poor. They were not the world's wealthiest, unable to afford beautiful clothes or partake in extraordinary adventures alongside Goku. "Xiao Xiao, stop watching cartoons and go buy a bottle of soy sauce," her mother called from the kitchen. Lin Xiao exclaimed, grabbing her change and bounding out the door, shouting, "Mom, don't touch that bag of oranges in the fridge." The oranges were not her absolute favorite, but they were the cheapest fruit in town, sweet and sour, with thick skins that stored well. A bite would even yield a hint of fragrance. Her family was not affluent, yet she had a deep fondness for fruit. And as the local kid king, she delighted in sharing fruit with other children, showcasing her generosity. Unable to afford other expensive fruits, she would buy a few bags of oranges to satisfy her cravings. Whenever she saw other children being bullied, she would bravely charge in, scaring off the bullies, always pulling a few oranges from her pocket to hand to them, saying, "Here, take this, they're sweet." Her smile was like the summer breeze, warming the hearts of those around her, yet no one knew that after her laughter subsided, her pockets would be empty, a bittersweet tale. Eventually, as her family faced financial difficulties, her parents worked tirelessly at their small restaurant to fund her education. She began helping out, delivering food, and moving goods, sweating profusely without a word of complaint. Her attire remained unchanged, resembling that of the boys: loose hoodies, cargo pants, and worn-out sneakers. She rode a second-hand electric scooter, zipping through the town, humming the off-key ending theme of Dragon Ball, assisting her family with errands. Later, she enrolled in a university far from home, bidding farewell to her parents and the familiar streets of her little town. It was during a casual conversation with her roommate that Lin Xiao was first introduced to Dragon Ball Z. What? There is a sequel after defeating Demon King Piccolo? Lin Xiao stared in astonishment at the Dragon Ball Complete Edition manga her roommate handed her. Indeed, the conclusion of the first series hinted at continued adventures, didn't he? I didn't know. I only watched the pirated DVDs, and my father told me there wasn't any further storyline. How unfortunate. Next, Goku would be battling extraterrestrials. One could say the real excitement was just beginning. Goku's son Gohan, his brother Raditz, the proud Saiyan Prince Vegeta, the cosmic Emperor Frieza, the android siblings, the formidable Destroyer Cell, and the Demon Bu. As Lin Xiao listened to her roommate recite names of characters she had never heard of, she was left utterly dumbfounded, never imagining that Dragon Ball had a sequel. Thus, she eagerly borrowed her roommate's manga and searched online to finally catch up on the long-overdue storylines. What? Yamcha is a playboy? Isn't he afraid of girls? What about Launch? Where did she go? Bulma got married. To that Vegeta. Wow, Trunks is so handsome. I'd love to have one like him. Gohan, are you going to play or what? Don't waste time. Your father's reputation is at stake. Oh my, you poet. Kakarot, you are truly an O. 1. Is this the proud prince everyone speaks of? After finishing Dragon Ball Z, Lin Xiao also completed Dragon Ball GT and Dragon Ball Super. And those moments became the happiest days of her life. During that time, she also became enamored with playing games, pretending to be a junior online, exclaiming for her mother to save her, simply because it was amusing. Yet, there were always some inexplicable women who referred to her as a top-tier beauty, joking about wanting to marry her. Although she was indeed a 180 centimeters tall girl with short black hair, tan skin, six-pack abs, and a fitness enthusiast with a striking appearance, she wondered what that had to do with being a top beauty. Initially, she felt somewhat troubled by it, but later realized it was just a trendy way of speaking among friends in the big city, and she paid it no mind. Of course, all of this was said by the roommate who lent her the manga. She claimed that girls online were all deceitful, and only she was a true friend. In her spare time, she often participated in charitable activities, telling children at orphanages stories about Goku collecting the Dragon Balls and chatting with the elderly in nursing homes. Dragon Ball had truly become a beautiful memory connecting her childhood and youth. On an ordinary day, while walking, she noticed an out-of-control truck barreling toward a small boy who was frozen in fear. Without hesitation, she rushed forward to push the boy out of harm's way. It's so cold. I haven't finished my milk yet, and when will Dragon Ball Super 2 come out? Collapsing on the icy ground, blood stained her hoodie, and she met her end so abruptly. In a daze, her soul traversed the dimensional wall, arriving in the Dragon Ball world, merging into Gohan's body. In the end, she still found herself thinking about the milk her dorm mother sent her, and when the animation for Dragon Ball Super 2 would be released. She could have taken over Gohan's body directly, but seeing his pitiful state with a severed arm, she chose to embrace him instead, willingly becoming the one to merge. Gohan, keep fighting. You must live a life more splendid than the original. You must protect Bulma well. She is my favorite female character. However, remember to never emulate that wasteful version of Gohan from the original. Don't say things like, this guy should suffer a bit before being defeated. Remember to stay steady. Well, that is settled. I wonder if I will disappear after merging with you? By the way, will I run Snake Way? Lin Xiao's voice gradually faded in Gohan's consciousness, like a breeze rustling through treetops, leaving only a lingering warmth. She chose not to occupy this body, instead selflessly allowing him the opportunity, just as she once shared her last few pieces of milk candy with other children. Gohan suddenly opened his eyes, his chest gently rising and falling, as if awakening from a long dream. What's wrong? Gohan, what were you just daydreaming about? Nothing. Nothing at all. Did you buy the oranges? I'm kind of craving them. Haha, I knew it. I noticed you always keep oranges around in the apartment. Whether you eat them or not. Actually, I didn't eat oranges at first. Haha, just kidding. Let us go, Videl. Gohan smiled slightly. Princess carrying Videl into a secluded alley, then used the instant transmission technique to fly into the air. Why did you suddenly pick me up like this, Gohan? Videl wrapped her arms around Gohan's neck, feigning annoyance at his sudden move, but inwardly, she was elated. I promised someone I would live a life more exciting than this. I was stuck in a dead end, constantly worrying about how to deal with Android 18. It was truly absurd. I shouldn't have let you worry about such a woman. Gohan looked down at Videl, determination gleaming in his eyes. Videl felt her cheeks flush from his unexpected seriousness, and she turned her head away, pretending to be indifferent. Gohan, you're not saying this to avoid what Android 18 told me, are you? You must firmly control her. Don't back down. Haha, of course. Gohan nodded with a smile, carrying Videl through a graceful arc in the air, the wind whistling past as the setting sun cast a golden glow over them, adorning the moment with a shimmering light. Meanwhile, Bulma was chewing gum, her gaze dark and fixated on the video on the monitor. It recorded the little moments between Videl and Gohan, including their vibrant nightlife. This was made possible by her use of nanobots for surveillance. A month ago, she had sensed a significant change in Gohan's attitude towards her. Initially, she dismissed it, but 3 days ago, she realized something was amiss and began secretly tracking him with the nanobots. To her surprise, he was indeed hiding a mistress. No wonder Bulma's friend Bra mentioned that Gohan's attitude had shifted, often saying things like, "Our relationship is like that of a brother and sister. And you're still young." Turns out, he was enchanted by a vixen. Bulma spat out her gum, her expression darkening, completely transforming into someone else. Pregnant? My Gohan has let another woman steal a march on him and even get her pregnant. This is absolutely unacceptable. With a surge of strength, Bulma crushed the armrest of her chair. The androids had better beware. Bulma was fearsome indeed.